Men just pick up the effects of being in trouble. I got off the 10,000 gods and demons face running belt and climbed 300 miles. But you know that 3 minutes ago, he was just an ordinary reaction without any show. It turns out that in order to find a way for himself, the brothers got rid of the enemy. Yi Hui came to Qingqing Daoyuan alone to look for antidote grass. That's how I saw all kinds of immortal bodies. Is it dangerous to show off the devil? They are no match for the evil spirit. In an instant, only one member was left and still became popular. The evil city Saint Zui Ji immediately caught up with him again. The woman cried and took out the lifesaver that the master gave her. The demon who managed to escape was caught up. This can slow down the shameless Yi Fanxia, who can only crawl around on the ground with a stick. He wouldn't have come to Dalong Mountain if he hadn't been looking for fodder for his brother to relieve the world's troubles. It turns out that Yi Fan traveled through time due to a car accident 3 years ago. But he didn't get the so-called golden finger. Even the qualifications to amend the constitution are collected. If he hadn't been taken in by a miserable old man, Ji Yuneng, who is now dead, would probably be dying. But now he is in the biggest crisis in 3 years, being used as a fakuda by an oversized single bead. Eventually his master fell off the cliff. He was completely trapped. Why did I fall like this? But he unexpectedly survived after falling off a 10,000-meter cliff. I also came across a mountain-blocking bowl picture that can cure all the poisons of time. Yi Fan immediately took out the little chef with shoelaces. With him, Dr. Shu's problems can be stopped. Suddenly a voice remembered in his ear. It turned out that a woman appeared in her life without knowing when. Yi Fan Huangshang asked him what he was. The woman swallowed her clothes with a smile, revealing her breasts. Brother, isn't it a bit disrespectful for you to break into someone's home and ask who they are? Looking at the beauty in front of him, Yi Fan suddenly felt that what he said was very. Just when the official woman suddenly revealed her snake nature, then it became a matter of speculation. The next subordinate of Yi Han, who was too collapsed, picked up the stupid boy and hit him. Fuck, I actually succeeded. But this also succeeded in enduring the admiration for the snake's waist and threatening Yi Fan to let him eat some. As he spoke, he opened his huge mouth, unlike the night. Between life and death, a huge skull appeared in front of him. The nurse wiped out the hand immediately. Except Wushuang, you can't hide anymore. I will destroy all this mountain forest. Speaking of which, Korea Asia's depths once again launched the air. This time, Yi Fan was not lucky enough to survive. Instead, he was swallowed up by the fire. Yes, before he died, he left a message about not doing anything. But just like this, the voice he was looking forward to most came to mind. 3 years, you know how I spent these 3 years. Then a pink-haired little loli jumped up. When he came up, he was given a 991 repair certificate. Yi Fan Stuhl's eyes widened and he couldn't believe his own. If there are so many lines, I can't be invincible. He curiously asked Ronaldinho if he could beat Xiao Xianjin with one punch. Little Raleigh gave him a funny look and gave him a magic 2-bite. Just leave a word of hello and disappear completely, while he is still delivering hard. People flying in the air are coming to update. Relax and hit his pussy. Taifang's head was spinning and he didn't understand why he was so unlucky. He returned one before he could pretend to be B. But when he saw the beauty in his arms, he suddenly became uneasy. My family, please give me this benefit again. As a good young man, he did not do any obscene behavior, but he first and his sister tried to wake him up in a daze. Looking at the mortal woman in front of him, he was a little disappointed and curious, but in the end, she left it to him alone. Yi Fanwu thought Sister Xianyu wanted to have a child with her, so her breathing became rapid, but I didn't expect that the late daughter-in-law just came up with a blessing. This is to move your clothes. I will also send you out. You go to the Tianwu Chang. But before he finished speaking, Mo Infu immediately made a deceptive and sincere comment. I finally found you. You can see the direction of Yi Fanxia's voice. It was actually the crybaby who almost killed her just now. Next time, the green flame will burn it again. Although it didn't cause any harm to him, it burned the mountain he finally got. Damn it, I've suffered so much and finally found the treasure and you ruined it for me like this. The kitchen and study bed that was caught is still beautifully arranged. What my master knows is that he will never let you go. Don't let go of your poverty. Do you think that old guy really thinks that we are the picture teachers? Please go out and grab the double grip at the position. At this time, Yi Fan suddenly shouted to him, you are the guy who just sent a move in the air to burn down the forest. Stone dragon wares are all about to explode, even a mortal would dare to kill me. Yi Fan suddenly laughed. All show slots were randomly and directly liberated. Terrifying wolf-cutting attack 2 in an instant. Stupid world, the sky and the earth change color. The whole world seems to be filled with endless terror. Gao Wen. What the hell? He was just an ordinary person just now. Shalong, an ordinary doctor who was suppressed by this forest, knelt down, watching with helpless eyes the wave of demons who are more like demons than themselves walk away on their own. You, please don't come here. I have opened the 3 major powers of skin and body, but I am not a master. I have mentioned gold and steel, but before she could finish speaking, she was ready to swing it as soon as she was familiar with it. Tell a story and his head will instantly fly. Lin Shixian and Shalong didn't even understand what happened. The night is short, but one thing is out of gray. The whole road was divided into dots. Defrost is a bit fierce. He is really just a reaction. Yifan walked step by step to the stone dragon face. It turns out that he passed the only life-saving legislation to prevent him from surviving in the devastating level 1. He wanted to have sex with Yifan, but he had no intention of having sex with him. He fought back with another bruise. The stuck fork caused Long to be criticized for 2 cars again. The exhibition machine has been locked for nearly 11 days. Yang Lu's mountain was instantly raised to a point. At this time, the dragon finally gave up mourning. He can put away the kitchen set and gave the chef a kiss without any direction. Oh my god, how much rest do you need to unleash such a destructive idea? Yifan lowered his head and looked at the head in his hand. This 991 revision. It's so cool. Suddenly little Raleigh jumped out of the soft flow of time and space. Ji Kai slashed Yifan in the back. This knife directly wiped out his 66 years of harvest. Are you crazy? I am your master. Why are you greedy for me? I only have 6 years to serve. I looked at those big eyes with an innocent look for a long time. I warned you before that using the power of cultivation beyond the physical body would be too much. If I die, you will play with me too, so you see what good I can do to you. Jujishushin has this tattoo on his lips and doesn't care about Yifan's mouth. Whoever told you that you were dead, I will play with bullets. Life is like passing by in vain. I will accompany you to the key point of life. Yifan was helpless and furiously eating on the spot, but he couldn't get any. Defang looked at the strange Yifan and quickly took away Yifan's help. However, Yifan has no time to think about this at all. Now he just wants to increase his number. Defang thought it was because Yifan was dissatisfied with his answer and looked at Huai Zhongbao reluctantly. Wu Shuang is willing to prepare him now. Who would have thought that Yifan would gather together without even looking at it? That's right, Senior has such extraordinary skills. How can Ippo, like this, get into Senior's law? Just when he was thinking about his colleague, Yifan grabbed his bell. Do you have any orders that can increase the number of recipients? The sudden close contact also made Xushang a little shy, but this thing really didn't matter. Listen to the letter that Da Yifan lost directly. Let's go, let's go. I want to go in alone. The double accepting alliance took out a bottle of single medicine. I have 5 jade plates here, which have the effect of interpretation and healing. Have you forgotten about your stubbornness? At 3 o'clock in the night, I turned around with intention, but there was something wrong. Use small bone stones from Dalong Mountain. A strange association between a brother and a university. That lifelong desire to withdraw from heaven and earth and spread throughout thousands of miles. He is merciful to the Chinese people, and merciful to the late emperor when something goes wrong in his palace. It is inherited from the late emperor and must not fall into the hands of other sects. Before the man finished speaking, he gave me some salt and a long waist. I haven't evolved yet. When will it be your turn to wait for Mr. Guo? Bai Kuei, the great businessman of the world. Yes, using the elder is to go to the great dragon god. The man on the throne is waiting hard. Long as life row is broken, and the soul energy is scattered in Dalong Mountain. The guy who is determined to kill Longer learns to learn. The whole army mobilized to defeat the dragon. In the early morning, I took Yuxuandan back to Qianwu. However, if I don't win, I won't be able to find anyone. Suddenly Soyo's voice was on the bottom of my head. Xiaoye, I am here. Come on, help me. I'm fine. I checked my good brother and ordered a bottle of Liu Sun. Not only is he not dead, but he is also wearing perfume. But before that, I support going to Dalong Mountain to find his sister for him. But when I returned to Kazan, but found that he has become a man who can't get rid of people. Just when he opened his hole and tried to push me inside, a person is dangerously in front of me. I controlled myself and gave him a W. The person who came here is the place where a good brother comes from. It's true that it's a personal instruction, and I won't show mercy at all when I fight. Seeing that I was still in a daze, Dagua Road asked me to hide where I started. However, the big mouth who wrote Ling Ling has already come to me. Immediately, I picked up the treatment of emergencies with traditional Chinese medicine. Throughout my life, countless smoke exploded before my thoughts. After the words and things dispersed, a young boy who was eating luo luo looked around helplessly. Until the moment he saw me, Chief Shu recalled everything. The body with wings made me jump silly. I shouted to the radio station and recalled his compilation. Dr. Shu showed no resistance and could do it with all his strength. Suddenly the familiar DD sounded in my ears and I thought. When I came back to my senses, I found that I could actually see all kinds of sexual information about Dr. Shu. 99 Xiong Mingming told me that this is the new function he installed for me. Of course, if you don't like it, I can delete it for you now. I looked at Uncle Shu curiously. Shu Ran was the old man in disguise. It turns out that these two values are nothing, but from now on, I will be the best equipped attacker. Just when I was thinking about it, a sweet girl came from outside the night boy who wants to make up for the family is fucked by his wife. Immediately, a beautiful woman appeared at the door of the key point. Dr. Shu looked at the woman and then at me. Xiaoyon, you have really strong taste. The woman smiled like a brother when she saw me. Your old man asked me to find someone to take care of you before he went out. A new batch of fire just arrived today. I'll let you take advantage of it first. Mrs. Lin's beauty makes me, a true man, nervous. Seeing me like this, the woman told me not to be shy. Your old man told me. You said it every day and midnight. Shui Dafu slapped his tail in a low voice with a tail look on his face. He didn't share such a good thing with his brothers. Just when I was about to refuse, suddenly I noticed a small yellow-haired dragon in Longzi. I strode up to him. Are you interested if mine is missing something? He held my clothes tightly. My name is Nakareiji. Please leave me here. Jianzi, I learned from the first deputy clerk, Xiaoshi. He is really upright in speech and manner. The two women who built the seal script are also here. How about I give you a beautiful girl like Lively? The two of them exited 10 meters away. I like men. Looking at the deep message in the middle, I didn't show the happy effect, the baby of the scissors. Small bones born from big dragon. A group of demons felt this. The leader demon suddenly grabbed a ball of flesh and blood and put it into his mouth. Then the legislative publicity was launched. A ray of light lit up and took down the Tianwuchang. The demon lord suddenly burst into laughter. Killing Wuer, this revenge will definitely be achieved. Inside the hanging tube, I looked at the heartbroken spirit. If it weren't for the system, who would have known that the lady in front of him was actually the queen? So I gave him a copy of Fixiangxian. Eat the 5 mysterious points of Tantric Dharma and practice well. I have been watching this matter for 3 years. If you have a sword and scissors, what are you using them for? Don't wait for me to finish. Composed by Chinese Subtitles Group. Damn, this is the difference between genius and mediocrity. At the gate of Tianwu City, Qinlang's sky was now empty due to the case. Suddenly someone pointed to the sky. The endless flames burst into flames. Then a dark shadow with a deep knife and a tent slowly emerged. Watching Tianwu City fall into chaos. The color of the demon's thoughts has become extremely loud. Today, I changed my mind and made amends for nothing. When I heard the explosion outside Cheng, I knew it was time for me to show off again. I just looked back. The whole world is turned upside down. It turned out that it was when I was taking a nap. Outside the city, they were attacked by Demon Lord Tucheng. But I went because I wanted to take action. Although I have systematic cultivation, I haven't used it even once, all at the cost of consuming my life. Now I only have 6 years left in my commission, so I might use that ultimate move again. I'm afraid I'll just cut it off, in order to prevent such an endgame from happening. This time I just focused part of my cultivation on my left hand. Unexpectedly, I just grabbed my hand and a big head was torn out in the space outside Tianwu City, so I put part of my energy on the left wing. The next moment, all the scenes in the cosmos are gathered together. But I soon discovered that this story also has the function of perspective. The next moment I looked at Zhongling who was practicing. It's better to eat beef ear thick than shui kuang. This is too little. For the sake of 10,000 people, I decisively stopped traveling to the deep world. At the same time, the cultivation base is injected into its body. On the other side, there was a one-sided massacre by the Demon Lord. Every minute, hundreds of thousands of creatures die from the Demon King's sword sacrifice. This is Shanshanlai, the first general of Tianwu City, directly release his strongest move, Immortal Feng Kuang. As soon as he turned around, his response was blocked by the cracking fire curtain, and his mouth sounded like it was full of energy. The hand guard period is rising one at a time, and the Huangjiang River is coming. We are saved. I accept your support and lead Hong Fei. I don't know who is the master of the powerful family. I will come to Tianwu. Mo Zheng burst out laughing. Expelled for a reason, the kid actually asked my name. I don't want to publish it. I just don't know what I have done to offend Tianwu Cheng. Is there anything I have to wait for the master to do? No one will give him this opportunity in the future. I don't know when he will come to Pompei Sheng. The position instantly penetrated Pompei's chest. Guozhao's kid, why do I need to come back to you when I'm doing something? Next, I will use the entire Tianwu Changi and health products. Only when I saw this did I finally realize that those scary guys were all here to make fun of me. So I enlarged the book and introduced Shuwei Yuanyuan's arbitrary judgment into Zhonglinger's body. At the same time, he grasped Zhuangguai deeply with his hands. Since you want my life, let's see how many lives you can survive from my hands first. Oil, who was still directing the army to map the route, stopped momentarily. A red light shines in the sky in a straight line. Please then see the palm that has been covering the world appear on your head. Jianzhuang Petroleum was in trouble instantly. Senior, Petroleum was in the wrong. Please don't be embarrassed, Senior. Her words instantly made me laugh. I will kill your little sister and son. And what are you counting? Tell me, please. Then I pinched him directly. Seeing that things are not going as planned, Petroleum fortunately did not pretend to be a fake, and sprayed out a mouthful of semen. If you want to join me in the meeting by self-reporting. I was a little amused to see what kind of flowers it could produce, but after waiting for a long time, I just felt a little bit erotic. I accidentally put a lot of force on my hand. The old monster who transformed into a god in Tang Dynasty instantly turned into a ghost. The next moment, the familiar stabbed shoulder appeared again, and 991 knives slashed my back. Master Sushu, Wenxing reminds you that you still have 1 year to suffer from the disease. Every time I try to pretend to be beautiful, I consume a lot of sound. Under the ashes of my journey, I can only have a few years of business now. The system I'm looking at sends out the soul text. Is your class in English? 99 fingers fluctuate rapidly on PLS and a long document is challenged from the machine. After doing this, he excitedly shook his hands and thought, so Master Su, are you ready to take pictures? When she scolded a little bit one by one from her grandmother. You are especially a person watching flying movies. Wei looks like she's about to cry when she takes off Barber's clothes. It's obviously your own choice as the plastic master. What does it have to do with me? What I wanted to say in classical Chinese got stuck in my throat for a moment. What you said really made sense. Zheng Yuan saw that I hadn't moved for a long time, and even more concerned, he came over to ask me what was going on. Nothing, I was just sucked by a vicious vampire. In order to find the hope of living, I came to the famous Wandu in the city. But on weekdays, the bustling streets of 1111 are now full of people and animals. In a straight line, Xiao Fei has golden light shining in his hand. In his anger and one life, a transparent barrier surrounded the entire 10,000 islands. In the early days of finding a resting ship, no one can come in now. I was so happy before he came that I walked through the place as if nothing had happened. Damn it, why can a mortal without any zero energy wave pass through this level? Just when this was the sound of the system, I remembered it again. Hearing this, I couldn't help but turn around and say, you specially locked me up. Especially in this way, you have been secretly thirsting for my life. My abnormal behavior also ruined the day I was about to take action against me. He decisively chose to continue attacking me. I think it was because the barrier had not been fully applied yet that he wore tight clothes. On the other side, I am highlighting everything about the business around me. Look at all the treasures here. There must be something I want. Suddenly there was a sound of clearing the class. A woman from a red French banquet is super here. It seems to me that this guest has something he wants to buy. The moment I saw him, I had no one to spare and saved 2 drops of pen blood to run out. So do you have any animals here that can increase their stamina? Wan Hongying took a puff of the smoke in his hand. Objectively, what you want is very precious, but I, Wan Beige, do have what you want. When he chose to hit, he took out a magnet. This is a long-hand bomb. There are 3 in total. I don't know if I have any interest in Mr. Wen Yang. I can no longer take my eyes off Xiaoping. So how much does this bottle cost? Wan Hongying knew as soon as she heard that I was poor. The current prince, Da Tuku, received a low-grade snack with a price of 1,000 apiece today. I pretended to be a small amount of money on my face, but I actually scolded him 10,000 times in my heart for being a lackey. Chu Ran was so expensive and robbed. Then I took a deep look at Wang Hongling. How was the deal we made? What is it called? Give me 3 longhand bombs, and I'll take action to protect you. The woman seems to have heard some joke. No one in the surrounding area dares to tell me anything. At this moment, it stands out again and again. The wall of the black wind frame appears in the hall. This time the soldier rushed up the output piece without saying a word. But before he had even gone through a round, he was raped by the big man. Wan Hongying sneered, feeling so crazy when living in the street. The man laughed loudly. Don't think we don't know. The elders guarding here have already left. In their eyes, the road goes out of Tang Nan's way. Wan Hongying took a puff of cigarette. You really think that I, Wan Hongying, am a vegetarian? Please go ahead and kick the Weisu man in the face. Then he raised his leg and kicked the bird with a backspin to kill Bouncer. Finally, lift your legs and make a big heart-shaped T facing downwards. However, his proud attack lost its power at this time. I laughed out loud in a big mood, so that's all you can do. He said that a dozen soldiers would arrive at Wanhong camp and return early. Wan Hong also realized this because of this. But no matter how hard he struggled, nothing happened. Han Yugan's Tianxia is Wan Hongling's big head, and he still talks about Anzang. The other 2 guys who were knocked down actually stood up, staring at men and worrying about solving this is called. This is when I suddenly opened my mouth to mock Hong. It's still the deal we just made. 3 egg pills in exchange for my protection. You guaranteed to do it. Wan Hongying Fangfu grasped the last straw, let alone Sanmai, just give me to you. Hearing this example, he moved his hands and pressed his hands. Jiu also reminded him of his favorite Daylin Road. It was time to harvest again. Every time I take action, I will consume myself and get cancer. You only have 1 year to live if you seek care. But in the face of the strong city and the weak spirit, we will always stand firm. But the one who stood up with me was the system. They really didn't leave any way for me to survive. I only have 1 year left. What else do you want? Jiu touched my head and reassured me that I was fine. I just wanted to go to a few people who were staying at the airport. I couldn't sleep much to get cancer. Okay, I'll be more specific at the end. Big Star Contact burst into laughter. Has this guy's brain been plastered with fish? What are you talking to? The word-reading ghost directly controlled Bengden and transformed into countless prison guards heading towards me. Before the attack, the two of them were the first to laugh. The next moment, there were countless mouths of various sizes on my body. In order to prevent this from happening, I was tied up like a wooden breast. The effect of big mood building is deeper, so this is the helper you invited. Wan Hongying was also speechless for a while. Brat, Madam Hui is still angry with you. At this moment, the collapse belt that originally belonged to the Soul Gang suddenly emitted a shocking light. Pave the broken pieces of a lifetime. Sorry, I was just thinking about how to get rid of you guys to make you more handsome. After much thought, I decided to use this silver. The arrows of the poisonous talker are coming at me again. Brat, I don't believe you can escape this time. Seeing the same attack as Dang Dang, I picked it up impatiently and felt it move. The one-eyed ghost's appearance in the guest room has been open for 2 days. I touched my head and looked funny and unnatural. It turns out you are so weak. The Federation under Wan Hongying closed his mouth. I didn't hear what he just said about me. The Big Star also became extremely nervous at this time. Don't come over. Be careful I catch his brain. Text, I slowly raised a hand. Do you think you can threaten me? The next moment, he grabbed Wan Hongying's arm and broke it instantly. The Big Star suddenly exuded great strength. And I don't intend to let him die like this. Wei Wei uses it in his hands. The next pack I put the smoke into his mouth. The big heart shouted no more in a soulful voice. Suddenly his chest felt so tight. The Big Star also appeared. When I see the words, I will weave them together. When we get to the newspaper collection office, I first checked the consumption this time. I found out that I had only used the item for 2 months. Jiu immediately became disappointed. He was willing to die at a speed. I couldn't complete the KPR mission for this month. I stepped forward and grabbed his face and started rubbing it. It seems that you are eager to kill him. Jiu Zheng has dragged me away and told me that I can wait in the future. Suddenly a voice pulled me back to the line. It turned out that Wan Hongying had single-handedly attacked Delor with the long beast he had just promised me. There is a box full of recruitment slips, but unfortunately it can only add 3 years of recruitment slips, so I have to go back and ask him if he still has physical training work. Wan Hongying told me that most of the modifications are due to cultivation. Since physical training, there are very few modifications. Even our Wanbage does not have any relevant skills. However, if Senior needs it, I naturally have the authority to do it for you. At the same time, I secretly thought in my heart that I must go to this prepared leader. Suddenly a purple Zhangue call. A straight purple shadow appears in the large customization. Warm sand and black wind are in someone's land. I want you to learn from your senior. Wang Hongying didn't get it right either. He turned out to be a clone. This kind of argument made me run in the opposite direction. How many days will it take me to deal with this guy? Tell me about the 99 effect. Who knows in 10 and 8 years. At this time, Xiong Da had completely entered the prison entrance and showed off his own skills. Just when I was still debating whether or not to fuck his hand, Dr. Xiong's fist has already hit my little one. Sheep's humiliation. You are the only one who eats all the orders in your mouth. Build a government with the power of 10,000 years of cultivation. As the golden light sank in my hand, Xiong Da also painted under this terrifying whiskey in order to return. After the ending, I couldn't help but feel so awesome. I felt so much more powerful now. I just stepped in to solve a small problem for the woman, but he went and lay directly on the bed, said he could give me an hour's time task board. However, in my eyes, it is a waste of time to criticize this kind of thing, so I rejected it without even thinking about it. Wan Hongying gritted her teeth and made an interpretation that went against the team's expectations. If the young master agrees to my request, I will obtain the increased sales value of 10,000 treasures and the most hidden time for the young master. Seeing that I didn't respond, he hurriedly said, I was originally the decision cult of Brother Wanbao who always protected the Wan family. The reason why we are here now is because of being framed. As long as the young master can help me clear up my menstrual cramps, I can follow the rules of my family and help the young master follow his ethics and increase his income. Seeing that I was leaving again, Wan Hongying became extremely frustrated. I looked at this nervous encounter with some amusement. Do you want to wash your hair in the hall? Wan Hongying was very surprised to find Liang Day. Please come quickly to my face for the 5th generation. After that we came to a very wide and long room. Because it was my first time to assist a country, Wan Hongying nervously asked me what I needed to prepare. I only used the big bed on the other side of the paper. I didn't want to do anything. I took off my clothes and went to the thing where I was lying on. Wan Hongying thought that this was also a necessary condition for me to agree, and asked with a red face if I really wanted to do it. If you don't want to, I'll leave now. No. I can't promise it. At the same time, the Black Wind War. Xiong Dazhen vomited blood. Who is he that can break my growth? The only thing he knows is that this power is definitely not something he can contend with. What should I do if the bear sweats profusely and doubles the fixation? Seeing that the leader of his family is so prosperous, I don't know where he got stupid. There's a little bit more when it's finally ripe. Before, our strategy was to have Zhu Tian. That treasure can cause people to be killed without even realizing it. The reason why is that even real people can't escape it. Yang Xiongda, made a test joke. Then he shouted to the small building gate of Heishan village to arrest 100 people alive as intruders. On the other hand, I hope that Hongying Hui can resume editing. Take off your clothes and lie on the bed obediently. Young master, you can do whatever you want, but it might hurt a little. Your favor. I clicked on the system I opened and started my adult life. Wan Hongying left the court for 2 consecutive times. I finally stopped. How does Miss Yi feel? Wan Hongying glanced at me shyly. She just said such a thing in front of her seniors. Then he was pleasantly surprised to find that his many years of solo secret attacks had disappeared, and it has become the legendary Wansen Sheng. Thinking of this, Wang Hongying directly pointed the island in front of me. Hongying thanked the young master of the country for causing the enemy to win again. I smiled like I didn't say much, but when I take a step forward, everything around you has turned into system space. What are you doing? I haven't installed it yet. This is what I noticed. Jiujiu actually shrank in the corner. Suju, you big idiot, you're almost dead and you're still thinking about picking up girls. What? What the hell is it that I'm about to die? I'm not just 3 years old. Crying for a long time is just like when my lifespan comes. There is a bastard who is stealing my performance. As I speak, my lifespan has been reduced by more than 100 questions. Damn, this is the offending room. At the same time, within the Black Wind War, the sky shines brightly. Benefit from Pingling, who is constantly absorbing. Xiongda saw that the plan was proceeding according to the original trajectory without laughing. Yi Fan, let me see if you die this time. I obviously have 10,000 years to cultivate. I almost went there because it was divided into 2 and 5 years. Not only did the group go inside my body, there was even an elevator for me to see you, but because it was my hand that fucked his penis, so 9,900 horses will tell me by Zuzou's galaxy. Even for his supporting film, he also went out of his way to help me slow down the loss of life. I asked him how long I could live now, but he told me that at the current rate of loss, at most. After getting this answer, I almost had no one to live in. I have done so much with all my heart and soul. How come my life is getting shorter and shorter? Jiujiu stared at me seriously. You are right. Different from before, this time I will be. As he said that, he threw me out of the system space. I don't know if he did it on purpose, but he actually threw me to the red side of the building. Wang Hongying asked me what to do with a cultivated look on his face. In her empty eyes, I grabbed her shoulders. Guan Hongying unconsciously drooled, and her body and mind were ready to accept it. But I really watched him carefully. If there is any news about compliance with single medication, remember to notify him as soon as possible. Seeing how serious I was, he nodded and told me. So I stopped talking nonsense and drew a circle in the sky. Then the whole person disappeared in the light. In the Black Wind War, in order to get rid of the powerful person in my position as soon as possible, Xiongda even caught a red. Together with dozens of senior wizards, they launched the bloodlight. Hear the color coming from my ears. Xiongda smiled more privately. Fortunately, the avatar has a strong inner body, so the imprint left on the soul can be so deep. No matter how big you are, you still a god. As long as you fall into this kind of heavenly magic, you will be waiting for a silent death. At this moment, a royal smile came from behind Xiongda. Then I crushed Zhu Tian to pieces with my hands. Tell me how you want to die. Xiongda was shocked and looked at the person emerging from the void, wondering who the god was. I went straight to full fire, and the endless tide of 0 ducks attracted 2 ducks all around. So to pretend, it's worth wasting such a life. When 99 said this, I smiled even deeper. Instead of worrying about being smart, I was more worried that he would not die kindly enough. 99, the new guy looks at me. Then I'll help you too. After all, we are partners. The pink color of the vegetable basket shot around me. Countless hands explore from the void. Professor Xiongda Jin Kong, you are obviously very heavy. How could you still be so powerful? I ignored his process. Or suck it into the virtual. Let it feel the feeling of its soul being destroyed. It feels almost the same. My stage player hit a ball in the air. It's a red beam that penetrates the atmosphere and dances directly. The brothers and others also became adults under the pressure of the universe. Looking at the black wind around me that has long since been reduced to ruins, I raised my head and made a big loyalty sign in the direction of Xiongda. Feel me, I am Dairero. Prime Lord, you are happy too early. Your lifespan is still due to the consumption of 100 times of Prime Lord every day. I have obviously destroyed Zhu Tian. It's too late. Even if it's already attached to your body, destroying it won't be of any use. When Yang Wen tore off his clothes and saw a big Zhu mark on my chest for a long time. So who am I? I was so lost that I walked on the road like this. I just kept going back to medicine. But I went to see something extremely terrifying. The giant bear, which increased by 2.5, actually delayed the progress of its neighbors. Not only did she help him light the fire, but she also obediently put her head over to him and touched it. Chinese subtitles also noticed the return at this time. Immediately afterwards, he rushed towards me and my brother's bull. It's a bit embarrassing to come back and complain about Chang'an. The stage leader and Bai Xiong seem to be facing each other, and the atmosphere is a bit noble. The most fearful thing is that the control suddenly becomes quiet. At noon, I stayed close to Chen Chang'an for a long time before dating and explaining. This is Xiao Minghua. She was his playmate when he was a child, and the relationship between the two was very light. The little cotton was originally a very small stick. But one day, Hei Fengzhai continued to the Zhong family. Mom and dad were killed, and Zhong Liana was also taken away. Little Mian Mianzhang broke up with him early in the bowl game. Tears streamed down my face as I spoke to Zhong Lin. One day I will be punished. Chen Chang'an touched the bird's head. Lina, don't be sad. Hai Fengzhen no longer exists. The people who hurt you have also disappeared. Zhong Ling looked at Chen Chang'an with some surprise, his big eyes full of curiosity. Chen Chang'an smiled softly. They did it many times. If they mess with me, I won't take them all in one easy way. Don't worry, you are my family from now on. No one can bully me. Brother Chang'an's. Such a touching scene, even Bai Xiong and Xiaomian Mian cried. Go to the head of the queue and write. But I didn't apply for 3. Jiu popped up to remind him. Hey, idiot, you said there are only 3 days left, and you still don't think of a solution. When Ren Chang'an thought that he could live for 3 days, he couldn't help cursing in his heart. Where can I find long-lasting medicine in such a short time? Auntie, at this moment, the little cotton next to me suddenly became angry. I touched my belly directly and a golden fruit came out, ready to put in water. After growing up and seeing it, eyes sharp and bright. This is actually the beast of the Republic of China that the old man begged for in his book. This can disturb the peace of growing up. Just this small moment can give him at least 5 more years of life. To be honest, it was only 10 yuan. Chang'an immediately ran to pack his things. I want Xiao Minghua to take her to the mountains to talk. Man Baoge and Yi Hongying actually listened to the news about Jiukang Pharmacy and Chang'an that Shi Puppet had inquired about. He sighed with an expression. He didn't expect that a big shot like the young master would hide in Tianwu City for 3 years without actively engaging in violence. I'm afraid he thought he was just an ordinary healer. Knowing the truth of everything, Yi Hongying was even more shocked. Being able to suddenly hold such a strong man in his arms gave Yi Hongying an unreal feeling. At this time, Yi Hongying took out a summons on the New Year's Eve. The summons refused to listen and was in a flash of light. Yi Hongying was coldly resentful that these 2 old guys ran to Dalong Mountain to seize the treasure without their consent and almost killed Brother Wanbao by letting an adult do it. I haven't even asked them to pass the news to the headquarters. It's enough for these 2 old guys to mess around. Although she was very unhappy, Yi Hongying still put the messenger uniform on the star. He wanted to see what news these 2 hometown tigers gave him in the messenger uniform. Soon, Yi Hongying received news from 2 people who went to Dalong Mountain's hometown about a 10,000-year-old spirit tree. It was a 10,000-year spiritual tree that escaped from the gap in the geotechnical seal. It escaped the poison of several king foxes and is now hiding in Dalong Mountain. The 2 elders who testified ordered Yi Hongying to quickly saturate the 4 small retail stores and take me to Dalong Mountain to find Zhu Wanyan's body. Hongni was extremely surprised when he got this news again. This is what the young master wants to increase sales. You have to know where his true revenge is for Chang Lanshuan's increased sales. After all, increased sales are very rare and precious. I am afraid that he is the shopkeeper of Wanbao. I have a relationship with each other, but I want to have 1 or 2 additional sales of Xuanda. Easy. He didn't expect that he would receive news of increased support so soon. He had no reason to take the 4 reporting agencies out to the dragon. This Zhu Wanyan is silent. Even if he finds Mr. Lei, he will never get these 2 hometowns. With the support of the young master, I didn't dare to call him anything when I looked at the 2 old guys. In the secret base of Xiao Mianmian in Dalong Mountain, Chen Chang'an made a fortune. I became Onigahara's belly, lying in the sky to bask in the sun, and the ground was all about me. Chen Chang'an looked at the panel with excitement. The sword showed a lifespan of 1 year. Okay, it's time to go back. Tianwu City, mobile lively tea house, window seat on the 2nd floor. Directly, a blood-soaked man straightened his facial expressions to drink tea, but there was something shocking and wonderful hidden deep in his eyes. This old snow cannon man is famous as the ancient fierce devil. He is one of the elders of Shitujiao like Shiyu. He is a powerful monkey king who transforms into gods. He came to Tianwu City to inquire about the cause of Shiyu's death. After all, petroleum is the protector of Shitujiao. He has a noble status and died suddenly. This does not put Shitujiao in his eyes at all. He is a big dissenter, so his death must be investigated clearly. If possible, I would avenge him. But in Deji Petroleum, a big hand protruding from the other side crushed the stone. The butt model was so shocked that the hair and bones were damaged due to the blockage. Ten Zhong Lao's strength is much higher than what I can tell you. I didn't expect that Jingwei's art skills would explode. Fan Xiuwei must have surpassed the transformation nerve. That is to say, he may be a strong master who teaches the host of immortal advancement. Ji Xiumo Sheng took a deep breath and found out the cause of Shi Yu's death. He didn't dare to look for the murderer, let alone in the Tianhua City Hall. Afraid of being overwhelmed by the mysterious wall of sand and oil, I put the flying T in one end and started the operation. But while there was an away game, he met a omen. The ancient cultivator Mo Dun's eyes lit up. There is no shortage of everything. The husband is like a spiritual jade. This seems to be a spiritual body without enough. I didn't expect my luck to be so good. Zheng's daughter came to practice egg training. I hope I can make an endless egg. And this girl was going to buy some traditional Chinese medicine. Ji Xiumo Lian smiled sinfully and held up a little, but he didn't know the actual number of pigeon lanterns. He wanted to enter Yaohua before Zhong Lian. I remember being locked up like that. Zhong Lian, who just arrived at the door, take the door first. Could it be that he's a skilled thief? There's something erotic and trembling in the middle, like super text. Is it you who belongs to Brother Chang'an? The next second, Shuihu's eyes looked back at the black shadow that was about to hit the target. Immediately afterwards, Chen Chang'an walked out with a smile. Linger, I am back. Seeing clearly the black shadow, 02 was crying and walked towards Chang'an. Brother Chang'an, lock your knuckles. It's okay. Chen Chang'an smiled, hugged Linger and touched his head. What are you afraid of when I'm here? Suddenly, the blood-colored Light King was hurt in Changsha's eyes. At this time, Tong Yangbing Chen Chang'an had already left Cheng Ling with him. Zhong Linger, who was following behind, was a little confused. Brother Chang'an, doesn't he eat fish? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Chen Chang'an smiled softly. He persisted a little longer and now he caught a beautiful foreign hair. At this moment, I suddenly had a flash of inspiration. No, you are not from Brother Chang'an. In Wenyang, Chen Chang'an's red-eyed soldier has recurred again. I am not your Brother Chang'an. Then who do you think I am? After the elder sister finished speaking, Chen Chang'an looked back and smiled, then immediately gave up the disguise. He caught Zhong Lei. Another point is that Zhuang Ming's recovery of 1 year of growth is not only painful but useless. But it's time to break through and discover the pig god inside to guide. And the symptoms of his coma were as if he had been retrieved by someone. Shen Chang'an's face turned cold and indifferent. Who is it? Could it be that Zhong Ling was captured by the people from Heifeng village? The next second, Chen Chang'an no longer hesitated and directly used the sacred tree to search for Zhongling in Tianwu City. But soon, his face darkened because he searched the entire Tianwu City for his god's tomb, but could not find half of Zhonglian's things, which meant that Liana was not in Tianwu City. Chen Chang'an said nothing and was careful about the safety of the important people. So we only got along for a few days, but Zhonglian and Guan Xiaoping were very sensible, and Chen Chang'an had already regarded him as a member of the Jiukang pharmaceutical department. No matter who it is, who dares to attack the people around him, the growth case will definitely not spare him. He continued to use the divine ink and looked for the outside of Tianwu City. His eyes were like those in the City of Gods, and they were reborn endlessly. Soon Chang'an finally found Zhong Ling. In this incident, Zhong Lei area was taken by the ancient evil demon to a cave in the Delongshan Palace. A large hole was created, and the ground was filled with thousands of masters. What does the blood-soaked old man of Chang'an media want to do with it? However, after careful observation, Chen Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Zhonglian was fine at this time. Immediately afterwards, Chen Chang'an cultivated the invincible double-headed head with a reason. This was the skill he was exploring. After just one step of selling, he felt as if he was in a smooth mood. He suddenly disappeared into Jiukang Pharmacy and appeared in Tianwu Chengcheng. As soon as the void was deleted, Chen Chang'an's figure appeared. Then the Ministry of God sold it again, and Chao Dalong Mountain felt. In the third hole, Zhong Linger's face turned pale. At this time, he had recovered his spirit. He was about to refine the evil devil. Zhong Linger, who is only 12 years old, is inevitably afraid of you. Who are you? Why did you catch me here? Hearing the sound of thunder, the tiger enemy demon raised his head and was satisfied that he was worthy of being a zero body and that he had resumed his priesthood so quickly. Please continue. The smile on Ji Yuxiu's devilish face is full of nonsense. Girl, don't be afraid. I just want to train you into an invincible bomb. I hope I can escape from the shock and cleanse the fleshy creatures who have repaired these years. We chatted at noon, and my face became even paler. Then I realized that the old man in front of me was actually a 5-year-old who killed 1 or 2 people. What should I do? Zhonglian kept turning his brain to think about how to be rescued. Ji Yuxiumo saw Zhong Lei's thoughts and sneered, Girl, don't even think about escaping. It's impossible for you, a little fake Xiu Xiu. to escape from Yiling Wang and Shou Shong. Zhonglian couldn't believe it when he said this. What came from Jin Wei was determination. The old thing in front of him was like a king. Little did he know how strong the queen was, but the Shiyu that Yang Yang wanted to seduce that day was the king of England. Although Shiyu was crushed to death by one of Chang'an's hands, it did not hinder his strength. Zhonglian raised pure. He was unwilling to be trained into a secret single. Why are you a prince? In front of brother Chang'an, you are nothing. He can crush you to death with just one hand. As soon as these words came out, Ji Xiongmo's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the oil was officially exploded by one hand. Could it be related to the Chang'an song that the girl said? Ji Xiongmo and the media thought for a while and used a soul-locking number on Zhongling. But in the search book, the ancient evil demon was suddenly frightened by a certain scene in Zhonglian's memory. His originally calm face turned into a silly white face as if his humor had been ruined. He was so strong that he retreated and suddenly fell to the ground. It was easy for Wang Hafeng to offend Chen Chang'an. Ji Xiongmo's words were full of vigor, because just now he saw the scene in Zhonglinger's memory through the several times he used it on Zhonglinger. A young man in light clothes sat in the courtyard. His expression was dull. He just stretched out his right hand and transformed into a giant hand covering the sky. Then Shiyu, who had been in agreement with him for many years in the Shizhua sect, was pinched and turned into a continuation under the hands of the Zhetianju. And the female doll he has captured now is, by coincidence, the one next to Chen Chang'an. With a flat stomach and a feeling of fear, Ji Xiongmo looked at 02. His eyes sparkled with uncertainty due to emotion. What should I do with the chain in this situation? Should I continue to train it or put it away? The secret word is that Ji Xiongmo has already made a decision. Even if he has seen Chen Chang'an's hardships, he will not repair it. He still planned to knock Zhongling first and make his face look like a shame. Suddenly, when I heard a cold voice, I suddenly remembered from the quiet cave, who gave you the courage to pretend to help me steal someone, who is not a fierce demon like a spirit skin, but I saw the entrance of the cave. In 10712, Mr. Huang came. When I see the bones and breasts shrinking in this light garment, I feel a deep sense of inspiration from the soles of my feet. Grow up. The five brothers are broken under the mold. He never imagined that just after he hit 0, the mayor was playing the soul-searching tree, and in the blink of an eye, Chen Chang'an appeared in front of him alive. He postponed a mouthful of flame, his heart limited in words. You must know that Chen Chang'an in front of you is very determined to keep Wu Miao and conservative. Facing him, I have nothing to eat. Without thinking, he grabbed Zhongling and threatened him. When you grow up, please let me go. I will give you this daughter. It's just that his voice is full of blood. Hey, on the side, Zhonglinger saw Chen Chang'an and suddenly appeared in front of him. The despair in his heart turned to surprise. Brother Chang'an, why are you here? Chen Chang'an smiled at Zhonglian. If I don't come, who will serve me in the future and who will wash my meals? Are you looking for the kingdom to introduce a little girl? Listening to Chen Chang'an's joke, he got hit by 02.1, but he wasn't nervous at all. At this time, Chen Chang'an turned to look at the ancient evil demon. His eyes were very tight. Old soul, you dare to touch my people. He is here to kill you when he is 100 years old, and you think you can threaten me by catching my people? The demon god of Valley Shame said, I didn't know that this daughter was yours at first. You just need to be noble and let me go. I won't hurt her, but if you want to kill me, I will fix the monster and take this daughter with you. Grow up and be happy with Pei Sai. He once again used his invincible cultivation power, New Year's movement, and the coercion of the terrorist movement swept out of the room and suppressed Ji Xiongmo. Xiongmo Yugui used a number of immobilizations to stand still. Even the laws in his body stopped flowing. It is simply impossible to kill Zhong Lian and Pei Zhang. Ji Xiongmo Jin Kong felt infinite despair in his heart. Only at this moment did he realize what a pity it was for him to seize Zhongling and threaten Chen Chang'an. In the eyes of Chen Chang'an, he is basically a giant building that he can easily squeeze. Excuse me. Senior, please spare me a thought. I won't fight again. Talking about Ji during the ancient magic cave, I can only launch the ball from the monument. Forgive me, Chen Chang'an didn't take the butt repair work seriously and didn't respond to him. He said softly, Lina is fine. In the literary version, 02 found that the constraints on his body were gone and he regained his freedom. He was surprised to find that the alliance returned to the side of the growth case. Chang'an touched Zheng Yuan's. How do you want to deal with this old guy? Zhonglian Tian rode, please. Okay, Chen Chang'an discussed the power and came out. The ancient evil demon who was disturbed by the ball felt the terrifying and innocent power coming. He didn't even have time to send out a message to the disabled students. So he reported a bloody. All the defensive magic weapons on his body were instantly dissolved several times, and in the end, only the heavy sword remained. From the appearance of Chang'an City to the ancient cultivation mode, it all happened too fast. But at the moment when Chen Chang'an dispersed and felt embarrassed, The system jumped out for a long time. I saw him carrying his 80-meter-long diamond knife and entering, standing behind Cheng Cheng. Damn it, Chen Chang'an was affected by this sudden concern. Next, but he also knew that Jiao came to him for service. Why Mie Dai, please be gentle. After saying that, Chen Chang'an closed his eyes and waited for the one he loves. Chang'an had just closed her eyes and was ready for the violent numbers coming from a long time ago. But I didn't expect. 99 actually put away the sword and showed it with a knife, but then he took it back. Lifespan 1 current lifespan is 1 month and 3 days. Press a little to grow and push harder. It's so gentle. Your system won't have bubbles. Idiot, does it always look like this? I saw that Lan Yun glanced at Cheng Cheng and disappeared. At this time, Zhonglian lit up a ditch fire next to Cheng Chang's case. Brother Chang'an, I can't eat fish tonight. Growing up, and smiled. Tomorrow is ambition. As he said that, Chen Chang'an inspected the stock mold and went in step by step. This time he deliberately kept it. Look at the kitchen rings of King Monkey. There is no ring. There are millions of low-grade 0 hours, even mid-grade 0 hours and high-grade 0 hours. It was the first time that Chen Chang'an saw so many odd hours when he came to the Western Department in Shidi, and he was very upset. Apart from snacks, the most popular items are the colorful ones. Finally, there are a bunch of single island books and some real grass single rooms. Based on Chen Chang'an's experience, it seems that this old guy is a convenience store. Then he uses his invincible show as a way to use his energy. It only took half an hour to read these single guide books. If he could turn over the numbers faster, he might be able to master the semi-primary phase. Sure enough, flipping through books can only affect all aspects of learning. As for Noon Lia, who was on the side, he was looking at the material of Chen Chang'an's series. It took a while. He opened it so fast. Can Brother Chang'an understand it? Finally, Chen Chang'an opened the video playback again. Instantly, its calm face showed a lively look after taking it. The Wupin hand-holding sheet, after taking it, can increase the longevity of 1,000 years. Chen Chang'an didn't expect to find this single room holding hands in the ancient bear demon's kitchen ring. The Guji kingdom has also collected good medicinal materials, but it only lacks 3 main ones: 10,000 years lunch, Salu blood, and Misawa pig flour, which is at least 5,000 years old. Growing up in peace and harmony with my motherland, if I have this 1,000-hand blue, it will be sold for me for another 1,000 years, which will be enough to form my perfect layer. Even in the future, you don't have to worry about using the 9.91 million-year-old invincible show of 8. He couldn't wait to go to Xianfeng right now and ask Yi Hongying to help find him. But at this moment, a fierce fighting sound suddenly came from outside the cave. The entire cave shook violently, and gravel continued to fall from above. Chen Chang'an, Mai, Lina, this cave is not safe. We still made mistakes. Well, Chang'an opened the cave with a penalty shot from the middle chain. Sure enough, just as Chang'an and Zhonglina left the cave in the city, the whole cave collapsed with a loud bang. There is a dose of Zhonglei Yang's Yang Shui. Brother Chang'an, we were almost ready to buy it. Chen Chang'an nodded and looked at the mountain forest where the members were. A fierce battle was breaking out there. The large number of people in the area caused. The power is astonishing. Obviously the modification strength of the battle is extraordinary. Look at it. Go over there and take a look. After that, he took Zhonglin and went directly to Shanling over there. In his opinion, it would be good to fight against strong ones. At least powerful monastery building users may be able to get the 3 main monasteries needed to chain hand 3 from them. In the mountains and forests, Yi Hongying takes the trembling Zunbao department into his arms. Lun Lun looked at the 3 people standing in the small mountain forest. Their eyes were shining. 404 people. There is also a hand, which is currently holding a 10,000-year spiritual body. This 10,000-year spiritual body has thick roots and thick roots. The roots are crowded together like an arm, and it is golden in color. Exuding the strong early morning sound of the machine, trace of spirit society has been born and is being investigated in the hands of Yi Hongyin. However, Yi Hongyin used a piece of paper to cover up the sound of 10,000 years of zero sound and forced the wind to make it impossible for 10,000 years of zero sound to escape. Damn it, these 2 formation arms have grown. Yi Hongyin is unhappy. After the 2 formation elders broke back the news about Wan Yin Lingchen, he immediately took the security search department to Dalong Mountain to search for the whereabouts of Wan Yin Lingchen. After working hard for 3 days, I finally found Zuozong's 10,000 years of life at a mountain hook tonight. Yi Hongying was so surprised that she quietly did not want to testify and successfully captured the 10,000-year spirit body. He did not intend to give the 10,000-year spirit body to Shengsha Changwen, but decided to give it to Chang'an. So he quietly left Dalong Mountain under the cover of night. He never thought that the 2 assassins and elders would meet him a long time ago, untie him from the basket at the edge of Dalong Mountain, and force him to hand over the 10,000 years spiritual. God, Yi Hongying didn't want to deal with the 2 town chiefs and elders, but there happened to be an old man who had been reincarnated to the top. Yi Hongying did not hesitate to take out the 10,000-year spirit body. Sure enough, she trusted the old man. The old man knows the importance of 10,000 years of spiritual depth. It can add to his already overwhelming victory. So the old man took action against the two formation elders, and the battle broke out. However, the two sides fought, and although Yi Hongying won a moment of solidarity, Yi Hongying did not dare to escape at all. As long as he dares to escape with the one Yinling body, these three people will definitely cease fighting in an instant, and Hongsha will be in love with him. Yi Hongying didn't take off the tight rope. Damn it. How can I escape from the hands of these three strong men with my 10,000-year spirit body? At the very beginning, Yi Hongying still had one way to go, which was to hand over Wang Yinlingshan to the two formation commanders, then return to Tianwu City and inform the people at the birthplace about the 10,000 years spirit god. Chen Chang'an took action, and the two forehand elders could only willingly surrender Wan Yan's body, but doing this will not prove his ability. If he wants to get Chang'an's gas poison in the future, his future as the king of Brother Wanbao is now in darkness, and he may never get ahead in his life. He has a kind of pickup. As long as he can hold Chang'an's big belly, he will definitely be replaced in the days to come. Thinking of this, Yi Hongying's eyes were firm and he bit him. As long as we return to Tianwucheng and see the doll, I will be safe. Yi Hongying took a deep breath and put her 10,000-year-old soul into the ring. The young Momo bade search for guidance. This time, Yi Hongying put the Xuanbao attribute into the spirit Shodai and sent out two tracking servers to increase the speed. Sticking to his two souls to pursue the title of Archer King Misha, Yi Hongying only felt that he turned into a gust of wind and fled towards the outside of Dalong Mountain at extremely fast speeds. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Hongying made a move, it instantly caused the two Zhangshou Shanlang and Nana to throw pigs at her. The two town elders were furious. Yi Hongying, where do you want to take Wan Yinlingshan? Bao Tu Lungku, you can leave. First, keep the Wan Yinlingshan. The three of them don't want children. Killing is not effective. Yi Hongying did not stop and ran away quickly. The three strong men behind him just followed and kept angrily trying to stop him. But at this moment, Yi Hongying, who was escaping, found two people appearing in front of her. When he saw the visitor, Master Yi Hongying was overjoyed to find out the case. The young master, these two people are Chen Chang'an and Zhongling. Yi Hongying was pleasantly surprised. She didn't expect Jingui to meet Chen Chang'an in Dalong Mountain. Now he is saved. Chen Chang'an was surprised and recognized the escaped ointment. Hongying, why are you here? Yi Hongying's chi is weak and she hasn't had a chance yet. The two formation elders and the old man have already given chase and will report Chen Chang'an, Zhonglian and Yi Hongying together. When someone's eyes fell on Yi Hongling, he killed his third grandson. Growing up, An Weimi adjusted her eyes and found that something was not right. He stretched out his hand to support Yi Hongying and asked lightly, what do the three of you want to do? The two elders and the old man took turns, unpacking Chang'an. His eyes cleared. If you don't want to die, just roll around. This is not just buying the hero you say you are talking about. Yi Hongying, you are now on a desolate road, shocking a foreigner into a false cultivator. Come here now and hand over your 10,000-year spirit body immediately. You are the shopkeeper of Wanbaobao. We will not kill you. Another old man looked at Aber Hongling and said, little girl, both of them are newbies taking oral exams. You will hand over your eternal soul to me. I will protect your life. If you don't hand it over, I won't let it go. The words of the three people made Chen Chang'an look at him in awe. Wan Yinlingshan, Yi Knight Hongyin went to find Wan Yinlingshan. It seemed that the Wan Yinlingshan was already in his hands. This was good news. Young master, this is the 10,000 years spirit god. At this time, Yi Hongying had recovered a little. After holding his skin and breathing, he faced his opponent and the three elders who were not in position. Fa became calm and relaxed, because he knows how powerful Chen Chang'an is. With Chen Chang'an by his side, he is safe. 10,000 years of zero business is taken out. This is the essential fragrance of a book of ability. It is refreshing. The eyes of the two formation elders and the old man have become greedy and no heat. The next moment, the three of them took action at the same time, trying to snatch this 10,000-year-old soul body. Grow Alison cold drink. The expressions of the three people suddenly changed, and they felt a terrifying and boundless slight pressure falling, which they could not bear. I only feel the energy and blood turning around. Half of the internal organs and 6 rots have been broken into pieces. Pay attention directly. They were covered in blood, their faces were pale, and they were suppressed in place and couldn't even touch them. Chen Chang'an did not take the three of them seriously. He took over his 10,000 years life from Yi Hongyin without even looking at them. Feeling the pure and passionate voice inside, Chen Chang'an was not happy. With this 10,000-year-old body and the practice of holding hands, there are still 2 main types of water-bearing flowers that have reached the 5,000th year of Silu driving. Hongyang, you see very well. Yi Hongying committed suicide and attacked. This is what Hongying should do. Mr. Luo Fei appears here. Hong Ying's life is now in danger. Chen Chang'an put away the Wanyan Lingshan, but was defeated by Yi Hongying. These 3 people are chasing you. Now I will suppress them and leave them to you to deal with, Mr. Xie. The 2 formation elders now know that Chen Chang'an is not as weak as he appears on the surface. They are a little frightened. Alliance, Yi Hongying, no, Yi Changqiu, we are the elders of Brother Wanbao. For the sake of everyone's consensus, please spare us. The boss should have said earlier that this 10,000-year-old body was prepared for seniors. If we had known about it earlier, we would not have caused this unnecessary conflict. Senior, we don't want to snatch away that 10,000 years zero sound. Please, Senior, don't worry about the villain. As for the old man, he kept vomiting to get rid of his fear. Miss Yi, the old man has nothing to do with you. If it hadn't been for the old man's intervention, the 2 elders who agreed with you would have asked for your name. I am your savior. Yi Hongying didn't talk nonsense about the harassment of San Ren. Take out a mouthful of health care. Jianguang is stupid and the 3 guests fall to the ground. Yi Hongying looked at the 3 lines of the poem with a complicated look on her face and felt very relieved. Just a moment ago, he was like a wolf being hunted for treasure, just like a cat grasping his hand. In the blink of an eye, these 3 powerful people were groomed and died in his hands. It made Yi Hongying feel like she was in a dream. It was extremely unreal, but he also asked Yi Hongling to supervise and follow Chen Chang'an's Tuhui. Soon, Yi Hongying got 3 virginity rings from the 3 people. At the same time, she searched all the thin hair on their bodies, and then threw a tung fire to burn the 3 sentences to ashes. Young master, this is the sun remover and magic weapon they have. Yi Hongying attacks to take out the 3-dimensional sun remover. There is no eyebrow growth medicine for me. I only want various health-enhancing things. After thinking about it, I added another round and saved some time for my physical training. Okay, son. Chen Chang'an looked at Yi Hongying, who had a fine eye for public opinion, and fell into Chen Sai. Yi Hongying, as the shopkeeper of Wanbage, was very helpful to him in collecting the items for strengthening the defense. For example, he got the Shu Wanyan early morning for him in just a few days, but he is too weak to show off for convenience. He has no automatic skills when facing a strong person. For example, tonight, if he hadn't appeared in order to win 0, he would have happened to meet Yi Longying being chased by San people. If he were not here tonight, Yi Hongying would most likely have died in the hands of the 3 of them. After thinking about it, except for the people around him who have 9.91 million years of invincible cultivation, just like Yi Hongying of China United, his self-protection ability is very poor. He cannot be lucky every time. But soon, Chen Chang'an became doctrinaire and developed many interrogation methods regarding his invincible cultivation. Soon, he thought of a way to use it which might be able to solve this problem. Huang Ying, you may have arc weakness. It's not that young master wants you to be tired. It will be all right. Then I looked for Bian Hongying in her own kitchen world and quickly found a few pictures. There are attack Erping Flame servers, Sanping Frost servers, Sanping Tianlei servers, as well as defensive spirit servers, Taobao's postal service, etc. Chang'an didn't talk nonsense, took the amplitude, and then injected the invincible cultivation into these amplitudes. It seems that these server lanes are still the level 1s, with no changes at all. In fact, every server lane has undergone changes that lasted 3 days, and contains this terrifying and astonishing energy. Chen Chang'an will return these degraded service lanes to Yi Hongying. If Haiku Wolf encounters threats in the future, he will directly throw out the service lanes. Which is enough to gain your sex. Yi Hongying smiles. Master, these ranges are just low-level ranges. They can only deal with those foreign-blooded cultivators who have retreated from traditional culture. They can really protect them. He carefully observed these amplitudes, and there was no change in each one, which was the most common amplitude. He really couldn't understand how these low-level amplitudes could protect him. There is no explanation on the growth button, just a brief explanation. You can try it out with a range. Remember Yu Yun? Well, Yi Hongying nodded and restored a 2-level flame to the machine fire. In an instant, Yi Hongying felt this 2-level flame costume, and a miraculous and astonishing energy burst out. Immediately afterwards, the flames that were released were like a determined red stream, roaring toward the mountains and forests ahead. The fire that filled the sky turned the front into a terrifying sea of fire, burning everything to ashes. Under my light, Yi Hongying saw this majestic face with 2 levels of flames. His beautiful face was pale, and this matter was already full of seriousness and sharp nose. Finally, Yang used his head. The power of this real 2-level flame spread has exceeded Yi Hongying's imagination. With such terrifying power unleashed, even the neurotic Monkey King would have no doubt how many of his dirty bodies would float under these 2 bottles of flames. It's also difficult to manage. Chen Chang'an said these services can protect his sex. After seeing Erping Hongyi's confusion after being at Chen Chang'an's house, Hongyi didn't dare to try the remaining service routes and even felt that her heart was low. With such a huge range, I actually wasted one of them. And how on earth did he do it? Such a respectable change occurred in this smaller level service. It is simply subversive of cognition and unbelievable. Indeed, as Chang'an said, these ranges can save lives. He thought that even if he met the King Monkey of Transformation God in the future, he would be able to defeat or even kill him with these ranges. Zhonglian, who was on the side, was also shocked by this two-level flame suit with big eyes. Chen Chang'an just looked at all this indifferently. You know, he just put a trace of invincible cultivation into these amplitudes. This caused such a mental change in the amplitude, and contains such terrifying power. If he is more serious, he can even use his invincible cultivation to turn a small two-level flame suit into a divine suit that destroys the world. Of course, doing so will also cause unnecessary losses to its lifespan, at least reducing the number of trees by 1, or even reducing its lifespan by more than 1 year. So Chen Chang'an simply increased the range by 1. After all, these supplements are enough to bring back Yi Hong's sexual power. The little spirit put away these words one by one. Yi Hongying prayed, the young master appeared in Dalong Mountain, and received the blessing from Emperor Dong, who was compassionate to the late emperor. This time, Chen Chang'an just smiled faintly. It's just a legacy from the late emperor. I don't dare to be interested. On the side, Zhongling admires Chang'an very much. He is in the same league. I think brother Chang'an is more powerful than his late brother. After all, at the end of these days, Zhong Zero has seen how powerful Chang'an is. No matter it is the queen who wants to be successful in imitating the family, the male eye is practical. King Monkey Valley Bear Demon, who still wants to catch him for solo training, has no ability to resist when facing Chen Chang'an, and simply refuses to kill the opponent. Therefore, for Zhonglian, who is in and out of the spiritual world, Chen Chang'an's fighting power and his strength have been deeply ingrained in Zhonglian's heart. Her heavy responsibility is even to fall in love with Chen Chang'an. As for what the audience said, Yi Hongying didn't know what to say for a while. It was the inheritance of the late emperor. Chen Chang'an didn't dare to be interested. Although Chen Chang'an was strong, but Yi Hongying doesn't believe that there will be a history of immortal land even after the dust has grown. You must know that immortal land is the strongest existence in Xiuxian Borough. Of course, if Yi Hongying knew that Chen Chang'an had been able to obtain the Mercy Sword, one of the late emperor's earthly qualities, but didn't ask for it, I don't know what improvements would be made. In fact, if Chang'an is really allowed to face Xiandi, and Xiandi is aware of it, Chang'an will only become Ye Chen. Go back. Chen Chang'an originally wanted to spend the night in the cave of Dalong Mountain tonight, but now that the cave has collapsed, can he only return to the 5 cities? When San Ren returned to Tianwu City, he had already arrived. Chen Chang'an took Zhonglian and Yi Hongying home respectively. Yi Hongying told Yi Hongying that he still had important things to deal with now. The elders Xinsho were all sent by the headquarters, and they all have souls circulating in the headquarters. 2 people were killed. When Dengshi met. The main store will send someone soon. As the boss of Wanbage, of course he must take care of himself. Fortunately, on the way back, Chen Chang'an also made it clear that he was ashamed of Yi Hongying and asked him to go to the stage to collect increased doctrine for him. If you encounter any problem that cannot be solved, just come to him directly. After getting Chen Chang'an's words, Yi Hongying no longer had any stories to tell. With Chen Chang'an as a test subject, supporting him, he didn't need to call him anything. Zhu Kang was about to shop, when Chen Chang'an came back with Zhonglian. A white-haired old man wearing coarse cloth with a sword was beating him in front of him. The marriage went smoothly. When he saw Chen Chang'an approaching, the white-haired old man was full of energy, playing tricks in a small and harmonious way. Why are you coming back from Chang'an? You want to have a hot noodle walk at night? Zhonglian said hello politely and resumed blogging. Since being taken in by Chen Chang'an, Zhonglian has not been hiding from the house, and he has become familiar with some of the neighbors in Qingyunji. This noodle seller, Uncle Fu, is strange. Uncle Fu smiled and nodded to him and said, here comes our Qingyunji. It's been a few days since I've eaten the old man's noodles. Don't let them grow too long. At this time, Zhonglian's stomach suddenly became unsettled and the remains were uploaded to Google. Read in the middle chain. Chen Chang'an smiled and touched Zhong Yuan's head. Exposing Zhong Yuan was evil, and so was he. After all, after Zhongling was captured by the ancient bear demon, the rain stopped at night, and Chen Chang'an was anxious to save him. He could eat, so he was naturally hungry. It's been a while since I'd eaten noodles made by Fubua. Fubua, please come and enjoy. Saying that, Chen Chang'an walked with Zhonglian in the shed and sat in front of the table, looking at the Zhonglian mobile phone beside him. In the past, when Dr. Lazy and I came back from playing in the middle of the night, we would always ask Fubua for a bowl of hot noodles on our way to the airport. The noodles made by Kubo are a rare delicacy in Tianwucheng. You will know it after you taste it, Linger. Hum. Listening to Chen Chang'an's compliments, I smiled so hard that I couldn't hold my tongue. It was a bit sticky. This noodle cloth. I, Zhongsu, have been open-minded since I was young. And now I am 62. Not to mention Qing Yunjian, even if she belongs to another sister, who doesn't know my signature Zhongsha noodles. Zhongfu was busy eating his noodles and making strips of dough. At the same time, he learned about what happened further with a worried look on his face. I can't say anything about Chang'an these days. Ever since something happened in the underground palace extending out of Dalong Mountain, many dangerous people have come. Have you heard about it? Chen Chang'an said, this is a big deal. I heard that the whole Xiaoxian sword was alarmed. How could I not know how uncle who came here? This is not a good thing. Right now, the streets of the underground palace and the parks all over the city are full of yellow people. If newbies fight, we mortals will suffer. What if one day the newbies come out without their heads? I don't know how many people will die in Tianwucheng. I also heard that the people who died in Dalong Mountain in the past few days are almost piled up to kill. Do you remember that newcomer from a few days ago? I heard that this person is the elder named Shitu. He is very strong and wants to succeed. If it weren't for the ancestors in the city who took action, Wucheng would probably accept another escape. From the south today, Chen Chang'an said, Fu Bo, you don't have to worry about this. It's not because some people in the city are taking action. If someone wants to succeed, of course they won't let them do whatever they want. Just don't worry, even if you're in the middle, Brother Chang'an is right. You and your wife don't have to worry. Today is 50%. Chen Chang'an has also been here for 3 years. Chen Chang'an has feelings and likes to be humble. Facing Anwei and Chen Chang'an, Zhongfu didn't say anything but looked helplessly away. At this time, the noodles are also cooked. Sprinkle with chopped green onion. Zhongfu, Chen Chang'an, and Zhongliu serve. The noodles exuded a delicious aroma, and the two people on the airport road opened their doors and ate it. Zhongfu Luchu smile crow head, how does it taste? Yeah brother. Chen Chang'an shrank quickly. A bowl of noodles was eaten quickly, but the amount of oil and MSG was too much. Let's have another bowl. Your hair is still so good despite your small size. Let me try it for you right away. Chen Chang'an smiled and said, I'm still young, aren't I? Yes, but Charmin, you should give birth to me when you have time. Wait until Mr. Huang comes back to cheer him up. As he was talking, there was an unintentional look at the picture. Chen Chang'an buys Zhong Xuanjuan 02 is only 12 years old, and it's just the medicine he collected. Next to the ground, Zhong Leiya is eating cake from the little blushing shop owner. Soon, Zhongfu brought the second night's noodles to Chen Chang'an, and they started chatting again. It's been inconvenient recently. I plan to move to Blue Flower Village in the next 2 days and then come back after the storm has passed. You guys have to be careful these days. Don't go out if you can. Especially be careful not to contradict me first. Chen Chang'an nodded. He knew Fu Bo was interested. Yes, the Orion. His name is Zhong Yong. Jin Wangfu introduced a woman from Lanhua village to get married. At that time, Chen Chang'an followed the old man to drink wine. However, Zhong Yoning lived with his wife in Lanhua village after establishing a consumer package, and sometimes left him to go out for a fight. When he has free time, he will take his prey into the city and stay with his father for a few days. And the money Fu Guokai earned from destroying his family will of course be used to take over the small blue house. Fu Bo has worked hard for most of his life, and it's time to think about Buddha. Blue Flower Village is a good place to think about happiness. If anything happens to Fu Bo during this period, even if he comes to Jiukang, he will pounce on me. Good. Okay, grow up and smile. Continue to explain. Wei Huan is another big bowl of noodles. Chang'an is finally satisfied with the wings of the new clan. Have 02 wings, baby. After paying the money, Fu Bo will leave first. You go to bed early. Fu Bo smiled and nodded. He looked at the backs of Chen Chang'an and Zhong Liu Yi. Fu Bo pointed at them to block them. This guy from Chang'an is pretty good. This old man Huang has endured it well. Quan Chang'an woke up the next day and walked out of the room. In the wish, Zhonglian, I am practicing, suffering from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The body constantly emits the sound of red and bright qi and blood. It seems that the cultivation of nourishing qi in blood has gained the benefits of Wengu tea. Good morning, Brother Chang'an. Then, Zhonglia stopped practicing and took the prepared breakfast from the kitchen. Thank you, teacher, for your hard work. Neutral 2 play 21 smile and shake his head slightly. It's not good at all. Chang'an touched Zheng Yuan's head. With this pressure, his life feels much more comfortable. It feels good to have someone taking care of him. After breakfast, Chen Chang'an placed Zhong Yao in front of him. Second, you were arrested by the moderator yesterday due to the special system. Just in case, I need to create strength in your body. When you are in danger, you can use this power to preserve your sex. Immediately afterwards, Chen Chang'an had a thought, and there was Wu Dishuwei. Just lift it up a little and launch a golden streak in the void. The The scattered golden light flickering from the golden dew released a trace of power and terror, which directly caused the surrounding void to become righteous. This is the method that Chen Chang'an came up with after groping until midnight last night through the service routes in Yeong camp. He trained the invincible show as a powerful service route in the camp and integrated it into the body of the protected person. They can use these two methods at any time, whether it is to fire themselves or to temporarily increase their combat power and become stronger. Chen Chang'an used this discovered amplitude function to zero life and death, because as long as he wants to, he can even control the blessings of life and death and directly improve his nature. But you said that the price of Chen Chang'an's possession of this valley of life and death is still not the same. It actually consumed 2 years of his lifespan and left him with 1,660 years of life left. In the central Lianhao period, I looked at this life and death talisman floating in the air. If you grow up and hold it up a little, this blessing of life and death will disappear into the middle of the plum heart. Immediately afterwards, Neighbor 2 transformed into the Sea of Stones in Mingming, and there was an additional golden suit. As long as you want, you can hide this life and death talisman at any time, but you can only use it twice now. When the power increases, the life and death talisman will dissipate on its own. Now it is the power of the hand. Chen Chang'an's Sui Mo was born alive and dead, but he himself didn't know how powerful it was. Well, Zhonglian often has a hidden influence on life and death. Almost instantly, an astonishing and terrifying aura erupted from its body, like a volcano erupting. It soon filled the entire Tianwu city, and instantly alarmed countless cultivators in the city. Each one of them was like a forest of big pens, thinking that another prince would attack Tianwu city. This aura is very strong, not much better than the 2 elders named Prince Ruo Xiao who met before. On the contrary, it is much stronger. Chong Lei's small face is very suitable for Xi Jin. He feels the boundless power suddenly filled in his body. He feels that he is very good now. There is even direct evidence that even if he were to face brother Ji Yu and his mother in the situation last night, he would definitely be able to pick him up by relying on Gu's strength. Poor boy, now I will pour the blessings of life and death into your body. If you encounter a brave person, you can always use the blessing of life and death to protect yourself. If the number of blessings in life and death is good, you can always come to me for the first step. Yeah, thank you, Brother Chang'an, for the Zhonglian happy fight. To be honest, he didn't care that this life and death talisman could protect his life. What he cared about was Chen Chang'an's concern for him, which made him feel warm in his heart. Go practice. Nod your head if you get hit and continue practicing. Chen Chang'an was thinking about how high the power of the life and death burden could be increased by spending 5 or even 10 years on the beast. But now that his lifespan is getting shorter and shorter, he still has to take his time. Chen Chang'an must prepare for the future. There is also Yi Hongying. It seems that I will stab a life and death card when I have time. Yi Hongying and Chen Chang'an are still very good to him, especially this time he got the Wanyanling body. If this 10,000 years Lingshan is taken directly, it can increase the ability to endure the pain. If it is practiced on the fingertips, it can also increase the ability to endure thousands of miles. As long as he takes Wanyan Lingshan now, there is no problem for him to win more than 100 years. Chen Chang'an took out the Wanyan Lingshan that was sealed by Lingtu Baobao and observed it carefully. Every cooking sequence in the early morning of 10,000 years is full of spirituality after repeated interviews. I don't know what effect it would have for Jiang Husheng to live in this Wanyanling's body. Chen Chang'an was curious, but he hadn't tried it yet. But when I have an idea, I just try it without saying anything about growth. If he doesn't dare to use this 10,000 years zero body, if he accidentally kills this 10,000 years zero body, he can only run to the corner. He found an ordinary medicinal plant from the medicine department and tried to cultivate the invincible power in it slowly. An incredible scene is happening right now. This information, which was mainly just passed by Wu Dishuwei, changes quickly. The medicinal material that had been dried up was restored to life by this incident. The wind blowing in the cave tomb found out that, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a medicinal material that brought fresh fire, promoted agriculture and vitality, and even bloomed a medicinal flower. With Chen Chang'an's understanding of medicinal materials, this ordinary medicinal plant turned into a precious century-old medicinal plant in the blink of an eye. Chen Chang'an, who had gradually developed a trace of spiritual desire and was still growing at an extremely fast speed, was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect that this invincible show could live in the medicinal materials and accelerate its growth. Common sense shows that Wu Dixu is indeed useful as a medicinal material. Hongchen Chang'an has a bold idea. He returned his gaze to Wang Yanling. My hope is on you, little monster. Don't be disappointed. After saying that, Chen Chang'an carefully moved the invincible shame around and started to move towards Wang Yanling. The breeze is pleasant, the wine is good and the medicine is in the mother-in-law's courtyard. The soul has been tasted by the dust for thousands of years, and I want to rest in peace. The expenses are high. This piece of Wanlu Lingqi talks about the 10,000 years of spiritual depth and urges participation. Especially the leaves seem to be pieces of spiritual dragon treasure territory. provided by Elite. Beautiful and dazzling golden flowers bloom at the top. The floral fragrance released is simply mesmerizing. Piao Piao used to. Chen Chang'an has been watching with satisfaction as he watched his little 10,000 years zero sound. Nowadays, the 10,000 years zero sound is growing rapidly through Chen Chang'an's invincible talent. Chen Chang'an's support for athletics. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Chang'an finally waited for the moment of harvest. This 1,000-year-old Lingxing has successfully condensed 5 times of Lingxing. It is as beautiful as an eye and has golden water. It exudes surprise and rich Lingxing sharing. Zhonglin looked at this martial spirit body and was very curious. Brother Chang'an, this is the spirit body. Chang'an smiled and nodded, and the martial arts spirit was deeply harvested, but the quantity was a bit small. It is recorded in the single island secretaries of ancient Shima that after 10,000 years, the body will become a flower after 10,000 years. The condensed Ling Shenzi is very important to cultivation and can increase lifespan and strengthen the physical body. Now he keeps the 1 yin Lingshan to practice holding hands, and he is not in a hurry to eat it for the time being. Taking this Lingshan will help him lose weight. Immediately afterwards, Chen Chang'an ate a piece of zero body. The system prompts you to take 10,000 years zero body to increase your lifespan by 3. Chen Chang'an's eyes lit up. This spiritual body is indeed useful. It can abide by the 3 Mings for a mile. I don't know if I can take it. In the end, Chen Chang'an avoided Zhongling's 100 body and grew taller. Zhonglian, Qingqing Yaoqiu, she can see that Chen Chang'an attaches great importance to 10,000 years of spiritual life and these children. It is obviously of great use to her. She can eat it. Brother Chang'an will eat with you, but I won't eat. Okay, there is no rush for growth and peace. He can use his own invincible cultivation to support himself and grow up for thousands of years. After the 10,000 years Lingshan has completely absorbed his first nourishment, he can carry out the second nourishment. This 10,000 years Lingshan can bloom into the zero body. But there is no rush to give it to him. He eats another one. When Chen Chang'an used his martial spirit and his body was filled with light and fire, his life became a lot of surprises. Check out your victory through the system panel 1670. Chen Chang'an was very satisfied and curious. The sales increase of 1 yin Lingshan was good. Now I am allowed to guard for a total of 15 years. If the 10,000 year spirit body is allowed to grow for another 1,000 years, the sea flower sword spirit body. Will it be enough for me to guard it for a long time? Chen Chang'an hopes that this zero figure can keep losing weight for him. However, Chen Chang'an knows that this possibility is very likely. Immediately afterwards, Chen Chang'an looked at the backyard and thought while walking. There are many geniuses in the world of cultivators who can increase lifespan. If we can find these life-extending birds, and then use the invincible show to accelerate the growth of Zine, our lifespan will be greatly improved. Otherwise, it is still small and there is not much open space in the backyard. If you want to open a faction in the future, reset the medicinal field area of increasing the defense area to use it. It seems that if you have time, you will have to use Jiukang medicine cloth to build a faction. Chen Chang'an, let's touch it. Next door is the Wang couple's meat pants. You can ask him if he is willing to sell his meat pants. Waiting for you to see me, you have to look after my 7 barrels next door. But just as he left, Fukugawa came quickly from Ninglian, and Tang Qing issued a message referring to the pro-defense guard. When I saw Chen Chang'an this year, his face showed his effectiveness and he said hello. There are some people in Chen Chang'an. Why are you here, Lei Zi? Is this boy Lin Lei Xiong Mao Yin? He has dark skin. I met him in Jiffaway. The shadow of Shuang's bright shadow flashes. He is about to come. He is tall and fit like a galloping horse, and he can handle the breeze. The hammer of Lin Lei's hammer has grown into a dark chest. I am smiling so much that I miss you so I can't come see you. Then Lin Lei Muguang saw that he wanted to make a shop. Chen Chang'an was barely old. I heard Granny Rong say that Lina is now in Jiukang and wants to make a shop. How are you two doing? Lina is only 12 years old since Chen Chang'an fell in love. You introduced him to me. Do you think it's okay for you? Li Lei Feifei smiled. It's the same. Do you understand? Chen Chang'an looked at him and he came to point out that Master Fa Wei is very interested in the same drama. I will introduce it to you when I have time. Lin Li Alliance begs for mercy. Please don't, please. If my family Xiaolu finds out, it will be a fire wave. Chen Chang'an is speechless. Erbwa, I think you are training me. A dark smile followed by a dark shock and turned serious. Investigate the case. I have something to ask you for help. What do you want to press for a while to grow? Let's go in and talk slowly. Lin Lei Shinsha explored the surrounding area and brought Chang'an back to Jukanju. In Jiukang pharmacy shop, Chen Chang'an and Lin Lei are doing business. Zhong Lian in the backyard saw him, and Lian blindly submitted a word search for the two of them. Looks like Zhong Lei. Lin Lei laughs until he is cut off. My little sister is still a horse if she stays here. Singing is very good. Did this guy from Chang'an ever ask you to stay in your room to bully him in the middle of the night? No, Zhonglian's face is red, don't shake your head. Otherwise, Lin Lei discovered something. He was almost at a loss. My friend, when did you become a fake cultivator? Lin Lei's siege repair was better than Zhong Lin's in the late retreat period. Graduation changed his siege build-up in the middle stage of Yangshi's defense, which shocked him. You must know that at most half a month ago, Zhong Greiji was clearly just an ordinary person and had no intention of editing. How can we finish the middle stage of nourishing blood in just half a month? This speed of cultivation made him feel unbelievable, and he even softened his eyes, thinking that he had made a mistake. But in the end, this is true, Chen Chang'an explained with a smile. Lin Yue is very talented in spiritual practice, so I gave him the ancestral technique that the old man taught me to practice. Lin Lei laughed, and it turns out that's what you said. This made Lin Lei realize it. It would be great if I had a younger sister like Xiuxian's talent. Immediately afterwards, Lin Lei laughed again. How do you cultivate? You are quite capable of venting your anger on foreign blood. The cultivation of the little girls who have just cultivated is higher than yours. I am afraid of the whistle. Chen Chang'an by Lin Liaoye. It's not like you don't know my talent. Let's see if he can find Tishio's technique later. I plan to use Tishio's move. Zhonglinger, who was on the side, stopped to laugh at Zero for a while. Brother Chang'an's only way to cultivate his body was to draw blood and vent his anger. He is a strong man who can raise his hand to crush Wang Hu. Fortunately, you are a friend of Brother Chang'an. Suddenly you are so noisy to Brother Chang'an. Be careful, he will slap you to death. However, Chen Chang'an didn't explain anything, and Zhonglian didn't say much either. He just stood aside silently. As for Lin Lei, Zhong Lei's heart is full of gratitude. If it weren't for him, he would never have met his brother Chang'an. After hearing what Chen said, Lin Lei looked at it in disbelief. You are crazy. How old is the society? No one is still mentioning it. Peng Chang'an smiled and did not explain. Instead, Hao Qi asked, don't forget to be formal. Tell me what you need me to help you with. Lin Lei nodded. Yining Zhong, the night before yesterday, I heard that Mr. Chen was uniting with other strong men to attack the cover. I accidentally touched the prohibition set by the Mercy Land and flew out into a patch of discontinuity. Anyone who touches the rain of blood will be reduced to nothing. As the master's daughter, Zhu Shuang accidentally touched a drop of blood and turned into white bones. However, her whole body was blocked from the divine time and completely warmed up. Even the soul Shakai is in a state of panic. No one knows what is going on. The city lord Lin Ye brought Chongshu back to Qianwu City and Shulian Danshi treated him, but it never worked. Press and hold you to enter Mr. Huang's clothing regulating technique. Try to see if it works. If you can do it, you will be unparalleled. It will be a great favor from the master. Xingtora, you and I, brothers, I will say no more to you. Chen Chang'an took a sip of tea and said speechlessly, even those noble trainers don't know what use I am, let alone an old man who is half-assed. Lingling lowers the cost. I remember that the thing that hit you a year ago was teacher Huang's skill called soul-enhancing clothes. Other than that, look, I feel like it was probably a collision. Try it. Even if there is no success, Mr. Cheng also said that as long as anyone who treats Zhu Shuang, even an ordinary doctor, will get by Mo Xiaoping. Chen Chang'an is headless and smells bad. It seems that Lord Chu Cheng can't find a way and is throwing random images. It doesn't matter if you go and get the supplements done. The key is to get online. This is 100 yuan of off-screen snacks. You and I, brothers, haven't been in any risk for 2 days. We have established a list of famous doctors who have been invited and all assigned 0 hours. I can make a magic position to push you through. Good brother, be bold and don't refuse. It's okay, you must help me. If we can split the 50 yuan evenly, I will have enough money to go to the fart on the alley. Chen Chang'an, Chen Yinpiang, nodding, okay, since you beg me like this, I am. Lin Lei's banquet unexpectedly sagged again. Chen Chang'an's chest, the palace of good breasts. I just want to see you marry Xiaolu and wash your feet as soon as possible. There is, when triggered, the sooner the better. Getting the snacks first is the most important thing. It should be said that after Chen Chang'an killed Saxiongmo, he had as many as 1 million snacks in his virginity ring. If Ling Lei needed snacks, he would give him these million snacks. But Lin Li didn't want to see him, so he had no reason. Li Lei has a strong personality. If you just give him snacks, he will feel that he is in Yulu Tower. It's not like Dr. Shu doesn't want it. If you give him 1 million snacks, he can kneel down and stuff his face in front of you. Thinking of Dr. Shu, Chen Chang'an couldn't help but worry about the fat man standing in front of him. I wonder if the fat man who flew out of the underground palace is okay? Move the new year, move the sunken wood for growth, look from the depths of Chao Da Long Mountain. The situation in the depths of Dalong Mountain has become more complicated. There are corpses everywhere, but there is no retreat to rest. Instead, more and more powerful modifications are heading towards the underground palace. Soon Chang'an met Dr. Shu. After seeing him alive, we can fight with the young cultivators next year. The smile of growth and peace dissipates the spirit. Lei will ask later, what are you laughing at? Growing up on the road, I wonder where Dr. Shu went. That guy went shopping for the young lady on the street. Lin Lei didn't think much about it and answered casually. Of course he doesn't know that Dr. Shu is a hidden cultivator of the whole realm of life. He is even stronger than him. He is now deep in Dalong Mountain, trying to fight for the inheritance of the late emperor. If he knew it, I don't know what changes he would make. At that time, Chen Chang'an and Lin Lei, who were walking and chatting behind them, came to Chengzhou Mansion's magnificent Fu Di to play outside. There are two powerful and tall goalkeepers outside the text. Another person came forward to explain the purchase. In order to see Yi grow up, we opened the side door and gave up on the two of them. There were many dangers. Entering the city lord's palace, there were countless obstacles along the way. Finally, Ling Lei led Cheng Chang into a big store. There were more than a dozen people gathered. In the store, Chen Chang'an took a look and saw that most of them were from the famous divisions in Tianwu City. However, they were all human eyes with white hair and very nervous. At that time, there were no doctors as young as him. Those doctors did not know Chen Chang'an, especially when they saw him so young. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. He wants to grow up. I'm afraid he's here because of those 104 enemies. Growth Guide Wei Zi, am I too young? The old doctors in the store that Lin Lei looked at nodded. They are old doctors. You are a junior doctor. Just be a doctor. What's more, if you get Huang Lao's true art biography, it is no worse than them. Lin Lei is still very confident in Chen Chang'an's art. A year ago, he encountered a bandit and robbed him. Although he successfully killed the bandit, he was seriously injured and died in the ice. I thought I was going to be isolated, but TV Chang'an took action to save it. It only took half a month, and it thrived. Anyway, as long as Chen Chang'an is a doctor who is married to Huojing, he wants to get the reward most, but he doesn't ask if he needs to make money. It is said that he is just a small law enforcement guard. If you give him the courage, he won't dare. At this time, someone also summoned the doctor to enter the back room and watch the TV for the kitchen staff. These first masters continue to have faith and perfect, but soon the phone came out from the back, but it also shook its head and explored the piano. It was a strange feeling. If it couldn't be cured. Fortunately, my thinking was successful, but after I came out, I received a 100mm awareness as a fortune teller, but I couldn't hide it in the shower. After all, if these ordinary doctors without any training want to earn 1,000 hours, it will take 3 or 2 years to make them earn money. Just to see a doctor, the only thing is that it is a big deal. There was another incident. The male demonstration was so joyful that I couldn't wait to watch it later. Zero Lei is so low that I can see that there are number 100 snacks left. I kid you not, Chen Chang'an gave up. For him now, 0 hour has been lost. As long as he wants, no matter how many snacks, he can understand. There are 7 or 8 variations of doctors in the big shop of Weihuan. Many of them have succeeded. Finally, Dr. Chen Chang'an is left. The steward had a sad look on his face. Seeing the last remaining Chen Chang'an artist in the shop, he couldn't help but feel sad. The boy in front of him is so young. He looks like he is only in his teens. His hair is not long-term. You are a doctor? He asked Ban Kan about his soul. Mr. Lin Lei came in. The person in charge, Chang'an, was the person who saved the seriously wounded soldiers from death. He is my good brother. I don't dare to wait for half a year. Guansha couldn't bear to regret Huaishou. Baidu is here. Then go in and see the lady. After that, Guansha led Chen Chang'an to the rear. Good brother, I'm going to pay for my wife's betrothal gift. It's up to you. Ling Lei shouted from behind. After arriving, Chen Chang'an met the city lord Chu Yongtian. This man looked like a middle-aged mother and had a lifetime of Huang Hao. He came to greet him in person. This is when his face looks ugly, his brows are full of green and worry. After all official and market affairs have been completed, I will become the master. This is the last one. Chu Yongtian didn't look at Chen Chang'an, but his eyes kept falling on Chu Shuang, who was sleeping on the bed. He spoke with a voice that was as good as Ya Wei Yang. If you can be cured, I'll ask you. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. Growth nodded, ready to step forward and check it out. But at this moment, a guard from the Tsongmeng came behind. The leader, Master Cheng, had already brought Mr. Jin and Shitu to the elders. Chu Yongtian's worried look finally showed a look of surprise. His face was hairy. Please, please, please quickly, Chen Chang'an said. I don't know if Master Chen still needs medical treatment. When Chu Yongtian saw Chen Chang'an, he felt helpless. You are temporary. Although he is so distraught now that he can't find a way to find a new girl, he is still extremely confused. Looking at Cheng Zhong's consciousness, and this kid in front of me, even if he is Mao, what can he see? Chu Yongtian is a little angry. If anyone dares to take advantage of this moment to call him wolf, I will blame him for not being a guest. I am Isi. Chen Chang'an behaves calmly and contentedly. Although Chu Yongtian is the queen of Huashenjing, he has killed 2 queens of Shituo sect, so he will be afraid of Chu Yongtian together. The teenage boy actually showed off his skills in front of them. Chu Yutiangao has been watching Chen Chang'an for 2 years. Since he is a Division 1, don't come forward and look at him. Chen Chang'an nodded and walked to the bed. He saw the young woman lying quietly on the bed with her eyes closed, her face white and a look of pain on her face. Chen Chang'an picked up his right hand and turned the invincible show for you into a whisper, and conducted a confident inspection of his body. Just as Chen Chang'an was exploring the kitchen and book room, a young man who runs a long apprenticeship in Shenchuan came to the store. Next to the young man in gold is an old man in grey robe. He has a tall figure and his back is bent, but the shame radiating from his soul is strong and strong. The golden leg dish in Shuangmao is the prince who entered for the incarnation. Chu Yongtian has been waiting in the big shop for a long time. He saw nearly a young man and the old master in grey robe. He even came online. Mr. Jin, Dan Dayo, you are finally here. Jin Yang attacked and defended, and in Dishi there were no injured hands. I opened the body all the way from Jin's house. I don't know what Wushuang's condition is now. In addition to Yongtian shaking his head to check his breath, Wushuang was hit by the disjointed force that flew out of the underground palace. He has not woken up yet and can only ask Mr. Jin for a single word. Seal Dandan Island alone, do your best, and show me the current situation of your father's daughter before leaving. The old man Hui Pao calls himself Dan Feng and comes to entrust the Pope's extremely high-ranking Lian Dan Master, with a rank as high as 6. And Jin Yangnai is a disciple of the Jin family of Xiuxian City, so he is only a 3rd-level chain master, but he has a bright future. Nowadays, Chu Yongtian has not pinned his hopes on these 2 people. Follow me, you 2. Chu Yongtian brought Jin Yang and Dan Fengzi to Hojian and saw the growth case who was exploring the body of Chu Wushuang Renshan. Jin Yang looked at Chen Chang'an grabbing Chu Wushuang's arm lightly. Chu Chengzhu, who is this young man? Chu Yongtian said helplessly, this person is a doctor from Chengzong. I asked him to treat Wushuang. All the doctors from Chengzong came here, but none of them worked. Shan Fengzi calmly felt that there was no love except Dao. He was too worried and concluded that he would throw himself into another couple. How could he drive away the mortal consciousness and cure the bad news he suffered in the underground palace? Jin Yang nodded, and he was very willing to grab the kitchen hand. You need to know the relationship between the fans of the Jin family and the Chu family. It was an excellent time for the 2 to take a leave of absence. It was easy for Jin Yang and Chu to get to know each other in 6 years. With the hands of the chef, Tingting Yulirong is beautiful. It even made Jin Yang's new comrades want to take him as his. It's a pity that Defrost doesn't like it, but Jin Yang believes that if he can make Wushuang this time, he will definitely win the fun of Wushuang Shu, and Shu will have a greater chance of crisis. It has nothing to do with you here. You can leave. Jin Yang opened his mouth and changed his mind. At this time, Chen Chang'an had already used the invincible siege to explore Chu Wushuang's body from top to bottom. Of course, he also used silence to find Chu Wushuang's refuge. His Shahai, Zge, Zheng Bei Tuan don't want to survive the love time, laugh so angry. Growing up, I guessed that if I wanted to go to Wushuang, I might need to connect the groups wrapped in the stone sea to each other. But just when he was planning to use his invincible cultivation to deal with this group of hometown blood energy, he was beaten by Jin Yang. He looked at Jin Yangi, and then looked at Yitianchu City Master. I have already searched for the cause of his illness, but I still don't know. Without Chu Yongtian replied. Jin Yang, could you, a fake cultivator, be able to find the cause of Wushuang? Don't be embarrassed anymore. Come on, get out of here. At the same time, Shan Fengzi on the side followed Yi Jiang's gaze and looked at the people who wanted to grow up. But suddenly he saw 2 medicinal substances that had escaped from Cheng Chang'an's body. Shan Fengzi saw something terrible again and again. The twin holes wrinkled and expanded, and the holes appeared. They were huge. Try the bloodlight. You should know that the monks of Shitujiao have practiced a skill called Shixian Baogong and Xiuxian Kung Fu. One of the magical powers is Shishu Guang. You must know that once someone kills and tries to call Shusha, the blood test tube will be contaminated. Xiang Chengchengen's body has such a medical eye. The blood lost this year is reflected in Shan Fengzi's experience on the ordinary-looking young man in front of him. I'm afraid that the surname of the 2 princes and elders who tried to teach the 2 people to practice and achieve Baogong was exposed. Even thinking about the death of Ji the prince and elder of the Situo sect in recent days, could it be that he was dying in front of him, if not for the compensation of the young man from Jingfeng? But just as I was about to be born, but was interrupted by Wu Zai. This made Shan Fengzi's heart filled with confusion. He took 2 steps back and his face turned pale. The 2 princes and elders who were able to kill him, the young man in front of him, is really powerful. Could he be the enemy of lost disciple? When he appeared here, could he have said that he was going to kill him? Shan Fengzi thought about it without any fear in his heart. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Otherwise, how could a strong man who can kill Wang Hua think that he has nothing to hide? His cultivation is mature here so that no one can see it. Shan Fengzi wished he could turn around and run away as far as he could right now. But Jin Yang's next words almost made Shan Fengzi, Wen Fei Posen, Zhang Qianqian, although this guy has a gap in cultivation. But I'm afraid of setting up some good things recently because I've disabled his vitality ability and upgraded his side neck. You might as well grab it and put it on the chain list. The effect is no worse than that of 1,000 years old. Quan Chang'an looked at Shan Fengzi's photo, and his mother was a powerful doctor. This old man seems to have been taught by Shichuo. The last time I tried to call the bear demon, I caught Manga on the face. Looking back, this family thought it was too long to live. Chen Chang'an looked at him with murderous eyes, which made Dan Fengzi's heart explode, his hair and bones swollen, and he felt like he was facing the fear of death. He roared angrily and drank as much as he could. You believe in gold? I will give you the fuck. Jin Yang and Zhu Yongtian were both shocked. Jin Yang is very fierce and innocent. The training master you are trying to call is not the one who likes to practice with the Shusha Buddha machine. Have you done anything else? Why do you want to hurt others? Just finished recording Jin Yang, with Jian Muguang watching the small town of Chang'an, attacking and defending Xiongling, with an expression full of attacking and trying to please Lei Wei. I'm trying to use Shan Feng to control the net. I call myself Shan Feng do I won't agree. If you look carefully, you can even see the hands of Shan Fengzi's luggage growing slightly. Jin Yang opened his eyes. What did he hear? Even Yumamono, the single Fengzi, is an elder who has lost his temper. He is also a single master with a 6-level face and his status is Sun Gong. Why did you follow Chen Chang'an closely when you met him? Apart from Yongtian Dao, Shan Dao had this. Chen Chang'an has already obtained it, but Dan Feng knows him. Will he take action someday? I saw this person. Or maybe he killed the sister who was trying to call, leaving some aura speed limiter on his body, and Shan Fengzi noticed it. Otherwise, how could Shan Fengzi attack him like this? Chen Chang'an didn't pay attention to Dan blockade. As long as this family didn't cause trouble for him, he wouldn't do anything to him. If he killed him, Chen Chang'an wouldn't get any benefits. Chen Chang'an asked Yongtian again, is your daughter still ill? Chu Yongtian came back to his senses and looked at Jing Niang, and saw that she was still in a serious stage. I looked at Xiao Danfeng again and saw his expression, as if he was angry with his lifelong companion Matsu. He felt strange. This young man is just a fake shoe repairman. How come you, a prince and elder with a poetic name, are so fond of him? He still calls him, sir. Does he have any other hidden identity? It's not just an ordinary consciousness, especially Jianchang Chang'an's expression is so calm. Could he really save the girl? Chu Yongtian no longer thought about it and nodded. If you still want the young master to take action, please press the button. Even the words and voices are a little more aggressive and respectful, and I don't dare to have any more emotions. Birth master, he is just a little foreign scorpion fake cultivator. I don't believe he can cure Wushuang. Let me try Jin Yang's voice. I think of it again. His face is uncertain and extremely ugly. Whoever is incomparable in appearance is his savior. Perhaps he can take advantage of this opportunity to gain advantage from the opponent. He can use this great opportunity to attack and defend others, regardless of whether Chang'an has a hidden identity in this city, or why Shan Feng planned it on his own. But in Jin Yang's story, when he came to Jin's house, the background was on the wall. Did you even go to his Jin's house? What's more, this person is just a little fake repairman after all. He was heartbroken. If he offended him, he would have to find someone to fix him. Who knows who he is? Ha. Shan Feng counted a large herd for Jin Liang in his mind, and followed the trail. The young man in front of you is a very good concealer. He killed the 2 monkey elders who lost my disciple. You dare to have a strong baby. You are really not afraid. Of course, as long as Chen Chang'an doesn't cause trouble for him, he is too hot. It just makes Dan Fengzi very confused. He is also a prince after all. Why can't he feel the growth at all? He is ashamed to stand up at the table. This must be hidden too well. One more thing, Shichu killed 2 Monkey King elders, called Sheng Nong, and is looking for the murderer everywhere. After taking him away safely, he sent the news about Chen Chang'an back to the Tuo family. The supreme elder of the Free Tuo sect got Chen Chang'an's letter for free. Shan Fengzi was curious and paid attention to Chen Chang'an. He didn't know that Chen Chang'an would directly kill Jin Yang's Zhuang. Yun Yang Jiao left Chang and Yi behind and walked to Chu Wu Shuang. Looking at Chu Shu's pale and beautiful face, Jin Yang's eyes were so hot that Tan Lan was stunned. As long as I can save him, I will be his savior. I don't want him to be my woman. Jin Yang grabbed Chu Shuang's white, tender and smooth soft clothes and felt suspicious in his heart. If there is no storage master, Shan Fengzi and Chang'an will really want to take advantage of this hand. But in front of them, Jin Yang didn't dare to show what he had done. He was serious about searching for the cause of Chu Shu's illness. God entered Chu Shu's screen, especially his head, to find the cause of the wedding. Chu Yongtian looked forward to seeing and missing him. Gradually, Jin Yang's expression became more confident, but you are still confused and have fallen into deathly confusion. You must know that the chain-shaped divine hour is much more powerful than the ordinary modified divine hour, which is very obvious. He carefully searched Chu Shuang's body, especially his Shahai area, but found nothing. In other words, he has done no harm. Of course, this is normal. Chen Chang'an can detect that dragon photo except Wu Shuang Shahai has no blood. He can rely on the divine envoys and divine envoys after Wu Wei Xuewei's family. Its powerful divine will is comparable to that of Jin Yang, the sister-in-law of the knight, and the three-body transformation master. Chu Yongtian on the side was doing a Q&A session. How about it? Mr. Jin can grasp it. Jin Yang didn't answer. He checked the kitchen double again, but it still didn't matter. How is it possible that the golden lamb legs and lungs exert unparalleled flexibility? He seemed to answer, Chu Chengzhu, I haven't found the cause of Wu Shuang's coma. I can't find a solution for the time being, but give me time. Jin Yang is big and single before being found by 16 average single wet or trip. Mainly use the weather bubble to watch the small single wind. Shan Fengzi Federation shook his head. Fellow Daoist Chu, didn't this adult say he could cure your daughter? If you let him treat you, I won't punish you here. In addition to God's will, I will look good at Xiao Chang'an. Chen Chang'an goes to Dandan Island. Don't rush and let him try it. Then for Shan Fengzi, its stone sea is wrapped in a piece of weak blood. As long as you can dissolve this piece of weak blood, it will almost turn into blood. Jin Yang driving fans, where did the unparalleled Shahai come from? I don't want to learn money, or why didn't I see it? Don't talk nonsense here. Chen Chang'an has no memories of being raised. The small foreign shoe repair shop in Chang'an was built. It turned out to be the heir. Exposed to foreign countries, my heart is even duller. Killing is already happening. When Shan Fengzi saw that Chang'an said this, he no longer refused. We can do business with each other. Then I will give it a try. Shan Fengzi stepped forward to show Chu Wushuang. Soon, single scene 1.1 may end helplessly. In addition to the eternal heavenly path, what about the single path? There is no clue about the wedding case. It seems that I have an adult to take action personally. In addition to Yongtian's face turning pale, there is nothing that can be done even to try a single slit, 6 square meter toilet. What should I do? But Fengzi attacked and defended Chen Chang'an. Embarrassing, sir, I have never found the package you are destined for. Shahaibu sleeps with each other. Chen Chang'an and Wu Yu seem to have paid high attention to Shan Feng's house. In addition to looking at the growth of an with a pilling gaze, now I have put all my hopes on the growth of an son. Quan Chang'an is so indifferent that I respect him and leave him. You can treat him as a good friend and just step on him. Jin Yang Lengheng, even Senior Shan doesn't have any knowledge at all. The article you mentioned doesn't want to study. I think it's the continuation. Don't lie here. It's a little false show. I don't remember that you can cure Wushuang. Shan Fengzi on the side just watched the golden sheep repeatedly crossing the edge of life and death. However, the golden sheep had nothing to do with him, and he had no need to remind him of the power of Chang'an. Chen Chang'an didn't want to be a Dali Jingyang, but the fact that he was actively working there was really disappointing. If I cure him, don't kneel down and teach me the lesson. Yin Yang smiled softly. I am a disciple of the Jin family. Ask me to kneel down. You are not separated enough. Growth is pinned down. Isn't there enough separation? If he used his invincible cultivation to destroy this golden bird and the golden bird of deep fire, I'm afraid even his golden palm would have to be expensive to recognize the wrong ball in front of him. Chu Yongtian looks ugly. If Chang'an can really cure her daughter, this golden sheep will play here every day. If Chang'an is angered, she will not be cured. Except when Yongtian opened his mouth and Jin Gongziwu was about to act again, he just looked at his watch. Jin Yang's eyes flashed with connections. The old guy Chu Yongtian didn't look like him, but looked like this fake cultivator with ejaculation. Heileng Leng and Mai Sheng, I'm playing a dragon who is just killed by the dust in his heart. Chen Chang'an didn't take Jin Yang's little place to heart. Isn't it possible that he would commit murder just because of a few words? He grabbed Chu Wushuang's arm again and resolved the package for him. Just a little bit of release to kill the enemy Xiao Wen. That piece of walking training covered with thin kitchen and double stone sea seems to be alive. I can feel it. Chen Chang'an has not yet mentioned his topic. In the film, he changed the blood rain to escape from Chu Shuang's stone sea and tried not to have any intention. The scarlet blood turned into a drop of charcoal and would appeared in the area of heavy energy. After thinning, the drop of bright red blood released terrifying fluctuations and strong life essence in the field. A drop of Shu released a force as heavy as 10,000 troops, which made people feel alive. Dan Fanzi exclaimed, to be surprised by the intellectual and good Pang Bo's life. It seems like a drop of thin blood. Chen Chang'an is curious about what is being written. Shan Fengzi Gong Jindao. It is said that in ancient times, there was a great devil who found it difficult to extend his life after using various life-increasing things. Explaining in the lifespan, he actually created a crazy method of imparting writing to the body chain. It can modify and kill the body chain with a strong life economy, and the body chain to impart writing. It has a small increase in sales and can increase sales unlimitedly. There is no limit. In the end, the big devil relied on the method of selling question chains at the front door to obtain spiritual life. With his huge lifespan, he obtained the late Emperor Daopu. He became the blood-suffering lord who frightens the literary style, one step away from the legacy of the late emperor. But this kind of writing magic is not tolerated in the world. If the big insect cultivator borrows it first, it will make this kind of model a pioneer and make the group work together to successfully kill it. In the end, he was taught writing style chain knowledge and disappeared from the historical scene. Speaking of this, Shan Fengzi couldn't help but sigh, who can have a long life. Even if you are not talented enough, relying on your long life to fight, I am afraid you have become a pioneer. When Chen Chang'an listened to what Shan Feng said, his busy eyes were nourished by the fact that there is such a wonderful method of teaching, writing, and making electricity in this world. At this time, Chen Chang'an was most attracted to him, and Mo Gui became more vulnerable. If he can get the method of blood refining, doesn't it mean that he will have a steady stream of receiving, and he won't have to worry about consuming the receiving? Growth is here again. In this way, this low feeling is written under the increasing feeling. I nodded with a single letter. I tried to call a supreme elder. From a bed of secret brocade to a drop of conferring seats, I sold an additional 300 yuan. At this moment, the drop of a good thing flew away outside the great concentration of the manifest tide. But Dan Fengzi had already taken precautions and used his skills to hide the Losho snow peak in Yuting. He said, "Sir, this blood donation cycle needs to be preserved with special expectations, otherwise the life economy inside will be lost, and the effect will not be so dangerous." The golden sheep on the side has eyes hot with low blood pressure. If Hao uses low blood pressure to trap the elder in the team, he will definitely get a generous reward. But it's a pity that the blood fell into Shan Feng's hands. Jin Yang felt angry. He didn't dare to snatch it from a gangster. There is not much color except for the way of heaven. It is now in its prime and has a long lifespan. Rather than this low-profile image, he is more worried about what is going on with his daughter now. "Sir, is my daughter's coma related to wearing low-end animal shoes?" Chang'an nodded. "Yes, but I haven't come yet. The plan machine is about to come." This low-level teacher wrote and ran out on his own. "Then why hasn't my daughter woke up yet? Are you almost there?" After saying that, Han Muguang fell into the hands of Dan Fengzi and said a name on the commentary. He felt the gaze of the growing darkness, and a feeling in his heart. He can kill the two kings of Monkey Palm that Aisha Tu Ming. He must have a higher level of cultivation. This means that his lifespan is likely to be shorter. I've taken all these things away. He definitely won't care about Xiao. Whether I can get out of the Chengdu server alive is still a matter of position. Therefore, for the sake of his own life, Shan Fengzi, despite his evil intentions, still handed over the blood-containing breeding products to the production manager. Chen Chang'an gave Shan Feng and several old brothers very understanding looks, and then put his hands into his arms with a smile on his face. At this time, a soft sound came from the defogging frost, and they gradually relaxed. Some of the dead people didn't know what was happening. "Lord Yongtian da second, you finally woke up. Chu Huoshuang is very weak and her lips are white." "Father, aren't we on the dragon? Chu Yongtian said that you were trapped in the blood cloud and died of warmth." It turned out that a drop of blood was given to Zhou Sui. "I am running into the hands of this young master who is thankful, and I will release the low-spirited master in your body for you." Defrost was looking at Chen Chang'an with heavenly eyes. His face was pale, but his expression was already a bit lighter. "Thank you for the blow to Chen Chang'an, sir, Toru's dad." Golden Sheep looked at this scene and couldn't help but feel distracted. He should be the one who should be grateful. They are all damn guys. They broke him. When the Yongtian attack arrives, the young master wakes up. "I don't know what revenge I want. I can give you what I can. I will definitely not treat the young master badly." Chen Chang'an said that in addition to the snacks that I should have, I hope that Lord Chu will allow me to go to the Zangshu Ji of Lord Cheng's mansion for a month. In the first month of Tang Shu's life, the sky is very bright. I didn't expect that what Chen Chenan wants is actually this. For Chen Chang'an, he still knows too little about Zuxiangqiu. In addition to the fact that Yongtian is a natural creature, the book collector in the book compartment may be able to get the information he wants. Even after hearing this, Chu Wuxuang didn't watch him for 2 more years. the grace of saving your life, except for the bookshelf, please bring out whatever else you have. Father will find it difficult to give it to you. The city in front of me, Chang'an, Shanghua Road, is just a fake repair in the early stage of nourishing blood, but Chu Wushuang still has 2 plans for this life-saving Wenren. Chen Chang'an Weiwei said, since Miss Wushuang has said this, I will not be polite. The main house of the material process is equipped with hand medicine, weight loss methods or body-loving methods, slimming pills, slimming medicines, methods of weight loss, methods of physical training. This makes Chu Wushuang and Chu Yongtian very appropriate. Acceptance of single-receptor medicine is extremely precious and difficult to learn from the outside world. As for the method of increasing acceptance, although they have it, it is passed down from generation to generation and can only be passed down to the outside world. And who is going to collect such things for physical training? De Yongtian is a little sorry. Oh, I don't have the things that the young master went to. I am punished by the law and cannot be passed on to others. Sorry. Chu Shushuang asked again, does the young master have any other needs? Grow up and shake your head, forget it, just let me go collect books and sing songs for a while. By the way, if there is really a need, Chen Zhuke can promote my friend, the law enforcement guard, to the throne. He is the one who brought me to see your daughter. Lin Lei is so good at my skills. Chu Yongtian wrote down Lin Lei's name. He wanted to thank Lin Lei and Luo Fei for finding Chang'an. He didn't know when his daughter would wake up. We must talk less often when we look back. Similarly, Chu Xiongtian also saw that the person who grew up was not against him. So Xiao is weak, but in the face of king monkeys like them, he is not captured and relied on. He may only have unintended origins. This made Chu Yongtian a little curious about what Chen Chang'an came from. He has to ask fellow Taoist Shan, who must know about Chen Chang'an's disgrace. The 3 elements have arrived, except for Dao Yu. Since you have woken up after secret information, I have something else to do and will leave first. After saying my opinion on Chen Chang'an's offensive and defensive behavior, sir, I will leave first. Although he is calm on the surface, Dan Feng's heart is full of ugliness. He wonders if Shen Chang'an will let him go. Fortunately, Chen Chang'an just nodded lightly and was not embarrassed. This gave Shan Fengzi the confidence to completely seal his position, and he quickly left Cheng blessing. Jin Yang didn't say anything, he just coldly brushed off the comfort of growing up, and then he appeared in the chapter. Chu Shuang said goodbye and turned around. After Jin Yang and Shan Fengzi left, Chu Yongtian asked Chu Wushuang to take good care of her and rest, and then comforted Chen Chen. I'll take you to Tang Shuj, because I waited for a long time in the store and took many steps back and forth. I really didn't see Chen Chang'an. I called back later. Why is it different from other consciousnesses? Those consciousnesses clearly came out very quickly. Chang'an went in for a while. Why hasn't he come back yet? He felt guilty and worried because he got wet. Could it be that Chang'an is too young? Lord Chen doesn't believe that he is a master and is regarded as a liar. Will Chang'an slap Lord Chen to death with one slap? Mr. Chengzhu beat Chang'an to death. I'll be the next one. Lin Lei's legs can't help but feel a little wary. Especially in the past 2 days, Mr. Chengzhu has been in a bad mood because of Chu Wushuang. Just when Lingling Huzi had been thinking for 10,000 hours, he could see a smile on his face everywhere. Gong Jing brought Chen Chenin out. Lin Lei Jin Ya, Lord Chen Wei apologized like this and attacked Chang'an Wei like this. Lin Li Alliance comes forward. How about Chang'an? Unless there is a gentle smile on my face, Master, this is the kind words you mentioned, Brother Lin Lei. Lin Lei was severely punished and was awarded a gold medal. He is a small fingering position. The aloof Master Cheng forbids his name. This is Wang He of Huashenjing. He is forbidden to call him little brother. In this way, Lin Lei is so confident that this is something worth bragging about outside. You know the process. Mr. Master Cheng is called the little brother of the country. Chang'an patted the shoulder inside. It's him. Lei Zi. I'll go to the library and come back later. Okay. Lin Li is a bit nervous. What the hell is going on here? Chu Yongtian said to the entourage behind him, if you get wet, please leave it to the little brother's arrangement. Respect profit. After Chu Yongtian led Chang'an out of the main hall, Lin Wei looked at the elephant and followed the master. What was going on? So from Smile, if it had been before, he would never have answered a little pinky puja, but it's different now. The friends Lin Lei brought are good ladies. Chen Chang'an is a favor from Mr. Chen. The followers did not dare to offend Ling Wei, so he taught the young master to cure the young lady. Lin Leiden's eyes widened as soon as these words came out, as if Lei Ji meant it. What? Chang'an has healed the lady. Did I hear it correctly? You heard me right. Even the gold-priced genius chain master and the elder Wang who tried to call the 6th grade chain master were defeated by the young lady. There was nothing he could do. The young master turned into a good young lady easily. I didn't expect Brother Ling to know such a masterful artistic master. After Lin Lei was shocked, his expression was a little complicated. He originally wanted Chen Chang'an to come over and have a casual interaction, and then he transferred 100 British revenge. But who would have known that Chen Chang'an would actually handle it well and said that this guy had indeed obtained the true biography of Old Man Huang. Lin Lei Chinka said, "Don't pay attention to his followers. As a law enforcement officer in the Chengzhu's mansion, that's my business, Lord Chengzhu, the lord of the city, Dan's servant Ai Yunanwei, all the friends specially invited. He follows the city and keeps a low profile. But you have also seen the art. Can I cue the young lady? Do I feel at ease?" The entourage nodded. "It is the nature of the adult to have you, a new member of the law enforcement position in the Chengzhu mansion." He gave the order that from today on, as a law enforcement officer, you will be promoted to 20 snacks per month by Lei Fenglu as a law enforcement officer. In addition, I cured the young lady this time. Mr. Cheng, besides, last time you were a low grade 1, it cost you 15,000 yuan. Lei's eyes widened again. This surprise was really a wave of advice to me. I wasn't dreaming, was I? The attendant smiled and said, "It was just a dream. It's a lot of time to accompany you. You have such a good friend." When speaking, the attendant's words were difficult to act in his life. 5,000 Xiaping Linsha is already a huge sum of money. With these, Linsha can be considered a rich man in Tianwu City. Yes, thanks to me having such a good friend, Lin's lips and feet are so small. The place where he grew up was such a surprise to him. If Chen Chang'an hadn't gone to Sangshuj, Lin Lei would have wanted to pick Chen Chang'an up in his arms and say, I'm getting rich, I'm getting rich. Come on, I'll take you to the dormitory to get acquainted with you. Then I'll go to the warehouse to pick up some snacks. Okay. Lin Lei was so happy. Originally, he was worried about how to get the woman he liked. Now, because these 50,000 hours, he hit my father-in-law in the face piece by piece, he is so scared, right? What's more, his current status is to deal with the same situation directly. The bookcase is located in a recent garden in Chengjufu. It is an attic with 7 floors and looks like it has been opened. Chu Yong Tian Dao Dol, this is the book storage compartment. What do you want to see? Just watch the interview. Of course, during this period of time, it will not be easy for the young master to read through the hidden skills in my mature place. Young master, if you can't finish reading today, you can come to the hidden skills anytime later. If I still have something to do, I won't accompany the company. Chen Long presses and nods most of the time to enter the book collection pen. After Chang'an entered the hidden tree grid in the city, Chu Yongtian took out his messenger uniform and sent the message to Shitu Fengzi who had left earlier. Shan Fengzi met Chang'an again. His behavior was really strange and he acted very smartly. Even Fu Yongtian, you can feel from Dan Fengzi that he is afraid of Chen Chang'an, and even in the future. While walking on the road, Chu Yongtian quickly received the news of Shan Fengzi's meeting. Dang Tanlan, even Chu Yongtian, the king monkey of Tang Tanghua's nerves, didn't look at the big golden lion color at this moment, and got off. He killed Shisha and made the 2 monkey kings Shiyu and brother Jiyu Mo grow up. Chu Yongtian, who was serious about this news, couldn't say a word. He breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that he would hide it so deeply. He knew that Shituming's great teaching skills could target the murderer through Shishuiguang. It's no wonder that when the Danfeng mansion came to the city lord's mansion again and saw Chen Chang'an, they immediately realized something was wrong. It must have been the wet blood on his body. Thinking that this seemingly ordinary boy was actually a strong man with no way out, the king of Shansha was still alive. After he refused to prove it, he was lucky not to offend this thing. After all, long before Chu Yongtian came back with shooting, he had received news about a peerless powerful man in Tianwu City. Xiao Chucheng, the oil elder of the Stugist church, was a mysterious strong man who had been around for a long time, and then his balls were crushed with a single hand. When he heard the news at that time, Tianhe was shocked and even more shocked by the mysterious strong man hidden in Tianwu City. Now everyone knows that it is probably this girl. In the book compartment, there is a list of secret mother's book titles. Growth picks up a person and uses God. Start translating. He quickly flipped through the pages and read them once. In just a few breaths, he finished flipping through the entire book. But he didn't find what he thought of, so he opened the second book and started searching. Half a period of time has passed, and Chen Chang'an has read a third of the various books in the book collection. She took a breath and loosened the hands. Sure enough, Wanu was the first person I met to practice physical training and knew that Mo Luo had been practicing for many years. Even the hidden skills in Chengzhu Mansion didn't have many Wanu skills in this area. Time went by in a blink of an eye. Chen Chang'an finally read all the hidden skills. He gave birth to a blue demon, and he only felt sour. But fortunately, Chen Chang'an finally found some collections in the book collection. Although there is little known about physical cultivation, there are very few Tibetan martial arts. Fortunately, the public Buddha pays off. Chen Chang'an finally accidentally learned a piece of information from 10,000 years ago in a book about each other. Thousands of years ago, there was one of the 5 unparalleled saints with a great name. As for the 5 saints, the physical practice that takes the path of physical cultivation in difficult times, when it is strong to a certain extent, the holy practice of the heaven and the earth is suitable for the wind. It is rumored that one can practice physical training to the 5 tones. The physical machine is terrifying and powerful. It has a long lifespan. Even a drop of blood screams the terrifying smell of the machine. He can defeat every mountain courtyard with ease, and he can also cultivate the terrifying magical power of being born with low blood pressure. Guji offered sacrifices to him in the land of Tianwu City 10,000 years ago. It is said that after the painting on Wusheng Street, he hid Wushengmu in this land. If anyone can find the 5 holy mothers, he will be able to obtain her 5 saints' inheritance and fly to the sky. It's a pity that no one has found the 5 holy tabernacles after tens of thousands of years. After so many years, even many people have moved Baji's 5 holy tabernacles. Only some beads can be found in the ancient ruins. Chen Chang'an secretly thought that if I could find Baji's 5-voice curtain, I might be able to find a master of dance practice. He has no talent for amending the constitution, not to mention that he has 999 billion years of invincible cultivation. He has already reached the extreme level and has no chance of making breakthroughs. This makes it impossible for him to practice magic and magical powers, and now he can only improve the base of hope to the next level. But don't let him make a mistake. Go back and look for Yi Hongying to see if he has any clues about the 5 creatures. When Chang'an came out, he saw the beautiful and handsome Qi Lingfu who was penetrated deeply outside the bookcase. Lei Zi, why are you here? When Lin Lei came out of Jian Chang'an, he became a little bit angry and said, Chang'an, you are stupid. You cured Chu Wushuang. This is a great achievement. How did you get this request? What are the good books in the bookcase? Just long press without explanation. I laughed. You look very handsome in what you are wearing. Lin Lai Fei smiled and stopped his chest. How cool. This is a uniform that can only be worn by colleagues and deputy colleagues who work in groups. This is just a lesson. Miss, you and I can stand together. Now go out and everyone will do it for me. Even the guy who didn't look at me in the internet days now smiles at me and looks at me. Not only does he dare to talk, this is the benefit of status. You are respected by others. Sir, you are really submissive to me. I can say that I don't even dare to think about all this. You still have to come and let me hold you. Chang'an's face is full of danger. Stay away from me. I don't like men. Hee. Lin Lei also said that in addition to re-employing your position, Master Cheng colored Wu Qian's name. This time it's basically your function. I took out 5 snack bin faces and Ling Lei and handed them over to Chang'an. Chen Chang'an shook his head and refused. Don't you want to take the chess piece? Keep it for yourself. What about you? Chen Chang'an smiled slightly. I have enough snacks on me. This is 50,000 years old. You really don't want to be wet. You look like a fool. Look, you want to grow. Chen Chang'an didn't explain, he just threw a ring into his hand. What? Let me show you what it means to be rich. As your bravery, I need to let you change. You will be so bad. I have never seen a mouth that is suitable for fate. 0 thunder is more than 5,000 0 hours. He doesn't believe how many 0 hours Chen Chang'an can have in a cooking drama. 1 or 200 yuan at most, but who knew that as soon as his god entered the realm of elimination, he saw the secret mother inside, and he was good at talking about the British Army's medicine. Lin Weijin was so cold that his eyes were wide open. Where did you get so many consoles from Chang'an? He probably estimated that there was no place to borrow the snacks from the middle class. He was afraid that there were millions of people who even had mid-grade snacks or even top-grade snacks. Zero Lei was scared. Professional pitcher. Chen Chang'an is mysterious. I killed an elder who was trying to call. Come from him. It's just you. Your face is covered with news. You're a fake cultivator who is angry with foreign people, and you've killed yourself and smeared it on your brain. Do you know that Shituo Jiao is a person who can become an elder in the world? Wang Hong and Mr. Cheng agreed to proceed. The teacher said, where did you come from, this scoundrel? It's not punishment. If you don't make any noise, you are very lucky. Where did you lose it? Listening to Lin Wei scratching his head on the side, Chen Chang'an can't do anything to him. No one believes the truth. Shen Chang'an and He Xiao cut their hair on the roadside. My guess about the other meal was indeed correct. Immediately afterwards, Lin Lei asked the alliance again, how do you plan to make money with so many odd hours? Give it to you. How about you? Because I didn't even think about it, so I just shook my head no. This is yours. What's more, it's your chance to get so many snacks. Since you have so many snacks, I won't give you 5,000 snacks. Ling Lei only accepted 50,000 hours, and although he was shocked by the millions of hours in Chen Chang'an's storage ring, he was not tempted and gave it back to Chen Chang'an. Chang'an, you have so many snacks. You can buy a lot of freedom in cultivation. I believe that your cultivation can achieve a breakthrough. Mother, you will soon feel sorry for me. Unit bar, since you made such a big deal today, don't hate me. I won the match again. To celebrate, why don't we go missing tonight? If you call Miss Ling Ren and I also call my Xiaolu, we will become the eternal best in the game. Xiaolu and I have been singing for a long time. Can, then go first, Wu Jianbai. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Chen Chang'an and Lin Leixian went home respectively, and then met at the front floor. As for Chu Yuqian, he never came out to meet Chen Chang'an again, but he silently watched Chen Chang'an leave in secret, and listened to the news about Chen Chang'an that his subordinates had inquired about. The owner of Jukangyao shop on Qingyun Street in Chengnan, apart from the fact that he appeared in Tianwucheng 3 years ago, and the old man of Emperor Xin was in trouble, there is no other information. I didn't expect that in Wucheng, a strong man would hide his shame again. To be honest, Chu Yongtian really wanted to get to know Chen Chang'an. However, Chen Chang'an killed Shitor Jiao and the two queens grew up. This is a big deal. The Shitor cult will definitely seek revenge on him. Although Chen Chang'an is strong, Shitorming is the top motorcycle market in Hezhou and there are many strong people. He alone can't compete with Zhuotu or Jiaokang. So once I make an attempt on my life, I will ask for money to take revenge, and I will not be able to escape my will. Naturally, Chen Chang'an rescued her daughter, but Chu Yongtian did not dare to tighten the relationship with Chen Chang'an, lest he be threatened by thousands of miles. However, Chu Yongtian couldn't figure out why Chen Chang'an didn't dare to leave Tianwu City, and why he wanted to put Chan Fengzi away who knew his identity. Isn't he afraid of revenge for trying to teach? But this thought only turned into punishment in an instant. Even if Chen Chang'an is strong, can he be stronger than a top-level model? He no longer thought too much about Chang'an. He couldn't help much, and he didn't want to go in and get better outside. He raised his head and looked at Mao Guang in the direction of Dalong Mountain. I didn't expect that the strength of the Earth God would be so dangerous. So many strong men joined forces to break its strength. Do we really have to wait until those top players come forward to have a chance to break through the wind? But if this is the case, even if the seal is really broken, we must not be able to get any benefits in the underground palace, and Chu Yongtian is very unwilling. You must know that this underground palace appears near Tianwu City, which it controls blindly. It would be a pity if all the benefits were given to others. I don't know how my daughter is recovering. I heard recently that the two top sects of Shitu sect and Changsheng sect will arrive at Dalong Mountain in the next 2 days. I hope I can take this opportunity to enter the underground palace. Walking on the road, Chen Chang'an observed Yuping in his hand. Inside, there was a drop of blood lying peacefully, and there was a lot of light ash flowing from the remains of the legs, exuding the aura of the mysterious golden man. Growing up and Smile is very satisfied. This low blood pressure can be said to be the biggest gain he got from his trip to the city lord's mansion. I heard from Shan Fengzi that his followers who had lost their religion gained 300 years from receiving a drop of blood. I don't know how many years the low blood circulation in my hands can add to my life. Chang'an is looking forward to it, and he's not greedy. Just give him an additional 1 or 200 years and it's enough. Open the pre-assessment preparation call safely throughout the process. But when I held it and just opened the jade bottle, the low-level writing seemed to have the word 0, and it was painted as a bloody light, shooting towards the distance. Chen Chang'an went to look at it lightly and used his spirit. That drop of blood was instantly suppressed and grasped by an invisible hand. Chen Chang'an clearly felt that Chang Xin's inner body seemed to be trembling with blood. Chen Chang'an was a little surprised and curious. Could it be that this low-blooded person has intelligence? The next moment, Chen Chang'an's double soft body flashed with divine light, which was the open divine light. In an instant, he penetrated the low writing and saw the faint remnant soul that was sleeping in the writing. Even if a journey stirs up a weak hidden soul, under Shenzong'an's divine eyes opened through his invincible show, there is no way to wake him up. Chen Chang'an was even more surprised that there was a group of remnant souls hidden there. He had heard Lin Lei mention that this low-level professor came from the underground palace, and mercy has been spoken about for tens of thousands of years, so it is not simple to hide souls here. Just when Chen Chang'an was observing the faint remnant soul sleeping here through the heavy wood, he also exchanged the remnant soul here for death. In Chen Chang'an's stone sea, he suddenly remembered a cold and beautiful voice, like thunder exploding from the sky. Who is looking down on me? Chen Chang'an was not surprised. He was born soon. Who are you? Fake cultivation with a little foreign crab and practice your life in the name of your own little deity. That Leng Li's voice is quite worthy again. Immediately afterwards, the drop of thin blood in his hand shone brightly, and he punched Chang'an's Maixing hard. But Chang'an is just a lifetime of cold hatred. The invincible show breaks out and easily wipes out the entire land. You were the one who interfered with the spirit of that woman from Tunxi before. At this moment, there was some blood essence in Leng Li's voice. Before he fell into a deep sleep, he knew everything about the virus happening in the outside world. She only felt that when she was devouring a woman's soul, she felt the aura of danger and doubt, so she escaped from the woman's stone sea. But now Chen Chenan's body can once again feel the microscopic aura of extinction. Chen Chang'an, tell me calmly who you are, otherwise I don't recommend hiding your evidence from your wife. The plain words were filled with a bone-chilling feeling of killing, and the hidden souls of the brigade could not help but. He is even just a brigade of hidden souls and is no match for the guy in front of him. So the Alliance should ask for glory. Spreading rumors, you are not going to destroy me as a hidden ghost. I am suffering from the blood demon. I wonder if you can listen to it. Fa Yinggang Mi, Chen Chang'an Shuang Mo Zhongduan News Agency, Jinguang, you are the selected model. He had heard the news about this blood-receiving model done from Shan Fengzi before. Qi Xiao had the blood-receiving power-up sanction, which made Chen Chang'an very adaptable. But it is a pity that this method of blood granting and training has long been lost after the death of the blood granting model, which made Chen Chang'an feel regretful for a while. Now I didn't expect that the art soul hidden in the blood in front of me was actually the blood demon. In this way, Chen Chang'an was shocked and at the same time filled with gold. But after the surprise, Chen Chang'an calmed down. If he suspected Leng Sheng, since you are the selected demon lord, you are right. How do you want me to prove the secret behind the hidden soul of a brigade? Chen Chang and Mu Guang deeply broken Huang Fanzu. I heard that the blood-giving demon lord has mastered a mysterious method of blood-giving and power-raising. He can continuously practice blood-giving and thus increase the number of things given. Since you are a blood-receiving demon, you can use the blood-refining method. As soon as these words came out, N.A. Zhanghuan sneered in his heart. Sure enough, when he heard the name of the deity, he immediately started to use the method of selling body writing. Even if it was a powerful enemy who originally wanted to kill me, who wouldn't want to get this method of endangering people and raising electricity? How could they still rashly say something for the sake of heaven and earth? Blood-granting model Zundang, yes, I have mastered that blood-granting power-up support. It's a pity that I'm currently weak in the soul bomb. Many of my memories have yet to be revived. For the time being, I can only think of the most basic B-story experiences. Chen Chang'an's eyes were slightly confused. The most basic teaching method. The blood donation you practice can bring more benefits to people. A terrible power penetrated into the blood, and the blood demon lord was frightened, and he felt like his soul was about to fly apart. He screamed in horror, "Don't kill me. Fellow Taoist, what I said is true. As long as my soul can slowly recover, I will remember the method of teaching and refining. Other steps, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Give me a chance." That amount of encouragement often recedes if it doesn't ebb and flow. Chen Chang'an, let me believe you for once. How can your soul return, so that I can devour the power of other souls and get a reply? After being married to the blood demon lord for the rest of his life, Yisheng was in panic, but in his heart he kept reprogramming and growing up with this bastard. He is the demon lord of Shou who has ruined the writing style of countless cultivators. Today, he is facing such an innocent threat and cannot be saved. After bringing her soul back to a certain level, the blood demon lord killed her for the first time and grew. As for now, of course, we must continue to aggrieve and seek rights. The most important thing is to save the last mile of life. Growing Andao, I will give you this opportunity and I will give it to you in the future. Chen Chang'an is not worried about being tortured by blood and squatting, and there are some evil potions against him. But if he dares to lie to him, Chen Chang'an can kill him at any time. Next, the basic story actions of the blood granting and refining method will be explained. The blood-granting demon lord smiled bitterly. Yes, I am too weak now, and I really cannot pass on the blood-granting and refining method. Chen Chang'an was so rude that he was separated from the torture model. On the journey to torture her, the disabled master in the wind will make a noise at any time. Fellow Taoist, I really can't teach you now, please forgive me. The blood demon lord couldn't help but think about it. Dao Yao, please bring me back to the present. I will immediately teach you the basic method of blood refining. Don't torture me anymore. Please spare my life. Please spare my life. But Shen Changnanfang entered Wei Wen and continued to torture and suffer bloody grinding. The demon master is really afraid that Chen Chang'an will accidentally scatter the souls of her generation. She is horrified. There is a quick assistant, a quick assistant. I can try hard and don't torture me anymore. Chen Chang'an still hasn't stopped torturing him. The model's soul has become even weaker, not to mention recovering. He was completely afraid and quickly passed on the basic selection experience method he knew to Chang'an. Only then did Chen Chang'an stop torturing the model master and used his divine guidance to understand and master the basic electricity of the body transmitted from the model master. This method of refining the danger is called the divine technique of teaching and learning. Now the demon lord of teaching and learning taught him the official magical skill of teaching and the method of refining the danger. As well as blood receptors, modified use can increase immunity for 1 year, so the effect of increasing immunity is only for 1 year. But it can't hold up to all the big bosses. Just one driving blow and receiving blood can provide hundreds of times of increased defense effect. In other words, the most common first-level training can also help Xiu Fei and increase the ability to receive the flaming statues. But the refinement of teaching, even the worst first-level teaching, is not how to refine it, but how to refine it enough. Hands hanging, the physical training materials required are cultivation entities, and at least their cultivation level in life must have reached the full state of disease. Secondly, death cannot last too long. One sentence is taken advantage of. In addition, the stronger the modification, the stronger the life economy of 4000 is, and the more blood it can extract. Chen Chang'an quickly understood and was very satisfied with this wonderful blood-receiving magic skill. This is his biggest gain so far. It's just a pity that the Demon Lord of Granting can only remember the experience of one episode of Granting. Be careful with a blood-receiving demon. Fellow Taoist, how do you master this blood-receiving magical skill? I'm not lying. His blood-receiving magic skill is complex, and it is not easy to master the method of refining it. Even though it took him decades to successfully find the training method that I taught him in one episode, he successfully refined and taught me in one episode while killing hundreds of minor cultivators all over the territory. And in such a short period of time, the Demon Lord Grant selection naturally would not have thought that Chang'an would have mastered the experience method of Yi Grant writing. But he was worried that Chen Chang'an couldn't understand this magical blood-receiving skill, thought it was a lie to him, and came to torture him again. Chen Chang'an has already looked for it calmly. I have some control over it. Unfortunately for the blood-giver Demon Lord, the long press of the dust has no explanation, and it will trample you. How many extremes of blood is this low blood you are hiding now? The demon of Granting and taking thought for a while and replied, it seems that a drop of 7-level Granting can increase the defense for 3000 years. However, after such a long time, the life inside has been largely lost. I'm afraid I can only endure it for a few decades. Is it obvious to your remnant soul that Guolian issued this low order? Granting the Demon Lord Yao Tu will have no impact. The tour guide only needs to give me the tools to improve the things found in other copies, growing up and escaping together under the usual. Dear fellow Taoist, it's best to give me a piece of resurrected soul that can nourish my own soul. If you can regain your soul, don't force yourself too much. The Demon King is angry in his heart, but he doesn't dare to force you to grow up. His own life is in the hands of growing up. He often takes a look and thinks about his majestic and indelible blood-suffering demon. He never thought that one day he would be bullied by such a man. Damn it, he doesn't know how to differentiate between life and death. He silently emerged from that drop of thin blood and attached himself to that ordinary grave. Chen Chang'an put the piece of private parts into the vagina separately for a while, and the reporter immediately followed him. Piu Chang and Jiang Muguang put it back on that drop of writing. It narrowed its eyes slightly, then gave the order to give blood, and transformed Qi Lian into 99 quickly came out in my mind to notify. Taking the blood drop will increase the number of the number by 12. The current number of years of the number is 16 and the number of years of the number is 85. The disease is finally about to exceed 100, and Chen Chang'an is very happy. This insurance is indeed a good thing. It's a pity that after so long, only this little energy is left to increase the sales for 12 years. However, it is better to keep the selected model for a long time. At least you can get the insurance. Chen Chang'an plans to help him recover some of his soul power in the future, and then obtain a more advanced method of teaching the mind from him and experience a more advanced mind teaching. This would make her description really long. This is a big project that can be lost for development US-China. Go first. Quan Chang'an and Zhong Leiya had just arrived when they heard the gods coming from the second floor. Chang'an, Lian Xiaomai is here, facing thunder and grey hands, calling these two people. Arriving on the second floor, Chen Chang'an saw the handsome fish row next to Ling Lei. He is about the same age as Ling Lei. He is wearing a young woman's dress. He is tall and has fair skin, becoming softer and smaller. She is Han Xiao, the woman Lin Lei likes. Zhongling, Guai Chiao said hello, goodbye on the small road. Chang'an, long time no see. 02, the habit you still brought with you at Jiukang Pharmacy. Habit. Lin Li greeted Chen Chang'an, and the middle-aged writer Chang'an, who has many classes today, asked me to give out some dishes. Lin Li, sister, what do you want to eat? Just order whatever you want, don't save money for me. Piu Chang'an laughed and the bell, Razi, finally put on a multi-point thread and carefully, nodding in the middle. Soon, a large table of food is on the table. On Fan's desk, Chen Chang'an could see the close love between Ling Yu and Han Xiaolu. The relationship between the two was very good. Even the sour smell in the air makes people's blood flow. Lin Lei said to Chang'an, I really want to thank you very much this time. You have also heard me talk about Xiaolu. His parents are from a wealthy family in the city. He has always been opposed to me being with Xiaolu. After all, I am just a poor kid with nothing, but now I am dragging you down. You have cured Lord Cheng's girl. I am now the deputy commander of the throne. There are another 50,000 hours. His father will definitely not object to my being with Xiaolu this time. Xiaolu and I have discussed it, and we will go to his house tomorrow to discuss your marriage. After getting married, there will be several big, fat, and small children. Ling Lei carries out the journey in his eyes with a beautiful impact on the future. Han Xiaolu curled up the corners of his mouth and smiled tenderly. He looked at Ling Lei with a smile, his eyes were full of him. Chen Chang'an smiled and said, then remember to ask me and you to take a shower so that I can give you a share of the money to sue. That's for sure. Zhong Ling are on the side, listening to Ling Lei and Han Xiaolu want to organize a wedding for you and the god of marriage. Those bright golden eyes are also very period. Come and drink and drink. Strange appearance at the dinner table. But suddenly, an invisible attack broke out. But I saw the first person outside the building, move to Jianguang and turned around. Immediately after a sip of pure astringency, I saw the growth of the killing elephant. Lin Ping has the ability to bully cultivators after retreating from defense. He is the first to notice the sudden killing blow. He leads the attack. Okay, be careful. Lei Weixiang didn't even think about it and grabbed Qing Sifeijian, but the power of non-seeing is too strong. Only in one encounter, the palm of Lingling will be released, the spirit of the first promise. He couldn't catch it, and saw that the flying arrow was about to kill Chen Chang'an, but he suddenly seemed to have lost his strength and was unable to kill him. Lei's face was filled with confusion and he couldn't understand. Chen Chang'an looked at Fei Jin with his eyes slightly closed. It seemed that someone was killing him. You are just an ordinary first master, who wants to kill you? Chen Chang'an gave the director a gift. I always keep my cell phone safe. How do I know who wants to kill? Liang Lei picked up the flying arrow and looked serious. This flying arrow was at least a third-level weapon. Someone who can control a third-level weapon is also a powerful person in the whole realm. Lin Lei Sui was curious as to why the arrow suddenly lost its power and stopped when it was close to Chen Chang'an. What made Lin Lei even more worried was Chen Chang'an's comfort. Someone wanted to kill him. The divine light of war that flashed in Chen Chang'an's eyes had already used the divine object to find the killer hiding far outside the first building. And the identity of this killer makes Chang'an very suitable. It was the genius face alchemist of the Jin family, Jin Yang, who treated Chu Xiong today. Thinking back to today's medical treatment, Chen Chang'an thought that he had not offended him, so why did he press the kill button himself? It's because of the low blood circulation, Chen Chang'an thought. Ling Lei on the side was very worried. He couldn't figure out who assassinated Chang'an. He was no longer in the mood to eat, so he took out his interrogation suit. Chen Chang'an laughed. Lei Zi, what are you doing? I am now the deputy commander of the law enforcement guards and a powerful law enforcement guard. I will immediately shoot a group of law enforcement guards and come to seal off the surrounding area of the first building. I must find you. Ling Wei's face is not pretty. The sword merchant in his hand is still doing the popular work. If the flying arrow hadn't stopped suddenly and inexplicably just now, he might have seen his longtime friend die before his eyes. He will never allow it. On the side, Han Xiaolu saw this scene for the first time and was frightened. Qingxiu's beautiful face turned slightly white. Neutral and blinded, Dong Zhong hopes that the enemy in his heart will. Who is planning to assassinate my parent, Brotheran? He is so energetic. My parent, Brotheran, did not even make the situation a prince. Lin knew very well how powerful Chen Chang'an was at noon, so he was not worried about the arrangement. Chen Chang'an stopped one. No need. The killer sword didn't kill the dragon. I'm afraid it has already subdued the man and retreated. It's easy to control the demon. Besides, since you just mentioned being the deputy commander, it's better to keep a low profile. It means that in the end, with the rapid development of the case, we can only give up on the disengagement of law enforcement, okay? The person next to Lin Lei Anwei shouted Xiaolu Xiaolu, it's okay. Zhong Lei's eyes exploded. Brother Lin Lei, actually you don't have to worry about Brother Chang'an's comfort. He is very powerful. Lin Lei Fuyan nodded. He didn't want to change Chen Chang'an's powerful image in Zhonglian Erxin, so he smiled. Of course I knew he was very powerful. Lin Yan said seriously again, Chang'an, you have money now. I can't always stay by your side to protect you, and my cultivation level is also a bit weak. Even if I want to protect you, I am powerless. It is best to buy some magic weapons for self-defense and life-saving. I heard that Wanbeige is the largest merchant in Tianwu City. There are many magic weapons there. You can go there to buy them. Chen Chang'an nodded. He really should go to Wanbao Pavilion to find Yi Hong. Suddenly something like this happened. Because they were not in the mood to eat anymore, they ended the meal hastily. Lin Lei originally wanted to send Chen Chang'an and Zhong Lian back to Jiukang Medicine Book, but Chen Chang'an refused, telling him that he was fine and that no killer could kill him. Instead, I told him that if he had any trouble, just call him and he could help solve it. Lei was unfortunate enough to grow up and think that an ordinary doctor could sell such things. He was just kidding. In short, Lin Leica and Han Xiaolu were worried about Chen Chang'an's security. In the end, they only sent Chen Chang'an and Zhong Lian back to Jiukang. On the way, of course, Lin Lei did not forget his rights as a deputy leader and took several law enforcement positions throughout the disease to protect Jiukang Yaopuno from middle school during the case. But what makes him helpless is that he is very responsible and has the right to lose money and gain legal status. But his own consolation was too much, and it was only the consolation at the end of the retreat. Many law enforcement officials looked down upon him, but now Lin Lei is the deputy commander personally promoted by Lord Cheng, so they heard about this deputy commander because he introduced a good doctor who cured the little sister Tade. Therefore, I also tried my best to protect the 2 law enforcement positions in the whole territory, which can be regarded as a big favor for the deputy general manager. Lin Lei also knew that his performance was too good, and it would not be easy to be promoted to the position of Tongping commander. He secretly decided to work harder in the future to improve his performance. Jin Yang used a 3-body light sword to sneak attack and kill Chen Chang'an outside the first building. In Jin Yang's view, Chen Chang'an is just a weak fake cultivator who nourishes his blood and vents his anger. If he wants to kill Chang'an, it will only become a killing among the Jushutai clan. Although judging from Dan Feng's attitude, he seems to be very devoted to Dai Cheng. But Jin Yang is not afraid of growing up. He is a genius ordering master with an extremely high level of talent. Now, in the city of Ohio, the situation is even stronger than trying to compete. So Jin Yang and Aoma are also very arrogant, but more of them are smart Alex. There are 2 reasons why he wanted to assassinate Chen Chang'an. First, Chen Chang'an had a history of dual treatment in Lord Chen's mansion, which robbed him of his prestige. Secondly, it was Xuan Fangzi who developed that drop of skinny shoes. Please describe the killing of Chen Chang'an and give thanks to Zhuozhuo. Even in Jin Yang's view, as long as he takes action secretly and silently, no one will know that he killed Chen Chang'an. No matter how good Renping's background is, there's nothing he can do about it. Didn't think about it. He actually failed in his assassination. Xinyang was filled with doubts and didn't understand what was going on. The 3rd-grade clear light sword is clearly very powerful. Even the retreating monk from Xinchang Anshengsheng couldn't defeat his skill sword at all. According to the case, this piece of his exhibition is enough to make Chang'an people comment. But it turned out that the Qingguang key was inexplicably lost with him. Jin Yang couldn't figure it out, so he didn't dare to take action rashly, so he followed Cheng Chang all the way to look for a suitable opportunity. At the moment, Jin Yang is observing silently at a street corner outside Jiukang drugstore, planning to make another move. He had no idea what a terrible person he had become. If the wine is not good, the 2 buildings of Chang'an in the city will shoot out the light of war god, watching the Jingniang's epidemic situation. 02 You should rest early and I will go out. 02 almost knows what the growth button does. He nods obediently. Chen Chang'an's departure from the wine shop and medicine also attracted the attention of Ling Wei, who was sent outside to secretly protect them. 2 law enforcement officers, Chen Chang'an, late at night, but next time. As Chen Chang'an stepped forward, he disappeared from the sight of the 2 law enforcement officers as if he was going smoothly. 2 fingering positions with bigger eyes, fuck, other people. They actually rubbed their eyes in case they were doing. At the same time, when Chen Chang'an paid for wine, health and medicine, it also attracted Jing Niang's attention. It seems that this guy didn't take the previous assassination to heart at all. Jin Yang sneered, a flash of light flashed in his eyes, and he prepared his hands for growth. But at this moment, Chen Chang'an's voice suddenly disappeared from his sight. Jin Yang is fierce. Where are the people? Immediately afterwards, Jin Yang went to see a flower in front of his eyes. A young man in a green shed suddenly appeared in front of him. The golden sheep took 2 or 3 steps back. Why are you here? The golden sheep's mind didn't turn around for a while. Chen Chang'an said calmly, why am I here? You have to ask me this question. Jin Yang didn't know why, but he felt an inexplicable feeling of great power towards Chen Chang'an in his heart. He quickly hid the confusion in his eyes and quickly calmed down, sneering. This street is not your home. What does it matter where I appear? The moon is extra round tonight. I can't go up to the moon here. Chen Chang'an didn't bother and took out Qing Guangjian, dagger in front of the golden bird. Did you throw away this flying key? This is not mine. Jin Yang said no, but as soon as Huiyin fell, the golden sun suddenly burst out, and the eyes were already fighting to kill Xiao Chang. He directly used one hand to quickly pinch the situation and cast the method. Li Tong's fiery horse rushed out from behind, proving the evil. The courtier Chang and Hu Xiaoer. He opened his big mouth and wanted to swallow an in one gulp and die. Facing the attack launched by Jin Yang, Shen Chang'an's expression was bright and clear, and he just suggested with the clear light in his hand. Yes, I put my shoulders on my shoulders, and my tears are so clear when I see them. With unparalleled sword power, he killed the living blind man with one sword. He saved Lian Na Jin Niang and was cut into 2 by the clear sword light in the island forest. But the imagined scene of blood first and not seeing did not happen. The golden sheep of time was chopped into 2 halves in the flesh and blood area. The essence was for the 2 halves of the skin, and Jin Yang's body has been teleported outside the white chair. Jin Kong looked in the direction of Jiukong Pharmacy in shock and his voice was loose. This partner is out to eat a tiger. He is not a fake cultivator with foreign shoes at all. I can easily kill him if he can gain all his life. At least he is a powerful cultivator who can be killed by others and even his destiny. Damn it, it's all over the place. Thanks to me having a T-Death talisman that I can afford, otherwise I would be his little sword king soul now. Jin Yang couldn't help but fight the Korean War. He no longer wanted to fight with Chen Chang'an, so he used the Soul God Seer technique to escape. On Qingyun Street, Chen Chang'an looked at the service that was spread in half and looked slightly grey in surprise. Chen Chang'an remembered a powerful service TES recorded in a book written by Tang Shuj. This operation uses the power of law to withstand a life and death crisis for the user. It is difficult to train the machine, so this disadvantage is very real. I didn't expect this company or Han to have a service like death poison. It would not be imposed. Chen Chang'an's male guide used the sacred tree to watch Jin Yang escape. In front of her, Jin Yang Xiaodao, put away the clear lightsaber and step on the gods. Not only do you not want to chase after today, it's like a cat catching a mouse halfway, and finally seeing the mouse escape into Chengzhou. It seems that he knows that he can't escape from Tianwu City and wants to find a place in Lord Chen's mansion to use the Tianhu Thaxin. Growing up and having a happy life, no one he wants to kill will miss. Mr. Jin, why are you back? The arrival of Jin Yang in the Chengzhou mansion alarmed Chu Yongxian and Chu Wushuang, father and daughter. The two rich people looked at Jin Oxen, who had an official expression and were very adaptable. Jin Yang's face turned pale, he was trampled down, and he came out of the city. Lord, someone wants to kill me, so I will come to your place to be quiet for the time being. On the way, I have sent a message to my family to ask for help. The Jin family has not sent anyone to send money. I hope Chu Cheng can always protect me. As soon as this message came out, except for Yongtian, who felt uneasy, not only did he not only ask the question slightly, but also, Mr. Jin, who wants to kill you? It's the guy who treated Wushuang today. The golden sheep's face is so pale that it's hard to scream and full of pink. He didn't expect that the result would be different. He thought of his used T-Death talisman. The golden sheep couldn't help but feel heartbroken. That's a good thing that can save your life. Just come and use it. When the family sends Chiang Yu in, he must ask the city chieftain to take the cake. And now that he has escaped all the way to Chengzhou Mansion, he has finally let go of the reminder. From Jin Yang's point of view, he is safe in the city lord's palace. Can Chang and Fei Qian still survive? Xu Yongtian is a prince who transforms into a god. If Shen Chang'an dares to come to the city lord's palace to kill him, Xu Yongtian will definitely teach him how to behave. He is the genius co-teacher of the Jin family. Except for Yongtian, he cannot die. Jin Yang thinks about this group in his heart, but he didn't expect that when he said that it was Chen Chang'an who wanted to kill him, except for the calm expression on his face, you had provoked the successful man. In addition to the change in Yongtian's expression, Jin Yang's mind also had a feeling of enlightenment. Even the chefs on the side were not very curious. He rarely saw his father with such a serious expression. Chu Yongtian looked at Jin Yang as if he was looking at the entity and Ning Zhong. What is going on? Then why did Chen Gongzi kill him? Jin Yang didn't want to say it, but when faced with Chu Yongtian's mysterious eyes, he didn't care. There is an elder in my current family who explained the situation to Jane. I didn't expect the economy to reach this level. Chu Yongtian has arrived, so you want to kill the successful person to gain blood. Jin Yang nodded hurriedly, that's true. What's wrong? Then, Jin Yang fell again. I thought he was just an embellishment in his foreign writing, but who knew this guy was hiding so deeply? I don't know whether the real show is the reincarnation or destiny. I suffered a big loss and almost lost my life. Which family will hold on? But fortunately, I escaped to the city lord's mansion. There is a place where the city lord doesn't dare to do anything to me, except for Shuangjing factory. He is stronger here. In addition to explaining that the age of Wu Da in Kancheng Chang'an is only 10 years old, how come there is such a leftover Xiao? Could it be Xiao Xiantianjiang? Jin Yangdao, chef city master, your expression changed when I mentioned that house. Who is he? Jin Yang's words couldn't help but make Chu Yongtian smile bitterly. Mr. Jin, I said it's not good for you to look after someone. Why should you look after that person? Even if you hide in the city clan, if he wants to kill them, I won't be able to avoid you. These words have been published by Jin Yang Lang. The clothes on the side of the kitchen window are also very handsome. Father, why can't even you hand it to me? What is it about him that makes you remember it like this? Jin Yang also thought about eternity and wanted to know why. Except for Qian Dao and the Duke of Jin, during the daytime, you should have seen Shan Dao who lost his head and screamed, and sent a big attack to him. Do you know the reason? Jin Yang Xingzhong became even more uneasy and hesitated for a moment. But Yu Hao came from an extraordinary place. To be able to possess such a level of cultivation. Could he be the Xianluan master who dominated Hezhou? Except using Tianyuo is wrong. So what is the reason? Jin-Yang intersection pursues. In addition to using the sky curtain light to destroy it, you must block again, because you can see 2 blood loss lights on it. Recently I tried to talk to 2 Monkey King elders about their death. One Monkey King elder took advantage of me to go to the depths of Dalong Mountain to try to get it done, but was kept in peace by the mysterious strong man in the city. Another Queen elder, Shan Dea Shushuo, also died in Tianwu City. In addition to Shuang Meilu being shocked, could it be that the mysterious strong man is him? Jin Yang's expression changed drastically. He couldn't believe it. How could this be possible? He actually killed the 2 princes and princes of Shituojiao. The news received from Chu Yongtian was so shocking that Jin Yangji felt a cool liquid rush from the soles of his feet to the Tianling cap, and his whole body could not help but activate. Unless Yongtian dares to visit, this is just a single guess, but I'm afraid this is probably true. Mr. Jin, you'd better leave the city lord's mansion as soon as possible. Even the elder king monkey who tried to call him was able to keep his will. If Ha wants to kill you, I can't protect you. However, I heard that Director Shan has already sent the news back to Lost Trust Call. I believe Lost Trust Call will return soon. Jin Yang's face is pale and his tattoos are cold and straight. It can be said that he has never had the tools he has today. He didn't expect that Chen Chenggen's real strength was far beyond his imagination. Subverting his cognition could clear the seal and crush the king's head. Could he be the immortal Bing Yang cult? Now that I think about how I just escaped from Chen Chenggen's hands, I feel like I have gone to hell. Without saying a word, Jin Yang immediately wanted to leave the Chen clan mansion and escape from Tianwu City. But at this moment, Jin Yang suddenly saw something. He felt as if he had been hit by Lei Jiji, standing on a human body, unable to move. Chu Yongtian and Chu Shuang looked at Jin Yang, only to see a young man in green robe appearing silently 10 meters away. His appearance, even Chu Yongtian, who has the ability to cultivate nerves, was not able to sense it. This person suddenly appeared and even my god didn't notice it. He must be a powerful leader. When did the big bed rest first? When such a young master appeared, all kinds of ages rose in Chu Yongtian's heart. However, Chu Wushuang was not interested in raising his Minister Chang'an, but he was curious about his Minister Chang'an. Such young and powerful people are still those old people who oppose the old and fight against the same. Chu Yongtian alliance can win blindly, offensively and defensively. Mr. Villager, why are you here? Growing Andao will not be burned. Chu Yongtian hesitated for a moment, thinking that Jin Yang's status was not low. He was a genius, and his father was the most powerful person in the Jin family. If he died in Chengzhou Mansion, he would be in a lot of trouble, so he asked Cheng Chengzi. He is a disciple of the Jin family. If you kill him, the Jin family will not be good at cultivation, so why not let him go? Presumably what he is doing to his subordinates now. After 10,000 points, everyone takes a step back. The sea, fire, and sky. Shen Chang'an smiled. What do you want to do? I hope you can succeed and you can only meet me once. But the words have not yet been finished. Shen Chang'an's wife, who do you think you are? How dare you act in front of me? As he spoke, he was accompanied by a terrifying and unchangeable pressure, like a red willow running through the vines. Chu Yongtian's face changed drastically. He was suppressed by this boundless pressure from the ministry and retreated. His grandeur not only conveyed meaning. My face turned pale, my soul and body were cold, and I had a cold. My legs couldn't help but stand up, and I didn't dare to say a word anymore. He was worried that if he said another word, Chen Chang'an would want to pinch the elder Bao Shituo. Then he would pinch him too. Unexpectedly, the lord of a city would not even speak sincerely in front of the city Chang'an. The eyes of growth are wide open, and you can see all you want. With Jin Yang's pale face, he couldn't help but feel dizzy, but when he thought about how he was a younger brother of the Jin family, he and Zheng Shou were in the same situation today. He didn't believe that Chang'an of this city really dared to kill him. Lian took a deep breath and pretended to be a co-director. I am the genius of the Jin family's generation. My father is the third obstacle to the Jin family's power. I'm just like those elders with poems and pictures. If you dare to kill me, I won't let you go if you ask for leave. Grow and weenie-eyed so you make a threat. Ding Lung's murderous determination emerged from Chen Chang'an's body like a cold winter moon. The hair is falling out all over Jin Yang's body due to movement, and his soul can't stop fighting. I'm not endangering you, I just hope you think carefully. Jin Yang's face turned pale. Answer. Chu Yongtian and Chu Wushuang on the side did not speak. They just wondered who this golden lady was. Knowing that he killed the 2 kings of Shituming in Huzhong.com, he still left Shan Fengzi alone. Either this person is very powerful and Wuju Shitujiao, or he is a self-defeating Wang Wangji. This kind of person is least afraid of threats from others. On the contrary, they may be frightened if they are threats. Growth is hanging on the corner of my mouth once. If I were an ordinary person, I would have died in your hands long ago. Why should I let you go? You are such a fool. Do you think you want to be an enemy of Jin Jiao? Jin Yang gritted his teeth and said, But when he finished speaking, Chen Chang'an had already displayed a zero column of light, heading towards Jingyang Sha. This ray of light summons a powerful and terrifying alliance. It splits in an instant and continues in the sky. It is an inner shift, which is beyond comprehension. In just an instant, the golden sheep's head separated from its body and turned into a cold question. In the hands of Chen Chang'an, it was Jing Niang who assassinated her on the first floor and used the third-grade magic weapon to clear the light. In addition to borrowing money to build income, growth and looks dull and stumped. It is rare to argue with you. If the Jin family is willing to risk life and death, they have thought about something. Immediately afterwards, Chen Chang'an looked at Chu Yongtian and Chu Wushuang. The faces of the two women turned pale. When Chen Chang'an looked over, they both understood and kept their eyes straight. Are you worried that Chen Chenan will kill someone? In this case, no one will know who killed the little lady. The most important point is that it is easy for Chen Chang'an to keep his family close to him and crush the princes and elders of the Shitu sect to pieces. Then, they must have killed the father and daughter, and it would be even more difficult for the concubine to blow them back. In addition to using Tianyan's eyes and saliva, pretending to be righteous will not produce any good results. Chen, Mr. Chen, don't worry about me tonight. I will definitely not thank you. It was you who killed Jin Yang's little boy. Chen Chang'an smiled. The Lord was not afraid when he left the city. Shen was not the one to be killed. What's more, you thought I had no reason and no hatred. In addition to having a little peace of mind, I can't help but worry about the amazing price. Unable to change the notification you want to a notification, except for Yongtian, who is heartbroken but only for the price of gold. Going to the Jin family is not an ordinary practice. It has been passed down in Hezhou for tens of thousands of years. Even the leader, character, and physical skills in front of me, and even the true King Mao Zongzong of Wanfa Jing, Chen Chang'an killed this genius ordering master of the Jin family. The Jin family will definitely not be on the order show. He is really not afraid. It was only when the Jin family of Moyaodao came to settle accounts with him that they found out about Baotu's identity. Although Chen Chang'an is strong, except for Yongtian's guess in his mind that his best performance is at the immortal realm and cannot be above the immortal realm. When Wanfa makes a decision and emphasizes it, who is not the one who first introduces the name of Zhu dynasty to the great Chengxiu? As for Chen Chang'an, he has never seen him, and he has never heard of such a person around him. In addition to using the world to attack the party, during this period of time, the sky danced into chaos. Liang Yun came and tried to call the elders. I wonder if the young master can listen to Wen. Except Yongtian wanted to hint to Chang'an and Shitu asked him to settle the score with him, but he knew that Chang'an didn't play tricks. I killed Shitu and called those two Zhongs. What? Chen Chang'an's group answered directly and gave up Yuqian's consciousness and rules. They didn't know what to say. The kitchen window on the side opened to the young master's skills, which easily wiped out the two kings of Shitu Ming. The meeting were about to be released. Shitu Jiao's single palm network allows him to send your message back. Shitu Jiao teaches fate and targeted kung fu. The growth is calm and comes down to the water to form a shadow. As I said before, Shan Fengzi has no grudge against me. If he didn't attack me, I wouldn't kill him. But if anyone dares to mess with you, I'll fix the blame and I won't be a guest. The plain Huayusheng was filled with the cold sand of Sun Ran. Chu Wushuang and Chu Yongtian only dared to fight with Mao Gushang. What happened in their hearts? I don't know why they have a ridiculous view in their hearts. They think that if the price of gold drops, it will bring trouble to Chang'an. They can infinitely take it away. Chen Chang'an took down the kitchen introduction from Jinyang City. The two people are dead. I will stay soon and go back first. After saying that, he took a step forward and Chen Chang'an disappeared into Chenzhou. Come without a trace, go without a trace. Chen Chang'an's subordinates are so uncanny that it's shocking. After growing up and leaving, Virgo Wushuang and Virgo talented woman are worried about things. Defang said, if Jin Yang dies, the Jin family will definitely be furious. Father, what should we do? Chu Yongtian looked at the sheep's corpse. He was seeking his own death. No one would kill him if he provoked him. Since this young master doesn't care about leaking out that he was the one who killed him, it's better to spread the news to the Jin family. Otherwise, if Jin Yang dies in Chengzhou Mansion, then the Jin family's monster will be unjustly beaten, which I can't afford to accept right now. But what comes to mind is that, in addition to using the sky cover to take care of things, carefully divide the Linley, the handsome law enforcement officer of Weifu, please mention it carefully. If Chiawu offends, raise his recruitment to that Ong. Respect your orders and leave. Traveling in the sea of clouds, I searched to save the ship, and at the fastest speed, I slid through the sky and flew across the mountains and rivers. On the head of the transmission, there were two women. These two women were Dongfang Lingyue and Qin Chao, who had left Changsheng. Along the way, Qin Chaoyang worked hard to call Ci Beijian, and finally achieved a little bit of Weila's results. He established a trace of contact with Ci Beijian and was able to barely control In this situation, Dongfang Lingyu is even more happy. Chaoyang has established a trace of originality with the earthly atmosphere of mercy and mercy. It seems that this trip to the underground palace was not done by my immortality teacher. The news coming back from Dalong Mountain is that no one can defeat the ancient wind in the underground palace, because I clearly feel that maybe you can use this Siwei sword to open the door to the underground palace. Please come to Lord Yang to lead the force of Bolding Shield to express the wishes of Master Ji Yu Fu and Chang Shengzong. Dongfang Lingyue jumps forward, Wu Jing Sea of Clouds, 3,000 green silk hairs flying, trampling down, the achievement of Tu Tian Wu is about to arrive. I am telling Master Wei about a senior's crystal sky collision. This person used an ordinary anti-iron sword to cut Delongshan in half with one strike. With such strength, I am afraid that even the Supreme Patriarch of the Immortality sect would do the opposite. This senior's trial finally reached the level of synthetic horror competition. But at this moment, a golden treasure ship approached, and above it stood a flag of the Great Sun, cracking in the wind. Dongfang Ling is slightly less powerful than the Jin family. He came to the Jin family and sent people to fight for the inheritance of the late emperor. Soon, the two ships approached. On board Jin Jiaba, the businessman's bag of the citizen's deputy wife was headed. Dongfang Lingyue knows this person, Jin Chuangfeng, the second head of the Jin family. He has been famous for 600 years and is the master of the three major religions of the Jin family. The Jin family is very powerful in Hezhou, and there are three major religious figures and figures on the surface. The current head of the family, Jin Chuanxiong. The second head of the family, Jin Chuangfeng, and the third head of the family, Jin Chuanhai. Jin Chuangfeng and Dongfang Lingyue fought with each other. When Dongfang Lingyue arrived, he didn't expect the Jin family's competing generals to arrive. It seems that your Jin family is very wise about this inheritance. New ship style shakes head thief, Fairy Liu Yu is too interested in me entering the house. This time, the late emperor reported that something had happened, which alarmed Xiao Xianxian. Because the small Jin family could drink soup during this storm, they would be satisfied. The inheritance of the late emperor is the ancestor. Don't be particular about it. Let everything take its course. There are more important things to benefit from coming here this time. Dongfang Lingyue said misfortunes. Apart from inheriting the legacy of the late emperor, what else do you have to do when you enter the house? I am often fooled in the eye of the storm. Last night, when I was in the younger generation's first genius list, I talked about death on tianwuchang.com. This time I went to deal with his affairs. Dongfang Lingyue is Jingya. There is someone in the river who is the genius that frightens you. Do you know who it is? Jin Chuanfeng's expression became serious, and he said, the news from Yongtian, the city lord of Jinwu City, is that the murderer is growing up. I heard that this person is so powerful that he can easily hold a prince's cannon with one hand. I'm afraid he is of the same economic status as you and me. Chen Chang'an, this person is here to hear it. Dongfang Lengtia is far away. Qing Chaoyang on the side has never heard of Wen's growth arrangements. Little did Liang Nu know that Chen Chang'an was the mysterious and powerful person they visited Tianwu City this time. Qing Chaoyang did not ask Chen Chang'an's name, but pointed out that Chen Chang'an asked him to go to Tianwu City's Jiukang to be a shop manager. Dongfang Lingyue fell, which shocked fellow Taoists. Since the other party is also a teaching host character, you are alone in Danping. It is not easy to deal with him and suffer him. Jin Chuanfeng Dao, the eldest brother and the third brother are on their way here again. After all, it was the third brother's son who died this time. If we let him go like this, wouldn't it make He Shengxiu laugh? Dongfang Lingyue caused a disaster. It is not difficult for the three great leaders to fight against one leader. It's just that Chen Chang'an will be stupid and wait for you in Tianwu City to seek revenge on him. Jin Chuanfeng coldly hates this man. He is so arrogant that he has never paid attention to our Jin family. I heard that he is still taking him to Tianwu City to dissipate freely. I want to see what gives him the qualifications. I also sent a message to Shituming. He killed Shituming's two queens and elders. Shituming will let it go and move on. I once joined forces with the teacher to teach him. Even if he teaches the host character, he still has to secretly mourn the natural world. Dongfang Lingyue is speechless. This person is really good at everything, even waxing and waning. Qing Chaoyan on the side nodded briefly. He was at Dalong Mountain that day when the prop was used. How low-key and humble he was as a mysterious strong man. If he hadn't taken action, Qing Chaoyang would have thought he was just a weak oxygen fake. Dongfang Lingyue and Jin Quanfeng chatted for a while. The golden boat weathered and rained, all concealing their hatred for the dusty sand art. They must avenge themselves to death, otherwise the Jin family would only let the world embellish it. Dongfang Lingyue is very sick. This is the Jin family's business and has nothing to do with him. He won't be able to do it. The last two ships took over and headed to Tianwu City. On the way, they exchanged news about Mercy Land and the underground palace. Suddenly, the Bingfei Dalong mountain that Ling Yu went to was in the same direction as Tianwu City, which was slightly different. Fairy Long Yu, if you don't go to Dalong Mountain, why don't you go to Tianwu Mountain? Dongfang Lingyun didn't have many clothes, he just came to visit the epidemic. If he named the person he was visiting, he would split Dalong Mountain in half and lead him out of the underground palace. Even if it's Jin Chuanfeng, I'm afraid I'll have to follow my face to visit him. This level of glue is definitely an opportunity for the strong. Qi knows how to attack and defend others, and Dongfang Lingyue has a lot of them. Jinchuan feudal Dongfang Lingyuan didn't ask much, so he didn't ask Dongfang Lingyuan and went to Tianwu City to seek peace. About a certain time later, the two escort ships finally arrived outside Tianwu City. About a time later, they could see the harmful continent that was split into two halves. The Jin family secured the ship and food for Tianwu City, but waited for the other two major assassins of the Jin family to come to protect the ship. They entered Tianwu City together to find Chang'an. Fan City. At the same time, I'm trying to get someone to send someone over there, so I'm keeping a low profile for the time being. It seems that I'm still a little worried about whether the Golden Hand will kill the grass and regulate the growth. After Dongfang Lingyue was separated from the Jin family, she took Qin Chaoyang into the city. Soon I found out about the Jiukong medicine pot in the city and took Qin Chaoyang straight to the Jiukong medicine pot. Jiukong drug store. The two women came and looked at this drug store. They didn't often pick each other up and often played with each other. However, considering that Chen Chang'an is a low-key person, it is normal for his shadow to be included in this medicinal spectrum. Let's go in, Oriental Lele. Please nod towards the eyes. The two women enter the wine and medicine. Chen Chang'an had some magic symbols for killing people last night. He came back in the middle of the night and is still sleeping in the room. Zhong Lianzi woke up very early, cleaned the Jiukong drugstore, and then began to repair the cracks. Where is Qin Zi? At this time, he heard the noise and quickly stopped practicing, which affected Dongfang Lingyue and Qin Chao's performance. When I saw the cat-like part of the two women, especially the woman in white at the head, she had an excellent temperament. There are the words, morning in the Qing dynasty, let Zhonglian come, and the meaning of the sutra is good. Dongfang Lingyue's eyes lit up when she saw Zhonglinger. There is no shortage of everything, and a husband is like a spiritual jade. It seems that there is not enough spirit. Dongfang is always surprised. He is worthy of being a senior, but he is missing. Zhonglinger Dao, I wonder what the two sisters have come to the wine store for. It can pull out 2 meters with great force and come to Jiukong Yaofu. The purpose is not to catch medicine and cure diseases. There is a 99% chance that it is for Brother Chang'an. Oriental Lele Island, we are here to find a senior who lives in Jiukong medicine store. Little girl, do you know? Zhonglian smiled slightly. You are here to see Brother Chang'an. Brother Chang'an doesn't know why. Dongfang Lingyue and Qin Chaoyang both remembered the beheading. The growth of the Jing family Tianjiao, is there any connection between the two? After a while, Qin Chaoyang asked, Miss, the Brother Chang'an you mentioned is trustworthy. Nodding in the middle, Dongfang Lingyue and Qin Chaoyang's divine thorns have both changed. After these shocks, in this way, killing Jinjiao Tianjiao and Shitu are called the two King Monkey Palm treasures, which are the treasures created by Chen Chang'an. Dongfang Lingyu Xingdao, this former man with great strength, didn't expect the Jin family to ask for formal reward. It seems that this time the Jin family mentioned Tiaba. Qin Chaoyang thought that the young master also had high-profile affairs. Then Dongfang Lingyue was in the middle of zero and big. Little girl, please give me the money. I was told. Just say that longevity is called Xiao Linfeng, Dongfang Lingyue, and TUR Qin Dynasty Research. Okay, you guys, wait a moment for neutrality and then turn around and change your mind. Just before Zhonglei left, Dongfang Lingyue Island, the Jin family and I, Changsheng, are both sick, fat and ugly. We might as well talk on the road, but we should inform them so that they don't take revenge. If you don't listen, it's no wonder you don't understand. Qin Chaoyang nodded. Although the Jin family is powerful, the young master is stronger. The Jin family is no match. He has seen the power and terror of Chen Chang'an. Even the 3 masters of the Jin family cannot stop Chen Chang'an. They came to seek compensation from Chen Chang'an. This was simply asking for death. Dongfang Lingyue took out his messenger suit and sent the news to Jin Chuanfeng General Chen Chang'an outside Tianwu City. Jin Chuanfeng was waiting for his eldest brother and third brother to arrive when he suddenly received news from Dongfang Lingyue. He was confused and opened it. When he saw the content of the message from Dongfang Lingyue, it was not a classic erotic drama. How is this possible? Then Chen Chang'an is so powerful. Even if the fairy Ling Yu, who is called Changsheng, has many plans, I try not to be conservative. The look on the golden ship's face was uncertain due to the invitation, and the 2 plans flashed a light that was uncertain. Where is this Chen Chang'an shrine? What should Jin Chuanfeng do if he improves at this time? He sent a message to his eldest brother and third brother and waited to seize the land. The eldest brother, Jin Chuanxiong, will soon return the news. Second brother, you said that Shen Chang'an is extraordinary and that he is an extraordinary teacher. The news about the third brother Jing Chuanhai is full of elements. The eldest brother and the second brother are playing in the dying city of Chang'an in Jinyang. This person is not a foreigner. He is no one in the world. He is extremely disorganized. Can we just let him disappear like this? It seems to me that Fairy Ling Yue just knows Chen Chang'an and wants to intercede for him. This man is not unkind. I don't believe that if we three brothers join forces, we can't kill him again. Jin Chuanxiong nodded. How about it? Since Fairy Ling Yu sent a message to remind the second brother, then this matter will continue to hurt me. 2. You wait until my third brother and I come to Hong Kong again. Jin Bed couldn't help but shout, brother. Jin Chuanxiong comforted him. Don't worry, third brother. Jin Yang is my transfer, and he is the genius of my Jin family. He is single and has no love in the future. Just like this, Tianwu City, where he died, is boiling with the murder of Shen Chang'an. My Jin family will never take advantage of the murderer. I admit that he is thinking. And I want him to give an explanation to our Jin family. Jin Chuan Hai Ji Tsai overhaul Leng Leng Chuan continued the revenge of the San. No changes in change. I will let this city chief die peacefully. Chu Yongtian is also a waste. He didn't protect my safety and let me die in the God's Lord's mansion. He is also responsible and I won't let him go like this. Jin Chuanxiong shook his head and reminded his third brother, Chu Yongtian, you better not settle the score with him. After all, this person belongs to the Chu family. Although the Chu family is not as strong as my Jin family, they are also first class in cultivating and practicing hard. If you don't count the horizontals, don't count the lows. Jin Chuanfeng also opened his mouth to persuade. The eldest brother is right. The third brother is Miao Leng. Well, the golden bed is still cold. Heng Yi is a little dissatisfied. Jin Chuanxiong said, Master Jin, please wait for me outside Tianwu City at 2 o'clock. Don't mess around. We'd better change into Tianwu City tonight. Jiukong Pharmacy, Chen Chang'an beat him up, please come over. Who calls Jiujiu Anshu when himself is destroyed? Jiujiu ran out and directly gave Chang a name, lifespan, 1683. It took you 2 years to live. What a sin. Is it difficult for Chen Chang'an to live in peace? If the Jin family comes to take care of it, I will definitely let the Jin family taste the loss of the two-faced beast. Chen Chang'an thought of the intermediary remover he got from killing the Jin Niang. Taking it out felt like he was busy. The master of Jingyang experiment does not know if there are any additional single drug users at his disposal. At this time, a soft voice came from outside the door, Chang and Ed, do you like it, okay? Well, what about Will? Brother Chang'an, why don't you come and have two sisters who want to meet each other? They are both very beautiful, and most of them are members of the immortality cult. One is called Dongfang, Yu, and the other is called Qin Chaoye. Classical Chinese Chen Chang'an plays the car before she finally comes. Chen Chang'an instantly lost interest in investigating Jin Yang's failure to handle the ring and went to see Chao Yang and Dongfang. Dongfang Ling Yue and Qing Dynasty Yang stayed in the medicine book and were very disciplined, even Zhong Wen did not dare to overdo it. No matter what the Jin family will do, all in all, he has already helped as much as he should. If the Jin family still has trouble living and growing up, the consequences will have nothing to do with them. At this time, Chen Chang'an took Zhong Yuan away from the backyard. When Qing Chao saw it, he woke up and his eyes started to attack. Young master, I have become a man in recent days. I just arrived at Jiufang today to break up and saw it. Dongfang Ling Yue also stood up, not daring to be slow. It would be okay to be with Chen Chang'an. The promise of eternal life is called Dongfang. I met you before. At the same time, Dongfang Ling Yue secretly planned a growth plan. But then Shen Chang'an, who is not bothered by the elephant explosion, is wearing a green robe, his temperament is as light as water, and his face has a gentle smile, which makes people feel quiet in the heavy rain. It's just that Chang'an's age is too young, just in her teens. Of course, Dongfang Ling Yue didn't think this was Chen Chang'an's true age. He thought it was because he had taken some kind of Shuyang medicine to keep him healthy. Chen Chang'an is also pregnant. Chen Chang'an, please call me Chang'an. I want to be called. The foreign delicacies are here. I am not entertained. Please come in. Dongfang Ling Yue was so shocked that she didn't expect that this important man could be so polite and gentle. She had a great impression of him. With Chen Chang'an's appearance, Qin Chaoyan's gods showed no signs of attacking him, and they felt that they were entering. After all, Chen Chang'an's initial impression on him was too little. Mr. Dongfang Yangdao, I have already sold this small thing from Chaoyang. Thank you, mister, for saving my life. Chen Chang'an raised his hands in vain and it was nothing more than kneeling down. Dongfang Ling Yue laughed. To the young master, it was just a simple effort, but to Chaoyang, a few words were an answer that was hard to repay. The same is true for the immortality cult. It was again at the hands of a disciple of the Sitor cult that Chao Yang died, and I lost this beloved disciple. Qin Chaoyang nodded heavily. The kindness given by the growth press was too great. Qin Chaoyang really didn't know how to taste it. The one on the side was hit by a thunderbolt and his eyes were blown out, and then he silently stood on the side without being born into a fight. Dongfang Lingyue Island, I heard from Chaoyang that the young master needs to be given more positions. Changsheng said that there is a foreign blood mirror that can be practiced, because it is not a day-to-day experience. Now the practice of tongue glen and visualization have been treated as nothing. Zhu and Dongfang Lingyue took out Fei Yue Shofar and Guanxiao disciples for business development. You're welcome, Zheng Chang, just accept it. He was happy in his heart. With this round of flying over thin fire, as long as he completes the practice, he can abide by the 30. Then Dongfang Lingyue took out another rein. Chen Chang'an was curious. Something happened. Dongfang Lingyue showed a smile. This is the 4th grade list of beasts that the leader ordered to send to the young master. The young master also wants something to increase his life. This list of beasts is not available. It must be useful to the young master. As soon as these words came out, Chen Chang'an's eyes lit up. Good stuff. Chen Changshan was relieved. I saw the animal list at the single medicine pot in Chengzhu Mansion. This list can be sold for hundreds of years after being taken. It is not as broken as a hand-holding list, but it is also an extremely precious hand. The hand sheet is indeed useful to me. Even if your immortality calls for an increase, then I will accept it. Chen Chang'an said again, if Changshan needs help in the future, the police officer who can help will ask me to practice. I will call you Changshan and ask someone to please. Dongfang Lingyue shook his head. The young master does not owe me the favor of the immortal cult. Xiao Qiao by Beastan just wants to repay the young master for saving his life. Dongfang Lingta sheds tears again. Young master, I have another room here and I have to tell you. Chen Chen is a little confused. It's appropriate. When the young master kills the genius face of the Jin family, I'm afraid the Jin family won't take kindly to it. Chen Chang'an's experience. Why are you doing this little thing? Chen Chang'an didn't expect that he killed Jing Niang just last night. The news reached Dongfang Longyu this morning. Dongfang Lingyue smiled helplessly. On the way to Tianwu City, he happened to meet the Jin family and chatted with them for a few words, which were shameful words. Chen Chang'an said, it doesn't matter. I killed Jin Yang. He was wrong first. He assassinated me. It's a pity that he offended the wrong person. If the Jin family didn't know what to do and wanted to avenge him, I wouldn't do anything to them. Shen Chang'an's calm words were full of glyphs. Dongfang Lingyue didn't say anything anymore, but now Ci Beijian thought Chaoyang Lianhua. We won't give the young master a break. We still have to go to Dalong Mountain to spread the message of Zhengguoxian. Not for growth, Chaoyang remembers one of the earthly qualities of mercy Xiandi. When competing for the opportunity of Xiandi to inherit combat skills, you can take advantage of it. Please nod to Chaoyang, please listen to Gongzi's church, Chaoyang will work hard. Go ahead. Dongfang Lingyue brought Qing Chaoyang away from Jiukang Yao Lake. They just left the city and were transferred to the Jin family's golden boat seal. They had been waiting for a long time. Jin Chuanfengshu asked, Mr. Wenyu, I wonder how much you know about the Chen Chang case. Dongfang Lingyue reminded me that today is the first time I have seen him. His strength is unbelievable. He has joined to take revenge. 3, 4, 2 will follow. Jin Chuanfeng Jiu smiled and directed, I just thought that Chen Chang'an's face was cold and Shenzi was so excited. It's just that my third brother is angry, so this matter may not be so easy to solve. Dongfang Lingyue shook his head, said nothing more, and left with Qin Chaoyang and Chao Deilingshang. Only Jin Chuanfeng is left clean. Why is this woman's face changing like the sky? She also wants to know more about Chen Chenan. When we came here, everyone was pretty good at communicating. Why did we suddenly start losing distance? I didn't offend you when I entered the house. Jin Chuanfeng didn't know that Jin Yangzhao offended the city chief and was killed. If it was a violent feud between the Jin family and the city chief, he would have completely offended the city chief. Dongfang Lingyue met Chen Cheng'an today. Although he didn't know what level of strength he had reached, he saw that he had extraordinary agility and a poisonous temperament. When you felt that the power of the growth case was profound, he knew that this person must not be easily recruited. It was still the right choice to make friends with him. If the Jin family is enmity with Chen Chang'an, then Dongfang Lingyue will also have to consider the resource exchange between Changsheng General and the Jin family. If possible, stay away before proceeding. Chen Chang'an opened the pre-match, and the thin end met Nan Mai, who was lying in the tie. After all, he was worried. This is the official one, the size of a longan, the color is bright, like a closed qingbao, the spirit dragon kicks through, 4 single doors are around, it is easier to use. And people are awake. I didn't expect to get a handbill, but it's a bowl of stars. On the side, neutral and worried, Brother Chang'ans. I see that you are always looking for what you have been taught. Could it be that Brother Chang'ans has been taught by you? Chen Chang'an smiled and said. Lin Erwu asked, everyone needs to repair first, what is the final word? He was struck by a thunderbolt and his eyes were blown out. He showed it silently to make himself strong and not bullied. Chen Chang'an and Yao Qiu, there is always a limit to the truth. Floating flowers across the rock are always unreal. There are times when you can take the right person and leave it alone. Flowers can pass by just 2 steps away. This is what people really pursue as a cultivator. Unintentional is not immortality. It is good to have immortality. Most of the time, being strong is just to protect yourself. This is the Tao. A mortal spends hundreds of days in his lifetime. Get up and see how many people in the world will prevent you from getting yellow. Therefore, national power only requires longevity, and being appointed is naturally the most important thing. Zhonglian number 1, the longest Angopa. Your Majesty, I will not do business as usual. What big deal is this kid talking about? Again, what are you talking about? Lei suddenly came to the right. Why are you here? Chen Chang'an, come and see you. Someone tried to kill you last night. I couldn't sleep well all night. Now that I see you are alive and well, I feel relieved. Ling Ling laughed so hard that I don't want to come and deal with you. Chen Chang'an took a quick look. It would be great if a good brother cared about him. Since you're not dead, I'll leave first. It's better to go to Xiaolu today and go to his father. I am now the deputy commander-in-chief. I want to see what kind of face I look like when he drops his sword. Lin Lei's black face was full of curiosity, and he was having a spring show. The villain is proud of his growth safety device. Isn't it good luck to become my brother? You're just waiting to drink the wine. Just say these 2 sentences and leave. The growth button shook his head. Don't you know that this guy Lazy will become Feng Feng after getting married? There will be a small roadhouse in the future. I am afraid that even if the doctor and I go to Tianxian Square to sell groceries, it will not work. I've heard of Chang'an Brothers Tianxianfang. I heard that the young ladies there are all wasted and suck people up to 10 years old. Where do you go to hang out? Zhonglina has hygienic facilities and a pair of eyes for single weight. Chen Chang'an pinched Zhonglian Zheng's. It's an adult's, but a child's. Don't interrupt. Go and repair it quickly. The shameless person has a stuffy mouth. I am not a child. Old he is curious about eating and drinking in the dust. Please bring some incense. Zhonglei lowered his head and looked at his Yi Dingchuan. It was a gorgeous horizon. Thinking of Sister Hongying from Wang Baogu, that is what Brother Guo Dao and Feng Guan wrote, because they touched each other and didn't say anything. Jin Xiao, Brother Chang'an must like brothers. My brothers can't do this to Brother Chang'an. After fusion, when I came, I also said that all men like brothers. Hey, what's wrong with this? After a moment of silence, Zhonglian asked, Brother Chang'an, do you think this of mine is still possible? Chen Changzheng asked. I didn't expect Zhonglei to say this. I looked into the gorgeous horizon before the series of disasters. From the time I was young, everything was possible. Maybe as an adult, I become more capable. When struck by thunder, the eyes suddenly light up, like the stars in the sky, bright and clear. But soon he thought of something. Xiaosui Shuangjia lowered his head silently. He also liked moving stupid things the most, but he also knows how to become an adult. Jingping cannot do it alone. He still needs someone to support him, and Cooperation Adult 02 will not invest in machines or others except for growing up. Chen Chang'an gave Zhonglian's little head a violent blow. Zhonglian touched his sock on his head pitifully. Chen Chang'an should not ask nonsense when he is still young. The only mouth of Zhong Suzhua flag, Suzhua until, go and practice. You are so weak now. Anyone can turn into sand. Aha, Zhonglian went to repair the electricity. Chen Chang'an and Jiang Muguang put it on the beast of time brought by the cold moon in the east. If you want to practice Tunglen, you must focus on the Tunglen diagram and condense the Tunglen. There is one missing step between the two. Therefore, the more precious the Tunglen is, the more precious the Tunglen picture is. Tang Yuxian heard that the weird people were waiting for nothing. Of course, if you are a person with too little talent, even if you have Tunglen and Guanxiao Tutu and want to practice Tunglen, you may not be able to do it. Chen Chang'an first looked at the longevity method. This is the longevity method of Yang Suijing. Chen Chang'an understood the origin of the disease and then started a relationship with the longevity disciple. Sure enough, Chen Chang'an's talent is very poor. Even if he has been shut down for a long time, he still can't shut down the small number of show that are necessary for practicing the Dharma. Growth is dark and helpless, it is worth using the skills and brain. Suddenly my heart is cheerful and my spirit is bright. In just an instant, through the visualization map, a flying and crashing body is condensed in the sea of stones. With Shishu, Chen Chang'an can start practicing the leap teaching method and accumulate life scriptures for Shishu. If you bring enough lean pigs and chickens, they will show a shining golden color. The lean pigs will profit by themselves. surprises of life will spread all over the body, thereby increasing the defense by 30. After the concentration matures, and Chang tries to practice the flying moon beast. As he began to practice the slimming method, he could feel the thin pig in his body. In the clear, he was grabbing a trace of mysterious energy from the world. The thin pig shone with light and turned into a shimmering golden slim growth. And Gu Mo Chang, if you want to fully experience this feeling, if you don't eat or drink, you can repair it. It can be filled together in 2 or 3 months at most. Finally, the brothers will be broken and the defense will be increased to 30. Immediately afterwards, Chen Chang'an handed over the non-contractual acceptance law to the Central United. Let him try to practice and watch and enjoy. Xianglin deserves to be a born emperor, a golden man from Heavenly Father. Therefore, the speed of condensation and assistance cannot be compared with its use of skill divine guidance, but it is very non-reactive. But it only took half an hour for Xianglin to change the situation and take action. However, he could only fly thinner by practicing. Chen Chang'an was very unintentional. I am really useless. Now that he has a training method, Chen Chang'an only needs a physical training method. However, the physical training methods for practicing are too rare, even less than those for increasing feelings. I want to find this book, but I can't find it. Fortunately, Chen Chang'an has a 10,000-year-old zero-body plant that can be renamed at any time. It is not beyond his reach to find a body-refining Dharma wheel. Take your time. It would be great if you could find the 5 sounds of the Naba festival recorded in the ancient ruins. Of course, Chen Chang'an only has a small. Then if I give birth to wooden tools that are easy to find, I won't wait until now to be born. Finally, Chen Chang'an went to see Wanyin Lingshan. Being palmed by the invincible show as a source of oxygen for thousands of years in the early morning, it is good to win. With the dazzling aura of wandering around in the world, life is even more frightened and moving wildly. The fragrance of the heart that is exuded by the 10,000-year-old body makes it feel like a woman, and the atmosphere is refreshing. To be honest, Wanyin Ling's body in his eyes resembles the family members lying on the bed in the early morning, making people want to eat there. But we have to grow up safely. Now is not the time to eat. If we eat now, it is too cold over there. People do what they do. Immediately afterwards, Chen Chang'an used his invincible cultivation to provide Wanyin Lingshan with resources. It's a pity that I have been raising myself for a year and have the goal of invincible revision. This brother has been silent for 10,000 years and I can't stand it. It's numb. It's numb. I need to change it. Lifespan 16 or 80. After leaving the shop to Xianglinger, Chang'an went to Wenbao. Yi Hongying built Chang'an because of the environment. With the 2 formation warriors Zhong Lao dead in Dalong Mountain and no one willing to defend him, the entire Wanbage finally came under his control. On the contrary, there is news from the headquarters asking the witness whether there is an elder Yun Tai or Sui Yuan. Yi Hongying said he didn't know. The 2 formation masters went to Dalu Mountain. I don't know who said what. Read the book. The general secretary said that he would soon send immigration officer Wang Yujing to investigate the matter. This time, Yi Hongying was not worried or scared. He is now the young master's son. The young master's strength is unparalleled. He can hold the prince's respect with one hand. The headquarters sent an immigrant prince to rise up. Even if he knew about this, he would get a salary of more than 1.5 meters. What's more, Yi Hongying still has the services of several artifacts in her hands. Thinking of the low-level plan at that time, which was built in Tugu, the Longshan city, Yi Hongying didn't know what was going on. In the big heart, Chen Chang'an is not only profound, but also mysterious. To be able to restore the ordinary amplitude to terrifying power is simply a small miracle of the painting, making it unable to play. Now, he has a few magical cards in his hand that have been possessed by Chen Chang'an, and he has some magical abilities to protect himself. Now he just needs to wait quietly. One day he will return to the headquarters and take back what belongs to him. Young master, I originally wanted to find you. I just got news about a physical training method today. As soon as these words came out, Chen Chang'an's eyes lit up. There were really good things happening today. Talk and listen. Tomorrow night Hong Yingdao came from the General Protector. Hezhou Qingxiang's Grand Master Li Dai Huangchao has completed the teleportation inspection and will arrive at Daming Mountain in the next few days. I heard that Xu Teng, the crown prince of the Great Sun Dynasty, will come to fight for the inheritance of the late emperor. Then Xu Teng is a true acquaintance. Rumor has it that he was born with a person in his arms. Young Master Jin Guangzhou is a legendary god in the mountains and rivers of the late dynasty. He is now 16 years old and has already been practicing meditation. In addition to practicing meditation, he also practices. Just practice a mysterious ancient physical training technique, survive 3 catastrophes, and defeat powerful kicks that are difficult to defeat. He has reached a cooperation with the chief deputy and wants to borrow the chief deputy's top magic weapon to patrol the mirror. I see if I can take this opportunity to help the young master get the morning physical training course from him. The growth press nodded. Okay. If you want to get Huang Chao's body pads from his hands, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. That's good. Bring her Shu Tong to Delongshan. You tell me and I'll go find her, and if you need help in Wanbage, you can come to me at any time. But I come to see you today. I have something to do. What's the matter? Yi Hongyin, please reply. The growth plan has no words, it's just table paper. A golden light flashed between them, and a star of happiness. The next moment, the golden width blends into the night red inner shape. Yi Hongyin saw that there was an extra golden suit in her time C. That golden streak entered the world, emitting a hint of terror. Lian Yi Hongyin was serious and good. Chen Chang'an said, even if you are one of my people, in my opinion, I am just giving you a few life-saving cards and don't cry. What's more, you also lost your life for the 10,000 years spirit deep danger device you found for me, so I will be less willing to take action from you. Sun Nai's blessing of life and death, you can activate the blessing of death and temporarily have the king monkeys repairs several times. You have 2 opportunities to use it. Cherish it. As soon as Yi Hongyin said this, he was struck with a double blow and couldn't help but feel confused. As a result, I have the prince's advanced training in this server. I will do it in moderation. Thank you for the blessing of life and death. Hongyin will definitely be a bull for you in the future. Just long press pin to you may. Yi Hongyin Lei Yi Hong Mr. Xie is exaggerating. After the two talked for a while, Chen Chang'an left Wanmo. At the same time, outside the city, Jin Chuanfeng was waiting on the treasure ship, pressing the nail to separate it. Suddenly Chu Yongtian, the lord of Tianwu City, and his daughter were in love. In addition to using heavenly skills to carry luggage, I have seen money. Golden Boat Fengdao, Chef City Master, I ask you to come and ask some more questions about Chen Chang'an. Chu Yongtian smiled bitterly and said, Senior, I know everything has been informed in the communication service. There is no trace of shadow. You have nothing to say. To be honest, if my beloved daughter hadn't died in marriage yesterday, I would have been sick. There is such a retired strong man hiding in this small town. Jin Chuanfeng Chongmai, then how strong do you think he is? In addition to using Tiancheng Yintiang, he can always guard the streets and kill the princes, proving that his strength has surpassed the nerves. Even when I was face to face with him, for some reason he didn't emit any behavioral fluctuations or even pointed it out, but it still made me feel like Huang Baojin. This person is the weakest but also an undying sentimental master. Jin Chuanfeng Mai Tu does more. Senior, Jin Chuanfengdao, you said, this person killed my Jin family's genius Lian Shi. Should my Jin family take revenge? Senior, this is your Jin family's business, so I won't talk too much about it. Whether it's the Jin family or Chen Chang'an's, except for Yongtian, no one wants to have excessive contact to avoid being subjected to thousands of faces and hopeless suffering. Jin Chuanfengdao, Kitchen City Master, asked me what you think of this person. In addition to using the law of heaven, it is very strong. Jin Chuanfeng is speechless is a complete bullshit. On the other hand, Chu Shuang on the side spoke up. Successful son of the front team is definitely not an ordinary person. From my point of view, since he dares to kill the Jin family's talented joint division, there is no Zheng Jin family. What's more, he also killed the two kings of Shatuming and Monkey Palm Network. He is so busy but has nothing to say. He must have some kind of physique. The Jin family better think carefully here. Zhu Wushuang's words belong to Xiong Chen and Tuan. To be honest, Chu Kushuang didn't know how clever Chen Chang'an was, but Chen Chang'an saved her and was her savior. Chu Kushuang was heartbroken. He doesn't know how strong Chen Chang'an is, maybe he's not a sinner of the Jin family, so he doesn't want the Jin family to take action against Chen Chang'an. Even Shuang found Lin Lei today and asked him to remind Chen Chang'an that he should be careful with Jingjia. He can hide and be better than Feng. Who would have thought that I just told you the news that Tianwu is here from the Jin family? Jingjia moved too fast. After listening to Chu Wushuang's words, Jin Chuanfeng didn't say anything, but was slightly fascinated by Chu Wushuang. In this way, it seems that this person has a few trump cards in his hand, which allows him to have things. What kind of chassis is it? Even the fairy Ling Yu, who was called Changsheng, had different orders. Jin Chuanfeng couldn't figure it out at all. When he comes to Chu Chengzhu, he also asks what he should ask. You can go back. Senior Tiandao, I have something to do. Come Xiuxiang. I hope the grudge between your Jingjia and Chen Chang'an will not happen in Tianwucheng. After all, Tianwucheng is the place where Chu Jiang is under control. What happened? Chu Jiang was not released on bail. What's more, there are many reactions in the city. If it causes an unwarranted hourglass, it will have a negative impact on your reputation. The golden ship was sealed. I understand. I, the Jin family, don't want to offend your family for no reason. What's more, my family, the Ning family, is our family. It's okay to offend innocent people and kill ordinary people to offend the world. Thank you for the first half. Chu Yongtianqi was relieved and asked Chu Wushuang. Not long after taking out Yongtian and Chu Xiong, a Jin family brother team sent by Jin Chuanfeng to the city to inquire about news. Find out something. Jin Chang'an became the master of an old doctor named Huang Xing 3 years ago. The master and apprentice opened a liquor and drug store and kept a low profile. People nearby did not know that Cheng Chang'an was also a recovering addict. Jin Chuanfeng asked again, who is the master of the growth case? Jin Chuanfeng thought to himself, Chen Chang'an is so powerful, he must be a powerful character when he is disrespectful. Therefore, half a year ago, he suddenly left Tianwucheng in disgrace. Now he will come back. I only learned that he released the letter fire. Other than that, nothing else is known. Now the only ones left in Jiukang drugstore are artist Chen Chang'an and the person whom his mother-in-law recently introduced to him. He was shot in the foot. Look, there is hate. I haven't heard any other whispers yet. Back off. Jin Chuanfeng's eyes are good at counting the cold and obvious faces. Chen Chang'an, what on earth does this person have that makes Ling Yue Xianzi an egg? At this moment, Jin Chuanfeng's communication uniform lit up. Opening the transfer support, Jin Chuanfeng's eyes lit up and he looked into the distance. Directly save and approach quickly. There are 2 strong chefs on the boat. The auras are moving. The giant red waves like the mountains above are very regrettable. Jin Chuanfeng knew that her eldest brother Jin Chuanxiong and her third brother Jin Chuanhai were here. Next, they should discuss how to deal with this growth. Big brother, third brother, you are here. Jin Chengfeng stepped forward to greet you. Jin Chuanxiong looked cold and expressionless. A pair of lights flashed in a certain room, and no one could tell what he was thinking. On the other hand, Jin Chuanhai's face was cold. Look at Gigi. Everyone owes him 1,010,000 for belly protection, and even 2 full portions. He let out an astonishing mouthful of sand. Jin Bed still saw Jin Chuanfeng. He didn't say any nonsense and went straight to the point. Second brother, that's my murderer. Where is he now? Let's kill him right away. He killed me and I'm going to let him fight again. Jin Chuanfeng explores the 3 points of Qi. The child in Jin Yang is dead. I hope the love festival will go well. Now that you are here, can you discuss how to target and where to grow? Jin Chuanhai gritted his teeth and dealt with the growth. What else is there to discuss? The 3 of us brothers are all sect leaders, and we are extremely powerful. Even if we join forces, we may not even be able to deal with him alone. At this time, eldest brother Jin Chuanxiong finally spoke. Third brother, you should calm down and rest. Do you think Ling Yuxian of Changsheng's religion sent it to Chen Chang'an to lead his family? Chen Chang'an must have some kind of gift for him to send. If it's a bit unsatisfactory, the 3 of us will be the main attack figures of the religion. There is also a statement on WeChat. The golden boat and the sea are cold and laughing. What can he do to make people feel indifferent? It is said that he teaches the host. The 3 of us brothers have joined forces to think highly of him. I don't believe that he is still the economic supremacy of our ancestors. From my point of view, it has become. Jin Chuanghaijian and the 2 of them were silent for a long time and couldn't help but roared with anger. Big brother, second brother. I only have a golden sheep, and he is also yours. You will not take care of him. If he knows all this among the golden flock, what will he do? Jin Chuanxiong and Jin Chuanfeng said this without any trace of their words. The golden boat sea has arrived again. Let's talk about it. Dongfang Lingyue, who is tight and flat, will let you wait for this group of reporters. I don't even know if what Dongfang Lingyue said is true, but if you refer to Dongfang Lingyue's 3-eyed and 2-eyed barrage, it makes us you dare not take action. It spreads out and makes people laugh if we can't get up. In the golden bed sea hand painting room, Jin Chuanxiong's messenger uniform lights up. Jin Chuanxiong opened it and saw the news from the poetry and pictures sect. Jin Chuanxiong had read the news and his expression was meaningful. Who is the eldest brother? Lei Jing Fengfeng asked. It was the news from Shituming. They sent 2 wind masters Wu Di to deal with Chang'an. The elder's reward for going there has now arrived in Tianwu City. No, we will no longer cooperate with anyone who wants to induce us. Pirate Jin Chuang, since he is the leader, there must be 2 teaching host figures, similar to us, so there will be 5 leaders. If we join forces, we can become twice as powerful as Xiao Xian. In this case, I still don't believe that we can't kill the growing Anna family. The golden ship was sealed, and there is some truth in what the 3 places said. Then what Mr. Ling Yu said told me to wait for the pitching machine. Why? But now, even if I want to teach women to come and there is no great leader to strictly guard me, why should I be afraid of the ministers? Jin Chuanxiong made a decision, and then he would wait for the Shitujiao people to arrive before taking action. He passed the news to Shitu Jin. At the end of the month, I waited for a while to live in the box. There were 2 divine floods in the distance and the speed was so fast that Chao Jing Chuanxiong and his team were thrown away. The 3 of them took a closer look and saw that they were the 2 major styles of poetry and pictures. The 2 parties met and talked for a while, and then they reached an agreement. Shituming's two major feudal lords, namely the Tibetan Mo feudal lord and the Tiandao lord, exude a very powerful aura of cultivation, not as powerful as Eugene Jiasanchuan. The five of them went directly to Tianwu City without stopping. In Tianwu City, Chen Chang'an went to Wanbao Hall, then returned to Jukanju. On the way, Chen Chang'an took out Xie Pulin, the soul of Tang Yuxian in the graveyard art. After thinking about it, I decided to leave the clothes of the remnant soul of the woman in the form of the blood demon on the disposal ring, so that I could ask her about the ring at any time. It's a pity that the bullet soul that received the devil's claws was too weak and fell into a self-slumber. Chen Chang'an taught him positioning and got back. Chen Chang'an didn't give him either. The current selection Mosen was of no use to him. He only got the success of the selection and the teaching method. Unconsciously, Chen Chang'an has returned to Jukangyao. If Chen Chang'an returned to Jiukang Pharmacy, Chen Chang'an would see a few services that he had never seen before. There are still some differences. After that night, Fubua had to defect to Zhong Yongwen. How did Jiukang want to break up? I saw that Fugu's face was not good looking, and the old insider looked very angry and anxious. Zhonglian is comforting him. It seems that something happened. When Zhonglia was built in Chang'an and returned, he was told by Fu Bo, "Don't worry, Fu Bo. Anyone who knows the song will come up." Brother Chang'an must have found a way. He is back. Fu Bo raised his head and saw Chen Chang'an coming in. He had a similar look on his face, and then he didn't even think about whether he would be on the ground. "Sir, you must save me. If he dies, I don't want to live." Chen Chang'an Alliance General Fubua Fuchi, Fubuyo, can you tell me what happened there? Please tell me slowly and listen. I will definitely help if you can. Fubua Tanji, the sky has become unstable during this time. I am not stupid like Langhua village. I will temporarily close the vent. Who knows that I went into the mountains to fight the fierce battle? A few days have not passed. Yesterday, I was worried about his safety, so I went up the mountain to look for him. I found him again, but when I found him, he was a bloody mess and weak. He was half a ghost. Fubua Natsang Lao was dissatisfied with this article. His hands were just holding Chen Chang'an, but they couldn't stop shaking. "Sir, I am the only one, and I only know you as a doctor. You have to save him." After hearing what Uncle Fu said, Chen Chang'an immediately became confused. He waited. Since he is not dead yet, there is a chance of survival. If you take me to him immediately. Good, 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 brought by the husband-wife alliance. Zhongling are prepared to stop confiscating Zhu Kangyao and followed Chen Chang'an and Fu Bo to Nanhua village. Chen Chang'an didn't let him go and asked him to stay in Jiukang building. There is only Fu Bo, so he can use his skills and artifacts to get rid of the wolf lower grass faster. If it takes too long, Chang'an is worried that Zhongyong will die. After thinking for a while, Chen Chang'an dug out another 1 yin zero sheng from the backyard with a sound. This 10,000 years zero sound has magical healing effects. If he encounters a huge life surprise, if he cannot cure Zhongyoneng, he will have no choice but to use this 10,000 years zero sound. Although Chen Chang'an plans to keep this 10,000 years old and practice making hand-holding orders, which will increase his. But now there is obviously more important thing to do. At least the thing to increase the defense can be found again. If that one is dead, he will not care about it. He grabbed the paper and used his magic power without saying a word. The two of them disappeared in the Jiukang medicine pot in an instant and appeared in Tian Wucheng. At this time, the 3 Jin family members and the 2 great lords of the Shitur sect were coming to the city. When Jin Chuanfeng saw the sudden growth, he shrank and was about to say something. But I saw Chen Chang'an and an old man disappearing in an instant and heading into the distance at a great speed. The Tianjin ship arrived from the alliance. That person was Shen Chang'an. He was heading that way. Jinju also met Chen Chang'an. Fortunately, why did this young man suddenly appear here? Then he heard Jinju parting. When he defended Dorwu, he was really an enemy when he met. But in the blink of an eye, Shen Chang'an disappeared again. The great curtain of the golden boat and the sea, Shouwo, the queen hits the peach, stop for me. Shanghai was the first to chase in the direction of Chang'an, using the ministry of God. Jin Chuanxiong, Jin Chuanfeng, and Shitu are 2 great wind masters. The 4 of them are also going here. But what kind of secretary did I mess with? How did I escape so quickly? The Beijing ship has not yet been sent to several states. When he saw Chen Chenin, he was so angry that he refused to kiss him. He was so excited that he used his power to chase him and kill him. But instead of catching up with Chang'an, the 2 of them became farther and farther apart. The intersection in Jin Chuanhai's heart, if Chen Chang'an were allowed to escape, how would he choose to avenge his death and beat his son? Even the sophisticated Jin Chuanxiong and others were impressed by Chen Chang'an's speed. Each one of them is a big shot in teaching the host series. They almost tried their best to fly with power, but in Mid-Autumn Festival, they can only eat dust from far behind. And no one can be seen. Jin Chuanfeng Dao, could it be that this guy knew that none of us were coming? He was afraid and wanted to escape. Jin Tanhai sneered. You were indeed deceived by the Dongfang Ling Yuan woman. This family is obviously afraid. Otherwise, how could you escape? If it wasn't because of your luck before, maybe we would have killed the bastard pig of Chang'an Shi. We must not let things get too good. Shi called the Heavenly Sword Wind Master, although he didn't know that it was used by her secretary, and he made it wash at a speed as fast as steel. But there must be an avoidance for such secretaries, which is to consume their own legal machines. I also noticed the aura in him. No matter where he fled, there was no way to protect him. On the contrary, the law in his body was severely consumed during his escape. At that time, let us respect him. How can he be our opponent when his law is over? The hidden demon B-Lord confidently said that since he killed me, I lost the scream of the elder in a shell, and his ending became destined. He must, but the 5 leaders of the Jin family and Shi Tujing didn't know at all. This Chen Chang'an just used the smile of God at will. It changes in the blink of an eye, and the dark voice of growth cannot be seen and can only be separated from the sight behind. Now let's warn the Lord of Heavenly Sword that the weak interest rate captured by Shen Chang'an belongs to Shen Chang'an. Let's talk more. As for Xizhong, Chen Chang'an only used the ministry of God to save his life. Little did he know that there was Jin Bed who was chasing him all the way, thinking he was escaping. Of course, even if Chen Chang'an is young, he won't take it to heart at all. Coming here to kill him is not asking for death. Who is the mouse and who is the cat? You have to touch it to find out. When using the divine department again, it only took Chen Chang'an a dozen breaths to reach the romantic painting with his bones. Fubo was still in a state of confusion and had no idea what was going on. You must know that he traveled from the south to Tianwu City, and it took him a lot of time to arrive from yesterday to today. But why did he return to Lianghua village just between the yellow eyes? What on earth is going on? Fubo wants to know tomorrow. Fortunately, Chang'an spoke and asked Fubo to turn around. Where is Fubo's Neng brother? This way, this way. Fubo quickly led Chang'an to Zhong Yongl's protagonist. In a wooden house, Chen Chang'an met Zhong Yu. At this time, Zhong Yoneng's literary spirit is full of blood. I don't know what he was willing to do. His whole body has improved. Zhong Yoneng's wife was taking care of him, but her eyes were red. Her tears were like pearls falling through her eyes. She was very sad. Maybe in his mind, his husband is gone too. Yes, after all, with such a serious injury, his soul, body, blood, and devil's fire can't be seen anywhere on his body. He is completely dead. If it weren't for the slight breath on his body and the slight rise and fall of his chest, he would have thought that this piece of energy was also a poem. But his wife really has no hope. His injuries are too serious. I'm afraid it will be difficult for the gods to come. I went to Tianwu City to ask for a doctor nearby. I haven't come back for so long. Maybe I just arrived at Tianwu City. Even if I find a doctor, he won't be back until tomorrow. Li Shi is sad and angry. He looks like this. He can't see his father coming back tomorrow. Thinking of this, Mrs. Li couldn't help but burst into tears and felt very sad. But at this moment, a call for service came from outside the door. The director thought he had changed his life, but the next moment we were pushed away. Fuqua took Mr. Chen Chang'an with him. Investigate the case, please quickly see how you are injured. You can always be. A certain director sitting next to the bed, but listening to the young boy I next to Fuguo Jiao. He stood up together and begged me. You must save my husband. Please, Chen Chang'an said that I will try my best to be consistent. Let me see his injuries first. Li Shilian blindly stepped aside. Chen Chang'an came to the bed and saw Zhong Yong lying on the bed. This capable person is originally a tiger. He has a black sea and a tall body, but he doesn't know where he was raised. His soul and body are full of flesh and blood demons. What does Chang'an look for in the direct media? It can even be seen that the life economy in Zhong Yongling's body has been eliminated by 10 to 89. If he takes another step, he may be dead. Fubo said, Chang'an, is there any way to save him? Fubo's eyes widened, he was very worried, and his heart almost chose to do it in the air. He knew that Chen Chang'an's next words would represent Zhong Yongling's voice. He was so nervous that he couldn't breathe and almost fell down. The director on the side quickly paid. Chen Chang'an said, Uncle Buddha, since he is not dead yet, the possibility of me surviving is unclear whether he can obey the decree. Let me try first. In Zhong Yoneng's case, conventional consensus no longer works. Chen presses and holds it for a long time without any nonsense, and directly takes out the spirit god outside. Is it a good Zhong Yu? Sure enough, it depends on Zhu Wan's age. Chen Chang'an took out Wang Yin Lingsheng. The whole room was filled with the constant need to be together. Chen Chang'an did not give 10,000 years zero medicine directly to Zhong Yoneng. This is 10,000 years zero medicine. It is so effective that even some cultivation can't handle it. I'm sorry, and Zhong Yoneng is just an ordinary householder, and Xiao Fei. It's rare that Zhu Wanyan Lingsheng won't save his life, but will harm him. Therefore, Chang'an first used a knife to remove a small piece from Wang Yinling's body so that Zhongyong could shout at the head. Soon, very soon, the effect of zero sound ratio for 10,000 years will be exerted in this day. The vitality of the tiny flesh could not be strengthened after slowing down. The vital power of the 10,000 years Holy Spirit entered Zhong Yoning's body, treating his injuries and temporarily killing him, who was far too weak to survive. So this picture of Yoning shouting for a day and 10,000 years to be wet, his life is saved, and Chen Chang'an feels relieved. Subwa, find a big head, big head. Chang'an's injuries are too serious and his whole body is covered in blood and flesh. It is best to undergo full body fishing treatment. Okay, I'll do it right away. If you get a big head soon and add water to it, Chen Chang'an can force out a drop of Jinhe Yang from the depths of his old age. After taking the first drop of the golden elixir, the medicine box emitted by the 10,000 years Lingshan became much smaller, at least once every 10,000 years. However, Chen Chang'an is not worried. He can use his invincible cultivation to gradually cultivate his ability and only have 10,000 years of zero sound. Soon, the years of 10,000 years of zero sound will be exhausted. Drop that drop of medicine into the big boy's water, and the water turns golden and exudes a strong breath of life. Immediately afterwards, Chen Chang'an put the bloody internal organs into the big blockage and administered medicine and systemic treatment. The essence of Wang Yin Zero Declaration was blended into the water and treated with medicinal cultivation, which made it much gentler and began to restore Zhong Yongwen's injuries. Fubua and Li both saw Zhong Yong's bloody body recovering in a visibly serious state. The vague flesh and blood gradually receded, and the heart and flesh emerged from the palm, and the life essence gradually became higher and higher. Seeing this scene, Fubua and the director were both surprised and happy. After all, they were looting, and they were full of joy. Fugua, director, is it because you are on the ground? I thank you for investigating the case. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I'd probably have gone to the underworld to celebrate the new year. Thank you so much for saving your life. The Chen Chang'an alliance subdued the Fubua rationalist who was angry at the looting and laughed helplessly. Brother Fu, you and I have known each other for many years, please can I see you or not? What's more, which one of my divisions should be attached to death? This is what I should do. Just when Chen Chang'an was performing key medical treatment on Zhong Yonong, Jin Chuangfeng and 5 others finally reached the Nanhua General Office. The Lord of the Great Heavenly Sword felt the aura of Chen Chang'an in a wooden house in Lanhua village. Chen Chang'an was hiding in that wooden house in this small village. The golden boat bear sighed with emotion. What kind of secret method did this guy use? He got better so quickly. We chased a column of boxes and caught up with him. If she wants to catch up with her in Daoyuan shoes, she is a boy. The Golden Bed Island is all over the island. He remembers that in this village, he was afraid that it would take too much to perform his art. It was the time to kill him. After saying that, Jin Chuanghai did not hesitate to burst out his own independent guard. The terrifying coercion was like Jianghai Dao Dao, covering up this wolf-turned grass. The villagers in Lanhua village are all worried about Gong and don't know what happened. Jing Changhai shouted coldly, Shen Chang'an, you have no way to escape. Don't you care if you come out and die now? Life is like thunder, I want to make a fuss. His gaze was like a sharp glance at the inner eye where Chang'an was. In front of his eyes, Chen Chang'an had just married Mr. Fu and Mrs. Li from your place. When he heard the noise outside, he didn't realize it. Who is calling me? I feel the powerful pressure of ancient times erupting between heaven and earth. His eyes were slightly closed and he was not the one who came from. At this time, even the self-sleeping blood-giver demon lord whose clothes were hanging in the kitchen, and the brigade of bullet souls, were coerced by the leader of the Jin Bed Sea to surrender to the Jin dynasty. The color of the golden corpse of the blood demon lord is not good. There is an immortal leader appearing. Soon the blood demon lord seemed to have discovered something. He couldn't bear it until he took one sip for 2 days. It turned out to be the Lord of 5 Names. What did you provoke? Leader Wu Ming, you are bound to die. However, if you move me into your place of Stone Sea, I may be able to help you get a chance of life. Chen Chang'an sneered. I advise you to collect all your aliens and don't try to trick me. Otherwise, you won't know how you will die. The Blood Demon Lord is a bit single. It's just a few small steps before Chang'an collapses again. Can you take me together? The Blood Demon drills new thoughts. This family can't see his cultivation at all, and they don't know how strong he is. Originally, I thought he was a prince or a leader. But now I didn't expect that Jin didn't take the leader seriously at all. Could it be that he is stronger than the leader? Is it possible that Wang Fa has entered the real world? Thinking of this, the Blood Demon Lord has something wrong with him. If Chen Chang'an is really the true king, I am too tired to compete with Chen Chang'an now. If he continues like this, he will probably be suppressed by his growth for the rest of his life. Presumably, he will never let himself fly completely. Chen Chang'an did not have Dali to teach Ru Zun. He was able to cut off Fu Bo and Li Shidao and is now undergoing medicine and systemic treatment. His injuries are not serious anymore. He shouldn't wake up for a long time. You can't take care of him. I'll go out and deal with it. Yes, Charmin, be careful. Fu Guo also heard the sound outside. He knew that something bad might be coming, and he was worried. Small problems, I'm quick. After finishing it, Chang'an left the dream alone. Outside, Kaifun Kaibujin, you stand in the sky and surround the wooden house where Cheng Chang'an is located. You will never let Cheng Chang'an escape any guests, but in Chen Chang'an, he will run away when faced with the golden bed and the dancing people in the sea. Quan Chang'an walked out of the wooden house, raised his head, and looked at the golden boat and sea bones. Jin Chuan also saw Chen Chang'an. The murderous shield on his body was like a sleeping volcano erupting. He, the great monk, has grown up. Quan Chang'an looks like a golden boat in the sea, with a bland expression. I didn't expect that you would be able to find me when I came to this Laohua village. He saw Jin Chuan Xiong and Jin Chuan Feng Sanren's elephant explosions, which were somewhat similar to the Jin Liang he killed. In particular, Jin Chuan Hai and Jin Liang, who killed a Jin man in spirit and body, seemed to be the same mother and son. He must be the father of Jin Liang. So he knew that the three of them must be members of the Jin family. He was slightly different. The Jin family came to take revenge much faster than he thought. No wonder Dongfang's appointment reminded him. Jin Chuanxiong takes a step forward. As the current head of Jin Jiang's family, everything is decided by him. He asked himself in a cold voice, Chen Chang'an, you killed Ling Sansheng, the genius of the Jin family. What do you have to say? Chen Chang'an asked, who are you? Jin's landlord Jin Yushu. Chen Chang'an said calmly, since you are the head of the Jin family, I will tell you. As for whether you listen or not, it's up to you. It's Jin Yang's death. He saved himself. Falling off and killing me, rising and falling, life and death. If you want to avenge him, make sure you have a good time before going there. Jin Chuanxiong Mai's head wrinkled. Jin Liang can't kill her. She must have seen how powerful you are, and she will beg you for help. You could have spared him from killing him and let him have a chance to escape. Why not let him go? Chen Chang'an smiled happily. I was strong when I fell into the air. Wei died in his hands. He begged me to let him go. Why do so many people die every day in the leisure industry? Chen Chang'an calmly told Jin Chuanxiong and others that the murderer had better be killed at any time. Shizuo called down more Fengzhu Tingwang and smiled without being surprised. He is such a murderer. He is ready to be killed at any time. Grow up. I don't know if you are ready to kill someone right now. Chen Chang'an asked, who are you? Shizuo Jia, the hidden demon lord, has come to take your head. Okay, the Tiandao Peak Master next to Tang Mo Peak Master also walked out, and came steadily. I am Shituo Jiao, the Tiandao Peak Master, and I have been ordered to come here. Are you self-financed, or how can I do anything to you? This Shituo teaching still remembers my elimination certificate. Growing up, and Xiao didn't expect that the person he was trying to teach would also arrive. It was interesting. It seems that the person you tried to kill was still alive. Immediately afterwards, Chen Chang'an asked the Blood Demon Lord, what do you think about using these 5 people to practice an episode of Blood Receiver? The Blood Demon Lord hides his power in the object-removing ring, and he dare not enter or leave in front of the 5 great professors of Shituoyang and Jin family. Hearing Chen Chang'an's words at this time, he smiled coldly and said, these 5 people are the leaders and figures. Not to mention training and teaching, even the 2nd and 3rd level teachings are frustrating. It's just that people at this level have long been driven crazy by the world. If you use the blood-granting magical skill to train them with blood-granting skills, you're afraid it will disturb the heavenly beings. When the divine magic is sent down, by then the big insect will be able to cultivate his sword. I am afraid that there will be no room for a girl. This is the first time that Chen Chang'an Jingya heard the Demon Lord selection talk about why I have a place to stay. The blood-granting demon respects the Tao, and the blood-granting magic power cannot be tolerated in heaven and earth. Ty Lee is given an order to follow the rules of heaven. If not for this, I would have secretly played tens of millions of people, fearing that I would be able to follow the path of the late emperor and be at peace with myself, which would result in encountering numerous powerful enemies. It is because every time the powerful person released by the opponent's heaven and earth gives and receives experience, the phone has to increase the sense of guidance. And the divine magic is sent down, ushering in a few kills. Although I often suffer from blood, I can only suck bullets from winter to winter, like a mouse. I see. Demon Lord Shozun sneered. If you don't want to die too soon, you still don't want to use such a strong person to train Shozun. Otherwise, once the blood-receiving magical power becomes a reality, I don't know what kind of commotion it will cause in Da Chong. The sensation caused by his birth in the underground palace that was first handed to him was even greater. By that time, you will become a street rat, and everyone calls you him. Even my noble magic needle is so miserable that it falls. You cannot compare with my original strength. I am afraid that if you haven't endured it often, you will be dead. Chen Chang'an is so indifferent that I am different from you. I want to live forever. I will recite my destiny for thousands of years. No one can kill or stop anyone. The Blood Demon Lord has been living indifferently for his whole life. It is obviously not like that. He originally left his hometown to compete in the pool, but it was a pity that the divine event caused him to be seriously injured and died of ice. He encountered a strong enemy and declared the enemy. Otherwise he would not have died so easily. As for why he said this to Chen Chang'an, it was because he was afraid that Chen Chang'an would explode him. At that time, the remaining souls of a gift that he had managed to escape would really be destroyed. This was not what he expected to see. For Professor Mo Xiao, he just wants to find a quiet place to tremble quietly. As for Chen Chang'an's arrogant words, Luo Zhan is not at ease after being selected. From the perspective of the Blood Demon, Chen Chang'an will also see the horror of the divine hair of heaven. When he sees this, he will surely realize his own game. Look at how dare he still dares to play and talk like crazy at that time. The Jinchuan Haiwu people didn't know who Chen Chang'an was talking to. Their expressions were hard to tell, and they were also very hard to kill. They wanted to understand clearly that this guy Chen Chang'an was clearly in trouble, so he tried his best to analyze, but he obviously didn't take them seriously. If Jin Chuanxiong can come, you are such an arrogant figure. You will be killed today to avenge the bloody man who is a disciple of the Jin family. No one can kill you today. Chen Chang'an said, I killed Jin Yang, or the two elders who killed Shi Quming. They were seeking their own death. I will share the story with you Jin family and Shi Quming, but if you must stand up for them and get revenge, I won't stop you. You will bear the consequences. The silver and steel fell, and the gold boat was so cheap that I couldn't help it. In the midst of dissatisfaction, I went to the city to kill Chang'an. It won't be scriptures or characters. The Earth's attack is a terrifying killing move. The power of heaven and earth rolls and swirls. Directly Mountain's lightning colloids came together to form a dense thunder and lightning king, covering the micro video of Langhua Murakami. Thunder and lightning vomited, his fart cracked, his eyes turned towards Shen Chang'an Ti-Chu, and he wanted to get back the entire blue flower picture. By then, no one in his entire blue flower village can. Chen Chang'an's eyesight is a little blurry. This is my grudge against you. It has nothing to do with the villagers of Lanhua village, but you want to vote for people from this village. It seems that your Jin family is not a good person. The Golden Boat Sea is so cold. A group of weak buildings are theirs to die under my thunder. If you want to blame them, blame them. I had to escape here to harm him. Death, live in peace. Jin Chuanghai presses the first button. Lei Yiting's 10,000 army destroyed heaven and earth. Yes. Chen Chang'an sneered. You said I escaped here. He was shocked, but he was calm and independent. He wanted to face Lei Yiting Wanju. He opened his mouth and took a breath, and the thunder in the sky was sucked into his mouth. Chang'an is a little full after eating without being beaten. At this scene, no one on the golden ship looked interested. The thunder sea suddenly fell, and this guy really disappeared. Why is this person not showing off his cultivation? The irony he just swallowed was not like eating. He looked extremely ordinary. There was no sign of an upgrade in strength. No one dared to be careless. Chen Chang'an's strange divine meaning made them become popular and respect the most powerful magic of their respective skills. Those cutting treasures sometimes contain swords and earth. The precious light in the medicine flashes in the air. The narrow light is scattered and intoxicated. The five of them are originally teaching the host characters, and they are also the decision makers in Hezhou, exuding powerful cultivation. With the addition of the magic weapon of technology, the legitimate and terrifying habits caused the surrounding mountains and rivers to shatter and cause earthquakes. Why is it so exciting? The villagers of Nanhua village thought that the gods were descending from the gods and that Huangko's noble enemy, the head of the department, did not know what they were doing. The terrifying aura of the five people did not suppress the growth. He used the invincible show as a party to live up to the terrifying aura of the five people. But Chuang Ming's consumption destination. Otherwise, the aura that scares away this uninhabited person will be enough to kill all the innocent villagers in Langhua village. Old Haizhong System 99 is crazy about Chen Chang'an and scratches the new card. Without a single cut, the life that Chen pressed for a long time became tighter. Lifespan 1, lifespan 1. It seems that if we want to kill these five people, we will need to consume some food today. Most of the people in Chen Chang'an came over indifferently. I told you that if you attack me, you will bear the consequences. Since you must take action, this wolf's hair is destined to be infected by your five leaders. Cold cooking in a golden boat and sea. Chen Chang'an, don't calm down. Even if you beg for mercy today, there is no chance of survival. Heaven's sword seals the master's path. From the moment you offend our Shitu sect, you are doomed to die. With your investment, our Shitu sect will. Chen Chang'an didn't say a word, he just kept silent to the right hand of Taiwanese enterprises. In essence, from between it, there is a golden and light-colored dress between the legs. In an instant, heaven and earth pass through a large Hukai, a bright red and beautiful snowflake, an arrow flying into the sky. The endurance of Jing Quanhai's technology hits 4 points and 5 points. The golden boat was still alive, but it was killed by the golden aurora movement of the leg soup. The physical and spiritual drama, even the physical body no longer existed. Chen Chang'an was careless. He was not sure. The taste is still the same as this generation. He originally just wanted to kill Jin Fenghai and keep his body to receive blood. His enemy Hidewei was a little bit unsure and knocked out Jin Fenghai with one blow. If you are lucky, you have to continue to control it. If you lose, you will have to lose the show position. But Chen Chang'an didn't know how much harm his casual blow had caused to the remaining 4 people. They never expected that Qiong, his golden bed and the dignified master of the teachings of destroying Jin. Unexpectedly, Chen Chenggen's Qing dynasty's portrayal of Dantai was completely wiped out in a single step. He didn't even have a chance to resist in the Xingshan drama. After the shock, what came immediately was a sense of meaning that came straight from the soles of their feet to their hearts. They transformed and grew, and felt their hair and bones coming. Their souls were in war. Others think that Chen Chang'an is strong and can never be the opponent of the 5 of them together. I am confident that they will win, but as soon as they fought, they saw the terrible horror of Chang'an. He only used one move to die on the beach of the golden boat. It felt to them as if they were crushing a horse to move an arrow. Keep killing the leader. How is this possible? I keep dreaming that my soul is extinguished in the sea, and I feel sorry for growing up peacefully. Decided to count the remaining 4 people, be gentle. But when Anjiang Muguang grew up, he thought about it among the 4 people. The faces of Jin Chuanfeng, Jin Chuanxiong, Tiandao Fengzhu, and Hidden Demon Fengzhu all turned stupidly white in an instant. Thank you for being so awesome. They couldn't control their whole bodies and their bright souls were in a battle. They were so frightened that they almost didn't want the children to run away. Her mother, who said that this city, Chang'an, is just a teaching host. This person who has been obliterated all the time is probably one of those old masters who first heard about his family. His elders and above are the supreme masters of heaven and earth. Okay, if they knew that Chen Chang'an had the supreme truth, they would never come to Chen Chang'an for payment. The shadow of death looms over Jin Chuanfeng and Jin Chuanxiong. The hearts of Tiandao and Zhang Mo are unable to return to their masters. Chen Chang'an looked at these 4 Daobao owners and said calmly, "Isn't it quite confusing just now? Why don't we run away and play together?" After that, Chen Chang'an was born again. Between them, a big golden hand and its eyes turned into the void, and with its voice, it slapped the body sealed by the heavenly sword. But the heavenly sword was sealed as the Lord, and was killed by Chen Chang'an with the 8 constants. This time it was because of the invincible cultivation level used by Chen Chang'an. And I unlocked it a little bit. Chen Chang'an Zame, this show under the house is under the control of Little Perfect. It is also numb. If there is too much, I am afraid of beating people to death. The handsome face of the walking god cannot leave a physical body. If there is too little, it will not kill people. It seems that I need to use it more. Heavenly Sword Wind Lord vomited blood and he was seriously injured and desperately begging for mercy. Spare your life, spare your money. Chen Chang'an said, "Didn't you say that my head must be damaged?" With a flash of gold at Chen Chang'an's fingertips, the owner of the Heavenly Sword begging for mercy is thrown in. Another leader of Wu Dajie dies. But the other 3 people also took advantage of a little time to escape. Please use the skill god of Pure Chang'an's mouth with this trace of indifference. Divine skill god, Jin Chuanxiong, his father, sold out in 1 step and disappeared from the original place. When he appears again, in front of the golden boat bear, please stay. Jin Chuanxiong's continuous falling of fragile trees. The inner man of vitality falls. One by one, you can't kill me. I am the head of the Jin family, you are the supreme true king. I am not your opponent, but I, the Jin family, also have the supreme true king. If you kill me, you will really fight against the Jin family. Think clearly. This will lead to a fight for you tomorrow. When I grow up and Lexiao, I will be afraid of how many times you will surprise my family and how many times I will kill you. After saying that, Chen Chang'an raised his red dog, and this group of people pressed down on the ground like Mount Tai. It was Chen Ryu, destroying everything. Jin Chuanxiong Dahong is an enemy with all his strength. He saw that he remembered a golden dome, which lay like a mountain in front of him. Golden top pink. Chen Chang'an's punch shot out an invincible blind man. Feng Meng avoided the exposure, and instantly killed Jin Chuanxiong, turning it into a sentence of honesty. Growing up with no expression, I grabbed the clothes and legs that were pierced through my chest and used the divine part again. Find the next goal. Soon, Quan Chang'an appeared in front of the cover of Jinghuan. When Jin Chuanfeng saw Chen Chang'an holding the body of his elder brother with his right hand, he screamed and cried, "Brother, you died so miserably." Then Jin Chuanfeng stipulated that the senior should spare his life. The senior should spare his life. I am acquainted with Fairy Ling Yu who is called Changsheng. I hope that for the sake of Fairy Ling Yu, senior, please come to me. You don't even know the King of Heaven. Chen Chang'an said calmly. He reached out with his left hand and pinched Jin Chuanfeng's neck easily, just like crushing a small machine to death. Immediately afterwards, Chen Chang'an grabbed Jin Chuanfeng's body and disappeared again. When he appeared, he was already in front of the Zhangmu lord of the Shitu sect, the master of Zhangmo peak-built Chang'an. Because the god of death was like a ghost, he was holding Jin Chuanfeng's body in his left hand and holding Jin Chuanfeng's body in his right hand. He got into the sweat pool. Pure Chang'an guide will win. The hidden demon wind master knew that there was no way to escape. He did not trap him, he just shook his teeth and fought for power to deal with the growth. I saw only 10 of them. They all shot out the tens of thousands of choices in front of the city. They shot through the sky and the earth and destroyed the mountains and rivers. Let the void fall and unfreeze him, and the earth will become white with thousands of windows. But I don't think I'll do anything to hurt Chen Chang'an, just like I won't give up at all costs. Chen Chang'an walked up to the sky, and all those blind people looked in front of Chen Chang'an. Hangmo Fengzhu was constantly afraid of the great sect. He accidentally lost his way and left a trail behind to try to sect the sect. His hair was scarred and yellow, and all the hair on his body was coming in and out. More than a dozen magic weapons are everywhere, dazzling in the middle of the world, almost desperate for power and refusing to deal with growth. But Hangmo Fengzhu knows that even if he tries his best to gain power, he still cannot escape. Growth is just a look from the head that is too tight. Those dozen or so powerful magic weapons instantly turned into a few pieces. Death and other methods can be used as gold, heaven and earth, and chi ghosts. The Lord of Zhangbo was completely desperate and had a great life and committed suicide. When the wheel, bow, and bow arrive at the scene of the destruction of heaven and earth, it becomes a matter of making children cry and destroy everything in the world. Chen Chang'an didn't know how the host character reported himself. He didn't react. The media couldn't help but open their mouths to report the pain. But at a glance, Xinli Shanghe is also a vast area, and all sounds are facing it. If Shen Chang'an hadn't swallowed the self-preservation energy of the Zhangmo Lord, Wanli would have determined the fate of the world. This is the self-report of the leader of the group. Chen Chang'an Nandao was careless. Another insult. But next time it seems that I have to pay attention to the self-report of the leader's mission. The power is a bit amazing, so as not to hurt anyone. As for the blood-receiving demon king whose clothes are in the object-removing ring, if anyone can see his expression, they will know how tight he is at this moment. He never imagined that this battle would end in this way. It was completely one-sided. Even if the blood-grinding squat is just a way to hide the soul, you can still feel the comfort of growing up. But what frightens the blood-suffering demon even more is that he can't feel Chang'an's cultivation. He can't see Chang'an's strength in his body. Chen Chang'an is the supreme true lord of 10,000 Dharma paths. He is stronger than ever. He is the first to become a saint with the holy lantern that reaches the wings of heaven and earth. The blood demon lord knows nothing. The blood demon lord couldn't understand how he could meet such a strong man when he had just escaped from the late emperor's territory. He didn't know if it was because of his own nature or not, but it should be safe to follow the growth plan for the time being. Therefore, the blood demon lord decided to hold the one with a strong heart first when he was weak, and then he would lead the dog to Chang'an. The chosen demon lord put aside his new arrival for a while and attacked. Sir, if you kill these 5 leaders, they will also dissipate their souls. By my bullet soul with big words, let me honor you. Maybe you can think of the body sequence of the 2nd level award. Good. Nod for growth. The blood-giving demon lord emerged from the kitchen ring with just a faint blood-colored light. Immediately afterwards, the blood demon lord transformed into a magic envoy, Jin Chuanfeng, and Jin Chuanxiong's soul. This Yijin legend sees star god Jun Mian. The hidden demon lord reports himself to be the star god Jun Mian. The blood-giving demon lord can only swallow the power of the souls of 13 people. But the blood-giving demon lord is already satisfied. After devouring the power of the 2 souls, the blood demon lord returned to eliminate the tribulation. Chen Chang'an took the corpses of Jin Chuanfeng and Jin Chuanxiong and stepped out one by one to open up this dead land and surrounded Langhua village, allowing Mozong to swallow shit in the life of the Lord of the Sword. After absorbing the power of the 3 souls, the Demon King told the growth case that he would refine these soul powers and was temporarily in trouble. After waking up, the number of 2nd level teaching writing experience of teaching writing magic skill is restored. Success will be notified immediately. Luoyang City Jin Family Soul Lantern Room. Here are the soul lanterns of important members of the Jin family. Every palm of the soul lantern is burning brightly. Try Nothing represents the life state of the owner of the soul lamp, which is in the vigorous state of Pang Bojing's life. The Yelinkin family members searched around the soul lantern room as usual, so they cleared away the dust inside. He came to the deepest part of the soul lantern room. There were not many soul lanterns here, only a dozen or so. Some of the soul lamps at the front have been pressed, but the soul light emitted is very scary, emitting an invisible soul power that makes people calm. These patterned lanterns were left behind by the powerful and thieving old masters of the Jin family. They trapped themselves in the city to reduce the risk of life and death. The ancestors represented by each palm soul lantern are the most precious talents of the Jin family. It's all a huge loss to the Jin family. Slightly outside, there are 3 long soul lamps. The soul fire is burning brightly and endlessly. The members of the Jin family looked at these 3 pure lamps and sighed. Now my Jin family has 3 trainers who are just around the same age. The respected enemies are the current head of the family, the first elder and the second elder. At home, they may step into the realm of 10,000 laws and unite the laws of heaven and earth. By that time, Wujinjia has added a few more supreme true kings, and they are really going to seal the seals in Hezhou, and they want to fight with each other. This member of the Jin family is full of impact and expectations for the future of the Jin family. After all, the stronger the Jin family is, the greater the benefits they will receive as members of the Jin family. But just when the people of the Jinjia's Hen nationality were in an infinite shock, a majestic wind blew outside. The 3-turn blazing blue soul lamp in front of them jumped and suddenly sucked the attacking fire. The entire Jin family felt like they were being eaten by Lei Ji's even bigger eyes. At this moment, his heart was almost beating. What did he see? He had already seen the souls of the 3 leaders of the Jin family. How is this possible? This Jin family member rubbed his eyes hard, thinking he was looking at flowers. The 3 leaders of the Jin family are so powerful and politically majestic. How could they be almost in long shishi? But no matter how this Jin family member removes his glasses, the fact is that he hides his suffering. The Jin family members suddenly turned pale. They died without a trace. They only felt their hands and feet. What happened? Why did the lights of the head of the house, the eldest wife, the second elder, and the other elders all go out? Who killed her? The death of 3 major professors. This was an ambassador. His service shocked the entire gold price. This member of the Jin family came to report the bad news. He was too fearful, too social, and even too shocked. He would run 2 steps and 1 step at a time to avoid breaking the wall and fall to the ground. But he quickly got up and ran out of the soul lamp. Weirdly, the Jin family remembered being stabbed one after another. He had a harsh reputation and wanted to evacuate the entire Jin family, but it only spread throughout his face. Whether they were members of the Jin family who were cultivating or those who were having fun in the city, everyone heard this harsh name. When they woke up from practice, the people who were having fun immediately stopped laughing and their expressions turned cold, because they all know what Lin Sheng represents here. Whenever a major crisis occurs in Jinjia, this reputation will be remembered, and all tribesmen will be ordered to go to Jinjia Square to discuss important matters. In normal times, this kind of clarity will never be omitted. It took almost only a moment for all members of the Jin family to arrive at the Jin family square. Countless people looked on with confused expressions, and the Jin family will not be a top Xiuxian family. It has been passed down for many years, and at a glance, there is nothing wrong with snatching it. The younger generation is like Qi Yu Xian Lang, and each person has a strong family style. The beast in its prime is a refined person, with frightened energy like a dragon. Even the princes of Huoshenjing have dozens of them. So there were countless people gathered in the whole square, but it was quiet. No one made any speculations. They were there. Suddenly, several powerful and terrifying auras erupted from the back hill of the Jin family. Just beware of gold rush waves and volcanic eruptions that will directly change the color of the world and cause suffering. Immediately afterwards, Wu Daokanglao's voice appeared in Guangqing. When they saw these 5 people appearing in the square, the Jin family members in the square were shocked and dispersed, because these 5 people are the strongest enemies of the Jin family. They are the 5 most powerful ancestors of the Jin family. They have lived for thousands of years and have advanced cultivation skills. He is the supreme true king who is influenced by heaven and earth. Each of them was once a big shot in the mayor of Ohio and made great contributions to the development of the current family. Secondly, why did they appear in the retreat city? These Jin family members are all aware of Shatai's seriousness. One of the 5 ancestors, the Gansu old monkey, walked out. His eyes were full of soul, but the golden light was endless. The body is suffering from old age, but it gives people an intimidating and powerful feeling that makes people forget about life. He is one of the last members of the Jin family. The 5th chapter of Jin is the true death of Feng 5 chapters. Jin Wuhui spoke. His voice was very small, but it spread throughout the square. Everyone is listening to this epidemic. Today, the soul lamps of the 3 master directors of the Jin family appeared. The 3 masters died, causing the Jin family to lose talents. As soon as these words came out, the originally quiet square was filled with Chinese people among the guests. As a result, the crowd caused unprecedented excitement. What is it? Is it true? Now that 3 of my family's leaders have died, what's going on? How did they die? Did they break into some decision-making process? No wonder all the ancestors showed up. Damn it, the 3 leaders actually in her Ursay. The 3 leaders of Jin Wuhui who are so cold to death come to my Jin family. In the future, the 3 brothers of Jin family, Jin Chuanxiong, Jin Chuanfeng and Jin Chuanhai will break through to the true king. My family has been in Hezhou for thousands of years and this kind of big thing has never happened. If it happens again, I must find the death of 3 people. If they die while deciding, let's not mention this matter for the time being. But if they die at the hands of someone else, I will definitely kill him in Jiyu Yanghui and beat the Paibo group. Soon, a member of the Jin family, Bingao, the ancestor of Bingao, and the 3 family heads seem to have gone to Dalong Mountain. Something happened to Shan Yu Di Gong. I don't know if it has anything to do with this forever. Jin Wuhui had no expression on his face and immediately sent someone to Dalong Mountain to check for me. Sun Minute, Shator Sect's Heavenly Sword Master and Hidden Demon Master's soul lanterns were extinguished. At the same time, it also caused a huge explosion in the sect. You must know that a strong man of this level is also a master who denounces the situation in the great Zhongxiu ancestor realm. If he is familiar with all kinds of trump cards, he will never die easily during this period. Every teacher teaches the modification of the host, whether it is a Daxian men or one of those top test racks. Even the territorial forces that have dominated for a week are extremely heavy and represent a deep enemy base. Shijuo calls out the 2 masters who teach host. This is also a huge loss. It can even be said to be a business move. The supreme elder of the Shator cult was alerted, and the leader of the Shator cult even sent people to Qianwu City to inquire about the situation. After all, Dan Fengzi, the former leader, wanted to teach Chang Lai the news and found Shohai oil and rotten plura. Judging from the intelligence obtained at that time, the murderer's strength could only be the strength of the teaching machine, otherwise he would never have been able to kill Shi so easily. Therefore, the Shator cult sent 2 leaders, namely the Heavenly Sword Master and the Zangmo Master, who were strong men, to go to Qianwu City to arouse the murderer. Logically speaking, the 2 sect leaders and powerful men should not be able to fight with their chest-suppressing hands, but I never thought that the 2 of them would fall into the trap. Shan Feng was even more shocked when he heard the news. It was Chen Chang'an who killed me in an attempt to educate the Great Lord. If it is true that he is killing the Great Lord who has lost his Buddhist support, then it is possible that he is not a strong master of the immortal religion. Could it be that he is the true master of Wangfujin? Thinking of this, Shan Fengzi suddenly felt a shock in his heart, and he was afraid that he would not. Fortunately, I didn't provoke growth, otherwise I might have died. Whether it is Shator cult or gold price, the death of the powerful master who teaches the host has caused huge outrage. If the news of the collapse of the court spreads to Hezhou, it will even start a big storm in Hezhou. Chen Chang'an didn't know what impact his murder would have on Shi Zijiao and the Jin family, and he didn't care. At this time, he returned to the 2-flower axis. Some villagers in Langhua village witnessed the city Chang'an taking action to kill 2 powerful monks. So when they saw Chen Chang'an come back, they regarded him as both harming and progressing, and they didn't dare to do anything wrong. Chen Chang'an put away the sight of the master of the daily sword and checked his own weight. Holy Mandate 1675. The time and experience of killing the 5 this time actually took him 7 years. It hurts to press it all the time. If you are lucky enough to have the Heavenly Sword Sealing Lord, the corpses of Jin Chuanfeng and Jin Chuanxiong can experience the blood granting through the blood granting magic skill. The reflection can make up for the loss and maybe even gain some weight. This will make Chen Chang'an feel a little better. He was not in a hurry to practice and teach. After all, he heard from the selected demon lord that using the Heavenly Sword to seal the masters of these 2-dimensional warriors, and practicing and teaching, it is very likely to send down the divine magic of heaven. Chen Chang'an plans to find a place with wild animals and people to raise the temperature in the future to avoid injury. Returning to the wooden house, Chen Chang'an saw Zhongyu in Natong. After taking medicine and healing, he was completely different from when he appeared. The flesh and blood were removed again, and they were almost fresh and tender, white and rosy, unlike the oil that Zhong Yoneng once kept exposed to the wind and sun. Zhong Yoneng woke up with shrinkage, but his expression was still very strong. Next to me, Lisha and Fu Bo are taking photos in Shishing. Wouldn't it be better to be able to sing? Zhong Yoneng is so grateful. Thank you to Brother Chang'an for saving my name. Otherwise I would not be able to escape. I don't know how to repay Brother Chang'an for saving my life. Chen Chang'an's karate skills. Wei Fubo is also a 0-year-old in the Qingyun world. With a little effort, he has the confidence to follow you. Follow the camel route to the animals outside Chang'an just now. The little trouble on the Pure Chang'an road has been solved. Parents, since Brother Nai's business recovery is almost the same, let's go ahead without changing the situation. Chang'an, the city chief, was anxious to find a place for refining and teaching. After all, the corpse for refining and teaching was also in the heart of the sea. If it had been too long, the life inside would have been frightened, and it would have been left in heaven and earth. Lans Hu Cheng Chang'an took out a bag that was wrapped in layers from his arms. When it was opened wide, there were dozens of cents inside. Chang'an, this is the medical expenses of Neng Neng. I don't know the total. Grow up and shake your head to refuse. These are superficial. You better keep them and buy some meat. You and I have known each other for 3 years. How could we accept your money? You know, Chen Chang'an killed the powerful masters of the Jin family and the Shituo sect, and added 3 more object-removing rings to his hands. Presumably. Among their object-removing rings, they must not be 0 hour. For a growth case with invincible performance, the temporary role is pathological. No, you must accept it. How can you let your trip go in vain? Who is Suguo? Chen Chang'an really couldn't refuse, so he nodded and accepted these dozens of cases, planning to let them go quietly later. At the same time, Li Sha was taking care of Zhong Yong. At the same time, he asked others what happened in the mountains. How did he get such serious injuries? Moreover, the soul and body are a blur of flesh and blood, and it doesn't look like someone with a thin chest or waist. His wife's inquiry made Zhong Yongning feel scared. He recalled the sight of the spirit in the mountain. Fear did not enter his eyes, and his body was in a state of confusion. I was chasing a 0 at the time, and accidentally fell into a kinetic structure. The kinetic structure seemed to have been baked by something. It was very advantageous. I was a little curious, so I walked all the way deep into the winter snow. I saw a big old hand with 3 heads of different colors sleeping. There was a blood-colored rat head that kept breathing out red. At that time, I was only contaminated with a trace of it, and my whole body turned into a mess. I quickly escaped from that kind of exercise. If I had been fighting more red dances at that time, I felt that I might have been turned into a bone by myself. When I escaped from the kinetics, I would turn into a coma. Chen Chang'an, Jin Yi, the building with 3 heads. He had seen this kind of group in an ancient book in the book collection of Chengzhou Mansion, because there are very few members of the 3-headed Hui family. This kind of 3-headed return letter is very timid, but it has a strong talent for seeking protection, which is more powerful than Wanbao's seeking protection attribute, usually made of precious ores hidden in the mountains, rivers, and land. Therefore, most of the 3-headed ghosts in North Korea are a natural protection. Genius treasures and precious minerals are safe in the world. Many monks want to capture this 3-headed ghost attribute to help them find various precious geniuses. But the most illustrative point is that the 3-headed ghost belongs to the land of ink, and there must be precious geniuses. Chang'an then asked Zhong Yongyong, what other beauty have you seen besides the 3-headed ghost? It turned out that it was a 3-headed ghost. Zhong Yongyong thought about it seriously and then shook it to see that it was gone. Those 3 ghosts seem to have managed to dig you out. Go to bed when you are tired. Chen Chang'an's 2 paths were flashing with light. It seemed that these 3-headed ghosts had discovered something good. He thought to himself, if he could catch this 3-headed ghost, go to hell with Chao Shui, and wonder if he could find some more powerful ones. If you become able to play and sing, you can still find it if you go out to learn. Zhong Yongning nodded. I still have some impression. I'll wait until No Shoji comes around to take me there. There's going to be a jump under you. You're going to. If you can capture the attributes of the 3-headed ghost, you can get some and many more. Zhong Yongning took a saliva test and found that the 3 ghosts must be very powerful. It's just the red mist exhaled while sleeping that can become human. It's not until you wake up that you don't know how scary it is. Brother Chang'an, be careful. Unable to grow. When the time comes, all you have to do is take me to the entrance of the cave. I can't go in. I can't stand these 3-headed ghosts yet. After Zhong Yongning agreed to take him into the cave, Chen Chang'an was very happy. He didn't expect that he would get this unexpected letter during his trip to Langhua village. Later, Chen Chang'an said goodbye to the 3 captives and left Yanghua village. It was her favor that refined her. He used the ministry of God to cross mountains and rivers, and finally came to a deserted mountain. Immediately afterwards, he took out the poems written by the Master of Heavenly Sword, Jin Chuanxiong and Jin Chuanfeng. Although their corpses have been killed by dust, urine, they contain a huge life economy and will completely disappear into the world. Even a corpse contains astonishing energy and exudes a terrifying unknown pressure that makes people flee. Chen Chang'an didn't waste any time and directly used the blood-granting magical skill to start the blood-granting experience on the 3-sentence entity. Under this body electricity attribute, the first drop of body electricity soon appeared. That drop of thin blood floated in midair, shooting out red spots and blue arrows. Growing and Daoshi, we are bleeding together here. But at this moment, the sky that was originally thousands of miles away became gloomy and flying, and the side winds that were ineffective were hung up, causing the trees in the mountains to beat rapidly. Rich red film, more thundercloud honey cloth, thunder, and lightning. Just when the blood donation has been refined, there is a terrible thunder festival and a small blessing line in the sky. The terrifying sky island is as oppressive as a volcanic eruption. The Huawei mountain red giant bee washes the sky. It was a false response from a huge thunder point. Because of the miraculous nature, the 4 people walking together seemed to be the law of heaven. At this moment, the construction of the depths of Dalong Mountain and Tianwu City was shaken. Although Shen Chang'an chose a place deep in a deserted mountain, it is still several kilometers away from Dalong Mountain and Tianwu City. But I never thought that this powerful mirror of heaven would be forced to disperse to Dalong Mountain and Tianwu. Even as they swayed, they could see the streak of light in the sky, the humanoid shape formed by the lightning, and felt the terrifying atmosphere of destruction. That seems to be the legendary divine law of heaven. What are people doing there? They were surrounded by the will of heaven and lowered their status. Everyone was talking incessantly, but they still didn't know what happened. I never imagined that the intensive sound of bloodshed would have disappeared over tens of thousands of years, already reproduced. Chen Chang'an just looked at the figure in Lei Hall calmly that day, still teaching him magical skills, lifting electricity and teaching him. Soon, 3D teaching was refined. Every drop of blood hangs in front of Chen Chang'an. The blood is gelatinous and crisp. But Chen Chang'an's behavior seems to have angered Mr. The aura of heavenly hatred and hatred has become more and more terrifying. I also think about the future. In fact, even the blood-giving demon lord, who had eaten the souls of 3 faceless men and fell into a deep sleep, felt the breath of the red cloth's divine magic. And the Mengran Su system rolled. When he saw the thunderous figure on the island in the middle of the sky, he couldn't help but move his money to the zero soul gold. How is this possible? The most fearful thing for those who want to receive blood without respect is this divine guidance method. Every time I refine and receive blood, I will be attacked by the divine law of heaven. Many times I almost died under the divine law of heaven. You actually learned how to teach successfully. When the demonic master discovered that Chen Changjing had practiced the Sandy teaching style, it was even more serious. Chen Chang'an did not answer. Blood-granting demon lord went to meet the heavenly magic from you. Now it is not about improving the blood-granting shooting. While the power of Tianji Shenfa will be completely condensed and exploded, you should stop quickly. Hurry up, otherwise you will definitely be suspended under Tianji Shenfa. The blood demon lord has experience. Every time he was refining the blood, something would happen to his divine magic on the same day. King Bianyan stopped refining and receiving blood, and left Yuan done, so he would still be seriously injured by the divine hair of heaven, but fortunately he was saved. If I don't know how to die like Chen Chang'an, and I am suffering from blood under the eyes of the divine guide of heaven, I am simply destroying myself. If Chen Chang'an died, his life would not be saved. He would not be afraid even after receiving blood. He would be extremely frightened. But the growth button didn't listen to the teacher's words to refine the dance. According to a drop of liquid and blood, it can increase your immunity for 1 year. The dance here can also increase your immunity. But at this time, the divine law of heaven reached its peak with Yun Yang, and the figure in the Lei Hall fought back again. The huge leader of Lei Taing, Zhu Qiandi's son, Yunhan with unimaginable power, was sent towards the city of Chang'an. It seems that Chen Chang'an is going to be photographed into a pink trunk. The only conspiracy. Shozun Mozun couldn't help but trembled 4 times under the pressure of heaven. It hurt so fast. Shozun Mozun's royal mouth pushed forward his growth. Chang'an's brows are slightly smelly, please stop being irritated and shut up. After saying that, Chen Chang arranged to start, and the head of Lei Hall, who had grown up and fell down, directly displayed a sword. A shocking scene happened for the selected Russian. That Lei Tingpalm with Yunhan's terrifying power was directly split in half by Chen Chang'an's building, and it was instantly destroyed in the sky. The blood-granting demon lamp has big eyes. This, Chen Chang'an looked at Lei Tingren and said coldly, then punched him directly. An ordinary fist, but it contains terrifying power. From the sky to the thundergold figure condensed by divine magic, there was no way to stop Chen Chang'an and his group. They were instantly blasted. Even Yingyun Lei Tingli, who couldn't stand the world, was directly destroyed by Chen Chang'an's punch. Please go out again for 1,000 miles. Granting demon lord the eyes of the lamp and his mouth white. Oh my god, since you sent the god of heaven to a circle to stop him. In the distance, whether it's Tianwu City or Dalong Mountain's cultivation, they saw the Lei Ping peoples will evolved from the terrifying divine law of heaven. The strange thing was that, immediately afterwards, a seemingly mediocre benefit was the kind of thing that was very shocking. In the middle of the table, which person in the Lei Taing pavilion was caught in an irresponsible matter? Everyone is shocked, done by, someone is dying, who is it? The group that was blasted actually stopped the god of heaven. Building a wall is a divine method of heaven. The way of heaven represented by the divine law of heaven has always been terrifying. I have never heard of anyone being in conflict with the divine law of heaven. Who is this person and why did he meet the god of heaven? Everyone was talking and full of curiosity, but many modified expressions have become passionate and peaceful. A punch from that can easily send the god of heaven to the party leader or even destroy it, which is enough to prove that the person who made the move has extraordinary and unfathomable strength. Especially the place where the divine law appeared that day was far away from Dalong Mountain, an astronomical city. This means that the strong man is nearby. Could it be that he is also here to compete for the inheritance of the underground palace of the 4 former emperors? If that's the case, I'm afraid no artist can be his opponent again, which makes them a little worried. Dongfang Lingyue and Qing dynasty Yang Yu are in the underground palace server. When Dongfang Lingyue saw that terrifying power, he was able to completely destroy Yu Tiandao's magical power without talking about it. This person's strength is beyond compare. I don't know if it's because I'm too strong, or because my body is so powerful that it brings treasure. On the side, Qin Chao Yang went to Shuang Mao and said something in a flash. He thought of the terrifying scene when Chen Chang'an cut Dalong Mountain in half with a knife. It is so similar to this ordinary all-shadow annihilation divine method of heaven. Could it be young master? Dongfang has become more economical. You said this punch was thrown by Chen Chang'an. Qin Chao Yang nodded. Master, you didn't see the young master calling Shi Yong to show off his sword for that poem and picture. It was so shocking and so similar to this, right? Dongfang Ling Yu a golden bullet. If this is really the case, then it can be said. At this moment, Dongfang Ling Yu's messenger uniform suddenly lit up. When I opened it, Dongfang Ling Yu's beautiful face was full of serious death. They were all dead. The Qin dynasty's words were strange. Shizun, what kind of death? The Changsheng sect's intelligence system received news that the 3 major leaders and powerful leaders of the current family and the 2 major leaders and feudal lords of Buddhism lost public opinion. The love story is over now. It's just Jing Fuangsheng and the others, right? Dongfang Ling Yu's expression is intense and complicated. I told the Jin family not to cause trouble with Chen Chang'an, but they didn't believe it. The end result was that their feathers were in Chen Chang'an's hands. It's just that I didn't expect that even Shituming's master host, Fengzhu, would come with 2 people. No powerful master of the master's master would join forces to deal with the growth. Logically speaking, a terrifying war will definitely break out. There will be quite a lot of movement. Even we in Dalong Mountain can sense it, but there was no motive at all. They died silently. From this point of view, Chen Chang'an was a matter of intraocular pressure. Call these 5 to justice. Please carry forward. The young master is so fake. He is very strong. I am afraid that even the supreme elder who I Changsheng calls will have a hard time resisting him. I, Changsheng, have to fight with him. I must not offend him, otherwise the consequences will be very bad. Dongfang Wenyu has this kind of poem. Lian blindly sent a message to the immortality cult. Let the immortality cult help Chen Chang'an, the great film and television dragon. You must not recruit him. Deep in the mountains, with the destruction of the divine laws of heaven and earth, everything has returned to Wang Ai's character. The blood-granting demon king, who was staring at his pocket, finally saw the Bingshan family who had grown up in an invincible world. He didn't even know how powerful Chen Chang'an was in front of him. It felt like he was like an endless sea of grievances. You, how clever are you? Bloodgiver Demon Lord deletes the break and opens it. How strong do you think I am? I think. The Blood Demon Lord fell into silence. Perhaps it was because it was a long-distance attack with a soul hidden within a mile, so the Blood Demon Lord thought to himself that he could not see it at this time. However, after all, this is just the heavenly guidance divine technique hidden by refining the first level of blood. If he is in the full holy state, he can still defeat this heavenly guidance divine technique. It's just that the higher the level of the refined teaching, the more it will alarm the heavenly Tao, so the heavenly Tao magic that comes will be precipitated with suffering. At that time, no one as powerful as the chosen Demon Lord will be able to. However, in the view of Demon Lord Zueki, even if Chen Chang'an is strong, he will definitely not be able to compare with the character who is in a state of complete victory. The Blood Demon Lord thought to himself, I wonder if I can injure this guy more by restoring my body wind. The Blood Demon Lord has no idea how strong Shen Chang'an is. He has completely forgotten how to see Shen Chang'an. This idea is completely false. I don't know the answer from the Blood Demon Lord. Chen Chang'an did not say anything anymore, but continued to call for treatment. And the Blood Demon Lord fell into deep sleep again to regain his life. For him, I have to restore the manual function early so that I can take the initiative in the battle. He is too weak now. Without the divine hair and kicks from heaven, Chen Chang'an soon changed to Jin Chuanxiong and Jin Chuanfeng. 25D one-hit award was extracted from the corpse of the Heavenly Sword Lord, which can be sold for a total of 25 years. But just now he dealt with the divine magic of heaven, so he seemed to be an ordinary group of people, but the invincible cultivation level he used consumed nearly 5 years of his suffering in one breath. Because of his heroic life, he is still very knightly. Quantifying the HP of this 12D pole can only restore it to 95, and the total HP is about to be broken. It's just a waste of these 3 lines of poems about teaching groups and strong men. Their physical instincts embody more advanced killing methods, adding more hands. However, Chang'an did not master the advanced physical strength of the blood recipient from the blood-receiving grinding machine. Will 25D and the service rules be granted? Old Hai's Hongdangxi thinks of his long life, taking liquids and receiving blood. Ordered to add clothes. Ordered to add clothes. Currently ordered to be rescued. Growing up, and felt his vitality become more online and couldn't help but record WeChat. Generally speaking, this time to deal with the 5 major leaders, as well as to refine the beast blood to deal with the beasts lost by the heavenly guide divine hair. Through this refinement of the beast blood, I was completely confused. He also had a life expectancy of more than 10 years. Yes, I can still experience it 75 times and teach writing together. It will add 75 years to my sales. Chen Chang'an, male. I have to dare to explore the power of the blood-granting magical power of the Blood Demon Lord. As long as one episode of teaching is given, it can increase sales for hundreds of years. Compared with those precious and rare 4th grade hand orders, the higher the teaching level you refine, the stronger the effect of increasing sales will be. After successfully teaching this subject, Chen Chang'an embraced. Now we have to wait for the blood demon to recover and obtain a higher level of heart grant and strength from him. Completed blood donation and refining, grew and stabilized, stayed for a long time, used divine power to leave. Now that the lifespan is longer, Chang'an uses his invincible cultivation power to become a little more powerful. Chen Chang'an did not go to Nanhua village to find Zhong Yongnong and take him to find the three-headed ghost. He took Zhong Yongnong to fully recover before hiding it. Now that he knows the news about the three-headed ghost, he can't escape from his grasp. In other words, after years of protection, the three-headed ghost's attribute skills have now become something he can hit. Now it has more important things to do, to return the valuable medicine bag, to regain the soul body of 10,000 years, and to collect information carefully. After all, this 10,000-year-old body has been restored to the chain that holds the single hand, and it has been guarded for 1,000 years in one breath. There is also a body that can be strengthened in the future. Chen Chang'an is still very serious. He can't let Zhu Wanyan's zero body die of yang. If he dies of yang, he will suffer. More than half an hour after his birth, Chen Chang'an returned to Jukangyao. Zhong 02 is training the flying machine seriously again. Therefore, the innate imperial body will still wake up, but Jingping Chen Chang'an helped him wash his physical body, but he was born without a zero body. The speed at which he absorbed the zero energy of heaven and earth covered his entire body. I don't think it will take long. The later stage of Hupo Yang Shui is not coming. Jianzhong Riji cultivated so hard and seriously, but it was a pity that he grew up as a useless person. He didn't have Zhonglinger who kicked his feet to practice, but he started to do his own thing. First, he rebuilt his 10,000-year spiritual body, and used the invincible show as the basis for Xiaoxin's gentle progress. Soon, Zhu Wanyan's spiritual transformation will resume again. Naoye Shigamao. Applause collection. Just then 99 suddenly appeared from behind. The head of the station is a big deal. He harvested Chen Chang'an's 3 years of sales. The wine room that lets Chen Chang'an's remaining life gradually expire. But for Chen Chang'an, this small life can only be regarded as busy. Moreover, after digesting the lifespan of 3 years, it is already very good with the powerful life energy of the old one. Even if Zhong Yoneng is just a mortal, for the grown-up one, it is all worth it. Immediately afterwards, Chen Chang'an took out the hand-printed hand given to him by Dongfang Yu. But this generation can be sold for hundreds of years. It will grow for a few years in the future. You are welcome. Young animals can. Jiu jumps every time, haha, so active. Don't use the 4-pin board to lose weight. Add a split disc to your life, and your current life is 192nd. Xiao Huozi, you are great. At this moment, Chang'an felt that her life and economy were in an unprecedented state, and she couldn't help but feel good and smiled. This breath of life will soon exceed 200 years old, not bad. Grow up and be more confident. The strength of the necessary song is useless. At this time, Lin Lei brought Han Xiaolu to Jukanjiang. The two people showed happiness with joy on their faces. Chang'an, growing up and smiling, lazy, Xiaolu, why are you two here? As usual, Lin Lei was concerned about how Chen Chang'an was doing these 2 days and whether he would be assassinated again. Of course, Lin Lei Muqian was the deputy head coach of the main master, but the people around Chu City Master, those who developed the master position. Therefore, Lin Lei fans easily sent some fingering positions with strong cultivation to quietly guard Qingyan Street to protect Chang and Tang. Of course, none of this can escape Chen Chenan's affairs. Chen Chang'an smiled and said, I'm just a little person who prescribes medicine. Who can kill me even after eating enough for a day? You can let the law enforcement officers who secretly protect me leave. I'm also surprised that you found me. There have been a lot of people on Qingyun Street in the past 2 days. They are walking like dragons and tigers. At a glance, you can tell that they are not ordinary people. What's more, the patrols of the Law Enforcement Association in Qingyun Realm have become ordinary patrols. Who else is taking care of Qingyun? Look, you kid from Chang'an really can't hide anything. Why are you driving away? I'm the deputy commander now. Use these resources well. Then Lin Lei came close to Chen Chang'an's face and lowered his voice and said, Chang'an, I have been very lucky recently. Let's see what kind of gift you are hiding your blushing face. Hee, I didn't expect that I would be rewarded by Mr. Cheng. He would reward me for making my video, Mr. Fan Lin. This single order can be batched at any time to ensure the high-quality medicine necessary for further training. The value of each screen is On the market, it is worth 1,000 times a year in the civilian market. This is worth 10,000 times in the civilian market. In addition to this video, Master Cheng also rewarded me with something important. Do you know what it is? Pure curiosity. Because of the smile, the high level of nature and training that cannot be demonstrated in the eyes is a high-level skill. The previous sect technique was too weak and could only support me in cultivating until I advanced to my death. But Lord Cheng, the last time I used this technique, it was only 6 times longer, because Facial Tianjin can help me cultivate to the legendary realm of transformation into gods and become a prince at the peak of heaven and earth. Yin Shenying. At this point, Lin Lei's words were full of excitement that could not be demonstrated in his life, and he was doing private misfortune. Lei Zi, congratulations. Lin Lei is not a non-professional. After Xiao Ronghan, he hangs vertically on Chang'an's chest, and then transmits the sound. Don't worry about investigating the case. We are all brothers. It's up to me to eat the flesh, and it must be up to you too. Maybe the teachings taught to you by your master are not good enough and fail to show your true listening ability. I have dragged the inner gate of the 6 Blackwater Tianjin passenger roads that the city lord passed on to you to repair it when I met you here. As he spoke, Lin Li handed a piece of jade scissors to the growth and laid hands on it. Chen Chang'an, I also gave it to you. Don't you look at that strange mouth that Chu Yongtian knows. Ling Lei Dao will give it a try first before saying that this is a 6th level skill. It's hard to ask for. I also left it for the doctor. With this attack method, the doctor shouldn't be able to break through, retreat, or advance. When the time comes, I will find a position for the doctor in the acupoint position. After gaining enough cultivation experience, the doctor may even be able to break through the whole realm of life. Do you want Chang'an? Chen Chang'an shook his head. Forget it. I have a radius of 80 taels and went to law enforcement. Why can't I do it? It also makes it difficult for you. You try to practice Blackwater Tianjin first, and we'll talk about the rest later. Are you just going to deliver work to me this time? In addition, of course not having a head, he held Han Xiaolu's hand. Han Xiaolu smiled and looked at him tenderly. They couldn't let go. Chen Chang'an smelled a sour smell. It was a bit unfamiliar. Come to me to laugh. When Ling Lei arrived at the trail, his father had already agreed for us to be together, so we struck while the iron was hot. We agreed that in a month, the 8 big-footed eagles would go to the trail to pass. Xiaolu will officially become my wife by then, so this time we come here to give you the cleansing wine. Then you will come to drink the cleansing wine at 0 level. There is also a big fortune. I don't know where that guy went. I haven't seen anyone for a few days. I'll be inside when he comes back. Well, let's see how envious he will be then. I heard that Mrs. Wang is still introducing him to blind dates. Brother detective, there are many weddings. Brother Lei asked you good brothers to help you when the time comes. As he said this, Han Xiaolu guided a big red thin iron sheet to Chang'an Shou. Shen Chang'an accepts his habit. Don't worry, I will take Linga for a walk when the time comes. Okay, let's go first and give the others a show. Ling Lei held the hand of Shu Xiaolu, and the two separated from each other. Chen Chang'an couldn't help but sigh. 3 single dogs. I didn't expect that it would be me and the doctor so soon. Chengzhu Talisman, except Yongtian and Chu Wushuang, listened to the names of their subordinates. The father and daughter watched each other's videos, and both could see the shock in each other's eyes. After Dai's subordinates left, everyone in Tianjin looked at their courage. Unexpectedly, they came back peacefully. Xishuang nodded, with a complicated look on his face. General Jin didn't listen to my advice. It's better to just deal with the young master. It seems that they have failed. My dear daughter, what are the results if you try to press your feet for a long time with those people from the Jing family? In addition to double thinking about cheating, the answer is that they are all experts in teaching hosts. They have been famous for many years in Hezhou. Although the young master is strong, if I guess the younger one is bolder, he can be at most several hundred and the 5 of them will never be able to defeat them. If the young master wins, then I must have escaped. In addition to using the Tiandian head, I also guessed the same. After all, the master who teaches the host is more powerful in life, and it is so easy to become a machine killer. Almost not a strong master who teaches the host has died in the whole world, and it will cause a lot of red. If Shen Chang'an returns to the wine shop now, I hope it won't bring any trouble to Tianwu City. Chu Yongtian was a little worried. He didn't know the price of gold or was trying to support him. They were both top-level events in the week. This time, we sent a strong host to teach the host to deal with Chang'an, but failed. But we will never do it just like this. When Lord Yongtian and Chu Shuang were talking, Lin Lei Bai, except that Yongtian and Chu Hu both felt the same way as their fathers when they saw this state of mind, but the two women did not dare to take it easy. After all, although Ling Lei came in, he was originally a completely different person. But behind him is now the warriors Grothan, who can withstand the micro-attacks of the 5 major religious host masters, and the warrior Chiong who has come back safe and sound. The father and daughter never dared to marry each other. Instead, they were surprised and enthusiastic about Lin Lei. The enthusiasm between the two people is very impressive. The first step in his heart is that Master Cheng and Miss Cheng are too enthusiastic. Why are you here in Lei Tongli? What else can you do? Zero thunder black sleeves, old head, take out a piece of iron washing, attack strength. Thanks to Mr. Cheng for his cultivation, I finally got the one in the coming months. I will rescue the other one in a month. I also hope Master Cheng and Miss Cheng will come to Pengchangchong to discuss the details if they have time. In addition to using the Tiandian head to collect the delicate body and teach the Tao, Li Xiao is good, he is young and wants to get married, so I wish you happiness in advance as a young couple. Thank you Master Cheng. Lin Lei and Gong were grateful. He came to deliver Qing Iron just to try his luck. After all, Yongtian, as the city lord of Tianwu City, is so tall that he will have time to attend the wedding of a little person like him. Unexpectedly, Jing Kai then agreed, which made Lin Lei suffer even more. Of course, he was also curious about Chu Yongtian's actions. Suddenly, I was too angry with Master Cheng. He also rewarded his sons for their good deeds, and also gave him high-level pickup methods. What is the point of his anger that makes him Xuxianshan? But his talent as a cultivator is not as good as Chu Yutian's daughter. Could it be that Chang'an's rescue of his daughter that day was really that bad? But Lin Lei knew that it felt a little inexplicable. It felt like it had been disconnected from the sky. It made him feel dizzy. He didn't know at all that the importance of Zhu Yongtian was because of the face of the city Chang'an. Zhu Yongtian was just a prince who was revered as a god. So he didn't dare to offend the city chief. Besides, there is a saying that goes, well, one person gets the life of the aircraft area. Ling Lei can get so many benefits now. Naturally it is Chen Chang'an who helps him invisibly. How about the Heishui Tianjin gift you gave me? Just ask me someday. I have almost understood it, and I am preparing to abolish the previous exercises and practice again in the next 2 days. Very good. If you know anything about this black water in Tianjin, feel free to ask me. Thank you Dr. Cheng Zhu. Push down. 0 or 0 return. After leading Lin Wei to retreat, Zhu Yongtian turned to look at his daughter Chu Rushuang, and Guan's daughter, the black water Tianjin, was the 16th bigger. I also gave it to the family to pass on to this little one. After all, he has some hands. Chu Shuang smiled slightly. Father, the young master has a life-saving shop for my daughter. He does not protect us. This time the black water of Tianjin's growth rate has been soaked. It can be regarded as a headgear explosion, which explodes the eldest son's life-saving value. What's more, I don't think the young master is a simple person. That's why he offended the Jin family and Chateau Jia, but he is still worthy of our friendship. And we are friends with Lin Lai, who is a friend of the young master. In fact, we are friends with the young master. In this way, there is no need to offend Jin Jiao and Shesha. In addition to the uncertain words in Tian Shuang's eyes, I ask, Daughter Guan, why are you optimistic about your growth in this period? I don't know other than the double crystal Yao Ju. It's just a hunch that the young master doesn't have that part. But at this moment, Zhu Yongtian's messenger suit flashed with light and he opened it to see the news from the Chu family. When he heard the news, Zhu Yongtian's eyes suddenly widened and he shrank with a look of harm. He couldn't help but ask Jinhu, how is this possible? What's happening nearby? Zhu Yongtian didn't answer. He just closed his eyes and slowly calmed down his shocked mood. Chenshen, my good daughter is indeed what you said. Then Chen Chang'an is nowhere to be seen. But in addition to the dual media list, the news just came from the Chu family. My Chu family got the news that Jin Chuanfeng, Jin Chuanxiong and the 3 masters of Jin Chuanhai from the Jin family were trying to steal the Soul Lantern. And Yun Luo was outside. Even the Tiandao Sea Lord and Zhang Mo Sea Lord married Deng who tried to call out were also extinguished and Luo Y. In a short time, 5 sect masters were raped by Zhu Jin and Luo. As soon as these words came out, Zhu Shu's pair of beautiful plans suddenly became huge. He took a deep breath. It was the young master who killed him. The 5 powerful religious masters who appeared outside Tianwu City today were originally targeting Chen Chang. Now fighting with Chen Chang'an outside, who else but him killed him? The death of the powerful leader of the 5 sects exceeded the woman's imagination and even subverted their understanding. They thought they had guessed that Chen Chang'an was very powerful, but they did not expect that Chen Chang'an was even stronger than they guessed. He would kill the 5 major leaders and then return to God without any trace. And from the top of his subordinates, Chen Chang came back wearing light clothes and a layer of sweater dyed, and his hair was hygienic. This is enough to prove that Chen Chang'an's dealing with the 5 godsons and powerful men of the Jin family and Shituo sect is completely a matter of intraocular pressure. Otherwise, how could it be possible that none of the 5 major religious hosts had escaped? Is this news so shocking? Chu Wushuang and Chu Yongtian were so shocked that they couldn't say a word for a long time. After a while, Chu Yong took a deep breath and said, Chen Xingdao, this person's strength has probably reached the realm of 10,000 Dharma. He is a supreme and true person, not to remove wounds. Out of Yongtiandao, good daughter, you do feel good. This Chen Chang'an is very extraordinary, but she may be in a big crisis now. That's right, the death of the powerful leader of the ancient sect is a huge loss to both the Jin family and Shizuojiao. Having completely abandoned these two major issues, they will definitely fight to the death with Chen Chang'an. Speaking of this, except for the fear in his eyes, except that Yongtian has smiled bitterly all his life, it is not your turn to bear the burden of Chen Chang'an's harmful knowledge about his daughter. You must be involved, otherwise there will be countless consequences that we will bear. I know knowledge. Thanks to the Jin family, the news about Shiguojiao's 5 major teaching groups and the powerful people's unexpected language is like having wings. Fei Kuai and Zhu Bo were found out by the big shot, which caused quite a stir, even greater than the discussion caused by the incident in the underground palace. The major forces even sent out separate expeditions to find out more detailed information about the gathering of powerful people in the 5 major religions. And to find out which powerful person with divine power did all this. Soon, they found out that the place where Yunluo, the powerful host of the 5 major religions, was exactly the place where the accident happened in the underground palace of Sebastian. It seems that the person who killed the powerful host of the 5 major religions is in Tianwu City. Within a few days, the news spread to Tianwucheng, a lively tea house in Tianwu City. Many powerful monks who came from far away to find robots in the underground palace were discussing this important event. If I hadn't had a friend who was trying to do things in the Nuojiao tradition, I wouldn't have believed it. That strong man who killed the Jin family and tried to teach the 5 major religious traditions would be in Wucheng Hall today. It's so crazy. I heard that the Grand Master of Internal Affairs is here to deal with that mysterious strong man. Logically speaking, a battle will break out that is unbelievable today, but in the past 2 days, there was a security police presence in and around Tianwu City, and nothing major happened. There was no motive for a war to break out. Unexpectedly, the 5 major professors were so dead that there was no sound. Is this news true or false? It can kill Wu Da disciples silently. The other party may be the truth of Wan Fajin. Does anyone know where that mysterious strong man came from? I don't know yet, but during the discovery process, especially since the Jin family and Shizuojiao are already on the mainland, I think it won't take long before the mysterious strong man is found. By the way, have you heard that someone found a patch of white lining near Nanhua village? After careful observation by a prince, he found that the white ceremony was caused by the strong man's self-importance. Because the decision of a strong man to commit suicide will turn the land of Bai Li into a lifeless place, I am afraid that this can only be done if the leader gathers a strong man to commit suicide. I don't know if the 5 major leaders are related to each other. This is not clear. In fact, a lot of things have happened in the area around Tianwu City in the past 2 days. For example, the appearance of the heavenly Dao divine hair in the distant Tianqiong 2 days ago was obvious to Lei Tingren. Someone must have done something that went against the knowledge of the way of heaven. Zuo Wu came to use the divine method of the way of heaven, but he didn't expect that Jin Bei would take care of everything. Yes, it's so powerful. It must be the hand of a top boss. Not everyone can do it with one punch. As things happened in the underground palace, more and more wall axes came here. It's not peaceful here. We vegetable machines have to keep a low profile when doing things. If we offend the big shots from afar, we won't even know how we died. Renovation of the building is part of the process. And in a corner, it is listed that a young man in Xingyi is having a cup of tea in his private room, listening to the important meaning. No one knew that this seemingly ordinary young man was the one who killed the 5 great leaders. Chen Chang'an did not expect that after killing Shizuojiao and the leader of the Jin family, it was not Xiaohong who came into hiding. However, Chen Chang'an didn't care about trying to win the prize and visiting the Jin family. If there is only one end for them, that is, Chen Chang'an now has a lifespan of close to 200 years, and he is not worried about the damage to his lifespan caused by his invincible cultivation. It just so happens that he still lacks a lot of practice and blood-receiving dishes. After introducing tea in one gulp, Chen Chang'an left the customer. There are more and more people on the street. Repairs can be seen everywhere. Most of the modifications hide the cultivation level. But what does Chen Chang'an mean if he moves a little? We can also see how many powerful people are in the realm of destiny and even the realm of destiny. However, the king monkey who transformed into Jin was not seen. They must have all gone to Dalong Mountain. In fact, there are not many monasteries in Tianwu City. There are more powerful monasteries. They have already gone to the place where Dalong Mountain stretches out. The decorations there are all powerful, and their strength is astonishing. Even the princes in the realm of gods and the instructors of immortal love are alive. Can you still hear the story coming from the Dalong Mountain? It's rebuilding and attacking the ground and the wind with both hands. The seal of Degna's groundwork is very strong. The reconstruction room tried its best to attack it for so many days, but it could not be broken even if it persisted. 1 or 2, this has caused the original areas of Hezhou to be constantly modified. It feels like the people in the mountains of mainland China are becoming more and more homogeneous. It can be believed that once the seal of the underground palace is broken, a terrifying catastrophe will break out deep in Dalong Mountain. At that time, there was blood, rain, stars, wind, dampness and electricity. I didn't know how many people would die. Cheng Changan is speechless. This group of monks is a bit weak. It has been so long. The wind in the underground palace is still too late to fight. Of course, he had nothing to do with anything that happened in the underground palace. He could not trust the inheritance of the immortal land. After a while, Chen Changan arrived at Guanbao. Guanbao GE is very lively. As one of the top shops introduced by Da Chong Xiuxian, it sells all kinds of Xiuxian items at very reasonable prices. Today, cultivation in the 5 cities is much more important. Most of them will choose to share the same kind of cultivation objects such as flesh and blood, hair treasures, etc. in Wanbage. When Chang'an arrived, he went directly to the second. When Yi Hongyin saw Cheng Changan, he immediately attacked Mingshang. Can't he see you? Okay, Hu Ying, you said there are babies from the Shuiling tribe. This water should be one of the 3 main forms of bamboo flowers for formal practice of holding hands without items. The virtual year must be at least 5,000. In addition to the 5,000-year-old water forest bamboo flowers, there is also a way to identify purple blood. Chen Chenggan's previous meeting with Yi Hongying asked him to look for these 2 important materials. In the past few days, Chen Changan had nothing to do, so she stayed at Jiukong Pharmacy to practice Dongfangling Yue and gave it to her grandmother Fei Yue Beast. The skinny pig in the body has been exhausted and has become a little thinner. The message from Yi Hongyin said that there is a little girl who cooks flowers with water spirit. Yi Hongyin nodded, dol. During this period, I have been talking to water spirit tribe flowers and Zidu through Wan Dao's intelligence network. Finally got a piece of news, that is, the utilization power of the Jin family. The Jin family has inherited 13,000. 6,000 years ago, the Jin family was killed by an ancestor who had a long life. He sent people to look for materials for Lianji's hand pill. Lianji successfully produced the hand pill to speak for his ancestors. I heard that there are still a few young water-spirited bamboo flowers left, which have become heavy in the Jin family's elixir. Today, the Jin family seems to be practicing holding hands again. Send someone to Zhongpe to find out about Zi Laxian and Wang Yin Lingshan, so I can check that the deposit family should have water boiled. There are some gaps in the dust economy. Yi Hongyin nodded because she was having trouble getting along with the young master recently. After a while, Yi Hongying spoke again. Master, I heard that the death of the 3 major sects has already affected the Jin family's ancestors and their wives. They have already heard about you, and I believe they will come back to Tianwu City soon. Shen Changan smiled and asked them to identify it. Since he has this water, Zhuhua Jinjia, he doesn't have to go to other places to cry. Yi Hongying Qingqing Yao Chun Dol, the Japanese need help. I can find a way to reach a supreme leader in the headquarters. You must know that those who can reach the level of supreme elders are the true immortals of the 10,000 Dharma paths. Chen Changan did not expect that Yi Hongying could contact the supreme elder at the headquarters and let Chen Changan play the game. But Chen Chang'an didn't care. He shook his head. No need to say that even if the Jin family and Shitu are called Yinshou, they can't get along. Deep in Dalong Mountain, the Prince of Mission and several religious groups gathered outside the underground palace. Their faces are pale and their expressions are. Dr. Shu is wearing a cooked rice mask. Next to him is the old lady Shue who is also wearing a cooked rice mask. As more and more powerful people come to the underground palace, they still seize the advantageous position to enter the underground palace. Xu Yuanba originally hit his true cultivation level, but in the end he had no choice but to use all his strength to help Xu Dafu protect the advantage of entering the underground palace. At this time, his soul and body erupted with the terrifying pressure of the Golden Man, which was terrifying. He was an independent and enterprising man. Obviously, this is what makes a wish to truly cultivate. The doctor looked at the underground palace longingly, gnashing his teeth and showing no concern. It made me so angry. This underground palace is too windy. After such a long time, so many people listened and tried their best to attack, but it was hard to break the wind. Snowfield Tyrant Detector, Your Highness, after all, this is the seal that Emperor Mercy was born during his lifetime. Emperor Yunhan prayed for his strength and was able to fight it, but I can feel that the power in the seal has been touched by us during this period. I wonder how long it will take before we can break the shadow of the underground palace and enter the underground palace country to take the lead. Dr. Shu, Yao Yaoju, 7 Masters, we have wasted too much time. I am afraid that by then, the people from the Great Sun Dynasty will have already built the teleportation platform to visit. Now more and more cultivators have arrived in the past 2 days. Among them, Bufa is the pioneer cultivator sent by the top forces in Hezhou. Looking at the immortality sect, even the leader has been cleared. They have the most powerful people. When the time comes, we will be even more confused if we are strong enough to inherit the inheritance. It seems that Xu Yuanba is not firm at all. Your Highness, you are destined to be a man of destiny. I believe that you will definitely suppress the group sex and inherit the legacy of the late emperor. Dr. Shu didn't speak, he just looked at the underground palace with his eyes flickering, not knowing what he was thinking. And in a mountain forest not far from Dr. Shu, it is also one of the earliest vantage points for war drama practitioners to enter the underground palace. They are resisting a strong man syndrome. Sent by Chang Shengjing, there was an action between them at 0 time. In Dongfu, Qin Chaoyang is working hard to give the phone call with the help of Shizheng Dongfang Yue and the leader Ji Yu Hai. As that Sibei sword burst out with a powerful sword, Qin Chaoyang finally finished practicing that Sibei sword, and Yunat Sibei sword had a new divine fragrance. There are zeros on the back of the word, and it instantly enters the question of Qin Chaoyan. At that moment, Qin Chaoyan's whole body was like an enemy, and his body became seriously ill. Qin Chaoyan's suggestion that each of them have their own plans to establish a golden man came out, making Dongfang Yue and Hui Haisheng uncontrollably distracted. What a scary suggestion. Suddenly, I got the inheritance from the construction part of Mercy Xindi. The watchman has his hands aside and is quiet. I wish Chao Yang would finally wake up after an hour. He also became the Golden King in a certain moment. He was overjoyed that his master, leader, and the Sword of Mercy had finally practiced justice. Dongfang Yue smiled and said, "My senior brother and I have lost such a big heart." Ji Yu Haisheng Tuoqi asked Chao Yang whether there is a key to Xindi in this magnetic steely key to part of the Xindi inheritance. Qin Chaoyang nodded. World-honored one, hierarch, there is indeed something left behind by the word, Beixiandi, in this word, Beixiandi. Sichuanshen, but only a small part of the completed Xindi inheritance is in this underground palace. I can modify it through Sibei. Please Chaoyang Yudao, Master Shizuan, I am now the same as this new god of sad sword. Maybe I can use the mercy sword to break the earth attack seal and enter the earth attack. As soon as these words came out, the two people wrote in capital letters, "He was so good." In this way, taking advantage of other cases, we only sent out vanguards to repair the beginning, but we took this opportunity to open the cover of the pit, and we will continue to spread more in the future. Take action as soon as the accident occurs. Qin Chaoyang refined the magnetic steely sword again. He walked out of the snacks and put Wu Guang on the wind shadow of the underground palace. He remembered the magnetic steely sword. In an instant, the ambition of this earth exploded into the mother of Wan Zhong Lake. There is also a surge of Jinren her status. Due to the mountain torrents and the sea, he is happy to do this. They were all alerted by these monasteries near Diagong and thought that Qin Chaoyan was a disciple of the immortality sect. Someone came to Shi to celebrate that sword. It seems to be one of the earth spirits controlled by Mercy Xian. How did the mercy sword fall into the hands of Changshen called Earth? How Jinren's status seems to have been completely refined by him. Some people exclaimed, could it be that Changshen wants to use this sword to open the underground palace wind? Respect others one by one, shocked. At the same time, several strong traces of aura erupted, and Qin Chaoyang rushed out. The low self-esteem in Chao Yang's hand was delusional to show more love, but the immortality cult got what they wanted. Bu Haisheng Dongfang Yue and an elder of the immortality cult took action to take these wishes from the decorative basket in the bathroom. In the sky, an astonishing battle suddenly broke out. The Qin dynasty Yangshan Kinsimu sent this micro sword. Then he directed all his strength towards the underground palace wind shadow. The red dragon accompanied the earthquake and the mountains shook. Then the cup saw a blow. The ground attacked the wind and the life was full of secrets on your mother's face. Immediately afterwards, the wind in the underground palace was broken, and a path leading to the inner area of the underground palace appeared. From the gap, there was a bloody divine light that filled the pin, and then condensed into a bloody mouth, erupting into a terrifying world. Big, compassionate, and bright. What happened is so big. I think about it all the way to the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone looked excited for a while, and then they were overjoyed. The wind seal of the underground palace was broken. Quickly take the opportunity to re-enter the land of the earth. There are so many inheritances from the late emperor. Come on. Seeing the opening of the underground palace, countless red guards were decorated like wolves that had been evil for 10 days and a half. They issued seals and tried to open the gap in the underground palace. Even the powerful monks of the Shengguo Mercy Sword stopped fighting Dongfang Yue's people, turned around, and rushed towards the ground. Naturally, the one who felt the brunt of it was Qin Chaoyang, who was fingering the keys on the back of the word, leading the Changshan cult. Behind them are Shu Dafu, Shu Yuanba, and countless powerful people who have entered through the gap in the underground palace, all trying to fight for the legendary inheritance. In Tianwu City, countless modifications heard the Chinese voice. The heaven and earth below the platform. It was in mercy that the seal of the underground palace of Minggu South Road was broken. The broken groove has been broken for so long. Go quickly and move until the red light rushes out of Tianwu City at high speed and flies towards Dalong Mountain. Even the father and daughter Chu Yongtian and Chu Shuang who returned to the city lord's palace were in pain all over again. Cao Delongshan's feelings. At this moment, the underground palace deep in Dalong Mountain is in a trance. It is a peerless beauty who cannot lie to you. The soul body carries a kind of power that no one can doubt, and it has attracted countless cultivators to use it. On Peach Blossom Street, Shi and Lingju were carving scratches on the street. Po Wang, who was idle from gossiping, suddenly saw the world erupting on the other side of Dalong Mountain. He discussed it for a while and then his expression became a little serious and he couldn't scratch his head. Big sister, I still have something to do, so I won't do it. Then you must remember to expose the losers and find a blind date. There will definitely be no shortage of money. No problem, no problem. When will the doll girl end? Mrs. Wang left in a hurry to ask for money, and no one knew she was gone. Jiukong Pharmacy, Broken Courtyard, Chen Chang'an is practicing the Flying Moon Beast. 02 is also doing serious repairs. Both of them were hit by Zero that time. Those Zero movement eyes that are as big as 02 shields, Brother Chang'an, seem to have erupted from the underground palace on the other side of Dalong Mountain. Pure Preston nodded, thinking about the underground palace that broke out the day he first obtained the system. The two are the same. He moves the divine curtain and sees through thousands of mountains and rivers at a glance. The scene deep in Dalong Mountain seemed to be right in front of him. Chen Chang'an saw Feng Jiani in the underground palace being beaten. The lack of soil in the underground palace that was approved by Chen Chang'an's iron sword is undergoing countless modifications and entering the advanced level. But faintly, Chen Chang'an could feel the limited threat from the underground palace. Chen Chang'an's divine tree flashed and he saw directly through the bottom palace. He looked at what seemed to be inside the bottom palace and couldn't help but feel emotional. There is an ancient city inside the underground palace, causing a billowing fire and holding the breath of death. In this big city, ice are everywhere, and the sand is shouting to the sky. It is fighting with the monks who enter, and monks can be seen everywhere. God Chang and Jinya, Lei thought that the inside of this underground palace was so vicious. He planned to use the divine curtain to continue exploring the deepest part of the underground palace. But if he wanted to see through the depths of the underground palace, he must use more invincible cultivators. In the blink of an eye, Jiu came out with a knife to harvest 1 year of life. At the same time, he reminded the current lifespan, 190. Growth and safety stopped. Forget it, if you continue to investigate, it won't matter to me. It's a wasted hand. Chen Chang'an's divine light hammers CAI's twins, who are as faint as before. They are the winds of the underground palace. After being beaten, Zhonglian Huangyuan Dowu turned out to be like this. What did he think of? I asked out of curiosity. Brother Chang'an, are you so powerful? Since the underground palace wind has been broken, why don't you go to the underground palace to seize the opportunity to pass on the land first? I heard that as long as you can get the inheritance from the first place and have the opportunity to practice to the advanced place, you will become the best in time. Chang'an smiled and touched Zheng Yuan's head. What if you do it first? I won't allow it. Then Chen Chang'an asked Zhongling again, you want to establish an inheritance first? If you want, the country will read and send the inheritance of the ancestors in this underground palace. Chen Chang'an's words were plain. He said that the late emperor's inherited poison was given to the middle-aged, as if he was talking about something insignificant. Zhongling Qingqing Yaotu can stay with Brother Chang'an. Lina is satisfied and does not accept any advanced group. Zhonglinger entered and left the Xiuxian world. Although he still didn't know what the legacy of the late emperor meant, he also knew his preciousness. With so many strong men coming to compete for the inheritance of the late emperor, he has the most confidence in Chen Chang'an and thinks he is the strongest. He is indeed worried that he will be injured in the competition. After all, during this period, he often heard news about the underground palace from the founder. War breaks out there at every turn, and blood flows like rivers. I don't know how many people died. Even if Chen Chang'an was reading the inheritance of the late emperor for him, Zhonglian was unwilling to see Chen Chang'an in order to teach it. Chen Chang'an gently massaged his face, and the massage was just right. Even if you don't have the inheritance, you will still be able to achieve success in the future. Chen Chang'an has the confidence to train Zhonglian to become the late emperor, not to mention that he is also the natural emperor. But Chen Chang'an didn't have any idea how to wake up the body in this room. He didn't get any useful results in the book compartment. After Wei, Chen Chang'an and Zhong Liner continued to practice separately. Chen Chang'an continued to practice his hands, but not a word has been said yet. Lin Lei is waiting for the horse again. My son, if you don't accompany your little friend, why are you coming to my place for 3 or 2 days? At this time, Ling Lei was smooth and full of energy. By practicing the 6th grade martial art Blackwater Xianjin, his cultivation had broken through to the point where he could retreat to Yangfeng. The next step was to break through the power of life. He is only an 18th grader now. If he can break through the disease before the age of 20, he will be a genius in the world of spiritual cultivation. His future achievements will not be compromised. Cultivating to the state of transformation into gods and becoming a prince who is subject to the customs of heaven and earth is not just a matter of doing something. Lin Lei smiled blackly. It's true that when people meet each other, they will rise up. Look at my performance. I've reached the peak of my fertility, but my spirit has entered again. Just show off. Grow and buy soul. I have also seen the heaven and earth just now. It seems that the fortune of the underground palace has been opened. Why don't you go to the underground palace to grab help? If you are lucky, you will get the first pass. Lin Lei was speechless. I just broke through and retreated against Yang Fang. I went to the underground palace to snatch Ji Yuan. Isn't that waiting for you to come and deal with it? As Lin Lei said this, he took a deep breath and asked about the opportunity. This is a rare opportunity. To be honest, I really want to go to Guanyi, but I will move forward soon. I am not alone. Chen Chang'an nodded. What he said is reasonable. You still have a reputation for self-awareness, right? If you don't die in the underground palace, are you afraid that you will have to defend the country on that path? Come on, don't say these unlucky things. Lin Lei talked about it officially. This time I am here on Miss Feng's order. I called you to heal the wounds. Well, she ordered me to send you a letter. Lian Wei took out a letter and gave it to Chen Chenan. It was of no use to her. Before the lady left, she handed this thing to me solemnly and ordered me to get it for you quickly. I have some words on it. Could it be that your kindness in saving his life made him express his deep feelings towards you? It says that the gift of saving life can only be given with one's own body. Growth calms the soul. Believe it or not, I told Xiao Guo that 2 years ago, you and I went to a national night on the same street. The Linli Alliance shakes its head. This is not allowed. This is not allowed. He rebelled, fearing that Han Xiaolu was nearby, so he lowered his voice and was calmed down by Chen Chen. Chang'an, this is the final blessing of the caring brother. You must never tell Xiaolu. Besides, it was 2 years ago that he died. I have been since 2 years ago. Since it's heavy, what are you afraid of? You don't understand the thoughts of those women. Is it true? If you told Xiaolu about this, she might be in Husai 1 hours a day. Okay, of course Chen Chang'an was just joking with Lin Lei. This is a sweetheart between men. I will tell you. On the side, Zhongli's son was very curious and tilted his head, thinking that he was little. Brother Chang'an and Brother Lei are going to come over from Malaysia for a national night. Is there also their factory there? Chen Chang'an was also a little amused by the letter Chu Shuang gave him. Ling Lei on the side is also looking forward to it. Please open it and see what the lady has written. Chen Chang'an doesn't mind either. He will believe him. There was a pretty picture of me floating on it, with a company model. Quan Chang'an and Lin Lei took a look at it. Enter. Defrost officially reminds Chen Chang'an Jin Jiahe of the effect of trying to teach. Now the two major forces have sent their supreme leader to Tianwu City to cause trouble for Chengcheng, so that Chengcheng's safety should be better. Chen Chang'an was a little surprised. He didn't expect Chu Shuangjin to send him a message saying this. He was not afraid of implicating the machine. Lin Lei's disaster caused the Jin family and the Supreme Elder, a fellow believer in Tuo, to come to Tianwu. But why did Miss tell you to be careful and let you leave Tianwu? Faced with Ling Wei's doubts, Shenchang Ansong Sujian, why did you ask me to leave Tianwu City? You asked me, I ask yes. Maybe that's where I made the decision to make it so shocking that my single lover has lost my voice for several lifetimes. No way, be so careful. One discussion at Zero Lei Hall. Chen Chang'an explained too much because he didn't want Lin Wei Dan to. Besides, even if he told Lin Lei that he could easily deal with Shatushio and the Supreme Elder of the Jin family, he would never act like that. It's not clear. Maybe Chu Wushuang is overthinking. He put the letter away. Although this matter probably has nothing to do with me, when Lei's children go back, they still remember to help me say goodbye to Shu. I understand. After all, he also cares about you. Lin Lei lied a lot, he thought to himself, and that's right. The lady and Chang'an have nothing to do except cure diseases. He must have taken this opportunity to express his concern for Chang'an. The lady really fell in love with Chang'an. Thinking of this, Lin Lei was not only extremely angry with Chen Chang'an, but he was indeed my brother. He was so awesome and so close that he made the city lord's daughter like him. If Lin Lei Xingxiao were Chen Chang'an and Chu Yaoshuang, wouldn't they be able to go to Chang'an and end up on Fenghuang Road without any pressure? They have thought about An's glory and wealth all their lives. Thank you. Immediately afterwards, Ling Lei looked at Zhonglian and gave him a fetal look. Lin Renmai, you may not be strong enough. Otherwise, how will she be the boss in the future? Zhong 021 was having sex, but he didn't understand that Ling Lei gave him a very hurtful look. Okay, my Luo is still waiting to go home for dinner. He's leaving first. Zero is leaving. Walking slowly, Chun Chang'an patted Xiao Nai's shoulder. But in a silent and subtle moment, Lin Wei's body was penetrated by a powerful life and death that he had condensed after losing 5 years of spiritual experience. Now, his lifespan has dropped to 180. But this burden of life and death is extremely powerful. When Ling Lai is in danger, it can help Ling Lai explode with unspeakable power. In this Xiuxian world, except for those old monsters from the food and beverage department, those powerful Xiuxia in the Xiuxian world, even the supreme true monarch of Wangfujin cannot hurt them. After all, Lin Lei is one of Chen Chang'an's few friends. Chen Chang'an knew that he was currently in alliance with the Jin family and his master and apprentice, so he was afraid that these two major forces would not talk to the people around him. Doing this will bring you blessings in life and death, and it will also help you draw a cat. Be prepared in advance, and you don't have to worry about the danger behind you. Lei, take a look at the cloth. I'll go to Nanhua City. Housewife Chen Chang'an's couplet left the wine, soup and medicine store. Naomoto is a native of Lanhua village. On the way out of the city, Chen Chang'an saw a red smooth streak breaking through the sky, heading towards the depths of Dalong Mountain. After walking around a lot, Wuchen got to know the small deserted place today. As soon as he left the city gate, Chen Chang'an received a message from Yi Hong. Chen Chang'an opened the young master Wanbao has received the exact news that the Great Sun Dynasty has set up a teleportation platform. Tomorrow Prince Shu Teng will defeat him. The ancestors of the Jin family have been trying to teach the Supreme Elder Zhao Die for a long time, and they have set out to Qiangwu Cheng. They are all the immortal true beings discovered by Wan. After the last 13 days, he will also resist Qiangwu City and seek revenge from young Master Ning. Young Master Ning Xiao Xiao. It's good that Chen Chang'an came back and turned into the messenger suit that Yi Hongying gave him to collect money. Blue Flower Village is like a paradise. It is peaceful, and the villagers enjoy the sunrise. They cherish their life and live peacefully. Chen Chang'an came to the villagers to see him without experiencing the new environment. They saw with their own eyes that Chen Chang'an took action and modified the powerful one to normal. Why did he come again? Chen Chang'an didn't care about the attention of everyone when he came to Fubu's room. Uncle Fu saw Chen Chang'an and came up from the Yangmeng camp. Sir, come tomorrow. Fu Bo's eyes on Chang'an were not as good as before. He also heard all this from the village. On that day, Chen Chang'an took action and killed the fresh people who had been flying for a few days. He was completely different from the ordinary little dressing room that Forbes imagined. He should be one of those high-ranking trappers. This was something that Forbes didn't expect at all. What's more, Chen Chang'an is his own child's lifesaver. Naturally, my husband didn't dare to ask the former group of people who wanted to grow up, so I decided to. Chen Chang'an, of course, saw all this in his eyes and couldn't help but worry about his strength. However, he also knew that when his strength was extremely weak, many people would be affected by everything he got along with him. If Lei Zi and the doctor knew about his illness, Chen Chang'an didn't know how they would deal with him. Chen Chang'an smiled, probably still showing off to me in Chang'an as before. That's good. Chen Chang'an, let me ask. Is there any rerun? How is it now? Fu Bo Dao is capable. He has almost recovered now. Zhong Yongning and Mrs. Li in the house heard the conversation between serving Gua and Chen Chang'an outside and hurriedly came out. As expected, Zhong Yu could use the spiritual meaning of this matter. Wen could not see half of the blood on his hands. The powerful life of these many lessons, which lasted for thousands of years, is only a few years old. Otherwise, Chen Chang'an would not be able to see the wheels. Division of work, you are here. The couple Zhong Yongning and the director looked aggressive, their waists were full, and they did not dare to call Chen Chang'an to the previous inner team. Quan Chang followed the example and said, you can sing. It seems that you are not energetic yet, has fully recovered. Zhong Yongning arrived at Yen Palace to go into the mountains to find the three-headed ghost. Nod for growth. Okay, I will represent the company now. Before, Chen Chang'an asked Zhong Yongning to take him to the mountains to find the location of the three ghosts. At that time, Zhong Yongning didn't know how powerful Chen Chang'an was, so he was worried about what would happen to him. But now he doesn't have to worry. He already knows how powerful Chen Chang'an is from the villagers. Presumably, the three-headed ghost attributes that Chen Chang'an can deal with don't need him to copy blindly. Soon Zhong Yongning packed up and took Chen Chang'an to the ancient milk shop not far from Nanhua village. This mountain was named Shongliang Mountain by the people of Orchid Village. It is not as wide as Dalong Mountain, but it has nearly 10,000 people crisscrossing the mountain. There is nothing more than victory and life. Zhong Yu can be a mortal prey, so naturally he does not dare to go deep into the mountains to hunt. He also knows that there are some small animals listed in the outer safety zone. Zhong Yongning led Chen Chang'an into the mountains. He cleared the carriages and customary roads. Legend has it that among the dark forests of the Mao people and the trapped Shankou cities, after several hours, Zhong Yongning was sweating profusely and finally brought Chen Chang'an to a top-notch place. Success is where the dynamics lies. Zhong Yongning pointed at the shopping mall with a long line of people growing up the trade. His eyes were watery, and he couldn't help but tremble when he thought of the terrifying screen he had experienced. There 3 days ago, the red thing exhaled by the three-headed ghost was so terrifying. He was able to survive last time. It can only be said that he was lucky. Chen Chang'an pulled the bomb open until it was peeled off. Sure enough, he saw the dynamics of a black machine. This kinematics is not naturally formed. It was taken out by the three-headed ghost's fang who belongs to the wind position. You can see that the kinematics are actually some kung fu. Cheng Andao, okay, just send me here. Brother Wen, be careful, I'll wait behind you. You, grow up and shake your head, no need. You wait outside for me and I don't know how long I will die. If you encounter a waist injury and pass by here, are you in danger? Why don't you follow me in, or don't wait for me and go straight down the mountain? Zhong Yoning's expression was so expressionless that I laughed. Mr. Wen, let me go in, so forget it. I just lost my life and I'm really scared to death. Mr. N, please be careful. I will go back first. Zhong Yoning will ally with you. Chen Chang'an entered the cave alone. There was a black volume in the cave. Doctrine accommodates 2 adult patients. Therefore, growth placement does not work well in dynamics. He is moving and energetic. So this kinematics flies dark all day long, but under his sunken trees it's like daylight. Wait a minute, Chen Chang'an sees the three-headed ghost in the deepest part of the cave. At this time, the three-headed ghost is using 2 rotating front copper tiles. What should I get from the small thumbs up for growth promotion? It's easy to say that these three-headed ghosts are still learning. If he leaves, it will take a lot of effort to find these three-headed ghosts again. Chen Chang'an stirred up the colorful rabbit and disappeared in an instant. When it appeared again, there was a sound of hands echoing from those 3 heads. The body of the three-headed ghost is huge, there are 2 of them in the clan, and the hair on the sole body is a kind of earthy grey. The three-headed Lu is digging a hole with a sharp pressure pull. In conjunction with the 2 stances, the speed of the opening movement is very fast. The appearance of Chen Chang'an attracted the attention of the 3 heads who had worked so hard to attract the attention of the 3 heads. Chen Chang'an also became angry because of the 3 heads of war. Just watching these 3-headed ghosts digging huge holes in the forest, he wanted to see what kind of genius the 3-headed ghosts had discovered in this mountain. It didn't take Chen Chang'an a long time. It only took half an hour for the 3-headed ghost attribute to become newly added. As his claws dug hard, a bath stone of the size of a baby-sized full body Spirit Dragon appeared in front of him. Give out a strong spirit. Chang'an recognized that it was the Millennium Budget. It is one of the precious treasures of genius. It is named after the golden flower of great kindness. It contains extremely penetrating energy. It is a great treasure for cultivation and great treasures. When the 3-headed ghost saw this millennium predicted stone, its 6 eyes were shining brightly and it made a knowing sound, so it laid it on it and couldn't help but want to see it. I'm afraid these 3-headed ghosts are mentally ill. After working hard for so long, it's finally time to harvest. It's not easy. Gooey, the weakness of jade water for thousands of years has made you lose your temper. Don't be violent. Listen to me. Just when the 3-headed ghost was excited to find out whether it was the 1,000-year-old jade stone, and when life was not in harmony, he asked Chang'an's hands for details. Suddenly remembering this sound while studying in the quiet cave, Ishigo, one of Sanchuhui's subordinates, had all the rat hair on his body exploded, almost digging into the hole. The next moment, the 3 heads of the 3-headed ghost turned around, and 6 new red eyes stared directly at Chang'an. He made a low self-satisfied sound, and at the same time, these 6 eyes were also filled with satisfaction, curious as to when this human being appeared behind him. Take big steps to grow up. The 3-headed ghosts were already timid. When they saw Chang'an approaching, they gave up the idea of eating the 1,000-year-old jade and immediately became smaller. The air cup among the 3 previous investments was put in. Suddenly a faint light flashed unexpectedly. Jushan had space and intelligence on the right. City Chang'an has long been underestimating the life-threatening talent of the 3-headed ghost. You must know that this life-threatening talent can be teleported to the discrimination in an instant. Therefore, 3-headed ghosts can rarely be caught by cultivators. But it's a pity that these 3-headed ghosts encountered growth. Chang and Shuanglo moved to Shengguangsheng. The 3-headed ghosts were like being trapped in a window, sending out the sizzling residual teachings. The pain flying into the sick Yang fell down, half dead, and naturally could no longer use the heavenly rot magical power. The other 2 rat heads suddenly made a big fuss. One rat head opened its mouth and spat out green words. It shouted about the terrifying skin strength and now stood on the ground. It made a sound of eating, and was quickly corroded. Another rat head opens its mouth and spits out a plate of blazing flames, burning everything and attacking Chang'an. Chen Chang'an didn't take any action either, just Leng Heng. In addition, these 2 rat heads turned into heavy machines and could not use half of them. The 3 ghost rats were suppressed by Chen Chang'an and could not escape, nor could they cause any harm to Chen Chang'an. At this time, the 3-headed ghost was delusional about the peace of the world, with a look of fear in its eyes, and the huge water area was glowing with color. Chen Chang'an did not go to the 3-headed ghost for the time being to take out the piece of 1,000-year-old jade water that is now in the soil. It actually weighs 30 or 40 gold and releases the smooth remains of the legs to touch. Shenzongan gave the old man some control over the Feixinjing and felt that every piece of wool on his body was covered with the pure energy that had been damaged for thousands of years. He only felt nervous. It's a pity that Chen Chang'an has reached the end of the show and is only following this 1,000-year prelude. Give it to Ling to practice. With this young man predicting, his practice should be 1,000 miles away. Grow in and secretly cover, and then put the 1,000-year premonition into the world of elimination. Look at these three-headed ghosts. The three heads were also looking at him, but the 6 eyes were taken close up. Immediately afterwards, a powerful and terrifying pressure fell on Chen Chang'an's three-headed ghost body. The three-headed ghost was almost crushed into a plate of meat. The three-headed ghost was afraid and not worried. These 3 ghosts are good tools for finding genius treasures. It would be too wasteful for Chen Chang'an to just kill them like this. Chen Chang'an injected a blessing of life and death into the body of the three-headed ghost. At the same time, the three-headed ghost felt that his life was being restricted and his mouth was dominated by the man in front of him. Pure Chang'an slightly reveals the life and death within the body of the three-headed ghost. The three-headed ghost only felt a burst of boundless red power in his body. He wanted to give every inch of his whole flesh to Sai Lian, which made him even more frightened and afraid. Chen Chang'an said that your life is now under my control. From today on, Chen will obey me and fight for my master, otherwise I will. The three-headed ghost was originally afraid of death, so under Chen Chang'an's majesty, he quickly expressed his gratitude. Seeing this scene, Chang Anxin thought, these three-headed ghosts are indeed as greedy as recorded in the ancient ruins. If they can catch them, it will be easy to subdue them. After the three-headed ghost's attributes were corrupted, Chen Chang'an also went to suppress the three-headed ghost's attributes. The three-headed ghost tree is still a little yellow and bitter, and the whole sculpture is in front of the dust case. For times of belly fat, full length, you have 3 heads from now on. He held your three-headed ghost hands in silence. He always felt that this name was not very good, so he couldn't help but syllable. China shows an example of the power of the whole case. I don't like the three-headed ghost's soul sound. I understand the 3 rat heads. Seal the frame and nod. Chen Chang'an has arrived. Just like it. Take me now. Conquered the three-headed ghost, grew up and settled down. I went back to Langhua village first to say goodbye to Uncle Fu and others, and then followed the top 3. And this third type of tidal snow was not seen in Zhongliang Mountain at noon. Instead, it was seen in Da. It can be seen that these 153 gold. He went out to hunt for treasures and was a little curious. There was nothing wrong with him during his studies. Genius, on the other hand, he belongs to the 3 kingdoms. On the surface, he will follow the dust and live forever. If he can speak harshly like a native, he is afraid that he will go away in his heart. I slowly listed the list. I thought he had been digging for treasure at night for decades smoothly. Today he went to dump such a big beauty. He was free and easy. Today he went. There is also an additional theme. Shou-san naturally doesn't want to play tricks. He is not stupid and can see it. This human grooming must want those treasures in his blood. It's pity that he has worked so hard to collect them for so many years. Well, when you come to Dalong Mountain, you have to get off, but in the picture near the mountain, it is very hot. There is a red and smooth fire cloud in the sky, entering the big sky. In Dalong Mountain, you can occasionally see the large non-heavenly magic weapon. Among the monks with countless corpses, there are also other powerful monks of this precious art flying through the sky. Dalong Mountain Xiangqing Chang'an holds a walking tour into the mountains. Follow up. I have seen so many modifications in my 3rd box before. I can't help but tremble. Be careful, it hurts. Those 3 rat heads didn't dare to raise their heads to look at the decorations in the sky. How timid they must be. But soon, the sky was decorated with a panoramic view of a life. After a while, he recognized the 3-headed bird following Chen Chang'an. I couldn't help but be overjoyed that I was protected by 3 heads. Yes, these 3-headed ghosts are also called 3-headed treasures because they are good at finding genius treasures. He originally wanted to go to the underground palace to try his luck, but he never thought that he would accidentally see a 3-headed bag today. Compared with the actual opportunity of the underground palace, if you can catch this 3-headed bird to keep warm and go to his pilgrimage, maybe that will be a real great event. This person who ordered the whole territory to modify number 2 said that something would happen directly. As for Chang'an, who is next to the 3-headed ghost, this groom has already seen his cultivation level and secretly knows it in his heart. Compared with Zuzhu Yangzuejin, he was also attracted by the offer. He was simply obsessed with death. Naturally, he didn't care about Chen Chang'an at all. When someone from the 3 realms attacked him, he didn't dare to escape, so he quickly retreated to the city leader Ansheng. Chen Chang'an's fortune-telling was done without any trouble. It was just a slight change. Just looking at the Mingchu and Xiuyi who made the move, the Xiuyi immediately became disabled for the rest of his life. An invisible force on his back was exhausted. And his face turned pale after being stabbed heavily. Musashi's 6 palaces in his body seemed to have been pierced and fell directly from the sky, causing him to be seriously injured and fainted. This can be compared with the other people who also recognized the Han Fan, Xiaoxiu's strong jump. They had originally planned to compete after seeing the 3 guardians, but they had seen the progress of the one who had been seriously injured. And I don't even know how Chen Chang'an did it. It was as if he was just dancing around the details to make the fortune-wielding repair machine real. Those grooming people wanted to grow up, but they were afraid, and they didn't dare to snatch the 3-headed cat behind Chang'an. Of course, all of this is the same. After all, if Chen Chang'an is so weak on the surface, how can he possibly catch these 3 conservatives? Good guys, it turns out to be a hidden reality show, but I still don't have confidence in the modification. He is a powerful modification with destiny, tight tip and close solution. He is only 1 step away from the prince. Leng Heng has been pretending to be a ghost all his life. The power of the rolling heaven and earth moved, and condensed into a sky-covering garrison to capture Chang'an and Shu San. The sky-covering garrison was terrifyingly powerful. And its killing skills were exquisite. Not only do we need more 3-head guarantees, we also need to kill growth. 3-hand shots are activated. Chen Chang'an and Mu Guang are some of the kings of soldiers. Faced with such attacks, they are very smart. Chen Chang'an will not be ruthless. He wants to be around. Then you have a powerful monk named Tianfeng Monk, who suddenly let out a colorful cry. The soul was submerged on the spot, leaving only a sentence of soulless flesh. Chang'an raised his hand to grab the body and put it into the removal ring. He practiced the pomegranate seat and carried the blood. This time, the main character was killed cleanly and neatly, and all the modifications were given to the real owner. Everyone's face was pale and full of fear. And half of their personality was lost in shock. He is so strong. How far has his cultivation level reached? With just one look, the destiny of the earth is at its peak, and all the patterns are scattered. This is not what a god-turned-prince can do. It's hard to be the leader of the immortal realm. The cultivators of the official website are all busy. A little shock can be harmful. Chen Chang'an looked at other modifications and picked them up early, as if to see who else was seeking death to snatch more of his cubs. When Chen Chang'an's Mu Guang looked over, he directly shot the array of decorations. The Mu Guang flowed in one after another, and he was afraid to look at it. The 3.6 small eyes on his hands were twinkling, so he was still hiding behind Chen Chang'an, with lustful hair. But he felt a sense of loss. This master seemed to be very powerful. Maybe he wouldn't stay with this guy. Seeing that no one dared to compete with Shueishan anymore, Chen Chang'an withdrew his gaze and hid in a corner of the deep Shueishan instead of tea. What should he send away? Counting 3 words in 2 tones brings growth. After leaving Chang'an, he left with his subordinates. The decoration here is finally as important as the loose-tail hole. Finally, the great secretary of the 3rd genus, Lin Jinduo, finally arrived at North Korea, the top 3. North Korea, which belongs to the 3rd genus, is located behind a household on the north side of Dalong Mountain. Through exposure is a time when a place has been washed away by exposure for many years and becomes as smooth as rain. Just when Chen Chang'an was wondering about the entrance of Chaoshue. But I saw that it belongs to Sanmentu. Try the place of 10B. The piece of food wall entered the water and the jumpsuit swayed, and the 3 of them passed through the time still. So that's it, growing up and's eyes are still in front of her. After entering the real currency, I discovered that there were also drugs in it. It was a huge shock when it was inserted, but it was already full of grey crystals. I don't know how many there were. There are also a few precious collectible snacks as a chance to maintain and protect this place. There are also a bunch of dead demons. They are zero-stone energy-consuming fire service style. The large collection of snacks serves as a good opportunity. Who is the reason for the big collection of snacks? Chen Chang'an is a good opportunity. He also looked around and saw a big animal being slotted by the crowd. When he was owed his name in the industry for 10 minutes, it was bright and he went to the supermarket. Cheng Ananan, this seems to be a bunch of animals. Many modifications will start an action when the breakthrough is reached in the 5 days of Hong Kong, and the breakthrough will be carried out through repetition. This big movement is clearly a moving structure. Chen Chang'an didn't expect that this trend of belonging to the 3rd year would actually be in a cave talisman, so Chen Chang'an also agreed to it. The big hole leads to the protrusion. Shu San turned around and committed suicide for 2 lifetimes. He continued to protrude towards the big hole. Chen Chang'an followed behind, making great movements and having abundant spiritual energy. Finally, Chen Chang'an followed Shu San to the cave. This is a wide animal that has been driven away. There are 3 rooms and 1 wide area. A high-level distance certificate has been arranged here. 07 is the most agronomic, almost agronomical things turn into real things. And in actual listening, all kinds of light shine, matte solid color gel is noticeable. And these are all the treasures collected by Ji-san over the years. There are dozens of precious pieces of bale material and various rare and genius places. Chen Chang'an just glanced at it, his eyes filled with shock. Ju Wen Huang Jin Long Ni I Ching. This yellow wood is surrounded by fire and wine temple pearls and fruits. These are the precious genius signs of machines recorded in ancient books that Chen Chang'an saw in the library pavilion. Because there are, Chen Chang'an used his brain to read through those ancient books and memorize them all, so he recognized them at a glance. But there are many that he has not seen in books, so he has no idea about them. But none of these genius treasures that can be collected by the three is ordinary. They shine with their own depth and show the mysterious truth. You must know that some of these genius slopes are important materials used to practice note-taking magic weapons, and some are even missing materials used to practice important interference. Just like the 9-second pearl fruit, it is one of the important reasons why the Prince Xiao envoy transforms into Shenjing and breaks through Neon Jing to become the magical bullet that the leader must use to gather strong men. There is also the yellow wood. Because of the purple blood, it is a herbal medicine that transports cold to steel to yang, and it is full of divine yellow lines. As for the true monarch of Wangfujing, if you want to continue to practice a Chengyang magic weapon that you can defend, this emperor tree will be a good fortune for you to continue practicing. The bones of the earth are filled with water, but practicing physical penetration can enhance the strength of the physical body. Very rare, self-financed. When Xu San saw Chen Chang'an, his eyes lit up. He knew that his collection could not be saved. He was so aggrieved that he almost cried. Shenzong smiled. No wonder so many monks want to snatch these three guardians. It seems that the treasure hidden in the blood of wild ambition is precious. Let me open a sword. Those genius treasures were like a small mountain. Chen Chang'an couldn't tell what they were for a while, and he was not in a hurry to loot these genius treasures that were classified as 3. He is curious to see your suit. To be able to arrange such a high-level leader here, the owner of the suit must be very powerful. He doesn't know whether he is dead or not. When the third person next to him heard Chen Chang'an's words, he took a bite of Chen Chang'an's cool wine and asked him to enter a real room. During this current event, Chen Chang'an saw a sentence from Pan Zhuo in clinical practice. What is surprising is that I don't know how long this poem has been dead, and the clothes on my body have long since turned into ashes. But his flesh and blood are gone and there is nothing left. Maybe he is like life, like he is still alive. Chen Chang'an observed carefully and saw that this body still contained this amazing amount of blood. You can hear the dirty clouds of blood and qi when the pot head hits the glue. As soon as you get close to this corpse, it's like you're getting close to a burning fire. The food you eat will burn the dust to ashes. Chen Chang'an used a little bit of his invincible cultivation to gather the heat of this terrible blood and reach the main body. Looking at this game, his body said to himself, such a strong body. Even those princes and leaders have experienced the Suadian banquet of heaven. The strength of their physical bodies is incompatible with the question in front of them. Judging from the condition of this animal suit, I am afraid that this person has been transformed for many years. His body still retains such terrifying power. Who this person is surprising. I didn't dare to enter this kind of reality, so I just hid outside and watched secretly, because he could have felt a stronger threat from this dozen, so he knew that this dozen was among the 10, but his attribute number 3 never came. But Chang'an is obviously different. He is very strong and can definitely do it. In current affairs, Chen Chang'an highlighted this sentence, after death, the body dies. This must be the body mentioned by a walking practitioner. Growing up, Anding put on the object-removing sword covered by the real finger of his right hand in a poetic style. Perhaps this object-removing sword only contains physical training skills. Where is his skill? But suddenly, the poem in front of me gained weight, and there was an astonishing blood in the soul, like a blazing fire. At this time, there is no sense of consciousness. Instead, the English is full of ancient. The shooting body opened its eyes, and a pair of ghost-winged eyes stared at Chang'an. He stretched out his right hand and faced Chang'an. Chen Chang'an casually wrote the title of the poem in front of him, but it was not in the right place, cold and sticky. In order to suppress it in place, Wudixu simply. He understands, he doesn't understand, okay, the ejector makes a sharp sound. Grow and Kaimai, wear some powerful body and cultivate the body for thousands of years, and the blood will run away, and in the future, ghosts will be born, and even words will not work. It can be seen that the entity in front of him was just as Chang'an had guessed when he was alive, and he was a powerful system. Chen Chang'an is just a line artist. The entity in front of him disappeared in an instant, leaving only a processor. Open it up, there's nothing inside. I'll have a piece of purple, right? Chen Chang'an was surprised by the treasure of teaching Dharma. He saw this thing in the Tibetan magic grid. In the next life, there is a kind of machine and a precious Dharma transmitting girl. Chen Chang'an attached the Chuanfa Baoi to the scattered points, and as the Chuanfa Baoi came out of his mouth to probe Cao Guang, Chen Chang'an felt that his soul was instantly pulled into a mysterious space. There, a middle-aged male deputy came back to the house, standing in a lonely building. The qi emanating from his body is so terrifying. The blood qi is as heavy as half of the mountain and the moon, making it difficult for people to breathe. Moreover, middle-aged Nan was the one who was refused abduction in 10 lives. I am the middle-aged Nan Kai. I am a dragon in the clouds. I am here for the 5 living creatures. But it was so miserable that he was tricked by the enemy and lost his life. Since you got the sweeper to protect the shop, you are my friend. Today I will give my inheritance to you. I just hope that if you have the opportunity to meet my enemy in the future, you will avenge me. Having said that, one of the middle-aged men, a large amount of inherited memory was like a tide, which instantly made Shen Changan angry. Shen Changan began to absorb this inherited memory. An hour. Shen Changan finally fully absorbed Yun Zhonglong's inherited memory. The piece of communication treasure he had no intention of turned into danger, and he grew up with peace of mind. A double membrane involving a leg fetus is involved. Heaven and earth are the perfect creation. Chen Changan Nan Nan. This is the Shangfu body training passed down to him by the middle-aged Nan Nan. The creation of heaven and earth coexists in 3 layers, surrounded by thousands of fragrances. Whether it is physical training methods or secretarial magical powers practiced in different realms, etc., there are detailed details. However, this Yun Zhonglong has mastered the first level of chemistry of heaven and earth, and can only cultivate it until it turns into nerves. And King Yunzhong is also a strong man at the peak of the 5 kings. He came to Hezhou to look for the 5 lives. Just because the great victory of the 5 saints holds in their hands the second level of cultivation techniques that can transform the heaven and earth, and they can practice all the way from the 5 kings to the 5 saints. It's a pity that Yun Zhonglong was unlucky. He didn't grow up to be that silent even when he met his enemy. Chen Changan, Nan Nan's soliloquy. Sai Chuhong, you are a grudge and teach me to remember that if I can meet him, I will definitely avenge you, which can be regarded as repaying your interview. But Xiao Chen Changan, Yun Zhonglong may have been dead for thousands of years, and his enemies may have been dead for a long time. Everyone in the audience was smiling and the market was booming. To spread the Dharma through the transmission of Bowie, there is no need to grow up in the Anhui society. In order to understand the key points, you only need to practice it all over. But the only thing that worries Chen Changan is, that is, every breakthrough in realm needs to be coordinated with the physical training in the creation of heaven and earth. The higher the static connection, the more complete the training materials required for the physical training policy. Nowadays, from nourishing blood bacteria to eliminating multiplied bacteria, kind of training material for blood bacteria files is needed. To practice this single group, 373 kinds of drugs are needed. Fortunately, apart from a few other illnesses, these. Go back and ask Hongying to help collect it, and then you can start practicing. The road to Dharma cultivation has come to an end because of Wu Dishui's original score. Chen Changan is very much looking forward to another road of emergency repair and hopes he will not be disappointed. His acting is good, growing up and smiling. Although you are ugly, suddenly you look so smooth. Every word, number 3.1.1.1, I can't understand what Chang'an said. See if there are any good things in the other things in it. Chen Changan went to see the other things in this cave talisman. However, there was nothing gained from the remaining rooms. When Yun Zhonglong was alive, the few insects that Hui raised had turned into a pile of white matter. However, in a current event, Chen Changan found a golden horizontal blue plant with a yellowish tail. The horizontal blue tree was shaped like a small snake. Chen Changan's eyes lit up. It was Golden Snake Peach. If you want to become the king of martial arts in the world of creation, you must need a training material, because the golden snake bones are from the golden snake vine. But the more capable he is of controlling life, Chen Changan doesn't want to lose this shoe golden snake in vain. You must know that golden snake ting is very difficult to find in the world of cultivators. It is not easy to find one. The Chen Changan Alliance used the Invincible Show to carry out resources for the golden snake ting that accompanied the death of Bubo. Under the information of the enemy's cultivation level, this golden snake ting was quickly regenerated. Chang'an finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. In the fire, in the end, Chen Changan took Jin Snake Ting carefully from the current affairs to the object ring, and waited until he went back to find the medicine formula. Finally, in Jiang Hall, those treasures collected for many years by those who belong to the 3rd year, Shijunyi. Chen Changan is now a new player. Chu San looked at this side blankly. The little mouse's heart was at the bottom line, but it couldn't be done. Chen Changan smiled slightly and counted to 3. Now you are my clinic. What's yours is mine. What's mine is still mine. But don't worry, I won't lose money. Immediately afterwards, Chen Changan used the invincible counterfeiting method to plan 3 consecutive Zhonglian and Yi Hongying, who were free from his invincibility. But under the cleansing of the city Chang and Wu Dishui, a bloody savagery actually occurred in Sanzizi vocational education. Shou San was buried in blood and retreated while being cleaned by the enemy in the house. Seeing his soul body burning with golden flames, his soul body was filled with a powerful waste force, and his grey fur turned into golden paper. Regarding the fullness of blood in the waste, there are some skills to replenish it. According to the blood strength, there are the complex demon bloodline, the earth demon bloodline, the celestial demon bloodline, the true demon bloodline, and the ancient demon bloodline. The 3 caste ghost attribute belongs to the ancient times. The bloodline, the metal attribute, and other waste types are combined later. After so many years, the fresh waste blood in his body has become extremely weak. It is not without it, but it is also an extremely rare fresh waste blood in the world of cultivation. But now, because Chen Chang'an's show of physical enemies has been washed away for him, and the alarm sound has gone wrong, he has degenerated his ancestors, and his blood. Limited to this situation, Chen Chang'an will continue to serve as the third seat. I wish him to retire in one fell swoop. A full 3 hours have passed. Rizen's blood is full. After pushing it all over, it is finally over. His physical body is much smaller, and his deep bones are covered with golden and mysterious waste. Especially on the 3 locks, there are 3 more fibers with brilliant light. The 6 pairs of fat eyebrows and burning golden eyes looked particularly divine, a huge change from their previous appearance. Chang'an was very happy. The weak soul suddenly turned into a fresh waste full of blood. This kind of waste full of blood will achieve extraordinary things in the future and can touch the bottom of the waste. If a waste slim person who sells his blood first appears and is now repairing his power, it will definitely cause a huge sensation, and countless big forces will crazily compete for power. Chen Chang'an once again discovered an important function of his own invincible shyness, which is that it can help slim down the waist and push all of his acupuncture points. Chen Chang'an named this important function as Simantui. However, Chen Chang'an also paid a heavy price for helping the top 3 level withdrawal defense, which cost him nearly 10 years of harvest. Of course, Jiujio flashes, and now he is growing up and living happily. One knife cut off his hand for 10 years. Current life remaining is 180. As a result, Chang'an has small breasts and a taller one. After all, this Jinxian family has a real talent for treasure hunting. Even if he is the most advanced, only the foreign-blooded Jinxian family can retreat and advance. You can't easily smell all kinds of geniuses and precious madness within hundreds of miles. If it is powerful enough to enter, it can even search for all the geniuses and treasures in a week. However, this is a metal element that is more functionally auxiliary and has little combat effectiveness. This happens to be what Chang'an needs. Combat prowess is not important. He wins. The first 3 people to find out that they are in the running will be the first family member of the world. They will be taught by qualified teachers who are excited and happy. Thank you, Director. 4th, after the transformation of the bloodline, the natives who entered the gate. You must know that in order for the waist and hands to be able to speak harshly, one must achieve Qianming Jing. If the waist and hands are transformed into tranquility, the waist and hands can choose to transform into a fierce waist. As for Attribution 3, now he is just a person with a waist in the Destiny realm. He is still 2 great Jings from the Destiny realm. Growth follows the Tao, Attribute 3. You will be my spiritual center, and I won't lose anything. From now on, you should make good use of your talents and serve me. Shu San pointed and Shu San nodded heavily. He also grew up in the fields in Chang'an, the city. He never thought that one day he would be able to spread his bloodline as soon as possible and become a descendant of the same thing as his ancestors. He was serious and courageous. Therefore, Shu San and Fugun were initially strongly accepted by Chen Chang'an. But now, I am a person of 3 types, and I am glad that I will put an end to the strong man in front of me. Otherwise, I will never be able to push the golden thread of becoming a world in my lifetime. In particular, Chen Chang'an helped him with the bloodline push. The 3 attributes of Chen Chang'an could feel Chen Chang'an's profound strength and the power he bravely exerted in his body. It was like the sweaty and irreverent bend of the sea. It was boundless, irreverent, and unfathomable, which made him fearful. With this Chen Chang'an, maybe drink spicy food with the popular drink. Next, Chen Chang'an directly integrated the naval geniuses of the physical training policy required for each level at the first level of the art of heaven and earth painting into the stone sea of the hand. Zodiac sign 3, I need these geniuses. Use your talents and magical powers to find these things for me. 153 pointing and respecting the face. Of course, next, Chang'an left the car. He didn't let his 3 roots grow and asked him to go around looking for some rooftops he wanted. As for the current performance of the 3rd zodiac sign, it is too weak. If you encounter danger while searching for genius treasures, before Chen Chang'an left, he re-injected a blessing of life and death into the body of the 3 attributes, so he protected the 3 attributes. What's more, this zodiac of the 3rd zodiac has now transformed into the golden immortal Sun. The ability to bring good fortune, especially the golden fee immortal. Shou-san looked at the animal suit in front of him, and stopped wondering. The next step is to search for the genius places that the master needs. When Chen Chang'an came out of the cave, people outside could already hear. Chen Chang'an did not stay in Dalong Mountain for a long time. Listening back is prohibited. On the way, Chen Chang'an passed the communication suit to Yi Hongying and took out the information. When Chen Cheng comes back, Yi Hongying is at Jiukang Yao Butang. Young master, you are back. I asked you to help me find those face-helping materials that I passed on to you for my growth and peace. How are you doing? Yi Hongying at first, a kitchen bag was in it. The materials of these chain sheets were not visible, so it was not quick to collect them. Thank you for your hard work. Chen Chang'an opened the delete code. When he saw the online class materials of the internet network, he will enter the exit strategy. It's my duty to do things for Mr. Later, Chen Chang'an made a list, which recorded almost tens of thousands of geniuses and various precious medicines. Yi Hongyin saw the densely packed materials on the list, and the code was issued without going through the scalp. He changed into a leaf-headed god. Young master, etc. Pay attention to me, I agree. Yi Hong nodded. I tried my best. I saw a lot of geniuses above. For example, Nalong Nian Hualai, I heard that he has been performing stunts in the world of cultivators for tens of thousands of years, so it might be difficult to choose. Try your best to become better and become stronger. Okay. Shenzangan looked at Yi Hongyin and asked Mengyin, where is your show position now? Yi Hongling Island, I feel so hurt because of my efforts. During this period of cultivation, I break through the power of fate and conquer the wind. I am one step away from being accepted by others. I think within a year, I will be able to achieve a breakthrough. Speaking of which, Yi Hongyi's mouth corners are obviously fine without treatment. Taking this thing should help you break through the skepticism. Quan Chang'an escaped and gave 5 yuan to predict the millennium and give it to Yi Hong. Treasures belonging to the third element cannot be measured in any small way. Among the treasures belonging to the third element, there are more than 20 cultivation treasures such as 1,000-year jade water that have been cultivated by Neo Dayu. When Yi Hongying saw Chen Chang'an, she casually escaped with 5 pieces of millennium jade water, uneconomical gold. This seemed to be millennium jade water, since there were 5 pieces of it. Yeong Yingmai is full of shock. You know that the millennium of premonition belongs to the body of the genius. You are very real. Hidden in those spiritual mountains, through thousands of years of wonders of heaven and earth, it has the opportunity to be cultivated. It is a protection that is of great help to cultivation and shortens the time required for breakthroughs in cultivation. Xiong Yi Hongyin, a person with extremely talented talent for a life-changing modification like Xiong Yi Hongyin, often needs a year to break through the pulse to get it. But it's different now. If Yi Hongying practiced with thousands of years of pre-water training, it would only take 1 month to break through to the level of being accepted by others. What's more, this kind of cultivation protection is rare, only every few hundred years. Maybe there is a chance to see it at the auction. Unexpectedly, Chang Anjing threw out 5 yuan in one breath and gave it as a gift. Yi Hongyin suffered a heavy blow and fell into gold. Master, you really want to give this to me? Quan Chang'an smiled slightly and came once. It's too precious, will work. Chen Chang'an came here with nothing, thinking that I was in charge of things. These are naturally rewards for you, but they are just small things. I don't know what they are. Small things are worthless. Chen Chang'an's words made Yi Hongying's lips twitch slightly. This is the elder's business. If you think it's not enough, I'll say it here again. Chen Chang'an took out another 12,000 yuan of luck. Each piece exudes energy next to the spirit, due to the half protection of 1. Yi Hongying's eyes were pointed at her, and she was moved by her kindness. Please invite someone to dinner. Chang'an couldn't help but dare to explore. Yes, this attribute of 3 really gave him a big gift. Many of those genius treasures are of no use to him, but they are indeed useful to the people around him, which is eye-catching to say the least. After all, how can you let a rabbit run and not eat grass? Only when you are full of grass can you have the strength to concentrate. Chen Chang'an originally wanted to give Yi Hongying a few pieces of millennium prediction, but Yi Hongying quickly said, enough is enough. These 5 pieces of 1,000-year-old water are enough to practice for a long time. Although Yi Hongying wanted to use these 10,000 pieces of rainwater as an opportunity, he could only think that he was not a greedy person, and his unhappiness had already made him aware of it. I vowed to find an example on that list for my growth when I go back. I talked with Yi Hongying about some things again. Yi Hongying, you. Julian green 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 green. With these 6 pieces of 1,000-year pre-death, I think his cultivation speed will be greatly improved, and his cultivation will be improved soon. As for the remaining 12 yuan of youth pre-loss, Chang'an already has 6 yuan of thunder. The 6 yuan is Fatty Shu, standing in the backyard, having a dip with Pure Chang'an Taiwanese hand. 6 pieces of pre-damage for thousands of years, black clothes with variable slippage, precise movements that hold the charming charm of Han Xiaolu in taxation. Peep, puff, puff. The 6-year-old verdant rise will surprise the sleeping spirit. He snorted and looked at the situation outside. Immediately I saw 6 pieces of 1,000-year-old water in front of the door, and the aura was bright. Another kind of zero thunder science disappeared in an instant. His eyes were a little bigger and he was fierce. He rubbed his eyes. Guokao, this seems to be a 1,000-year pre-damage. We are dreaming again. In the room, Chen Chang'an took away from the kitchen belt the batch of various materials that Yi Hongying had brought for him to practice in the Western weapons realm, including spiritual protection and spiritual preservation. Finally, Chen Chang'an took out a chain list from the kitchen belt. This was also Chen Chang'an, and asked Yi Hongying to prepare it for him. Bloody treasure pill can only be called a single drug on the test body. The single derivatives in the kitchen food introduction of Chang'an in the stock repair model are concentrated, sucking some basic chain single drugs. Today it becomes a question of whether this zero missile can be produced. He didn't have the basic skills to practice magic, so he could only use the simplest method of burning flames to create a new life. Immediately afterwards, there is a series of medicinal materials. Add them individually and start to come up with the essence of medicinal materials. According to the map of the palm of the hand of the medicinal materials, put in the individual body in strict order. The night passed and it was dawn outside. Chen Chang'an finally completed the final step of the list. Dan Ruzhong began to pick out the single box for review. Just having that single box tattooed makes one nervous and energetic enough to escape death. Uncovered alone, there are 6 plum souls, round treasures, full of written Lin Baodan, lying quietly in it. The face is big and small, and the red light of the wings is flowing. It's done, I'm growing up happily. He can practice one-piece medicine, so he can be officially regarded as a single-level practitioner. This single-level training is much simpler than he thought. Of course, this is mainly due to the single-level training mastered by Chen Chang'an through his mind. Therefore, I have practiced single medicine for hands-on practice, but I have already mastered the single-hand technique. I have successfully practiced the bleeding spirit mouth single for the first time, and I am also preparing 2 pieces. Taking out a blood spirit orchid, Chen Chang'an began to practice the Heaven and Earth Creation Bureau. The blood spirit orchid should be transformed into a powerful medicine, under the operation of the chemistry of heaven and earth, integrated into his 5 to 6 financial blood flow. Every minute and every second, Chen Chang'an's physical body becomes stronger under the influence of heaven and earth. An hour later, Chen Chang'an completely refined the blood spirit pill. After waking up from practice, Chen Chang'an carefully felt the changes in his body. For the first time practicing, Chang'an's aura became much stronger. He could also feel a powerful force in his body. I have my fist. If it can be said that it can punch an ox before, but now it has at least 3 times the power. These 6x blood spirit treasures alone are not enough for my physical training. If I want to break through to a body cultivation practice, I am afraid I will need to get some blood spirit treasures. And some states of physical cultivation in physical cultivation correspond to the cultivation of manifestation in Dharma cultivation. However, there is nothing fancy about body repair and meditation. Gingpu is Wuhua. Once you receive 5 body exercises, it corresponds to foreign blood calmness and destiny. After that, there is the realm of physical cultivation of the 5 kings and kings. For the princes, the power of physical cultivation is handed over to the host. Later, Chen Chang'an refined 3 more blood spirit regiments and finally sold them to the physical training gate, becoming the first level system for the first level spiritual master. Suddenly there was a flash of space, and Chang'an was pulled by 99. The evil smile appeared on the road 99 before. Congratulations to Master Su for breaking through the first level of physical cultivation. His lifespan is increased by 20. The current lifespan is 200. Xiao Chang'an picks my KP and looks forward to it. Chen Chang'an was also secretly happy. After the breakthrough, he got the beast. I heard that with physical cultivation, the higher the level of access, the sweeter the blood and the more vigorous the life essence. It is not a water energy tank of equal level of access at all. From now on, I don't have to worry about my temper and will be ruthlessly harvested for my mother-in-law. Finally, Chen Chang'an took the first step, and the path of physical cultivation was indeed successful. In the next period of time, Chang'an does not plan to go out. He has set a goal for himself, which is to break through from the first level to the second level as soon as possible. Once you break through the picture of the second streak physical cultivation transformation system, you can transform the blood energy in your body into a 5-star name. By consuming blood, you can perform various magic powers, which is what you need to grow and develop. Use the show of physical enemies as a teacher to master all kinds of magical powers, even some low-level magical powers. It can also burst out the taste of speechless will knows in the hands of Chen Chang'an. In this way, he can also use his dance skills more conveniently. Brother Wanbao, Yi Hongying looked at the densely packed materials on the list. Not only was he paid, he took a long look. It's really a headache for me to find these materials that the workers need. Where can I find them? Immediately afterwards, Yi Hongying took out the 1,000 years that Chen Chang'an gave him and continued. After getting the 1,000-year prison water last time, Yi Hongying couldn't bring it back to Wanbage and started repairing it. After one night of practice, he absorbed the energy of the jade ministers in the 1,000-year-old jade water. His cultivation level increased, which can be said to be 1,000-year-old. It will definitely break through the longevity within a month. But at this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a fancy dress and a salesperson figure appeared in his room. When Yi Hongyin saw it, her expression was full of emotion. She wanted to lay down the 1,000-year-old damage immediately, but it was already too late. When middle-aged Nan saw the 1,000-year-old jade water in Yi Hongying's hand, he immediately realized that there was gold in the fool's scheme. Then can you cue me, Yi Hongying, where did you get these 5,000 pieces of water? Yi Hongying's Zhangguo residence is no longer hidden. What does my second uncle have to do with the thousands of years of jade water coming from the river? And second uncle, did you ask me about the room where you communicated without saying hello? Yi Hongying was so confused that she casually called the middle-aged man in front of her uncle, but there was no emotion in the conversation between the two. Yi Xian chuckled. Yi Hongying, you are Brother Wanbao's shopkeeper. I'm afraid Brother Wanbao will take these 5 pieces of 1,000-year-old jade water. I'm already thinking about how I've pretended to be a fool. Hainan is here for me, Mr. Ding. Is it possible for Sai Zong to personally check the tent in the grid? This is mine, not Wan Bao Ji's. Where did Sai Zong come from? Yi Xian Lengxing Yi Hongyin, I won't talk to you like this. This time I came to Tianwu City to buy the Liangying town Wanbao some time ago. The 2 people you most spread the news about died in Dalong Mountain because of the inheritance of the late emperor, but I suspect that this time it was you who colluded with outsiders to kill the 2 guarding elders. Therefore, the 5,000-year pre-loss of the Gulan Grand Fist is, Yi Hongying hammered he knew that this second uncle had come to conspire with him, especially when his father has not returned since he entered a first-level place for decades, so he did not leave a soul lamp behind. He does not know the life and death of his father Yi Hong, but he hasn't come back after so many years. Elder Shong in Wanbei suspects that Yi Hongying's father Yi Hong is dead, so Yi Xian began to join forces with Yi Hongying, the elder of the headquarters, to suppress him, hoping to support his son Qitian to become Wan Lao's mentor. Juikan has 300 million to protect him. Suddenly, Yi Hongying may have been secretly killed by Yi Xian, an old fox, in the past 10 years. In the end, San Yi's methods were inferior to Yi Xian's and could not protect Yi Hong. During the night election, he was appointed as the general manager and came to the branch in Tianwucheng to accept his position to test Yi Hongying. Is there anyone who can serve as the king and the eldest lady? As for the past, the 2 people around Yi Hongying always found ways for him, and Shabanzi's palm network officially followed Yi Shui secretly. So in fact, Yi Hongying was using Wanbao's ancestral treasury. Without enough training resources, he is doomed to never be in any danger in his position as the young master of Brother Wanbao in this life. But Yi Xian didn't expect that when he saw Yi Hongying again, his circumference mirror had been upgraded to the style of Mingquan Palace, and he was one step closer to being accepted. With the protection of spiritual practice such as encountering water for almost 1,000 years, he was able to break through in a short period of time. More importantly, Yi Xian discovered that Yi Hongying entered Yuxian.com. This means that the level of incurable cases in its body over the years has been restored to its former Tianjiao qualifications, and its qualifications have also been greatly improved as a result. This is what Yin Xuan least expected to see. In his eyes, there was a flash of sand in the mountain. Yi Quan released a wave of golden man and sand descendant in the waves. Yi Hongyin sensed it, and felt anxious. He shuddered, his face turned slightly pale, and he fell backwards. You must know that Yi Xian, as one of the masters of the headquarters, possesses immortal cultivation. If he wanted to kill him, he would not be able to escape at all. Yi Xian watched Yi Hongying retreat step by step. His mother-in-law asked you, Yi Hongying, you are the eldest brother's daughter. I'm not going to kill you. You just need to stay in Tianwucheng and get better. Don't fight for more. You can't laugh, but it seems like you don't give up. No wonder the second uncle doesn't care about his mood. After saying that, Yi Xian didn't give Yi Hongyi a chance to speak at all, and took action to kill Yi Hongyi. Although Yi Hongying has a special status, Tianwu City is currently close to Dalong Mountain. Something happened to the inheritance of the ancestors, which led to Feng Yingji. Even if he died here, under the current complicated circumstances, it is impossible to find out who killed him. Even if someone in the headquarters suspects that he did it, as long as there is no evidence, there is no name for him. If you want to blame this Yi Hongying. Who made him not a teacher? After all, don't look at Yi Hongying's current situation as a small branch store in Tianwu City. But if he uses his thinking talent, there will still be many elders on his side. This is something Yi Xian does not want to see. Therefore, Yi Hongyin must. As for the position of head coach, if my eldest brother is still there, everything will be fine. But the eldest brother is dead. In fact, he can hold the position of young master. Sinan leader will be the master of the new headquarters. Yi Xian's eyes are soldiers, and he looks like Yi Hongying, as if he has been painted as a soldier. Are you going to die? Yi Hongying's face turned pale. He only felt that you were the cause of death, and his whole body, limbs were all because of you. He even wanted to use the few cards Chen Chang'an gave him to increase his invincibility. He is unwilling to die like this, but he is too weak. In front of the immortal leader, he is like a towering figure. Yi Xian can easily crush him. Wow. Seeing Yi Hongyingjiang's death, Chen Ji's service suddenly shined brightly in Yi Hongying's stone sea. The vigilante is the local security guard who is on the side of terror. I heard Yi Xian let out a painful blast, and the student was immediately thrown away by the power from Yi Hongying. His internal organs and 6 axes were almost broken into powder under this terrifying and boundless power. The most amazing thing about Yi Xian's 5 brothers is that he can't help but bleed out from his feet. He is fixated on Yi Hong's voice. His eyes are blood red, full of disbelief and evidence. Why did such a terrifying concept burst out from his body just now? Even my cultivation in the middle stage of ancient extinction can't stop me. I suffered a heavy blow in an instant. Could it be the Bao Bin Lan card that Yi Hong left for him? Thinking of this, Yi Xian's face became extremely ugly. Even today, he is afraid of one thing: if he can control this terrifying and boundless power, then what will happen to you? Death. Thinking of this, Yi Shui couldn't swim all over his body. Almost in an instant, it turned into a red light and rushed out of the pit, desperately escaping to the original place. At this time, Yi Hongying had just come back to her senses and was shocked by the terrifying and boundless power that suddenly erupted from her body. But soon he remembered that this was a way to grow, and the blessing of life and death in his body was said to be capable of vastness. Spirit, integrity alliance. At that time, the dazzling light returned from the life and death of Fu Zhengshan, and his legs illuminated his entire sea of time, making him stare at the bank's soul, Shan Jian Wen Qian. As expected, it was the promise given to me by the young master. If you don't believe me, if it weren't for today's life and death crisis, he would have forgotten about this. I don't think that the service that the police box penetrated into his body can block the leader's things, but he didn't expect that the service would be more powerful than he imagined. Not only did she block Yi Xian's killer move, but she even severely injured him. Yi Hongying was pleasantly surprised, but the next moment, Yi Hongying's smile tightened and she watched Yi Xian escape. This is the machine that killed his Qianzi Nanfeng once. Yi Xian is his second uncle, but he is cruel and does not care about his family affection. In this case, Yi Hongying would never talk to him about choosing lightly, but you can't escape. A valuable server of Dian Hongying technology. Draw a lightning bolt on my whole body, rush out of the 10,000 Kings grid, and pursue the selection to Yi Xian, a big mountain outside Tianwu City after half an hour. 2 After we get to business, you can chase my speed machine. Yi Xian left the precious healing essentials to the manager, but he still couldn't suppress the injuries in his body. The breath was at least 70 times longer than before. The gods have been wary of Yi Hongying, who keeps closing the distance after birth. Yi Xian, Yao Ya's face choice. It's just your damn daughter who is your daughter. He suffered a double defeat, but with Yi Hongling's strength, he still couldn't kill him. Suddenly Yi Xian noticed Yi Hongyin and remembered a card with 2 bottles. That's an attack support, 2 screens of fine swords. I don't have any restrictions in my mind during the night selection. I drive out a second-grade server route and want to kill it. But then he saw Yi Hongyin and destroyed the golden knife. But it was suggested that Li Wanzhang's golden sword was born in Henkong, stood in Tangqiong, and released endless sword tales. This is because he is a Shanghai man. The whole person in the night selection was stunned. It was as if he had been hit by a machine and was knocked to the spot. Who was this guy who trained the second-level meridians? Are you sure this isn't the legendary advanced level or even the divine technique palace? Yi Hongyin was also bet on the majestic face of this sutra knife pair. The experiment is a good thing. The young master re-added the golden sword suit of the Empress, and it actually had such a bitter taste. It was even more useful than the previous flame fu. Thinking of this, Yi Hongyin couldn't help but say to Chen Chang'an, Infinite Realm, he looks like Yeshuan. Second uncle, don't you want to run away? Run away quickly. I will give you a few $1,000s to run away first. Soft, 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 soft. Soft, 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 soft. Soft, 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 soft. Even if Yi Xian is the leader of immortal love, he can't stop him at all. Almost in an instant, he was reduced to ashes under the light of the sword. Even the largest mountains are under the light of these 10,000 swords. Look at the destructive power caused by the 2 bottles of golden sword talismans. Look at the Yi Hongying golden carbon, such a powerful fine sword suit. I am afraid that in the entire Xiaoxian world, there is no such powerful fine sword in the hands of the young master. Kill Yi Xian, even though it is my own 20, but Yi Hongying didn't feel guilty at all. On the contrary, in her heart, if there was a boulder that had been on the cliff for a long time, it finally fell. He has always been in danger every 10 cents, and Yi Xian has long wanted to kill him. But today, he relies on the Buddha of life and death who gave him heavy things from Chen Chang'an and the Buddha who saves his life and kills enemies. He just killed Dumie, Yi Xian. He felt like he was dreaming, which was unreal. After coming back to his senses, Yi Hongying sent a message from the Chuwu realm to Shentang. With a clear look on his face, he conveyed the news of Yi Xian's death through the interrogation suit. Mo Yihua and Yi Hongying received the news. After watching it, I went to Shi Hongying and finally gave it a bite. After thinking about it for a while, Yi Hongying took out the summons uniform again and gave Chen Chang'an the summons uniform. Chen Chang'an, who was practicing in Jiukang Fortress, received a message from Yi Hong. After opening it, I found out Yi Hongying's purpose of killing the walking by. His spirit has not changed at all. Give it a try. This person is dead as soon as he dies. No need to doubt anymore. I am here. No one has any feelings. When Yi Hongying received Chen Chenan's promise, a smile appeared on her face. Who does Yi Hongying trust the most now? No more than Chen Chen. With his words, he is not worried at all about the headquarters coming to him about this matter. The character Yi Hongying Nan Nan was also chosen to death. With his son Yi Chiqian himself, there is no way he can take the position of young master. I am afraid that everyone will demote me soon. However, both the abundance of training resources and the intelligence information at the headquarters are far from those in the Qianwu place. If we return to the headquarters and return to the position of young master, it will be much easier to collect those geniuses that the young master wants. Another time, grow up and pass it on to Yi Hongying for consumption. Ling Lei became cold. At this time, he was a little preoccupied. Chen Chang'an said, Wei Zi, you have become the deputy commander of the law enforcement guards and you are doing this all day long. You come to me every day. This time was different. Lin Lei pulled Chen Chang'an to walk and whispered in a low voice. Chang'an, something strange happened to me. Oh, what's weird? When I was sleeping at home, I suddenly heard a few noises outside the door in the middle of the night. When I went out to take a look, you knew it was. At the same time as Yolu, Ling Lai's eyes were filled with shock and responsibility. Chen Chang'an knew the consultant well, but pretended to be curious. The Zero Thunder Ring slow path is 6 pieces of 1,000-year-old jade water. This thing is for cultivation protection. If you use this 1,000-year jade water to practice, your cultivation will not change with each passing day. That's not a good thing. Why do you act so drunk? Lin Lei Ji Yu, Xiaosheng, a good thing. If I go in and get tested in those Jedi places that are full of dangers and secrets, of course it can be called a good thing. But don't you find it strange in Chang'an that those 1,000-year-old followers fell innocently at my doorstep? It's like they were sent by the sky. I always feel that this matter is not that simple. Chang'an smiled and said, perhaps a deputy from a noble family has taken a fancy to you and will remain loyal to you forever. This millennium has been blessed with this precious time. You must seize the opportunity. I don't know, Lei Zi, have you ever heard of this sentence? What words? When I was young and didn't know how good my parents were, I treated myself like a young girl. Lin Lei Bai's Chen Chang'an also resurrects the girl. Chang'an, I'm not in the mood to joke with you. You have always been smart. Help me think about these 6 pieces of 7-year jade, water, soil, and earth. If these 6 pieces of 1,000-year pre-water were exposed and Yurong's recent mixed situation was 50% a day, I'd be afraid I wouldn't even survive 100 lives. As for me, Chen Chang'an sent the director as a gift. If you are afraid, you can choose to throw it away. Played by Lei Denlin, this thing is a treasure. How could you throw it away? Growing up, since you don't want to lose it, just stay with me and make good use of it. With these 6 pieces of 1,000-year-old jade water and your talent, how can you break through to the state of transformation and become like an old man who just used Qianliang for the first time? Since these 6 pieces of 1,000-year gift have fallen into your home, it is your opportunity, so you should cherish it. Ling Lei thought for a moment and nodded heavily. Chang'an, you are right. Regardless of whether these 6 pieces of 1,000-year-old jade come from the Inhe River, since they have fallen into my door and become my robot, please let your heart worry about the novel Han. Said. Later, Ling Lei escaped from Sonia Millennium Reign. Chang'an, please take 3 pieces. You have a 1,000-year promise, and you are sure to break through Yang soon. Growth Button shakes head. I don't want it. Why? This is training security. The way to fight is that you have an autonomous company and a large general manager. Ling Lei is ready. I feel that your recent cultivation seems to have no economy at all. Are you self-righteous and not practicing? He persuaded Chang'an with painstaking efforts that cultivation is not a matter of building strength. You must never give up. If you give up cultivation, you will come back in this life. Growing up, I didn't say I wanted to give up. It's just that I've found one that's enough now. It's the road with you even more, Zero Thunder once. If you don't cultivate the road, the dust will always be on guard and you will be taken back. Ling Lei Jr., you have the body to cultivate your skills. Chance income. Lin Lei was worried again. He heard that it was extremely difficult to achieve breakthroughs in the path of physical cultivation. The less easy it was to achieve the path of legal cultivation. The more difficult it was to refine the body of gold, bones, and flesh to become the master of all kinds of body refining. As for Dharma cultivation, every time you break through, you will be affected by the heaven and earth, and your physical body will become stronger by itself without any pain. You really have to choose to take such a difficult path. Chen Chang'an smiled. I want to try. Ling Lei saw that Chang'an had a firm gaze and had obviously decided to take this path. He was so angry that he stopped trying to get acquainted with her. Indeed, as Chang'an said, if the path of legal cultivation is difficult to follow, the path of physical cultivation is not an option either. It's just that this road is too difficult to walk. In ancient times, there were thousands of Dharma cultivations in the Golden Shore. After each realm was broken through, the physical body would be absorbed by the heaven and earth and transform into itself. There is no need to practice physical training at all. Their physical bodies only need to be strong and strong enough, and more importantly, they need to cultivate. And physical cultivation is not perfect, it depends on your own physical strength. Combat strength level. But every realm requires refining the golden bones, polishing the body, and suffering greatly. It is definitely not like practicing the dragon diagram. It may take several times, or even 10 times the effort and practice. Therefore, many physical exercises have successfully reached the camera and started practicing in the middle of the practice. This is also the reason why the physical fitness is at the end. But if they can progress through the physical training system, their bodies will be far stronger than those at the same level. If two practitioners of Dharma and cultivation of the same level are fighting each other, once the cultivation of the body is allowed to enter the body, the cultivation of the Dharma will not be given at all. But Lin Lei did not attack Chen Chang'an. Since Chen Chang'an chose this path, Lin Lei, as a good brother, would of course support him. Chang'an, if you need anything, please take care of me. It's no problem for me to report to Chang'an Road. You are the deputy director of the Shifa Guards. If I have any difficulties, I won't come to you. Ling Lei Bai has grown up, and Yi Xiaoshu has been polishing his body for physical training. He needs a lot of physical training protection. Those are hard to find. But I will leave them for you. Good, then I'll leave first. Ling Lei left Jiukang Yao with 6 pieces of 1,000-year-old jade water. In other words, it also reminds growth. It's good to just rely on those pads from T&D Chemical to guarantee repair pads. It is best to use some pad protection to speed up the second connection. When Shou-san comes back, he can ask this little mouse to keep an eye on him while he hunts for treasure. Finally, Chen Chang'an took the blood spirit pill and continued to cultivate. I don't feel that practicing Dharma is boring. Instead, I feel like I am living an invincible life. I have a stupid person. At the same time, Chen Chang'an stayed at home to rest. Daolong Mountain stretches out into the open underground palace, and this opportunity is still happening. From that ancient city, there are unprovoked evil soldiers and evil generals rushing out to sea to kill everyone. There is no modification that can break through these dark soldiers and truly enter the ground attack. Dongfang Lengyue and Ji Yu Haisheng or Qingtide Rock are the fastest to enter the underground palace. They thought that everything would be fine after entering the underground palace, but they didn't expect that the danger inside was beyond their imagination. The endless music sound level will kill you. This cold yin chess rushes everywhere around the underground palace. Because I came to the underworld. Chaoyang, try the magnetic tablet sword in your hand to stop these yin ices. Please nod towards the eyes and see the words humbly. But it's a pity that it has no effect on these yin bing yin-jiang, and their progress is therefore blocked. Bu Haisheng Ju Mai, it seems that the Tsibei sword has not yet been used. This is not the underground palace of Tsibei Xiandi, where the inheritance of Xiandi is, and in this way, because of Zhigang Zhiyang, how could such a terrible thing be predicted and so many heroes 00000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 I don't know. If we want to really enter the underground palace when he comes, we have to kill all these heroic soldiers and generals. Then came Shu Dafu and Shu Yuanba. Shu Da was shocked. There were so many British soldiers and heroes. Next to Shui Yudao, the people in Changsheng Reef were stopped. He raised his head and looked forward. What they are now in is the external grievance of the underground palace. Will they actually enter the content of the underground palace? This anti-mini mother's Yingbing sound paste was killed from the high attributed Liu Yun's prediction in front, and there were 2 golden giant doors to send away from the southern boundary. They must kill all these evil soldiers and generals, and the golden tool that reaches the feather body lens. Go down first and I will come too. Whatever you want to do, I will come back first, Deputy Ban Shu said. This is the only group of tourists. It seems that we can only cooperate with Changsheng Jiao. Fortunately, since the strong wind in the underground palace was broken, more and more Xiosha came to the Dao, and they were all frightened by the sight of the household in front of them. But he soon joined the battle to deal with these heroic soldiers. They know very well that no one can enter this kind of underground palace until they kill all the Yinbing Yinjiang people. There are 3 levels leading to the giant golden door. Each level has a huge platform. When they reached the first platform, those Yin soldiers in Yinjiang temporarily retreated, and they could also temporarily repair on the platform. It looks like the prison ladder they fought all the way up. The upper part lost its stability and became inflamed. The peasants were bloody and muddy. Thousands of people died. Lin Xiosha paid a heavy price. Everyone knows that the underground palace in front of them is very dangerous. As they continue to attack, more people will die. The hearts of many monks are extremely heavy. Some people even add a dozen sugar bones and then suddenly continue to go up. But at this moment, the sky behind suddenly began to twist, and then an ancient portal appeared. When the ship's speed door opened, a small voice could be heard from inside. The train rushed out of the station and arrived at the building. As soon as a terrifying aura erupted in the train at Qingkong Station, everyone on the other platform changed color. It belonged to Mr. Huang Chao. As expected, the strongest force in Hezhou has an astonishing fate. They built this temporary teleportation town and sent out strong men. Who dares you and them to fight? Oriental media is cold and fierce. People from the Yellow Dynasty still dare to. Ji Yu Haishan's words are bitter. With the dynasty joining the battle, it will become clearer when we enter the underground palace. But if Chaoyang wants to get the inheritance from the late emperor, I'm afraid there won't be so much. The general plan of Dongfang Lingyue Island is an opportunity. North Korea has the sword of mercy. We have already taken the lead in the fight for the inheritance of the late emperor. Dr. Shu looked through the mask and stared at the sky, where the 12 Liangqing chariots. Shu Yuanba said, His Highness, the people from the Great Sun Dynasty are here. Let's continue to hide you. You will be killed by the people from the Great Sun Dynasty. Dr. Shu did not answer. He stared at the bronze chariot in the tail hand. But above, the deputy is standing with a Qingming kidnapped. He is illegal and non-material, his expression is pale, his double conspiracy is broken, and he writes illegally. Dr. Shu was obsessed with this young man running away from Lemon, and he did come. This man is indeed a Taifu of the Great Sun Dynasty. He is allowed to. This person's FAT practitioners are considered to be the top Qinjiao cultivators in Hezhou. His strength is so strong that his heavenly service is so high that he can even suppress countless Qinjiao communicators in Hezhou, and Shu Teng's perception is very sensitive. It seemed to notice Dr. Shu's gaze, and he opened his eyes lightly from a high position to a small one. Dr. Shu and Xu Xianbo ruling, a famous figure beside him, gave the alliance an opportunity to stop being exposed and avoid being discovered by Shu Teng. But I heard Shu Teng boldly say, Dad, you are hiding here. As soon as these words come out, many people will be killed to avoid them. On a Qingtong station car, a strong man from the Imperial Dynasty took action to stop Shu Yuanba and Shu Da, causing the world to change color. The 2 modified guides with skilled masks also burst out with equal combat power and made a death-defying stance to stop Huang Chaoqiang. I just thought that a big battle between the 2 sides would break out at high altitude. The 2 modifiers wearing skilled masks only made one move and were decisive. Good morning. Shu Yuanba also grabbed Dr. Shu at this moment and fled in the same direction. The powerful men of the dynasty want to continue to hunt down Shu Renba and Shu Dao. Shu Teng raised his voice and said that it is more important to seize the first inheritance now. Let's have 2 clowns, and we will be ugly later. On the bronze chariot, Shu Teng looked at the 2 golden gates in the stand-up shot, and without any nonsense, he directly led a group of Huang dynasty strong men to board the stand-up. The restrooms in the reconstruction room that are still resting on the first floor platform are all closed. Some of the people who had already scrapped their bones and were preparing to leave could not help but feel great when they saw people coming from the Sun and Yellow Dynasty again. People from the Great Sun Dynasty came up with the idea of bathing in salt water and planned to follow the Great Sun Dynasty into the underground palace. They don't ask for much, just enough soup for them to drink. Soon, in the picture heading to the Golden Gate, Shu Teng's umlaut will break out at several points. But in the end, the Great Sun Dynasty only took an hour to transform into the British soldiers leading to the second platform. They didn't rest. Since they were heading towards the 3rd layer of sand, what was a suitable name? This Great Sun and Yellow Dynasty will not be the current hegemonic citizen of Ohio. He showed a powerful and unscrupulous battle as soon as he appeared on the scene. But in the dark, Shui Desu and the students were holding the students tightly. Shu Yuanba Shengsheng said, Shu Teng has many type-proof masters around him. He wants to assassinate him. It is not a simple matter. Deputy Shu said, Shu Teng is arrogant and self-confident because of his own strength. We are waiting in secret. There is a machine that can take action. Now that he is here, it is just a matter of time to use his power to clear away the threats in the underground palace. I will never let him get the inheritance of the first land. But just when Dr. Shu and Shu Yuan were secretly discussing art, an old voice came from their lives. The inheritance of the fresh land in this underground palace is not so easy to obtain. If a person from the Great Sun Dynasty enters the Imperial Peking Opera, he will be the daughter of the 9 deaths. Dr. Shu and Shu Yuanba were immediately beaten. When they turned around, they saw the living queen. They didn't know when they were standing for. They all know this old woman. She was the Rongmao who was in Wucheng Rongmao Kang that day. She loved giving people blind dates. Granny Rong smiled at the two of them. Shu Dafu, Shu Yuanba, what are you doing here in Nyoto? She was wearing a mask, but Grandma Rong was completely shattered by one glance. Her soul shone on the old trees, flashing with the light of doom. The two of them had the impression that this lively appearance was always Tian Wucheng's ordinary character who introduced people to blind dates. But now they appear during Xiao Wusheng period. You must know that Shu Yuanba is the leader of the immortal Jin. Everything around him has been within the scope of his divine time, but he has never noticed the merger, division, and union. This is enough to prove that he doesn't have half the money he seems to have. After their identities were revealed, the two of them took their lives without covering their eyes. Dr. Shu Zihanhan smiled and asked, Grandma Long, how did you know it was Mr. Qi and I? Uncle Rong smiled coldly, little fat man, you don't hide your natural belly. You think no one will recognize you if you wear a mask. Uncle Shu touched his belly. He couldn't hide his figure from the neighbor Lingjian in Tianwu City. His identity seemed to be very correct. It should be said that Fan Tian's father and brother existed during the Great Sun Dynasty. Just like he was back then, he was a handsome and carefree young man. Alas, the past cannot be brought back. Dr. Shu asked, Rong Guobao, you just said the inheritance of the late emperor. Isn't it so good? Everyone in the Great Sun Dynasty will die. What's going on? Grandma Rong's eyes are broken and filled with the disrespectful spoons of those golden years. Do you know what the former compassionate leader has done? The two shook their heads and casually decided on that era. Since they were so shaken, they naturally didn't know what happened. Grandma Rong, do you know about this palace? Dr. Shu is curious. Grandma Rong nodded. In the year 27,000, a gate to the abyss appeared in Dalong Mountain. The Yingling dead clan with the abyss descended to Hezhou through the gate of the abyss, hoping to turn Hezhou into a place of abyss, so that step by step I can start my great journey. At that time, the compassionate emperor used his own power to build a new ground in abyss intelligence Xingya. As soon as these words came out, both Shu Dafu and Shu Teng were shocked. The door of injustice is the fourth work of Ying 00. Regarding Shenchen, the afterlife is another world different from the popular spiritual world. There lives this kind of ancient clan and died. It's evil, ghostly will, and the more time it takes, the more everything becomes tense. It is regarded as one of the biggest threats to the human race. However, the Ying 0 dead clan live in the land of the abyss. It is not easy to cross the border and come to Da Chengxiu Xinjie. Unexpectedly, as recently as 27,000 years ago, the Ying 0 dead clan built an abyss. Dr. Shu and Shu Yuanba both felt cold and stood up. Fortunately, they had the mercy to act, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Rong Huobo looked at Yingbing in front of him and said, now that there are so many Yingbing formations in this underground palace, they were named after their deaths. I'm afraid that the wind that was set up by mercy has already been stopped. Because there are 0 dead people in the Pew movement, if it is not handled well, the public will usher in a good thing. When materials are found in the land of mercy, that is the key to the seal and the inheritance of the late Emperor Mercy. I'm optimistic. Qin Rong couldn't live with these words. Shu Defushan said to himself, Uncle Rong, you have taken a fancy to me. Do you think I can win the title of the late Emperor? Grandma Rong didn't answer her. She just looked at her, and then her body disappeared like clouds of smoke. After Long Huohuo left, Shu Dafu was domineering to Shu Men next to him. Master Qi, what are you doing? Look, wishing overbearing, Your Highness, I think there must be a famous name behind this matter. Finally, the one who suddenly approached me must be famous. It's just that I didn't expect that this kind of mother-in-law is hiding deeper than me. I will never be able to see through the deep traces of my falsehood in the middle stage. He actually knows about the late Emperor Mercy. I'm afraid he will never be with the late Emperor Mercy. Shu Dafu nodded. He explained the light and looked up at Huang Jingjian at the end of the jade ladder. As long as you find the compassionate ground, you can get the legacy of the late Emperor. I just don't know where this hole is hidden in the ground. Let's take a closer look to find the gesture. There is also a deep grievance, smart art, loose art, right and wrong, nothing is trivial. In the past, this underground palace has been invaded by heroic spirits. I'm really like this. I'm afraid Shuateng will have to block the routes this time. When Jiukang was about to be defeated, Chen Chang'an used the Shenmugwan to go to the underground palace and something happened. Now that he has cultivated to the first level, his body has become stronger. Then he once again tried to use other 9.91 million-year-old Wudixiu Wei to observe the effects of his own physical body on Wudixiu Wei. While running the god's tomb, I discovered that the suffering and destruction was not consumed much, and I still haven't heard the knowledge about the reduction of suffering and destruction that came. To my mind, this made Chen Chang'an overjoyed and further determined this value of physical cultivation. As long as it continues to practice and its physical body continues to become stronger, it will be able to mature more 9.91 million cultivation levels. It does not need to worry about being consumed by us, and it can also gain a lot of support every time it breaks through. After all, I have been relying on things to increase my lifespan. This is not a long-lasting thing after all. And coincidentally, Chen Chang'an used the divine screen to test the body's ability to withstand invincibility. Today, he unexpectedly saw the arrival of the Great Sun Dynasty. After hanging, take action against Xuecheng and finally retreat. Later, Chen Changjing unexpectedly saw Rong Huabao. Even though he doesn't have much fusion, he can still run around and attack the ball. Chen Chang'an just looked at Grandma Rong like this and silently approached the students who were scheming in secret. Maybe she could give birth to her husband. Xu Yuanba and Dr. Xu didn't notice the arrival of partner Rong at all and were pushed down by him. Chen Chang'an was immediately distraught, and was angry that the master's cultivation was not weak. Granny Long suddenly appeared in their lives without any trace. His cultivation is definitely better than his wife. I didn't expect to hide it so deeply. I've never done it before. Inspirational words for growth and settlement. If I hadn't tested the divine eye skill after the first level of physical training today, let's see how the physical body has become invincible. I really didn't know that Uncle Rong, who told him that he didn't have sex every day, was trying to hide his strong will. Immediately afterwards, Chen Chang'an used the divine curtain to look at the statues. Sure enough, we can see that there is an incomparable power hidden in the confused body of Kang Lao. I really don't know if I don't look at it. I'll take a look at the next one. Immediately afterwards, Chen Chang'an changed his mind and said Granny Rong and Dr. Xu started talking. He could only watch but not listen, but I am sad that my guide, Chang'an, still has a favorable wind. It is a further use of invincible Xuewei, which allows him to have the smooth wind and tranquility similar to those in myths and legends. In fact, this silent cloud has a co-worker for thousands of miles. In the Tomb of the Gods, under 12, Chen Chang'an seems to have brought the V2 equipment from his previous life. It feels like a deep spiritual wonderland. During the conversation, Chen Chang'an also heard about the story of the deep injustice and the death of Yingling. When Granny Rong left, Chen Chang'an also stopped using invincible Xuewei and his ears and wood recovered. Unexpectedly, this underground palace is actually the Gate of Mercy and Deep Injustice. If the Gate of the Abyss is opened, Tianwu City is closest to Dalong Mountain and will be the first to receive the window view. I wonder if what the old man said before about Mercy Xindi being a poor person has something to do with this deep injustice. Undoubtedly, Chang'an is prepared for the drama that will occur in advance. But what suddenly came to mind? Growing up and safe. The old man knows so much. Could it be that unlike Rongguo, he also uses cultivation to become strong? After all, Mercy Precedent is a figure from 30,000 years ago. He is mysterious, powerful, and aloof. He has the combat power of the smallpox version of Da Chengxiu, who was the first to catch it. How many people can understand it? Grandma Rong and the old investor's words hit the mark, and the progress revealed a kind of understanding similar to that of Mercy Xindi. In the past, I always thought that the old man was just talking casually when I just pressed the button for a long time, but now I have gone to a different place to read it. As for whether the old man is a strong cultivator like Granny Yulong, we have to wait until he comes back. Chen Chang'an didn't dare to touch the divine object and wait for him to be killed to extinguish the quick fire. Currently, we can see the palace at the bottom of Dalong Mountain, which is just enough to maintain the limit of invincible cultivation to the physical body. At least for now, as it has become a first-level physical cultivation coal, how can we see the effect of lifespan? And once you are at the starting point of looking, growing up and feeling your own bad life, you have turned on the swimming head, Hualalas. If he feels that it looks like Shoju, his lifespan is not as good as not being able to see it for a few seconds. After their identities were exposed, the two of them did not cover up their eyeshadow and took off their bottoms. Dr. Xu, Shi Hanhan, smiled and asked questions. Granny Rong, how did you know it was me and Mr. Qi? Uncle Rong smiled coldly. Little fat man, why don't you hide your natural belly? Do you think no one will recognize you if you wear a mask? Uncle Xu touched his belly. He couldn't hide his figure from the neighbor Lingjian in Tianwu City. His identity seemed to be very upright. It should be said that Fan Tian's father and brother existed during the Great Sun Dynasty. Xiong, who was also a handsome man at that time, smashed the door of the dark net room and couldn't return. Dr. Xu asked, Longbo Huo, you just mentioned the inheritance of the late emperor. It's not so good. Everyone in the Great Sun Dynasty will die. What's going on? Yes, Ronghuo's eyes are deeply broken, filled with the endlessness of the already broken moon. Do you know what the former compassion did? The two shook their heads. Saibo decided on that era first. Since they were too shaken, they naturally didn't know what happened. Uncle Zong, it's hard to believe that you know about this palace. Dr. Shu is curious. Granny Rong nodded. In the year 27,000, a mountain with the name of an abyss appeared in Dalong Mountain. The Yingling dead clan with the abyss came to Hezhou through the abyss wisdom gate and looked at Jianghe state turning into a land of abyss. From there, step by step, I became the leader of the great poor cultivator. At that time, the compassionate and righteous emperor suppressed the wisdom of the abyss and built a land again. As soon as these words came out, both Deputy Shu and Shu Teng were shocked. They were deeply wronged, and they were Yingling dead people. Regarding Shenchen, the afterlife is another world different from the world of mass cultivators, where this ancient race of heroes lives and dies. It's evil, ghostly will, and the more time it takes, the more everything becomes tense. It is regarded as one of the biggest threats to the human race. However, the Ying Zero dead clan live in the land of the abyss. It is not easy to cross the border and come to Da Chengxiu Xinjie. Unexpectedly, as recently as 27,000 years ago, the Ying Zero dead clan built an abyss. Dr. Shu and Shu Yuanba both felt cold and stood up. Fortunately, they had the mercy to act, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Ronghuo looked at Yingbing in front of him and said, "There are so many Yingbings in this underground palace now because they are famous for their death aura. I'm afraid that the art that was shot out of the purple cup has been frozen because there are 0 dead people who are purely in motion. If it is not handled well, the public will be in need of a good speech. When materials are found in the land of mercy, that is the key to the seal and the inheritance of the late Emperor Mercy. I'm optimistic." Hearing Rong's words, Shu Die Fushan finally. "This, Ruogwa Dad, you have already taken a fancy to me. Do you think I can seize the late Emperor's inheritance?" Fusion didn't answer it, it just looked at it, and then the body dissipated like years away. After Granny Dong left, Dr. Shu was bullied by the people next to him. "Mr. Xie, what are you doing? Look, make a wish, Your Highness. I think there must be a big name behind this matter, and there must be something wrong with finding you suddenly. It's just that I didn't expect that this kind of lively and hidden body would be my immortal self. I can't see through its false body. He actually knows about Mercy Xiandi. I'm afraid it's about the same as Mercy Xiandi." Deputy Shu nodded, and he explained the light. Huang Jinzheng looked up at the lens of the jade ladder. "As long as you find the compassionate ground, you can get the inheritance of fresh ground. I just don't know where this mouth is hidden. Let's take a closer look to find the gesture. There is also the intelligence of the abyss, Feng Yi's loose consciousness, flying through Xiaokou. Perhaps this ancient palace has been invaded by the heroic spirits and the dead. I'm really like this. I'm afraid Shu Tong will have a big problem this time." When Ju Kang was about to be destroyed, Chen Chang'an used the sacred tree to reach the underground palace. An incident occurred in the underground palace. Now that he has cultivated to the level of Yijie, his body has become stronger. Once again, he tried to use his 9.91 million-year-old Invincible Show to observe the effects of his own physical body on Invincible Show's future. While running the God's Tomb, I discovered that the suffering and destruction was not consumed much, and I still haven't heard the knowledge about the reduction of suffering and destruction that came to my mind. Growing up like this, Ndashi further strengthened this value of physical cultivation. As long as it continues to practice and its physical body continues to become stronger, it can withstand more 9.91 million cultivation levels. It does not need to worry about being consumed by us. And it can also gain a lot of support every time it breaks through. After all, I have been relying on things to increase my lifespan. This is not long-term after all. By chance, Chen Chang'an used divine objects to test his body's ability to withstand the invincible beauty. Today, he unexpectedly saw the arrival of the Great Sun Dynasty. After hanging, take action against Shui Cheng and finally retreat. Later, Chen Changjing accidentally met Rong Huopo. Even if you don't fuse very well, you can still run and attack. Chen Chang'an just looked at Grandma Rong like this and silently approached the students who were blocking the plot. Dr. Shu, Shu Yuanba and Dr. Shu didn't notice the arrival of partner Rong at all. Chen Chang'an's eyes suddenly opened, and he was angry that the master's cultivation was not weak, and he appeared behind them silently without checking. His cultivation skills are even better than his wife's. I didn't expect it to be so deep. I've never had it before. Inspirational words for growth and settlement. If I hadn't tested the divine skill after the first level of physical training today, let's see how the physical body becomes invincible. I really don't know that Rong Bugwa, who tells him that he is not good every day, is trying to be powerful. Immediately afterwards, Chen Chang'an used the divine curtain to look like melting. Sure enough, we could see that there was a huge power hidden in Rong Huopump's old and confused body. I really don't know if I don't look at it. I'll take a look at the next one. Immediately afterwards, Chen Chang'an changed his mind and said Granny Rong and Dr. Shu started talking. He could only watch but not listen, but I am sad that my guide, Chang'an, still has a favorable wind. It is a further use of invincible Shuwei which allows him to have the smooth wind and tranquility similar to those in myths and legends. In fact, this silent cloud has a co-worker for thousands of miles. Under Shenmue 12, Chen Chang'an seemed to be wearing a V2 device from his previous life. It was a kind of stimulation from a deep spiritual wonderland. During the conversation, Chen Chang'an also heard about the deep injustice and the death of Yingling. When Granny Rong left, Chen Chang'an also stopped using the invincible cultivation level. Shuang-A and Shuang-Mu recovered. Unexpectedly, this underground palace is actually the gate where the grievances of Mercy Di Feng Ying are buried. If the Abyss Wisdom Gate is opened, Tianwu City is closest to Dalong Mountain and will be the first to receive the window view. I don't know if the poor man who was compassionate and kind like the late emperor that Lao Baozu mentioned before has something to do with this deep grievance. Undoubtedly, Chen Chang'an was not prepared for the drama that had arisen in the first place. But something suddenly occurred to me. Growing up on Bao's life, the old man knows so much. Is it possible that he is different from Rong Pu? It was you who made him stronger. After all, the late Emperor Mercy was a figure from 30,000 years ago. He was mysterious, powerful, and aloof. He had the combat power of the smallpox version that Da Chengxiu received first. How many people can understand it? Grandma Rong and the old investor's words hit the mark, and the progress revealed a kind of understanding similar to that of Mercy Xindi. In the past, Chen Chang'an only thought that the old man was just talking casually, but now he went to a different place to see. As for whether the old man is as strong a cultivator as Yu Ronghui, we have to wait until she comes back. Chen Chang'an didn't dare to pass through Shenmue to wait for him to be born in the sand to dissipate the quick fire. Currently, we can see the palace at the bottom of Dalong Mountain. It can just maintain the limit of the invincible cultivation of the physical body. At least for now. As it has become a first-level body cultivation coal, how can we see that the lifespan is lower? And once you're at the starting point of looking at Chen Chang'an and feeling your own destiny, do you turn on the swimming head of Hualala? If he feels that it looks like Shoju, his lifespan is not as good as not being able to see it for a few seconds. I shook my head at the growth button, so I still have to work hard to train physically. He has now experienced the benefits of becoming physically stronger, which will allow him to perfect his 999 billion-year-old invincible cultivation. What's more, if the old man is really a strong hermit, he doesn't need to worry about his safety at all. He will just wait for him to come back at Jukang Pharmacy, growing up and continuing to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 3 days later, Zhongling'er relied on his 1,000-year follow-up to successfully break through to the 2 red lines. When Chen Chang'an is free, he will lie on the bed in the backyard and ask Zhonglian to burn a few babies and speak to the point to activate the Divine Affairs and Divine Affairs, watching a heart-wrenching animal battle that breaks out in the underground palace. Because of watching movies before, especially if the current physical body can withstand this level, it will not have any smooth effect on the operation of Wu Wei Xuewei. Chen Chang'an naturally would not let the thousands of miles of wildness and tailwind he sent out bury Dalang. These 3 days have been as enjoyable as Rong's mother-in-law. The Great Sun Dynasty entered the imperial capital on behalf of Xu Cheng, and soon became more and more threatened and encountered a group of deeply wronged people. They carry special swords in their hands. There is no flesh and blood on their bodies. They are just skinny skeletons wearing kaijia, sad little skinny crocodiles, but very powerful. What's more important is that they are difficult to kill. You must use Qi Gang Ji Yang's magic weapon to destroy these abyss-breaking creatures. And they had already entered the imperial capital to hear about it, and a big riot broke out. In just 3 days, the Golden Gate was full of scenes. There were decorated corpses everywhere, and residual leaven and essence everywhere. Growth focuses more on developing descriptive. He has practiced an ancient method of defecation, which is currently the first system that Chen Chenin knows. In the underground palace, he showed great physical strength and unparalleled combat power. He almost burned those abyss weeping leaks to death with his blood-heated blood period. It was because of his limited skills that he could restrain those monsters in the abyss. Even if he was injured in the battle, he would be able to recover quickly with his body's powerful self-imprisonment ability. When attacking, a lot of magic and magic will be released. Both the physical and magical combat power are very strong. Xu Teng's inner sect training seems to be not simple. His fleshy voice is very strong. I'm afraid it has reached the 3rd or 4th street. Growing up, Nsui acquired the art of making paintings from heaven and earth, but he also wanted to get Xu Tong's physical training method. Although I don't know how to practice, I can understand and compare it, which will be more beneficial to its physical training. But this time, Xu Teng led the dynasty to the Golden Gate of the Strong Highway. They were caught off guard because the abyss monster they encountered, Gui Yi, was extremely difficult to kill. Some of them were killed or injured. They didn't dare to survive. Xu Teng ordered a retreat. The strong men of the dynasty used the Qingtong chariot and temporarily withdrew from Huangjinzhen. Seeing that everyone from the Great Sun Dynasty had withdrawn, the still alive Xiong did not dare to go deep, so they all withdrew from Huangjinjun. After exiting the Royal Golden Gate, Shuteng immediately ordered the dynasty to continue, and asked the dynasty to send another force to explain the show of the Abyss Monster. As for the news about the appearance of a grudged monster in the underground palace, this matter was not trivial and was quickly dealt with. I don't think it will take long before it spreads to major cities in Hezhou. At the same time, Chen Chang'an received the news from Yi Hongying. Congratulations to the doll. The ancestors of Xingarao have endured for a long time and have tried to teach the Supreme Elder Zhao Dao. It has already reached Tianwu. After Yi Hongying sent the message to Chen Chang'an, he put away the communication uniform. With the young master's strength, it would be difficult for the two supreme lords of the Jin family and the Shutu sect to even join hands. Yatong, do you think that your Baka still has a way to survive when facing the two supreme true kings? At this time, a Shea girl thought. Then a white-haired Lao Yu with a dissatisfied face appeared in Yi Hongmingsheng. When Yi Hongyin saw this old prisoner, his face showed golden color and small facial hair. Hongyin had seen the old prisoner. Old Yu Ming Yi Ming is one of the supreme elders of Wanbage headquarters and the supreme true master of Wanfa Jing. Yi Hongyin didn't expect that Jingsha would contact him. The old man Ming has been released from seclusion. He personally ordered me to come and take you back to the headquarters to seek justice for you. Now everyone in the headquarters is waiting for you. Yi Hongying nodded. That day, he killed Yi Shu with the help of Chen Chang'an, who gave him the power to increase his strength. Then he knew that he couldn't solve the problem at this time, and he didn't want to get the city. Therefore, the name of the ancestors of the convenience headquarters is being closed down and passed on to consumption. You must know that the three most powerful old disciples of Shiwandao brother and professional doctors have been together for thousands of years. He no longer interferes with anything in the group. He concentrates on resting and calling for a higher future. But I didn't expect that the ancestors of Yi Ming and Liang would come out of seclusion for Yi Hongying and let Wanbage talk about it. And this is also the biggest platform that Yi Hongying has. Unless it is a last resort, you will never understand. Unexpectedly, only 3 days had passed, and Patriarch Lin He was willing to drive a Grand Master to the sum total. Yi Ming learned from Ming Patriarch that Yi Hongbing actually killed Yi Hong. You must know that Yi Xian is Hu Miqing's very strong coach. On the way back, Yi Minute was still curious about how Yi Hongying did it. If I see Yi Hongying sending a message to Chang'an now and know that it is not Yi Hongying who did it, but Yi Shu who was killed by Chang'an. Regarding Chen Chang'an, Yi Ming had already known about him from Brother Wanbao's information. That is a strong Mingyin cultivator, powerful. Chon killed Shitu called Wang Hu, and Shitu called Erde. The unity of the three major religions of the Jin family is one supreme certificate. But Yang Ling is not reliable. After all, he can cultivate to the level of the supreme true army. Everyone has the same strength. Chen Chang'an alone cannot be the opponent of the two true kings. He is still staying in Tianwu City today. It is very likely that his life will be locked to Huangdong today. Yi Mingdao, Yi Hongying, you are from Brother Wanbao. It is enough for Brother Wanbao to be your backer. What's more, Yu Ming and I personally took action. No one dares to bully Brother Wanbao. People like him should not come to Chang'an in the future. As soon as the sound faded, Yi Ming sensed something and looked into the distance. Shi Zhuojiao and the supreme true army of the Jin family, etc. Do you think Chen Chang'an can defeat him? Yi Hongying almost did not hesitate to answer. Shaking his head at night, he knows how to read and has reached our level. It is impossible for anyone to be suspicious. He had to either run away or die. But if he didn't run away, his fate was already doomed. Yi Hongying said, that's because you don't know there are activities at work. Yi Mingdao will not have any good consequences if he offends the two major cultivators. Yi Hongying is lazy and the night finally changes. After watching this battle, I will go back to Brother Waibao with you. Ancestor, it is too early for you to draw conclusions now. Yi Bingjia, the media player, doesn't know why Yi Hongying is so fond of Chen Chang'an. Lianfang Tianjin, an old man named Lin Hong and an old man in black robe from Lin Hong. The two of them are surrounded by a divine light that slowly heats up, and the sky is 50% non-existent. Soon, the two came to the sky above Tianwu City. They were high up, and Ishan was flying in the wind, subduing the city below. There are two pairs of monkey lights with extremely suction power, which seem to be able to pierce the human body. They are so powerful that it is frightening. These two people were the boss of the Jin family who came to settle accounts with Chen Chang'an. Jin Juri and the elder Taishang who tried to call them were looking for. The aura of incomparable hatred exuding from their bodies is the supreme truth of Wanfajin. Who can cultivate to this level, who is not an adult who cooperates with Mingjin. If you want to say how strong the supreme truth is, it can only be achieved by raising your hand and turning it into a -1. One simple blow from them is enough to knock out everyone in Tianwu City. By raising their hands, the Tai clan can use the power of heaven and earth to control the heaven and earth. If Chen Chang'an had not taken action to kill the Jin family and the leader who tried to call so many immortals, he would not have alerted the two sons of the supreme true monarch. Just the movement of their minds, the two people's divine time restored the heavenly things. Soon, I found a picture of someone starting work in Jiokang pharmacy store. There was an icy coldness in the old eyes of the two men, as if they were carefully moved by a sword from the sky. As expected, he is still here to offend our Jin family and try to settle things with you. We will definitely kill him today. The first level of physical cultivation, the young blood is pure. Why can't I see through her true cultivation? Today is the middle of the 9th. I'm just pretending to be Leng Heng, and I'm just pretending to be a ghost. I guess this person has a way to hide his cultivation aura. Brother Jin, you will silently hurt his soul when the time comes. Don't use his soul to love Mao. Let him die with a price. Please follow up with Zhao Dao's Q&A. Brother Jin, we are suitable. It's just that this set of words will not be finished. A seemingly ordinary iron key is like a thunderbolt. From Jiokang Yao, it's true. The evil arrow pierced the sky, caught the shot, and almost turned into a ray of light. Those few times that Zhao Dao and Jin Juai were not able to come at all, the iron arrow hit Zhao Cao's deep area directly, and the power of Hong Bu burst out from the iron arrow. Zhao Taoling's cruel teaching has not yet been sent out, and there is not a single thing. The shop student, Zhao Tang, who was still talking just now, was reduced to flesh and blood and flew into the side of Jing Juai. His whole body was covered with blood. Today, I really watched the fire next to me, and all my lungs exploded. His bigger eyes were cut off in this one, and then the sea was completely empty. We clearly agreed to kill everyone. Mr. Zhao, why were you shot in one piece like this? The second thing that comes from the well is a stream of meaning that goes straight from the soles of the feet to the heavenly spirit. Today, I feel that my hair and bones are rotten, my soul is in fear of fighting power, and my whole body is feeling unbearable. This one, she saw, was from Jiokang or not. After coming back to his senses, Jin Ju used all his strength to drink milk and turned around. The supreme true king of all Dharma paths in the Tang and Tang dynasties. At this time, it seems that Juelang is the only one. There is Juelang. Zhu Kang wanted to take care of our Puchang and filled the iron workers with him. He opened his divine eyes and aimed at the head of Jiu Jiuai who was escaping, slowly locking invincible Shuwei into the iron arrow of Jijiani. The arrow's flashing light releases the aura that destroys everything. On the side, Zhongli and Haoqi, brother Chang'an, are you trying? He had just seen Cheng Chang'an set up something in the sky, but it seemed that nothing was set up. Instead, it disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Shen Chang'an smiled and said, there are two old birds flying in the sky, so I want to set up a trap. Oh, then get it. Accidentally, I was too busy and I shot one that was a little bit bad. China United. But there is another one that I try to be gentle with. Shen Chang'an thought about it for a moment, gave up aiming at Jujuri and turned to the left mountain in front of Jujuri. Hong Bei's life today's drama. I also saw that the scalp that had been rubbed for a long time was dusted by the mountain wind ahead and pressed for a long time. Today, Juri, who is so good at running, looks stupidly pale. He only feels that his lower body is shining, and his back is also sweating. Jin Juai can feel that Jian Chu suddenly turned his head when he was next to him. Wait, it's not that the growth and construction skills are not good. It's obvious that Jin Juai Xing feels infinite fear in Xishuang. He can't escape. All I could do was kneel down in the direction of Tianwu City, and I would feel so heavy that I would drink my head and cry. Senior, please forgive me. Please forgive me. I don't dare to do it anymore. I don't dare to do it anymore. I asked the senior high-ranking officials to wrap their hands around the villain. Today, I will kneel down and have my head cut off. I am afraid that my whole body will be stained with dirt and I will cry out in pain. The supreme true king who was forbidden by all laws in the Tang and Tang dynasties, and the master who Heizhou wanted to be, is actually a humble man in the inner class at this moment. If people see it, I don't know how many people it will support. At this time, Brother Wanbao, Yi Ming, the supreme elder of Wanbeige, is using a precious mirror to observe everything. This realm is called Jinghua Water. Inside, Zhao Qiu, the supreme elder of the poetry and pictures sect, was caught by something. Today, Jin is afraid of escaping, but every piece of growth and Shechu cuts across his scalp with precision and blasts a shocking scene of mountain wind. In the end, the formal and long-lasting days that I had been staying in for a long time collapsed, and I knelt down with my head on my knees and cried loudly in the field surrounded by balls. When Yi Hongyin saw this, he felt like the sunshine in his heart. The young master's strength is really astounding. We don't think so. He most suspected that the two supreme true armies, Jingjiu and Zhao Cao, would join forces and be no match for Gongfu, but he never imagined what the outcome would be. Even these two supreme true kings have not even fought against Chen Chenin, so Chen Chenin took it easy with his invincibility. The power piece that has been shooting directly at Bao Mountain and Zhao Dao is clearly the most ordinary body, but in his hands, unimaginable sounds can erupt. Such a powerful growth security gives Yi Hongling complete security. Who dares to call the police on his thigh? Yi Hongying couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. Put down the prison sentence you ran away from. Only Qin Yang has seen Chen Chang'an take action and knows how terrifying his strength is. I wonder what the ancestor is thinking now. At this time, Yi Ming was lying on the ground looking at the flowers and the moon, his head begging for mercy, and the scene of pain flowing through him. His mind was completely empty. He didn't know what words to use to express what he just saw. He actually set up one by one and reported it to Taishang Zhongwang called Shitu. How is this possible? Yi Ming's barber man. His old face showed a look of golden words, and he spoke bluntly. He no longer had half the status as an ancestor. Although Shen Chang'an shot those sick flies aimed at him, they made Yi Ming feel infinite fear, and his hands and feet were cold and trembling slightly. Not only did he think that if he faced one of Chen Chen's shots, he would be able to fight him again. The answer is no. He was also attacked by something. You were shocked by the visual effects that the scene in the newspaper brought to the industry. Yi Ming Bu Indu asked Yi Hongyin, this frontman, Yang Wushang Zhenjuan, in his eyes, he was regarded as a building. He shot him on sight. How far forward he really was. The words are full of respect for Chen Chang'an. I don't dare to tell the mother I spoke to before that I have no faith. The couplet showed some condescension to Yi Hongying, Yi Ming, and others. Although it was Fengling and the old man who came to pick him up, after all, Yi Hongling was just a backup, so he didn't take Yi Hongling seriously. But now, I see how terrifying the man behind Yi Hongying is, and how terrible he is towards Yi Hong. His voice also became kind and gentle, and his old face wished he could squeeze out a kind smile like Yi Hongying's scraper. Yi Hongying has hated her whole life. Now she sees how powerful the young master is, but Mr. Xiao Qiao, the young master is scared to death if he takes action. Of course, Yi Hongying asked Yi Ming to see Chen Chang'an's power first and then prepare with him to have his own fighting skills. Even if the general manager is asked to do that, Yi Hongying, also has a backer, so there is no atmosphere. So Ming ancestors will help him, but there are two other ancestors who may not necessarily talk about themselves. The general rule is that Chen Chang'an gives him more safety. And Yi Hongying also trusts him more. Now that Yi Ming has built up a strong and prosperous city, it will definitely be better than those from the headquarters. If they want to find him a reward for the dead Yi Xian, they have to subvert the growth and development of his life. Is it because they recruited him? Yi Hongying replied to Lao Zhuo, actually, I don't know that the company is also Guoqiang. I don't get tired of spitting. The supreme true king who can advance through all kinds of laws will be stronger or weaker depending on the realm of law. Little True Lord, Great True Lord, Earth True Lord, then Qiantian Lord, Supreme True Lord, 6 competing winds from heaven to Chile. The strength of each realm is very different. If you really understand the secret of immortality, as long as there is still a breath of disaster, it will become a low blood pressure. They have opened up their own domain of laws, control everything within the domain, and constantly improve their own laws of heaven. As far as I know, Jin Jiuri and Zhao Dao are still just Xiao Zhenjuan. But because Zhao Dao can be easily guarded by Qian Jiuri, he is probably a Ti Zhenjuan or even Zhen Zhenjuan. Yi Ming looked at Yi Hongying, with a complicated look in his eyes. This Yi Hongying had a very high status in Wanbeige. However, his father had been away from home for several years and his status was difficult to maintain. He was suppressed by his second uncle's career selection and was demoted to the principal of Tianwu branch, but I didn't expect that I would get such a great opportunity. What Yi Hongying is fighting behind now is the existence of a once innocent lord. Who will dare to be angry with Wan Baoge in the future? As far as I know, the current 3 strongest workers in Wanbeige, including Yi Minhe, their cultivation levels are not even close to those of the Wanfeijing Da Zhenjuan, who is even 1,000 years old. But no one can successfully comprehend the more laws of heaven at night, the true truth of Jingsheng. He Xiao Tsuwanfa entered every level of breakthrough. How difficult is it? Even when he stayed at Xiaozhenjian, he had more than 200. Now that I have more than 100 years left in my life, I am afraid that I will not be able to break through to the great true lord in this lifetime. And at least in the current Hezhou, according to the information obtained by Brother Wanbao's intelligence network, in the last 5,000 years, the 10,000 monks in Hezhou have finally entered the real world. Di Zhenjuan can only chat for a few moments, but each of them is an extremely strong person. Lin Zheng fights in a week. In addition, there may be Wanbeige's information about the great true lord that the royal family does not know about, but it will never be. If the backer Yi Hongying found was an earth true lord or even a Tian lord, his rhyme and Han Jing's temperament would be bad. Even the name of the industry can't help but have a famous sound, so as to catch up with Chen Chang'an, the big cold guy. Yi Hongying thought happily, the young master is so powerful, maybe it is just as the ancestor said. We work for the young master. This is my big opportunity. I will definitely do something good for me. This time I will follow the name of the industry and go back to the general manager. Compared with the general manager, the people dare not do anything to me. On the contrary, I can take this opportunity to use the resources of the headquarters and ask the headquarters to help find the things that the young master wants. I must not let the young master take them away. On the surface, Yi Hongying's activities have become more active and she has been arrested by the military inspection party. No matter if I miss this Jin day at the company or not, the outcome of this battle is destined. Let's go. The name of the network industry has changed. I will tell you about the headquarters. Do you want to tell your seniors about your life? If he is different, you don't have to go back. I believe that the general nurse's handling of your social scandal will not disappoint or confuse you. Yi Hongyin party leader agreed to make me the headquarters because he knew about this. Well, Yi Ming gathered Bao Jin. Yi Hongyin gave some instructions to his men. You follow Yi Ming to open Tianwu. For 9 days now I have been engraved on my head to beg for mercy, and my engraved head is broken. How pitiful you are, how miserable you are. Now, he feels that he has stepped into the sound wave. And Chen Chang'an is the one who said that people should be blamed for life, and people should be blamed for death. The world is in a state of death, and the last iron sword slides through the sky. When she weighs the 9-day starry sky today, going an inch deep, and no blood can flow. After a long period of physical struggle, he slowly lowered his head and looked at the system he inserted into his heart and skin. He can feel that this is an ordinary iron key, but the iron key releases a terrifying and boundless power. If this force exploded, it would have been blown up into the sky like Jiao Tujiang. But this doesn't mean you can't report it. It's obviously telling you that I can kill you at any time, but I'll spare you today. Jin Jiuri was overjoyed and his head was full of gratitude. Thank you all seniors for your life. Thank you all seniors for your mercy. After teaching dozens of puppies, please rest assured. Liquor and health medicine. Press and hold the iron pot all the time. 2 floors deep in Rueli, living in the house that left today on the 9th. He originally wanted to shoot Imaku Kuno, but after thinking about it, he let him go. The 2 major cultivators fought against the smaller ones, and the result was overwhelming. Every time they took action, they were wasted and suffered, and it was not impossible for Chen Chang'an to directly confront the Jin family and try to teach him. Just know that the land of Heshou is only a land of one continent, but the fire in the west is boundless, 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 and boundless. The 2 major Xiuxian forces of the Jin family and Shitor were originally separated by tens of thousands of miles apart. The Great Sun Dynasty is close to 1,000,000 years away from Tianwu City. They deliberately built a temporary Song dynasty for the underground palace. Otherwise, even if it relies on the most advanced magic weapon and the power of the true monarch, which is forbidden by all laws, it will take at least 2 or 3 months to fly. Of course, Chen Chang'an can also become a family member. Changing the kingdom of China to fight back against the Great Sun dynasty that was destroyed by millions of people. The Jin family. Shichu. However, Chen Chang'an's physical body is too weak and he has only cultivated to the 1st level. The invincible show that can be carried cannot be achieved without consuming the show. If you take action, you will definitely consume the show. Moreover, this method of attacking the cultivators from hundreds of millions of miles away will require a lot of cultivation power and will definitely consume a lot of lifespan. It is not worth it at all. Therefore, when the initial price paid was not proportional to the benefits obtained, Chen Chang'an chose the appropriate solution and did not necessarily have to kill immediately every time. This time, Chen Chang'an wanted to kill and release the wild people, intimidate the 2 major monasteries and give them a chance to survive. Understand nature. If it was a creature that was fighting against the old nature, then Chen Chang'an would have directly attacked the Jin family and Shichu even if he wanted to waste some beasts. Chen Chang'an checked his recruitment status and found that his life expectancy is 1.86 million. Not bad. The next step is to study hard and make progress every day, practice hard, and break through the 2nd level as soon as possible. Even if you are punished, you still have to cultivate. To accumulate life surprises for being rented, you can still abide by 30. There is also a hand-holding list. This time he spared Jin's life for 9 days. If it was Dong Deki of the Jin family, he should also give him the kind of wealth he went to. After all, Yi Hongying sent someone to find Jin Jiao 2 days ago. It was just a mouthful of Jin Jiao. This time I have the guts to refuse based on my experience. The curious face next to me, brother, is the old bird left here. Chen Chang'an, take a moment. I'm in a good mood today. Let me go. In the days that followed, the Jiukang and pharmacy department returned to its ordinary life. Chen Chang'an suggested that he should practice the art of creation of heaven and earth when he has time. At the same time, he would constantly accumulate energy from heaven and earth in order to receive it and turn it into life experience. According to this continuing speed, with a maximum of 3 people, Chen Chang'an has gained this kind of mature operation, and has gained 30 for himself. On ordinary days, I sometimes receive visits from zero distance to check on minor problems and fix them. Don't ask Chen Chang'an and Zhong Lian to chat about the 8 ways of doing things in a few sentences. Which family's women stole from the men? Which family did the men steal? New. The most beautiful Jiangxing Fang on Gao Lam Street has some beautiful ladies here. I heard that they look like a king Guo King. Especially after 5 meals a day, the Uncle Shia across the street would have to drink wine. Many spiritual residences would divide it into two and chat with each other. Normally the leader of the Bagua sect is Grandma Rome, but although Lively has not seen her in the past few days, the Bagua sect has never been unruly. I shouted that it was a group of old ladies, and the boss was also active in cheering me up, laughing without crying. It's difficult to grow up and have a rest, it's very difficult. By Rome Huopo Chen Changan is not watching again. I'm still wandering around in Dalong Mountain and I don't know where I'm going to arrive. Although only a few days passed in the following period, Tianwu City became more lively and more decorations were made from all sides. It seemed as if Tianwu City had undergone earth-shaking changes in a single moment. They stayed in Tianwu City and inquired about the two golden gates of the underground palace. The following news about Shen Yuan intelligence and the current situation of all parties in Hezhou. Every day the underground palace is standing. Someone got the opportunity and stopped charging while flying. Someone's life and imperial power become a sentence. But this does not prevent more and more Hezhou studios from building towards Dalong Mountain. This Dragon Mountain was originally a remote place, but it has still become the center of Ohio, and has been affected by countless modifications in the state. Everyone in Tianwu City learned that the underground palace was built here from the compassionate earth in order to suppress the injustice. Nowadays, the scenery of the Gate of the Abyss has been loosened, and the Earth Palace has been cleared by the Abyss. If we want to take back the underground palace, we can regain the scenery of the Gate of the Abyss. Even to obtain the inheritance left by the compassionate earth, the earth needs to take back the underground palace and stretch out the compassion to suppress it. The strongest earth energy is the compassionate earth. Of course, the news about Abyss Demon had already spread at the beginning, which also aroused Bu Xiao's comments in the city. Many people have even moved away from Tianwu City. They are afraid that the door of deep injustice will open again. The first one to suffer is the ordinary people from Tianwu City, but with the emergence of the political alliance, Wu Tuanyo modified entered the underground palace to suppress and clean up the Abyss clan. The previous article was about exploring and acting. Many people were not afraid and moved back to Xinwucheng. After all, Gate of the Abyss is about co-authoring the future. The major forces have the ability to complete the subway to seize the Mercy Land as the first priority. The most important thing at the moment is to reseal the door of deep injustice and never give Yingling any chance to invade. This protects the fate of the entire Hezhou and cannot tolerate anyone. Otherwise the whole Hezhou would be too big. But to Chen Ryan, all this has nothing to do with him. He should eat counterfeit food, sleep, and shave his face. However, he has not been affected by the underground palace and the door of deep injustice. And the distance grows and the opportunity is called to kill the head. Let today's 9-day immigration pass 6. Na Song Tian Wu Cheng Dao Na Jin Ju finally returned to Jinjia. At this time, he was much worse than when he left. I'm afraid that after so many days, the fear in my heart towards Chen Chang'an has not become any better. When the elders of the Jin family saw their ancestors who were dozens of years old, they were all dumbfounded. Lao Zhuo, how did you become this model? Jin's home for the elderly, Hua Shenjing Wu Miejing, even the elders of Wanfa Mirror, they all came and gathered in the hall. The hall was very quiet. They all looked at the old ancestors and carefully took out the iron stick. Originally it was just the most ordinary manifestation, but it contained a terror that seemed to destroy everything. Even if only the slightest trace of terrifying fluctuations were revealed from this experience, the transformation would make all the elders feel calm and courageous. For the past 9 days, he has been showing off his golden words that have not dissipated for several days, telling the elders about what happened that day when he and Zhao Dao, who was trying to call, arrived in Natian City. Zhao Tang was protected by Shen Chang'an, but he was played like a building by Shen Chang'an. Fortunately, Chen Chang'an spared him in the end, otherwise he would also have risked his life on Chen Chang'an's sword. Speaking of which, I would like to express my gratitude to Chen Chang'an today. If he hadn't spared my life, I would have died. This Chen Chang'an, he is so strong. He is the little true lord of the Wan Dharma scripture. Even if he is one step away from the great true lord, he cannot stop him. But I can feel the terrifying power of the Shongyan shout. If it breaks out, we will find everyone's activities. The iron key of Maada is obviously just an ordinary mortal body. So how did Chen Chang'an do it? To actually have this whole cloth power in the iron key is so magical that it is unprecedented. After hearing everything that happened after the 9-day operation, the elders of this family were all devastated, and everyone was terrified. If he can instantly kill the summoner, he is probably Earth True Lord or even Tian Tian Lord. And the most powerful ancestor of my Jin family is only for the great True Lord. If he takes action against our Jin family, my Jin family will definitely. For a time, the Jin family was back in charge, and Huang Huangguan's heart was filled with fear. Was he afraid that Chen Chang'an would find someone from the Jin family? The scope of tolerance has been extended before today's 9 days, and the blood has been returned to the cloud. If my family wants to avoid being sent off by seniors, it's best to find someone from seniors. After that, Xingjiu opened the camera. Jin Wu, is the cultivator of the most powerful ancestor of the Jin family, Yuyo Dianjuan. At this time, he was clenching his head tightly, silently showing his difficulty in using his words. Faced with what he had done today, Jin Wu nodded, his voice was low. Shya, Wan Fa Jin. The strength of each Xiao Jingjie is very different. I'm afraid that Chen Chang'an is just an earthquake soldier, and I can't recruit him into my home. What Zhu Ren said makes sense. Our Jin family needs to admit our mistakes to our predecessors. Maybe we can find a solution for the Jin family. A middle-aged Nangong Jingxing, the old master. Now that you are the head of the Jin family, you represent the Jin family. Get ready and go to Tianwu City with me and Zhu Ai immediately to think about your seniors in person. Jin Yuan nodded and listened to his ancestors. But what comes to mind? Jin Yuan Tang? Ancestors? A few days ago, Wanbage contacted the Jin family and wanted to buy the Jin family's 5,000-year-old mercury bamboo flower shellware. As far as I know, the person who bought Homo sapiens was Wanbage-style shopkeeper in Tianwucheng, Yi Hongyi. This woman seemed to be from that senior, and she did it for her. Jin martial arts. He came to senior because he wanted to practice with his own hands. He pondered for a while and then decided that in this case, he also brought the water spirit bamboo flower in his family as a compliment to some money. As soon as these words came out, many elders changed their colors. Some people from the alliance persuaded, Ancestor, you must never eat. Ancestor, my family now depends on you for its strength. But you are now stronger than 100 men. It is too difficult for me to break through as a true king. I have practiced pointing out the hand-holding list first, and only by strictly abiding by the thought of holding hands can I have a chance. You are the most precious person in the Jin family. And you have taken care of your position in the Jin family. Yes, ancestors. Jin Wu Lengheng, my life and the money of the Jin family are insignificant. At this time, don't think about anything else. Preserving the family is the most important thing. If this true king cannot break through for 100 years, I should do this. If because of this, the family is brought into trouble, I will be the sinner. Let alone me, who of you can afford it? After that, you have to face me and train hard. Jin Wu's eyes were piercing the wind, full of micro-eyes, scanning everyone present. No one dared to look at Jin Wu, and many of them lowered their heads and raised their eyebrows. In Jin Yuan, go bring water-spirited bamboo flowers. Hurry up and give gifts to your seniors. We will be there soon. Good old ancestor. Shitor sect, Taishang elder Zhao Datu's Wendeng Shi Mian, because this Shitor sect is the daughter of a Wanfajin Jinjuan. Like a wave in front of a time machine, it caused a huge sensation in the upper echelons. Elder Zhao actually died. How could this be? Can anyone tell us what happened? Who killed Zhao Zhongwang? He was Xiao Jinjinjun. How many people could his own kill? Quickly asked the Jin family. Didn't they agree that Elder Zhao and Jin Juri's ancestors would join forces to deal with that damn growth? But now I am going to die according to the elders. There must be something emitted in the middle. There were elders from the Situo sect who joined Jin Jiao in the alliance. Jin Jiao quickly responded, and the senior leaders of the Situo sect learned that their Elder Zhao was very pitiful and was actually punished by Chen Chang'an at the first sight. This brought great evidence to the senior leaders of the Situo sect, and the Jin Juri of the Jin family also begged for mercy with his head. The mining team used the nationals. Along the way, the ancestors of the Jin family had already left for Tianwu City to ask for help from Chen Chang'an. Moreover, the Jin family also reminded them that they were living sects and asked them to quickly go to Tianwu City to obtain police punishment from Chang'an. Maybe they could get his forgiveness. Before the soldier, when trying to call the upper level to receive this message without, you must know that teaching is to live in power and is not a foreign master. The form is even more careless, and it will be easily suppressed by the dust. They spread the news to the Jin family, and continued their anger. Then Chen Chang'an killed so many strong men of your Jin family, but your Jin family spared your life for 9 days because of Chen Chang'an. You should just shrink back and never return. The Jin family is really a bunch of losers. How can such a single family survive in a precarious society? After 1,000 years, the Jin family is closed. Chen Chang'an killed me and asked me to call 2 king monkeys. The 2 callers and a little true king asked me to ask for the loss of bullets. I try to tell you that I will never give up on life. The so-called Taishang old group we are trying to call is nonsense, but God has achieved true form. Chen Chang'an has angered the colonel. He will. Then Chen Chang'an is very powerful with the ground-level cultivation, but the Taishang old group I try to call is even more powerful than him. This time, Chen Chang'an and my Shitor sect are already in a sea of blood. We must not save this evil. We have already given it some thought. We must not let the major forces in Hezhou get away with it. But in the end, the Jin family only replied, the numbers are not distributed, so you can do your own thing, which broke the point between the poems and pictures. On the 9th, I have personally experienced the power of Chang'an and fear, as well as the body that he brought back with terrifying power. Let the elders of the Jin family feel threatened by a dead book. They can't afford to read it, and trying to tell the difference, they have never seen Cheng Chang'an take action, and naturally they have not realized that Cheng Chang'an is not strong enough. What's more, the luck of trying to teach is far better than that of Jin Jiuyikyu. Their old lady is still alive, and she is an innocent person with all kinds of methods. He single-handedly founded Shutu religion. This is why Shutu religion is better than Buddhism. Shutu called Shongdan Fengzi and felt uneasy. This Chen Chang'an is actually so strong. Even I, Shutu called the Supreme Elder, didn't kill him. Although I, Shizhou, have the testimony of the Taishang ancestor, after all, you are an evil creature traveling in the river. You have been ordered to decay to the point where you have stepped into the gate of hell. If your strength is not right, there are still a few times left. I have seen Chen Chang'an before. This man has a strong vitality and has not received a single trace of death. He must have been in power for a long time, and his strength is quite strong. If he were to fight against Taishang ancestor, even if he was just Emperor Zhenjuan, Taishang ancestor Xiao Shata would not be able to fight against him. I always have an intuition, and if I try to tell him to continue to cause trouble for him, I'm afraid he'll be the target of a fire spirit. Should I first hide at the starting point to avoid the enemy wind? On this day, after Chief Shu returned to Qianwu, from the news I heard, someone saw a tree shooting out from the city to Jingguang. To the west outside the city, there were white trees with a white background. And there were more than a dozen peaks in succession. It can be seen from this that the man who shot Xiong Da was hidden in the heavenly things. It's just that the thing went out of society too quickly and disappeared along the river. It was only seen for a moment at first, but I don't know where exactly those swords were shot from in the city. When Xu Dafu and Xu Yuan's father learned the news, they fell into deep confusion. You must know that Daolong Mountain is 30,000 meters wide and the underground palace is located on Daolong Mountain. It is even more than 10,000 meters away from Qianwu City. This thing came from outside the world. Who has this opinion? It's a bodybuilding treasure. It's too powerful to live thousands of miles away. It shocked Dr. Xu and Xu Yuanba at the same time. If that's the case, wouldn't it mean that this person in society can kill whoever he wants? Of course, Dr. Xu was also very worried. If this social expert can be found and the police take action, then Xu Teng will definitely. It just so happens that the current situation in the underground palace is special. The gate of deep injustice has been deeply wronged. Obviously, the inheritance of the earth was not touched so quickly, so Dr. Xu wanted to go back to Tangshan Wucheng to try his luck and see if he could find this senior social police officer. I didn't find a single hair in Dalian University, but I hit the ground on the road. Dr. Xu saw Lin Leishan wearing a handsome straight-haired girl with a pair of small eyes. It's not too early for you. The armor that Railzi is wearing seems to be worn only by fellow leaders of the Shifa position. I just went to a basketball court in Delongshan. Why did this lazy change so much? And how come Xiaowei has reached the end of Blue Sky Wind, and his aura has been infinitely close to the Fate Group realm? What kind of epoch department did he get? At this time, Ling Lei, who was patrolling with his men, also saw the patrol chief in the crowd. There is no other reason than that you are too beautiful and you are the fattest one in the crowd, so you can't see me, so you can only audition. Ling Lei's eyes lit up and he ordered his men to continue following the instructions. He was not like Chief Shu. Dr. Shu, where are you going during this time? No one can be seen. However, when Ling Lei approached, Dr. Shu felt his illness even more because his aura was a little different before. Lei Zi, you have changed your mind. There are dripping cracks. You are trying your best. Can you actually tell the difference between the show and the show? Dr. Shu said, Ling Lei, your aura is much stronger than before. It's not like your previous workshop was very big. Then, Deputy Shu moved Ling Lei up and down, swept it up and down, and slapped Ling Lei's skin. Is that possible? Why did Lei Zi suddenly progress in cultivation? And this precious armor of yours is not the Tongli Tangxuan of Cheng Shufu's Dharma position. Don't tell me that you have now become the Tongli Tang of the Dharma position. Ling Lei smiled. It's not Tong Shui, it's Fu Tong, and what I am practicing now is the 6th grade black water sky that Master Cheng rewarded me with. Also, Lin Lei paused for a moment before speaking, then closed his face and spoke with emotion. Judging from Lin Lei's expression, Dr. Shu is one of a kind, and I'm the Deputy General Manager now. To save my face, don't fart in the lobby, which will harm Wei Yan's ideas. Dr. Shu's white body is full of vitality. It's fine. By the way, why did Chu Yongjian take you so well? Dr. Shu is very good. How fast will Zero Lei Dao be? Dr. Shu's household, what does the official do? A few days ago, didn't Lord Cheng's daughter have an accident in the underground palace? No one can rely on the address of the marriage. I'm afraid it's Jin Yang who is the genius of Jin Jiao's chain single move. The high chain single move he tried to bid won't work. In the end, it was Chang'an Temple's guardian Wei Chun who cured the man. Dr. Xu saw the hands of the kitchen house in Dalong Mountain. Then the seal of the underground palace was broken, and Zhu Yongtian brought the two saints of the kitchen house, Wen Huahu, to the ground. It turned out that Chang'an cured him. I didn't expect that Chang'an's art was so high. It is said that one person can get several roles of body and soul. In order to express gratitude to Chang'an for saving his life, Master Cheng became me and promoted a few people. Then Lin Wei looked around, saw no one around, and mistakenly reached Dr. Xu's ears, and said cleverly, "Actually, I think it must be Xuankan, the director of the department. A few days ago, I was asked to send my interest in beauty to Chang'an. It must be a love letter from the same style, and it also seems to have a relationship with Zhongjin in Chang'an." The blazing flame of gossip is tainting the hearts of Dr. Xu and Lin Yen. The snow and fur were all counted. The Federation asked, "What happened next?" Chang'an agreed to Chu Shuang's matter and the two went to bed. "Just eat. Finally drink. Okay, take off your pants. Just tell me this." Mate Chu's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought of something. "Lazy, help me move. Communicate." "Dad, Lin Lei, what do you want my fat daddy to be?" "A deputy commander makes you proud. If you don't say anything, I can leave." Dr. Xu's expression was straight. "Since you are referring to the deputy Tongling of the Dharma position, you should have some knowledge of the current situation in Tianwu City. Some time ago, a dozen swords were shot out of Tianwu City. I heard that more than a dozen of the society's mountain winds also killed a prince outside the underground palace in Dalong Mountain. That social master was responsible for the troubles in Tianwu City." Lin Lei nodded. "I also heard the news. Those pieces were indeed shot out of Tianwu City, but the speed of the shot was so fast that it was impossible to tell where it came from in Tianwu City. Are you looking for the high-flying archer, Xu Dafu? If you need a law enforcement position, please help me find it." "That's no problem. Otherwise, Lin Lei would look worried and apprehensive." "You are right. You know the current situation in Chang'an." Dr. Xu shook his head. "I haven't gone home yet. Let's go to Chang'an." Chang'an is currently practicing walking body cultivation, but I have been reading information in the Tibetan technique grid of Chengzhou Mansion these days, and I know that body cultivation has reached an extremely difficult level. You have to go through all kinds of torture to train your body. Heaven and earth, thunder and earth, and even this yin and han qi, continue to practice in Jusha. There is even a threat of sexual dependence if there is even the slightest deviation. You should help to persuade me when you have time. Follow the path of physical education and learn from doctors to have bigger eyes and other styles. When it comes to understanding of physical training, First Officer Xu Teng knows the movements better than Ling Lei. After all, his mortal enemy, Xu Teng's group, is the dual system of law and body. Xu Teng also suffered from the loss of respect as the crown prince of the Huang dynasty. The pain of physical training was the same as that of Du Jie. With just a ruler, you have the power of life. Of course, it also requires genius in physical training. It is very difficult. Xu Teng naturally lacks bones to protect himself during physical training. However, as far as he knew, Xu Teng was a physical practitioner. He encountered life and death crises 3 times during physical training and almost got dirty. But fortunately, he had the interaction with the top powerhouses in the dynasty, which helped him successfully survive those 3 deaths. But Chen Chang'an is different. No one has trained him for accidents, and he doesn't have enough physical training resources. How far can he go on this road of physical training? At this time, physical training and teaching methods are very attractive. I didn't know that he learned physical training from Ma Didao. What he is most worried about is that Chang'an has practiced some self-inflicted injuries that have increased sharply, and body-refining attacks that reveal his previous energy and lifespan. For example, he had a friend who found a physical training method called sunflower location. How can one know how to keep one's heart from disaster even if everything is completed? Climbing to the mausoleum is the highest and no place. And on the first page, it says, you must first practice magic skills before practicing. Good friends have been searching their hearts for a long time. In order to become the legendary Wu Di, they can only endure the pain and sing about love as motivational shorts. Ha, almost. I was born, but when I opened my second glance, it was written that there was no need to commit suicide. If I could succeed, he would be in a good mood. He would spend a lot of money later. And he would even take over his own baby. From then on, the location of Kuehua was directly entered. Oh, Dr. Xu is very worried. We immediately go to find that guy in Chang'an. How can we meet him? Otherwise, he would not be practicing in the electromechanical workshop of Sunflower Ground, otherwise he would be in trouble all his life. Xu Dafu and Lin Lei came to Jiukang. Dr. Xu glanced at his middle daughter who was cleaning the house. This girl is really sweet and cute in the water. Who is he? Why haven't you, before? His name is Zhonglei, and he is from Zhongjiabao. Grandma Rong is not allowed to introduce him to the elder. As soon as these words came out, Dr. Shu's eyes instantly lit up. My love will start another level. Brother Lin, what are you doing? When Zhong Ling'er saw Ling Lei, he smiled sweetly, and then his eyes fell on Dr. Shu, who was in a plate. He was a little curious for a while. Dr. Shu, brother, Shu Dafu immediately recorded a word and thought it was very handsome, and the smile disappeared. Nodding, yes, my brother is practicing in the back. I'll go find him. Soon, Quan Chang'an heard from the China League that Lin Lei and Shu Dafu were. He immediately stopped practicing and walked out of the backyard. Deputy Shu and the alliance looked at Chen Chang'an's changes from top to bottom. Although he was frightened, fortunately, he didn't get a lot of criticism. Then please continue. Dr. Shu's eyes are exposed on Chen Chang'an's body and place, and your carving tea is done carefully. Great, Shu Dafu, who grew up in Anbai, has a statue of his father on his waist. Okay, Fatty Shu, you ask me these big. I heard a word saying that you should give up Dharma practice and start practicing Dharma again. Have you really made the decision? When Dr. Shu saw Chen Chang'an, he found that his aura was much stronger, his blood was so strong, and his life was so amazing that he forgot about it. He has already begun to practice and has entered the first level of the realm, which makes him a little surprised. Of course I decided. I feel like this path suits me quite well. Dr. Shu's expression was solemn. So do you know that you will have to experience Shugua's horror demon during your physical training? Feng Lei Di. Even if it is intercepted by heaven and earth and forcibly penetrates the body fluid, it will be lucky if it is not strong enough. It doesn't matter if you grow up, I will take action. Okay, I really bumped into your house. Don't be fooled by the illusion that you have broken through the first level of physical cultivation in a short time and think that the path of physical cultivation is not difficult. Bodybuilding clothes make the sky light up, and the feet are perfect every step of the way. What's more important is that most of those who drive away from the path of physical cultivation are stealing from each other. It doesn't seem like being a mutual person to me. Dr. Shu found that Chen Chang'an's family could not understand what he said. Ru, you actually started practicing. You should also know that the voluntary training required is precious to the country. These are far inferior to other voluntary training. Perhaps it is not uncommon to need physical training support for the first physical training, but the physical training support needed later is very precious. Go to the above. Terrain fire, molten salt water, frost road drops and other subsequent pads will all be used. Any one of these items can fetch hundreds of thousands or millions of snacks at an auction. I heard my brother's advice. The water in this body cultivation is too deep, and Chang'an also didn't arrest me. Lin Lei on the side was also worried. Dr. Chang'an said it was a bit noisy. Please stop thinking about it. Chen Chang'an smiled. Of course he knew that Lin Wei and Dr. Shu were worried about him. Fazi cared about him in his heart, and he was still very touched in his heart. Growing up, fat man, let me try it first. If it doesn't work, then give up. Just like Lin Lei's persuasion before, Chen Chang'an's eyes revealed his determination. He would not resist. After all, this is the road Chen Chang'an must take. He has 9.91 million years of invincible cultivation. Only by cultivating the body and making the body stronger can ghosts become more invincible and reduce their lifespan. Dr. Shu did not give up and earnestly accepted the good use. After all, Chen Chang'an is one of the few brothers he has. Shu Dafu doesn't want Chen Chang'an to practice physical training, so he can complete it someday. Zhonglian stood aside, watching Lin Lei and Dr. Shu care so much about Chen Chenan, and started to speak unknowingly. If Brother Lin and Brother Shu know that Xiao Yu is actually very powerful, I wonder if they will make it rain. Of course, the China League did not tell Chen Chang'an's story like Lin Lei and Dr. Shu did. Zhonglian knew that Lin Lei and Shu Dafu were my brother's best friends. Every time they spoke, they showed concern. They were friends, but if the elder brother reveals his true cultivation level, the situation will be different. During this period of time, 02 has had too many people express offense to his brother, respect him as a lifesaver, and even some are harmful. For example, Yi Hongying of Brother Wanbao, Dongfang Lingyue, and Qin Chaoyang, the feudal lords of Changqingming, and even Lingju Fugua. If Lin Wei and Shu Dafu knew how powerful Brother Chang'an was, they might not dare to become a bear with Brother Chang'an. Dr. Shu didn't dare to take Brother Chang'an's to go shopping at Tianqingfang and Huajiu at night. But what exactly is the flower wine that Tianxiang released made from flowers? Why do they like Brother Chang'an so much? If I become good at cultivation, I will definitely try the flower wine. In the end, Dr. Shu talked about it for a long time, but still could not make it safe for growth. In the end, Dr. Shu sighed and said, "That's it. You actually want to die. I don't care about you, but don't worry, I will take you to Gray, your sister Linga, and your sister Rushuang. I will help you take care of her." Some of Zhonglin is classical Chinese. Chen Chang'an smiled and said, "You are doing Chunlang under the sunflower tree. You are scared." Ling Lei nodded Dafu's yes. "I think they might not be willing. I heard Granny Long said that she was looking for a blind date for you. Just wait until you come back." Why don't you go to Granny Long's house quickly? Granny Rong. Dr. Shu opened his eyes and said mysteriously, don't expect Granny Rong to introduce you to a blind date in just one day, but he is not simple. I heard that this kind of mother-in-law is a boss. You should treat him better in the future and be sure not to offend him. You come and nod. I know clearly. The leader of the Bagua cult, the old woman under his command, Grandpa, don't you? If everyone is right about him, he will say bad things about people. Deputy Shu and Chen Chang'an directly succeeded. Am I wrong? Lei, Dr. Shu said that in short, he is very mysterious. You must not tolerate him. It is best to have a good relationship with him. Both of you have lived a life without a wife. If you can, you will recognize her as your godmother with this face. She agrees. You don't have to be ugly in this life. Dr. Shu listened to what he said, and smiled coldly. What a coincidence to say that. Chen Chang'an and Dr. Shu are both from the same household. What a coincidence. What a coincidence, really? Lin Lei said, I have no responsibility and no innocent body. And I haven't known Rongpo since I was a child. It's good that Rongpo doesn't take me with her. So I have already had the idea of letting her do dandan, especially when I'm planning to marry Xiaolu and thinking about me. It's not good for me to be weak and have no relatives. It's not good to be within the rules. I can't tolerate it. Just do it. Dr. Shu Dajin passed the grass and N.A. Rong agreed. Then why didn't Ling agree? I was the deputy director of the law enforcement position in Qingzhu's mansion. He was very happy at that time. He didn't agree directly. I am only sure that I can clean the scenes here. Which one have I chosen? He can help tell me. Chen Chang'an wouldn't be surprised either. He didn't expect Lei Zijingyin to leave such a good university by mistake. Just let me be your godmother. Remember, I met a film and television king to be my godmother. This jade girl. Dr. Shu patted Lin Mai's shoulders and belly hard. Lei Zi will be brilliant in the future. Don't forget me and Chang'e. Lin Li was confused. Doctor, Granny Rong is really as mysterious as you said. He is not an ordinary Lei Po, plus he is a gossip. Dr. Shu smiled darkly, thinking it was unfortunate, and turned around to ask Granny Rong. She must not be there. Then Dr. Shu asked Chang'an, do you want to know him? The beauty of many wealthy people arranged by Quan Chang. That's my thigh, I need to call the police. Chen Chang'an said, actually, my legs are quite big. Why don't you come and repay me? Dr. Shu chuckled, and Mr. Cao said, none of your legs are big enough. Chen Chang'an brushed aside his intention and said, Shu Yaqian, you can talk about it later. Chang'an, your uncle, you are Mosoko without saying anything. It was Lin who came here. He said that he would be like you one day. I have posted it. Puppy, Basie, you are talking nonsense from your freshman year, aren't you suppressing it? My eyes were filled with tears, and I shook my head for a moment or two. Didn't you also lie to me at that time? You should know that. In the great city of Chang'an, Dr. Shu and his 2 men had trouble, and the middle-class people have 3 documents on their heads, what is a toothpick and what is very. Yang is back to business. Dr. Shu is too lazy to talk to the Zero Thunder bastard and is about to be guided by Shen Chang'an. Chang'an, which physical exercise do you practice? Growth and peace, heaven and earth painting. The name sounds grand, but I don't know the effects of cultivation. The effect of practice is not bad. Turn this file off. Dr. Shu didn't say anything, but he took out a book of opportunities exercises. Quan Chang'an opened it and took a look. On the exercise method, it was written, Tai Hui Ying Shou. These 4 stocks, Hui Hua. Chen Chang'an opened the first glance. Zinai is definitely a method of love for the body. He is a master of healing. In class, he will make a wish for lazy days. After class, he will criticize the administration of heaven and earth. Ascending to the position of the 5 lands, there is nothing in the world. This sunflower location is so great, growing up comfortably. But please, 8 more big characters came into my eyes. When you encounter this skill, you must first. When I grew up and settled down, I looked at Dr. Shu and Fatty Shu with the same expression. Do you want me to feel? Then Dr. Shu went there as he had expected and said, why are you in a hurry? Open the second page. He and Qian Wan were both anxious to do things to a friend of mine. The first night they saw each other, they really moved the baby. Chen Chang'an always feels that I have a friend. How familiar these words sound, but I still open a store with a different sex. The big character, 8, above is so loud that it's eye-catching. You don't have to attack yourself to do it. Growing Ansung into a fox spirit, the person who created the technique is really going to make future generations laugh. If there is anyone who is stupid and anxious for a moment, there are so many people that he will be angry the second time he sees it. Dr. Shu was also silent. On the side, Ling Ling asked Dr. Shu, Doctor, do you think it will be possible to commit suicide? Dr. Shu nodded thoughtfully and then said something back. The location was different. You forget me, how can I? I'm just asking you whether that friend is your friend and not you. Of course you don't know. Lin Lei Han honey. Xiao Xiao, Dr. Shu's mouth twitched. I think he must be in pain. Suddenly, Dr. Shu regretted repairing the growing basket he took out from the Kuehua location. He changed the subject and was told by Shen Chang'an that my method of physical training and attack is definitely better than your method of creating and establishing the sea of heaven and earth. You should look back and take a closer look. If you feel that you are more suitable for cultivation than your inner sect Tiandi Zhaohuaju, you have just embarked on the path of physical cultivation now. And it is not too late to change cultivation. Okay, Chen Chang'an has some information about the location of Huihua. During this period, it used its brain to carefully explore the spiritual objects created by heaven and earth, and measured it to be. I found that the body cultivation method of heaven and earth creation is very powerful, but there are many problems. For example, cultivation is slow and the materials required for certain physical exercises are not easy to find, etc. Chen Chang'an is announcing his divine brain, perfecting its flaws in the creation of heaven and earth, and even continuing to try deductions and subsequent attacks. But after all, he only has this world of painting and physical training. If you continue to develop and perfect a ball-raising technique with 10 groups and 10 beauties, you are still a little young. It is necessary to gain more experience from other physical palace cultivation methods, take the best of them, take the worst of them, and integrate them into the method of creating heaven and earth. Okay, since you're fine, I'll leave first. Dr. Shu is preparing to leave with Lin Lei, but at this moment, as long as he didn't avoid it in front of the two people, he suddenly made a slight upward attack. Deputy Shu and Lin Lei, howchi this is. The next moment, a big rat with golden fur came out from the ground. It was shining and very suitable. Lin Lei Jr. is so old. Let's talk about what it means to be a first mate, but in the same space. It's unbelievable. Shocked. Oh my gosh, this seems to be the legendary metal trapping metal that has the blood of the ancestors. But the next moment, Chen Chang'an had already sent the big mouse flying with 1 foot. Peng Beisheng, this golden head is mounted on the wall, casting into the clouds. Dr. Shu is so fierce. The intersection is in Chang'an. What are you doing? This is the ancestor of Shijin. It is very precious. If you replace it with this kick, according to the rules of growth, how can it be so easy to change? Number 3. Who told you to ask for bone tile holes? Hurry up and get rid of the holes. Master, I'm sorry. This is the first time this subordinate has visited Tianwu City to impress me. I'll do it right away. It was the golden fairy rat who repaired it and then charged it back to the entrance of the cave and ran as hard as he could. He quickly filled the ground and restored it to the original state. He even jumped up and stepped on the machine. Dr. Shu stupidly forgot about this scene and stared straight into his mouth. Investigate the case. You said this one is a golden fairy and it is your spiritual inheritance. Press growth for a while until there is a problem. 02's eyes are already shining. Brother, I can touch it. Mom, whatever. The fur of the medium chain or golden haired fur is very similar to the earthen pot book. This one has medium chain rot. Chang'an, this is the golden fairy rat. Where did you get it? The last time I treated Fu was Sun Zhong Yongneng. I was transferred to an outpatient clinic on the mountain near Langhua village. Dr. Shu is envious. What kind of shit are you doing? You can't even get gold. Ling Lei Haoqi on the side is the golden fairy rat. What kind of animal is it? Deputy Shu said, the golden immortal rat has the best fresh waste blood among the waste clan, and has great potential. Moreover, the golden immortal genius has a powerful talent for finding and binding. Almost 90% of the geniuses and treasures in this world cannot escape the tying-seeking board of the golden immortal. Genus. In the Xiuxian world, this golden fairy tree is comparable to a treasure house of fire. Looking at the great insect Xiuxianjian, we put all the training rooms in hope that you will catch a golden fairy rat, treat it as a spiritual fool, and go out to look for it. But in this matter, I heard that the Jinxian genus had already decided to enter. I didn't expect that Chang'an would enter the ground. When Dr. Tianchu said this, Lin Lei realized that it was the Jinxian genus that was so powerful. The third zodiac sign is supported by Zhongyan and enjoys his native tongue and low-key tone. It doesn't matter whether it's a golden fairy or something. I'm just a little hero created by the master, but look at the little eyes of the third zodiac sign, they all look the same. You must know that since Shu-san became a golden fairy mouse, these days, he has been mixed among the waste groups, looking for talented widows in Chang'an. I don't know how many wastes there are. And I want to communicate with her, but the resistance and attribute 3 will also transform, so I can only refuse temporarily and wait for the exchange after taking it to transform. Of course, I also met some strong men in the waste group who wanted to catch me, but the third zodiac sign has Chen Chang'an's life and death blessings. Those evil poisons are so powerful that they can threaten the third zodiac sign in the morning, allowing him to escape easily. In a short period of time, one person in the waste clan has a life. Suddenly I saw that Chang'an of the city also had another one who wanted blood first, the golden immortal potato Danglingxi. Lin Wei, and Xu Dafu. It's no wonder that your path to physical training with the fire axis is not shaky at all. With such geniuses like Jin Xianju looking for you to train, you don't need to be paid for voluntary physical training at all. Dr. Xu looks like a big thing, but her eyes look like a golden fairy mouse. How can she be poisoned? It's a golden rat, so it's very obvious. You, a little fat guy, are very dangerous. Do you keep looking at me? I belong to the master, the old man you will never get. Chen Chang'an said that if you are short of any construction resources, I can teach you how to give them to you. Gen 3 feels at peace. Director, you treat me like a coolie. However, I don't dare to express anything on the surface of the number 3, so I still fill in this number. What the master said is that the master is wise and powerful and unparalleled in the world. No matter how he divides himself, his subordinates must have the right to play. Lin Lei and Dr. Xu looked at each other and saw that they could understand each other's words. This is the golden fairy rat. It's so cold and sweet. It's always sweet. Dr. Xu even counted Chen Chang'an's great motherhood. You must know that this is a clinic where Jin Xian is very high and he is the most reluctant to be a human being. Moreover, there is also a top-notch Dao Mingshan. Shenzong's case can catch this golden fairy mouse, which is already very powerful. It can actually turn this golden number into a filling number. Dr. Xu asked if he was a member of the golden fairy family and his zodiac sign was 3. Do you have a group or are you a wife? Pick it up for me to play with. Oh no, pick it up for me to communicate with. It's Jin Xianshu who looked at Dr. Xu warily. No more, I think. Dr. Xu looked pitiful. It's true that life force is needed sometimes. Don't force it when life is gone. But at the next moment, what did Dr. Xu think of? His eyes suddenly flew. What do you like? Prepare a female mouse. I will help you find the right information. How many years have you worked hard? You will be remembered for generations. If your waistline is cut off, now that classical Chinese has become, the subordinate 3 cursed in his heart. I am a stupid coin in this house. If there was no master here, I would have to scold him. I am one of the subordinates. Now I belong to Tang Tang and I belong to the golden fairy rat. If I really become a breeding rat, I won't be able to make the girls of the demon tribe laugh if word spreads. Chang'an, do you think I'm too early? Number 3 is a pitiful way to start a small career. If you grow up according to one household, Xiaopang will find a certain mouse for you. You can't, so I can only refuse with 3 hands, and I can only hold it with it, willingly and willingly. At this time, Chen Chang'an asked if the golden fairy mouse fox had 3 heads and where were the other 2 heads. Belonging to the 3rd path, one day those 2 heads ran away while I was sleeping. The rest of your head can still run away, Quan Chang'an. Shusan shakes his head. I don't know what to look back on. Ever since my assistant speed was sold first, it seems that the 2 heads have lost their spiritual quality. It would be good if there is only 1 head left after leaving. At this time, Ling Lei finally came back. His delusional thoughts were all over Chen Chang'an's face. Chang'an, you didn't secretly let me join the original Millennium Jade Water. Shen Chang'an possesses such a powerful spirit. It seems that finding this 1000-year follower is not a big deal. Apart from Chang'an, Lin Lei could not think of anyone else who could give him such a precious gift. That's right, it's me. Since the Golden Immortal has appeared, this is not a good idea. What a year. Ling Lai is very touched. He is indeed a good brother and has prepared such a precious repair gift for him. On the side, First Officer Xu said, Chang'an, do I have it? Of course you are indispensable. Chen Chang'an escaped with 6,000 yuan and got answers anywhere. Practice hard and let's all become stronger together. Don't get up quickly. 6 pieces of 1000-year-old jade water, my god. Dr. Xu is also one, but when I think about Si Jin's ancestors, I think it's natural. But Chang'an, please be careful. It's the news about Jin Xianzhu, so I can't thank you even a little bit. Otherwise, it won't be difficult for you to take the lead in the fight. After all, if you look at Da Chong Xiaoxian sword, there are several forces that can defeat it. This is the golden fairy rat. Okay, please continue. Chen Chang'an asked again, 3rd zodiac sign, why did you come to me today because of those geniuses? The 3rd zodiac sign nodded, and a flaming red stone as big as the whole head was unearthed from Zhongqiu. Because of a flood spirit, the brittle carbon seized the wood and the divine dragon star. Dragon walked upstream. What's more important is that the 3 earths have been dug out. Inside this fiery red stone, the extremely painful high temperature is used to cook the fish. It was as if there was an extra bright sun in the guest room in the room. Shigeto felt as if he was in a world of fire. Master, this is the physical training treasure you want. Oh, it's the farmer's banquet keep. Dr. Xu recognized it. I heard that there was an auction where such a farmer's banquet keeper was sold for more than 16 million Xiaoping Lingsha. I heard that physical practitioners would choose this kind of bale for physical training. With this long and bale, you can use it to polish your physical body. which will speed up your breakthrough. The third zodiac sign gave me a lot of eyes. Xiaoxing, you little fat guy knows quite a lot. Then he vomited too. His belly was very comfortable. It had its own space inside. Although it wasn't big, it was usually used to put some precious stone bones. The vigilant was dozens of genius treasures that flew out of the ground and were piled in front of a few people. Unfortunately, there was no medicine to increase the body's immunity. And the thing did not escape. Master, this is the genius treasure we have found around Tianwu City. There are no more genius treasures around here. Next, I have to go further to find the genius treasure. It's hard work to grow up by nodding your head. Master Wei doesn't understand anything about things. Chen Chang pressed the pin and put his hand on Shu San's head. It seems like an ordinary action, but it has a terrifying machine power. The energy of the purpose is integrated into the body of attribute 3, and the life and death of some invincible energy has been consumed. The 3 attributes are of great use, but they cannot die outside or be captured by other modifications. After playing with these genius treasures, the 3 of them snatched the animals from the backyard. It spent. Chen Chang'an will also belong to those rooftops obtained from the 3 treasure troves. All kinds of good things fly around Ling Lei and Xu Da Fang early in the morning. Those preserved objects shimmered with 5 colors of time, burnt incense and grey wings. They shed tears when they saw them. Dr. Xu and Dr. Xu were in a state of confusion. There are so many geniuses and treasures here. This, 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 this. This, 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 how many geniuses and treasures are there? If they were all sold, right, how much would it cost? The 2 of them are professional fishermen, and they have never seen so many talents. I was shocked, talking and getting sick at the same time, and it was like an old process. Growth is based on the Tao, and the body is hidden alive to cultivate. Many of these genius treasures of the 3 attributes are of no use to me. What do you see here, even though what's mine is yours, don't drink from me? Dr. Xu looked at these geniuses and exclaimed, Charming, this is what you said, so I'm not polite. After saying that, he chose several pieces of genius for himself, each of which was very important to his current practice. Although this guy has no shame in trying to get me sick. Growing up, Ankan thought because Lei Zi still made it. Lin Nan hesitated. I have the 6 yuan you gave me, Millennium Jade Water Village. Charming, keep these for yourself and exchange them for training system later. Growing up, Ji Yuzhua was angry. Why don't you treat me as your brother? How can it be? You don't need to worry about electrical resources. If I have something to do, the golden fairy mouse can still raise funds. Dr. Xu, Wei Zi, don't let down Chang'an's letter. Besides, by leading us to become stronger, we can also find TV resources for Chang'an to pay attention to and repay. I understand, Lin Li is not here either. Uncle Mom is a genius who decisively selected the model and practiced the procedures. With these genius and earthly treasures, Lin Lei cultivated to the state of transformation into gods and became the princes of the red peak of heaven and earth. Dr. Xu smiled darkly. The smile was extremely embarrassing. He thought to himself, with these cultivation resources, the gap between those who do not allow that dog's day to rise should be shortened. Even if you can't find a social worker to help, you can still bring it sooner or later. Let's talk for a while again. Lin Lei promised the first mate not to beat his feet and grow up to practice. They are all powerful. Lin Lei gave Dr. Xu a wedding iron. You can't see anyone every day. My big day is about 20 days away. You can't forget it. Dr. Xu put away the details. Don't worry, I can't go without anyone. I will die and I will become famous with you by then, and remember to help me find this photography knife. No? Next, Deputy Xu went to court again in the city, but regarding that scenario, the master has spent more weeks without hitting a single hair. I looked at the dark sky and saw Dr. Xu's character Nan Nan. This social expert is really uncanny. It seems he has found his way back. Forget it, let's go back first to avoid getting angry. But before Xu Dafu left Tianwu City, a strong man from the Great Sun Dynasty suddenly appeared in front of Xu Dafu and stopped him. The doctor suddenly changed his color and turned around. But at this time, I thought of Xu Tengbing's voice. My place, you are like a mouse in Tibet. In the sky, a remaining bronze chariot appears. Xu Teng stands high above the chariot and cuts down from below. Behind him, there are 12 dynasty masters walking around. The snow vines were at a high altitude and below zero, and a certain person was so proud to see him. He was at a high altitude and below zero and drove towards Dr. Snow, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Dr. Xu looked at Xu Teng with a cold face. That was an uncontrollable murder. Xu Teng, but he is very calm. He is too weak at the moment. It is not Xu Teng's concern. What's more, it is protected by so many experts from the Huang dynasty. If you want to kill Dan Nan, you will be like Deng. The flowing green hills are here, we can't lose the yield, we have to retreat first. Mate Shu accidentally took out a black bar from the realm of objects. This is the space tutor with another hint of space transmission. Dr. Shu must have relied on this space to escape from the Imperial Dynasty's pursuit many times. Diffusion. But Dr. Shu did not feel any spatial fluctuations, nor was he teleported. At this moment, Dr. Shu's joint venture is not good looking. Shu Tengxin is kind-hearted and kind-hearted. Now that he has taken a big step in the customs here, at present, the power to maintain space cannot be moved, and Dr. Shu's escape route is blocked, and he currently only has one person to practice against Shu Teng, and there are so many strong men from the dynasty. His situation is extremely difficult. Shu Teng Glaokang has lost the power to maintain space. Let me see what else you can do. If you hand over the treasure of the Man Yu Gu clan, I will spare you for the sake of our relationship with the husband. As soon as these words came out, Dr. Shu had completely passed. I spare your mother. What will you do sooner or later? I will never let go of the person who attacked my mother. Without saying a word, he escaped from the ring with an engraved camp ball. The camp ball was dissatisfied with the ancient civilization, and the camp light locked the vegetables. Releasing the energy of the spirit, in one breath, Chief Shu threw out the clothes he had brought up. In this world, I think of the boom 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 hundreds of liters of drama that shook the earth today. I want to sign up. When the ball is thrown out, it's like preventing a volcano from erupting again. Earthquake, mountains and oceans, great troubles. The technical magic weapon of the Huang dynasty masters is not in front of Shu and the engines of the party. But even so, several dynasty masters were forced to reset under Na Yingchu's explosion. Can you imagine how powerful the silver ball thrown by Dr. Shu is? Shu Teng is slightly confused in the mist. One of the magic treasures created by the full moon ancient poem bursts into the camp, which has some meaning. At this time, Dr. Shu crushed another mysterious magic ball. He knew very well that if he did not use his power today, he would die. Harsher, this mold ball was crushed, and there were a lot of limited screens. It first evolved into a top-notch object. In the woman, the 100th hall was rebuilt, and the man in heavy armor changed his steps. It's just that the soul of this man from Aoi house is summoned in a special way. The soul of the man in the Aoi house shines with the moonlight. The soul exudes the machine's powerful hatred and the terrifying machine. This time, Shu's expression became particularly ugly. He asked coldly, "Fu Yu ancient clan soul-changing demon pig, did you also get the Man Yu ancient clan's treasure?" The Man Yu ancient clan is the family of Dr. Shu's mother, Princess Man Yu, who was once the ancient and powerful mother and son in Xiuxian's vision. They believe in the god of Yu, and thus gain the divine power of the legendary god of Yu. They are so powerful that they can even create extraordinary paths of protection. But one day, the god of Yu stopped sending down his favor thorns, and the ancient Manchu tribe was wiped out. In the end, she chose to be with the Yo dynasty. Princess Man Yu became the princess of the Yo dynasty, but he never thought that the Emperor of the Sun, coveting the treasures that could be given to the Man Yuegu clan after rebirth, would be connected with the power of the queen's life. Jiang Man Yu's parents of the ancient clan and his mother died in this Shu Teng. In order to obtain the treasure of Man Yu bone, the Great Sun dynasty has been sending people to hunt him down. He can only hide in Tibet and wait. Dr. Shu did not answer, but ordered him to recall my man's actions. The man in the memory rushed out almost in an instant. His evil deeds were all over the place, and he was killing the blood. The powerful Huang Chao stood in front of Shu Heng. But just listening to Kong Bei's life, recalling the memory of no man, and being the wife of Heng, makes me cry. All the Huang dynasty masters who were in front of Shu Teng were all thrown away and stretched out their hands. Returning to the man's approval of the matter of Huashan, Shu's approval was, Shu Teng is just a little indifferent, but not indifferent. Faced with the problem of returning to Ou Nanzi, just do this and it will be enough in that light red station car. Seeing that the rebuilding was under construction, a hand-to-hand worker who had been wearing red robes all his life suddenly appeared in front of Shu Teng. Then the force that passed through was like half of a huge wave, spreading out and moving everything around. But I felt that the old man was unmoved and showed no signs of health, so he easily blocked the evidence of the man who was worried about his butt. Feeling the old man's repentance is even better than Xiao Zhenjuan's full moon heroic soul. Unfortunately, in front of me, the ultimate Zhenjuan, I am still too Ruo. Obviously this old man is Shu Tong's protector. When Shu Tong is in danger, he will come out. This is also the reason why Shu Teng has nothing to fear. After moving forward, he grabbed it with one hand and pinched it with the other. A flash of flames appeared on his left hand. Just a light and fluttering display instantly spread the hot heroic soul summoned by Shu Dafu into a vast sea of flowers. As soon as he stepped out, the old man appeared in front of Shu Dafu and looked at him coldly as if he were a dead person. Your Highness, how will he handle it? Shu Tengdao, all you need to kill me is his life. Well, Zhenjuan's terrifying coercion fell on him. YA's first officer Shu can't pass it. The shadow of death is about to spread. Zhao, those who rush to jail are too weak, so they will kill Dr. Shu. But just then, seeing the sky moving violently, the big hand that has been covering the sky, repeating the time and space, very free. I'm afraid it's like typing words. The one-handed worker who had just disappeared was instantly beaten into a ball by this giant hand. In that short time, the entire battlefield would have become 100 dead. Shu Tong stood up suddenly. For the first time, his expression seemed to change. He was no longer calm and calm. Instead, he had a look that shocked the source of harm. How is it that my old true king was actually 18 times like this? Dr. Shu, on the other hand, kept thinking about something. His mind went blank. There was only one thought. It was so cold and loud. And those Huang dynasty masters were all dumbfounded. Wutsa. At the same time, at Jiukong Pharmacy, Chen Chang'an was hidden above everything and passed through the sky with one hand and landed on the station. He passed through Shenmu and watched all this coldly. It was the palm of his hand that killed the most handsome man, and the significance of the conversation between Chief Shu and Shu Tong just now. Chen Chang'an also went through the examination together. Shina saw and heard in his eyes, until Shu Teng was Dr. Shu's Qiu Yuan, and when he saw Dr. Shu again, he was almost killed. Shen Chang'an took action because he was willing to accept the old man's murder. He couldn't just watch Dr. Shu die, but looking at Dr. Shu's appearance, he seems to have been corrupted and is still getting angry. Looking at this big hand that covers the sky, no one dares to remove it. Until the tearing breath came out of that big hand, everyone present was frightened. There were so many souls. This is too powerful. Shoot the strongest among them fighting with one palm. If you want to kill everyone present, I'm afraid no one can do it. I don't know where this big hand that covers the sky came from. Who is definitely a strong person who took action? Chen Chang'an watched all this indifferently. He used that big hand that covered the sky to release terrifying and boundless pressure, which was so overwhelming that the whole Huangchao bridge was everywhere. There is also a lot of traditional spirit. Because it is pressed by a mountain on both shoulders, it is impossible to move the booth. Chen Chang'an did not kill other members of the Great Sun Dynasty. Since the Great Sun Dynasty was Dr. Shu's enemy, it was all his own. It's just that Shu Dafu continued to press hard and never replied. After all, the true king was slapped to death right in front of him. This visual impact was too strong. When Dr. Shu returned to Shenyang and there was no longer the threat of the Earth War Army, he immediately wanted to escape from space and escape on bail. But suddenly I found that the situation was not surprising. That day, when the big hand fell, it was like a huge mountain, and the powerful tail moved. And Shu Teng, as well as those Huang dynasty experts, all turned pale and were suppressed and confessed by the aura of this giant hand. They seemed to be suppressed by big hands. Dr. Shu was already there, but he found that he was not pressured by the aura of the big hand that covered the sky. There was no any. Seeing this situation, Dr. Shu laughed loudly. It's really God and I are together. Then Dr. Shu expressed his gratitude continuously and shrank back towards the big hand that covered the sky. I don't know who the senior is, so I'd like to thank you for helping me. Shu Teng's face turned pale and ugly, and he felt an inexplicable fear in his heart about the mysterious big hand that appeared and covered the sky. He looked like Mate Shu in the line of big hands that could cover the sky. I couldn't understand what was going on. Why Mate Shu wasn't affected. At this time, Dr. Shu sat in a row, looked at Shu and agreed, and then placed the object markers on the yellow walls. He threw out violent camp stones one by one, and the powerful Huang dynasty warriors around Shu Teng each had their own skills. Shu Teng could only watch all this with his face ashen. Finally, Dr. Shu came to the front of the hospital and without saying a word, he lowered Shu Tong's head. But every time Shui Tong dies, he falls on the ground and watches indifferently. If this mysterious big hand hadn't saved you, it would still be a kingdom. Let me see if you can be so good next time. Dr. Shu was not surprised when he saw this day. It turned out that he had cultivated life and death. No wonder something happened like this. After all, Shu Teng is the prince of the imperial dynasty and has many backgrounds. The association can easily come to the underground palace to set up and write. As for rebirth, it is a great magical power that can only be cultivated by cultivating the 4th street. It is recorded in sunflower locations. There are many souls occupying 1/3 of the body's soul. After practicing the life external life, it is equivalent to 1 extra day. However, rebirth outside the body is connected with the rebirth of the body. If you kill the body outside the body will be reborn, the soul will be damaged. And the advancement will decline, which will affect the subsequent practice. Therefore, Dr. Shu couldn't get out of his second form, so he used his magical power to kill Shu Cheng's exogenous soul-splitting horn. This made Shu Cheng sick. In the end, Chief Shu used his own strength and dared to overturn Shu Teng's group of people. This gave Chief Shu great information. Afterwards, Dr. Shu once again expressed his gratitude to Shitian Jusho's luggage, and then a gust of wind swept Kenyun to finish searching the war weapons from the masters of the dynasty, especially the place where Shu Qingsheng's exozoic is borrowed. It seems that there are a lot of good things in it. I asked Mrs. Shu to perform it during the shield period. He looks like he wants to recruit someone from heaven. Senior, do you want these things? I still haven't gotten the right response from the car expert in front of me. Dr. Shu smiled and dismantled these war weapons to one more. After doing all this, he stopped staying and quickly stayed. In Tianwu City, countless modifications saw the sky-covering drama that the members outside the city had found in a very empty space. Just like a large mountain, a nourishing well was formed there, causing great excitement in the city. They were serious about the terrifying aura emitted by this big hand. It was frightening. Even from such a distance, the aura could even be harmful. When ordinary people saw this scene, they thought they were encountering a god. Chun Chun drank towards the giant head that covered the sky and rode until blood flowed. Zhu Kangyo Bu, Chen Chang'an saw that Shu Dafu was safe, smiled, and then took his hands away from the space between his eyes. The magician who appeared outside Cheng disappeared before everyone's eyes, as if he had never appeared before. The Great Sun Dynasty used it as the secret realm of the imperial palace, so that a young man in Ming Dynasty was practicing, and this man was Shu Tong's native place. Suddenly, Shu Tong went to leave the evidence and left evidence. He only felt yearning in his soul, and an unprecedented pain pierced his huge face, making his face look blurry. Who is it? Who is that big hand? Dr. Shu, are you waiting for me to get it? Millions of miles apart, the first mate fell ill just after returning to school. Zheng Huisheng told me with color that he was saved by a giant hand that could cover the sky today. I wonder if Mr. Qi has ever heard of a kind of dragon that descends from the red sky and is shot to death by others. Mr. Qi didn't see with his own eyes how big that scene was. If it weren't for that big Juqian hand, Mr. Qi, I'm afraid you wouldn't have seen it. Wishing BA was frightened for a while after hearing this. Fortunately, nothing happened to Jianxiang. I don't know which senior expert was responsible. Shu Teng's protector was a real king. He was slapped to death like this. He just couldn't kill Shu Teng. It's a bit sad. Otherwise, Dr. Shu was just sneering when he split the body. It must be Shu Tong's bastard here. It shouldn't be very painful if his soul is destroyed. Shu Tang's life and death was killed. All the imperial masters sent out were behind him. Even the true King Yikan, who was fighting for Shu Tang's life and death, was behind him. This was a great event for the Great Sun Dynasty. You must know that among Shu Teng's outer bodies, when he reaches the advanced stage of cultivation, his outer body will be compatible with his true body, which is what makes Shu Teng's cultivation possible. But now, Shu Tong's life and death have been killed, which has almost wiped out 1/3 of Shu Tong's animals. He paid a heavy price. He didn't know how much time and experience it took and how many resources he spent to be able to do the magic test. And the final step that caused all this was the sky-covering boulder and its owner. So who is this mysterious Zhiqian just who? This is a challenge to the authority of the Great Ri Dynasty, which makes the Great Ri Dynasty arrogant and unites with the Great Ri Dynasty. Otherwise the Great Sun Dynasty would be furious and the anger would hurt. He was afraid that he was a Jedi Master. Even if he breathed at any cost, he would definitely find the owner of the mysterious giant hand and chase him away from the sand. In just 3 short days, the Great Sun Dynasty once again sent a group of high-ranking officials to Tianwu through the teleportation town of the 10 Pieces. Seeing that your lord's dynasty sent so many dynasty warriors, the monks in the city were very worried and caused a great uproar. These seem to be the blessing banquets of the Great Sun Dynasty. Someone is pouring Western food at the price. I heard that the fire god generals of the Great Sun Dynasty, each of whom was a powerful man with 10,000 Dharma paths, actually sent out 12 of them in one go. Is it to cooperate with the Yuan Meng to provide early suppressive food for the abyss? Yoshio just arrived at Tianwu City from afar. He doesn't know what happened 3 days ago. There is a modified answer. I am afraid that I am not here to deal with the abyss gate in the underground palace. I heard that 3 days ago, a mysterious strong man killed the prince of the Great Sun Dynasty in Tianwu City. He killed a kind of high-ranking emperor. He even angered a real father, and this time he came to take revenge. I don't know which mysterious strong man took action and dared to kill the crown prince of the Great Sun Dynasty. He didn't want to do anything wrong. It's not necessarily that the mysterious strong man is afraid of Mr. Huang Chao. Didn't you see how powerful the sky-covering magician who fell from the sky that day was? Just a trace of artistic breath turned into human hair and bones and delivered new golden flesh. It seems that the popular dynasty will not show off this time and will have a good show. The important points in Tianwu City. The arrival of the flame god statue caused a lot of confusion. Immediately afterwards, a careful search was conducted on the battlefield where the Zhiqian gathering appeared that day, but the meaning was never revealed by the Sima Ji. It's not that simple to find that mysterious strong man. As for Shu Dafu, he immediately hid the money with Shu Yuan. If it weren't for the giant hand covering the sky that fell from the sky and killed Shu Tang's protector and saved him, he would have died. Therefore, Dr. Shu did not dare to be careless. He hid it even more in his childhood. He will never give the Great Sun Dynasty any chance to find him. One day, he will find the Great Sun Dynasty and pay a lot of money. Now the monks coming from all directions in Tianwu City are getting closer and closer. But the remote Qingyun Street in Chengnan did not attract any attention. It still seemed peaceful and peaceful. Many neighbors reported that they were basking in the sun every day. As a member of the 8 Oddity cult, they get together every day to chat objectively. Although their days are dull, there is nothing wrong with them. On the other hand, Wang Tufu's house next door to Chen Chang'an has been demolished into ruins, causing many neighbors to rally. A group of workers are busy rebuilding. 02 is responsible for the renovation of this Jiukong pharmacy store. Jiukong pharmacy is still too small compared to now. Now that we have money, Chang'an City, Bianduo Jiang pharmacy is expanding and we will pay back the money we need. So the one on the left he bought with money has to be forced to Tuhu. As long as the house of Wang Tuhu's family is built, the entire spectrum of wine and medicine will be expanded. In these 3 days, Chen Chang'an took the painting of heaven and earth one step further by returning to the flower site after lunch. Nowadays, when cultivating at the first level, it is more difficult for Ren Yongyu and the blood spirit pill to cooperate with the dragon face gemstone to broadcast the heating energy to the crisp face of the flesh and gold veins. The aura of the growing darkness has become stronger and the blood has increased a lot. It should not take a few days for it to become a breakthrough hit. It's just that this physical training process is indeed not as easy as Dharma cultivation. Every time you practice, it feels like thousands of fine needles are inserted into every corner of your body. Don't activate that feeling. After today's practice, I have been sweating profusely all over my body. Keep it safe. I can't make him physically stronger, but his blood and bones are weak. Quan Chang'an is still very popular. After wearing some clothes, Chen Chang'an took a break and walked around. Looking at the expanded Jiukong drugstore, I nodded. I wonder if the old man will see the Jiukong drugstore defecate when he comes back. At this time, the group of Bagua members under the big tree and Chen Chang'an who had just gone out for a walk. Chen Chang'an took a break and joined in for the time being. He was able to chat with the members of the Bagua cult and had a very honest conversation, especially when many members of the Bagua cult asked Chen Chang'an about the Jiukeng medicine cloth. They all bought a piece of land as big as Wang Tu Gujiang. I didn't expect that your seemingly ordinary and empty shop could be so profitable. Many neighbors couldn't reveal their evidence. Shen Chang'an is only a little kid, barely able to talk and can't turn on a few programs. Yeah, we don't believe it. I heard that when something gets stronger. Dr. Chen, can you help me take a look at my waist? If my waist has become severe recently, what can I do? Pu Chang'an uses sacred wood to accompany sister-in-law. Then he gently pressed his hand on the old man in front of him, and there was a small bump on his back. Uncle Lee still hurt. It doesn't hurt, I feel so comfortable. It's you who was photographed, Chingyi. It's a man in his late 50s who lives in Uncle Lee's house. His Lao Ma from the steamed stuffed bun shop on Qingyun Street. Shen Chang'an has eaten it a few times and it doesn't even taste good. Growth promotion guide. Uncle Lee comes back to ask for payment. I will grab you a samurai invitation. It's good that you have such a waist. There shouldn't be any problem. But you are getting older, and you have to cut it in some areas. Uncle Lee smiled bitterly, but there is nothing he can do. My family is used to understanding it within 3 or 2 days. The bones in my body can only cope with the torment and the powerlessness. It actually aroused a lot of sympathy from the sidelines. After all, women are like wolves at 30 and like wolves at 40. When I was 50 years old, it was a series about seismic movements. I understand, and come here, Chang'an Dao, then I will prescribe raw Chinese cabbage for you because you don't need to take it 3 times a day in the morning, noon, and evening. Then we will see how it works. Candle. Later, I went to Chen Chang'an to ask some neighbors about their physical concerns. When Chen Chang'an saw the truth, he directly pointed it out and even started to treat it. He instantly described the rejuvenation which caused the neighborhood Lingju to divide. Once a young boy is lost, he will have a bright future. It is indeed the biography of the old man Huang. Just a few clicks of my fingers cured my old problem. Who can marry you? I want you to be young, not cold. Chen Chang'an smiled and chatted with his neighbor Lingju for a while. Seeing that it was almost time, he changed back to the medicine formula and continued to revise. Strive to gain energy in 1 step in these 2 days and directly break through the first level pool. The 3rd floor of the first public broadcasting dance string, a wedding case full of English death. Today's earth-shattering drama is low. Countless Xiaofei are unfolding their lives in the abyss warehouse inside. After paying a huge price, I finally completely killed those abyssal warehouses and successfully reduced the 3rd level of the underground construction force to a large formation to prevent the abyssal warehouses from coming back. Immediately afterwards, the interview was retouched and the 3rd floor of the underground palace was explored, and a lot of similar sounds were condensed by the sound power from the sound branch. This black gemstone is because deep injustice is actually the culmination of the power of deep injustice. But in the front world of Da Chongxiu, there is another person named Xuewei at this time of deep injustice. If Mingru is enabled, the abyss is powerful and can directly improve the modification's cultivation progress. The purer the energy inside, the higher the quality, and the higher the modification, the greater the breakthrough. Even the Prince of Transformation Jing, the leader of Wu Mie Jing, and even the true monarch of Wanfa Jing, after reaching their kind of cultivation tranquility. Every little quiet cry will make them sleepy for several periods. But if enough abyss stones can be found to repair the cracks, helping them break through to a higher realm will become unnecessary. Therefore, when exploring the third floor of the underground palace, I found the abyss stone. Countless modifications have fallen into shock, even madness. It turned out to be a deep injustice. Oh my God. There were old monks who even shed tears of excitement. Their souls were hair-raising. My lifespan is about to run out. I have been transferred from outside to outside just to find an opportunity in the underground palace. If I don't break my realm, I will give you more. It seems that I am running alone this time. As long as I can find a few voices, I will be able to break through the current process of the sensitive person. Logically speaking, this is the product of deep injustice, but Qinghui's appearance in the underground palace is something that makes people disappear, but it is something that cannot be tolerated. This deep injustice has given all cultivators a great peace of mind. They wanted to turn the ground construction upside down immediately and search for all the Shenshin stones, the sound that countless modifications are looking for in the third layer. In order to avenge the injustice, there was even a quarrel and many cultivators died. But it may work if this goes on. The door of deep injustice lies ahead, and the big evil lies ahead. My family can start fighting among themselves, and let the people who are hiding in the dark. Facing deep injustice, see the effect. In the end, Zhen Yuanmen was charged and suppressed, and Ji Yuitia was awarded a ground construction service. All modifications, no matter what method, but as long as you enter the slope, you must obey the orders of the gate, and there must be no internal fighting. Whoever discovers the abyss stone belongs to Shui and must not be forced to do so, otherwise he will be killed. My injustice was created jointly by Meng Nai and the major forces in Zhou dynasty. No artist dares to live up to this law, and all Xiuxia respects it. Whoever finds the voice also belongs to whom. Of course, there are also Xiu Fei who is greedy and not afraid of death, so he goes to the fourth floor to find his deep grievance. The fourth floor, except Yongtian and Chu Shuang, is all a little soup. With a golden pour in his eyes, he quickly shuttled through the vast Black Friday towards the third floor. Not far from where they live, there is a strange and strong emotion coming from Jiaohan. Wu Daogiyi's black clothes were running quickly among the black objects, quickly heading towards Chu Yongtian and Chu Wushuang. Rest and have a rest. Suddenly, the pain of countless evil arts has become a wave of black things. There are no ears everywhere. In addition to using the Tianyin blind man to raise fire in Chuxiong, he sent a sword and stretched it towards those wastes. When the sword is spread out on those wastes and chairs, fire breaks out. But not long after, the insurance light struck secretly, and Fei Tu's mysterious power became clear and lost its power. After waking up, a painful penis penetrated Yongtian's body instantly like a long hair. I don't know if a blood flower is fake and makes Chu Yongtian shine. Countless waste layers are like waste tongues, making up the whole body of Chu Yongtian. Very first, daughter, leave me alone. Run away. Okay, except for Yongtian's last words, as he changed into Sister Teng. Sweating profusely during defrost, trying to rescue supplies. But Tang Jianqiu disappeared into the vast black matter. You can search everywhere for this Ping Chu Shuang Huanggu. Please follow up with the waste-suppressing 10,000 hands group Chao Chu Wushuang. At this moment, he moved to Jianguang and came from far away, shaking these things up to thousands of places. The sound of pain came from the black thing. He did not take action against Xu Shong. He grabbed Xu Yongtian for good reasons. In addition to wanting to catch up and save his father, a woman's life came from behind him. That should be one of the Shenshin players. Unexpectedly, we reached the fourth floor of the underground palace while playing Shenshin Gate. Don't even think about saving your father. If you go, it will only be in vain. Xu Wushuang turned around and went to see one side and two sides. These two women are Dongfang Lingyue and Qin Chaoying from the Immortality sect, and they are also from the fourth level of Empty Soul Luck. However, if Dongfang Lingyue's eye and Qin Chaoyang followed them to the fourth floor, they would not become. Xu Shuang recognized the identity of the two people, his eyes turned red, and he never thought about the love between them. Mr. Leng Yu, please help me. I don't know how many people have become wonderful people on this fourth level. Even I don't dare to go deeper. Your father just drove away a king's head and went deep into it. He couldn't defeat it very well. It's better to wait until I've been wrong to clean up the fourth floor. If you're lucky, your father might still be able to get into trouble. Dongfang Lingyue, please be able to joke with your own life when you go to save a grocery box. Qi Wushuang took action just now, so he gave up because of his ability. If it were a step later, Qi Wushuang might have been captured by the same demon. When Zhu Wushuang heard this, he couldn't help but lose his mind. I have just occupied the third floor. Everyone is unjustly locking the third floor. How can I clean up the fourth floor in a short time? Seeing Chu Wushuang like this, Qin Chaoyang on the side said that he couldn't handle Chu Wushuang. If he wants to save your father, he can't rely on you alone. You go find some people. Shizeng and I are still exploring on the fourth floor. If there is a chance to meet your father and save him, Shizeng will not be able to live without mercy. Dongfang Lingyue nodded. If the attack is within the scope of my ability, I will not take it. Xu Shuang nodded. Xiangdong Lingyue and Qin Chaoyang said that the Blind Alliance went to the third place. He immediately found a bank elder who was in charge of judicial compensation and asked for help. The parents of the Chu family reported to the mass media that Chu Yongtian ran to the fourth floor. Don't you know that the closer you get to the gate of the abyss, the more complicated the underground palace becomes? He's just a prince and he dares to go there. It's just nonsense. He's joking about his name. You must save me. For the Chu family, the 10 princes can be regarded as enemies. My injustice is only seen by the major forces who have joined forces to target the door of deep injustice. They will definitely not go to the fourth floor to find a prince. I can only immediately send a message to the nervous old man who was taking away the abyss from the underground palace and go to the fourth floor with them. Defang is grateful, but Elder Xie comes to help. Rushuang is grateful, but is not close. We are all members of the Chu family, and we will do nothing to save you. But you have to be mentally prepared. If you want to find a way out of the deeply resentful family, the opportunity is great. On the fourth floor of the underground palace, in addition to Xushuang and 3 elders, they carefully searched for Yongtian's heart. These 3 chef elders are respectively kitchen selection, kitchen experience, and chef. Among the 3 of them, except for Wei Yixian, who is the powerful master of Wu Mingjiu, Chu Qing and Chu Sheng are both neurotic princes. Together, the 3 of them are also very powerful. They had no choice but to enter the fourth floor of the underground palace. They quickly encountered the surrender of several vine demons, but fortunately, these 3 elders are not strong enough and can easily attack Shuteng Yaoren. Defrost leads the way, and I continue on my own. An hour later, they came to a dark and confusing forest. When Chu Weixian was lost in thought, Danyu was caught in a tangle of chaos and couldn't check the carbon at all. He couldn't help but repeat, "There's something weird here, be careful." Well, the abyss is so strong. There may be a gathering of several vine demons in front of you. If you were to live with the sky and the sea for the first time, the earth would be in this forest of confusion. Chu Qing and Chu Shengyong on the side looked at the forest in front of them and clearly felt the huge danger, but in the end, they did it anyway. In order to save their master, they still entered the lost forest. I was in a state of confusion, accompanied by a strange fragrance, but my stomach was not high enough, and I could only see 4 to 5 meters of the square garden. The entire lost forest is completely dead and there is no sound. Suddenly Xianting, who was walking in the front, came down and the head of the stage. In addition to double expectations, in modern times, 2 people with high waists were being beaten. It was easy to count them, so they were beaten without warning. Its mother light means that it is not necessary to shoot quietly in Jingsuan. Naturally, he closed his face and breath, and for the spirit of the magic bell waste man who was sleeping here, he continued to realize the whole place of the forest. By chance, but as the moon goes deeper, we see more and more full-term tree vine monsters. If almost all of them are sleeping, we are angry at Shuba's tower. Fortunately, the thing that makes people sober up is that although they have encountered so many vine monsters, most of them are powerful. Only the tree-wasted man's aura was very strong, and it was no more harmful than the 3 elders Chu Weixian, Chu Shengyong and Chu Qing. And the deeper you go, the more painful the trees you find are to your waist. Let them also become more tight-fitting and careful. Their expressions are so nonchalant that they dare not even convey the atmosphere. There are so many hall monsters, if we surprise them, the consequences will be disastrous. After careful exploration, they finally found the solution to their arrest. In addition to the sky being wrapped into a unity, reaching a waist of a big uncle. At first glance, there are more than a dozen groups, and each Tingjin represents a modified person who was caught. Obviously, they are all little patrol gods who are not afraid of death and come to the 4th floor. And these painful weight loss modifications are not dead yet, and muscle growth has appeared. In this way, Chu Huishuan is slightly relieved of the air conditioner. It seems that he is still alive. I went to save people. Except for Wei Xian's affectionate flashes, Xiao silently absorbed changes and came to the big tree. All the people holding the formation under the big book have already entered. At the Taiwan Construction Exhibition, all 13 children's scissors hanging upside down were displayed, and the first of the children's scissors was released. Chu Yongtian and others were rescued. It was a huge surprise. Thank you, Senior, for saving your life. Unfinished Palm Network, why are you here? In addition to the chaos, your daughter asked me to save you. It's very dangerous here. I want to be quiet. With that said, Elder Wei Xian Sanming, who was protecting the group of rescued people, wanted to leave. But at this moment a breakthrough. Just listen to the huge roar, a thick, windy long hair, stained with the sound of deep roundness, stretched out from the Miwu forest. Directly penetrated the modified body of Chu Weishuangang, who had been rescued from Zhenjian, and screamed in agony on the spot. Countless strange screams rang out, and the sleeping Shuteng Yao people were awakened, and they rushed in one after another to surround and attack. Meanwhile, nowhere in this treacherous forest is a huge house. My old love is so confused that there is no sound. Even if I tell you the same thing, the demons don't dare to approach. It means that there is a giant snake coiled around here like a mountain. It is gathering the abyss energy from the gate of the abyss. Not far away from Wu Pei, two figures were left hiding in the dark. By chance and without any sound, Dr. Shu and Dr. Shu were formerly. The Maximum Dynasty sent a powerful flame god to Tianwu City to find the master of Tianjuju. Of course, they also hunted down Dr. Shu, but they are afraid that they are ignorant. Dr. Shu has already arrived at the fourth place without any sound. He happened to take advantage of Shu Cheng's double bed, so he took the opportunity to get Shu Cheng in the underground palace. Shu Yanba looked at the giant snake in the lake with misfortune flashing in his eyes. It turned out to be a man with deep grievances. His aura was not strong and he seemed to be suffering. The purpose of Dr. Shu and Shu Yuanba appearing on the fourth floor of the underground palace is also very simple. They are to find deep grievances. In the abyss, it is a good thing that can directly help improve your cultivation. The more the better. There was no threat to Dr. Shu from the ground tiger with the snow horse. They quickly found 10 or so far Shenshen on the fourth floor, and if Dr. Shu can find enough abyss stones in the underground palace to practice, he may be able to catch up with Shu in a short time. By that time, Dr. Shu is confident that Shu Tiyi will be given to the political. Dr. Shu's slightly thin eyes, Qi Lao's eyes, the soul and body of this injustice giant snake are all treasures, especially since he is so huge. The power of the abyss he has absorbed is a Jinren, and the oil in his body is about 89% of the advanced abyss. Also, the blood on his hands and the feel of his hands have the atmosphere of physical training. There are grades of abyssal stones. The higher the abyssal stone is, the more pure and rich the condensed abyssal energy will be. The modified help will be enough. About the Abyss clan. They absorb the most exquisite energy from the love transformation abyss, and most of them will pre-create their own abyss in their bodies. Crack the wall, the more stone they will give you. This is not the ordinary low-level abyssal beings formed by the natural condensation of abyssal energy from the outside world. Often, the abyssal clan quickly becomes one by swallowing each other's energy. But if too many low-level vengeful people who are running and smashing are swallowed up, these vengeful clans will turn into pieces and become the ungrateful people who are killed and devoured. There has not been much modification to the fourth level yet. Except for Dr. Shu and the others, no one has discovered this injured abyss boulder. Dr. Shu seizes this opportunity to harm this abyss boulder, especially the Injustice Serpent Soul Life Treasure. If he can make good use of it, the forces on his side can gain a lot of experience. Wishing BA also knows that this matter is important, and is worried that it will harm people by subpoenaing others. First, Dr. Shu's forces were mostly scattered on the fourth level while searching for the abyss. Then he received a message from Shu Yuanba and quickly gathered in the whole forest. Do it, learn from doctors and don't talk nonsense, use physiology. In an instant, a powerful breath burst out, disturbing the deep grievances in the picture. The abyss serpent's pair of eyes with imperfect pitch as if they were landing suddenly opened with explosive power. Wait for any big punch. More than a dozen powerful monks have already killed. Flower, the giant serpent of the abyss opened its mouth and spit out its white rolling poisonous eyes. The big guns in both sides explosive machines. That huge grievance-ridden snake is extremely powerful, and everything about the Duyanfu master who came out is, as long as a little bit of any modification is applied, it will turn into a soup of thick water which is extremely terrifying and corrodes the surrounding clothes. Fortunately, each of these monasteries uses good fighting skills and strong hatred, and fights when being defended by Juyen. In addition, the giant snake of the abyss keeps slimming down, leaving a trace of incorruptibility, and its huge snake tail weighs 10,000. Dr. Shu is also smart. He hides far away and keeps throwing violent bullets. The red color is thick, and the power of each exploding mold pig is terrifying. When it falls on the giant hand next to it, even its strong flesh will be ripped apart. The giant snake of the abyss knows that he is no match for the despicable group of humans besieging him today. After finally paying a great price, I came out of the article, the same body and fate, and I will still enjoy the delicious meat of the human race and restore those lost sporadic things. The world will still die here. Abyss giant snake willow snake zone. Okay, Dr. Shu's snowman is domineering. Mr. Chi, use the full moon magic hanging, don't let him beg you. Wishing BA nodded and took out a huge hammer, with pain and blood on it. Shu Yuanba's power and technology hit the red. A terrifying burst of Korean skills broke out, turning the lake into a hole almost instantly. Even with the deep grievances, the prisoner will be strong. It's impossible to escape. Shui Wei struck down with another hammer, blasting the vengeful snake into pieces. Then a red abyss as big as a human head was dug out of his head. Shui Yuan Ba's eyes lit up. Red, this is the third level abyss. Regarding deep injustice, what I know so far is that there are levels 1 to 5 for 5 colors, white, black, and red. In one episode, the Abyss Stone is used to modify and utilize Yang Shu's retreat to the Realm of Destiny. In the second episode, the Abyss Stone is used to modify and utilize the Realm of Destinies. Indestructibility. You have reached the third level again. You are high-level Abyss Stone. It is of great help to the monks of Feiwan Dharma Path. Of course, it is more helpful to the monks with weak cultivation base. Your Highness, with this third level deep grievance, you will definitely be able to catch up with Xu Neng and avenge your empress. Okay, Xu Yuanbao was extremely surprised. He handed the third level abyss stone to Xu Da. Deputy Xu has received 3 episodes of Shenzhen Times and is looking forward to it. This tongue-tied insurance, tongue-tie, tongue flesh, help me collect it. I have it. Soon, Zhongren turned to deal with this abyss snake. His zero armor can be used up to practice nail armor, and his snake fangs and snake bones can be used up to use up the body-breaking muscle method. Even flesh and blood is not enough. Women who take Lianhua can strengthen their physical bodies. It is a good way to make many modifications to make their physical bodies stronger. After dealing with the grievance, Chief Xu and others began to sweep the forest of animals. He and Ren Shu took a look at the forest of animals. Except for this giant round snake bowl, no other big poisons have been found in the Miaoying forest for the time being. Therefore, they can completely sweep away the deep injustices in the entire forest and vent them. But while searching the misty forest, I suddenly heard the difficulty sound coming from not far away. Dr. Xu went over to take a look. After saying that, he led everyone to the place where the noise of the beating was heard. I saw a group of magic waste men taking a group of cultivator cats. The group of cultivators with wisdom could not break through the siege of the group of pain-telling monsters. Instead, several cultivators died. At the same time, there was a giant figure from another side who came out without any shortcomings. The long hair on the big tip was secretly coming from the side. If this continues, all these modifications will die at the hands of these people who complain about waist pain. Suddenly, among the group of surrounded Xiosha, Xu Dafu, saw you. Something happened in the underground palace. The storage pair followed Chu Yongtian to the end. He knew this woman and she was a perfect match, but he didn't care much about her. Until 3 days ago, I went back to Qianwu City to get an explanation from Lin Wei Dali. This city lord, Chu Yongtian, took a fancy to Lingling. The last time he practiced in Feishui Tianjin, he even asked him to serve as a law enforcement guard. More importantly, he heard from Lingling that Chu Shuang wrote a letter to Chen Chang'an, full of concern. It is very likely that there is a troubled relationship between Chu Shuang and his good brother Chang'an. How come these two people have nothing to do with his two brothers? But today I saw him, please see him or not. Just Master Qi, kill these Shu Teng Yao people and save them. As ordered, the student's father will kill him directly with some modification. Kill those Shadong waste people who were caught off guard and left in ruins. Dr. Shu watched Chef Shuang being rescued and said, Chang'e, thank you for meeting me today, otherwise your little lover would be afraid of dying here. But it's not enough for your family to have a spiritual sister. You also have a sister who is like a double. I don't know if your good brother is still here. Unless someone is chosen to be rescued, his face turns pale and he lets out a long sigh of relief. With the joy of the rest of his life after the festival, Lian Blind stepped forward and expressed his gratitude to the practitioners who took action. Thank you fellow Taoists for saving lives. Xu Yuan's father Bai Baisho said that these vine monsters have come to our human race to cultivate and fly. They are the common enemy. Everyone can get it and stay. I have seen several fellow Taoists suffering, please see death. Xu Daikun came over. He was like a man with 2 bones. Chu Wu looked at this fat young man with stern eyes, so he wore a face mask and asked the truth too. But he has a very good figure. It was just when something happened in the underground palace some time ago. A group of visionaries took advantage of the gap in the underground palace. Except for the pair, they still have some ideas. Chu Wushuang is very grateful for the life-saving grace. Ask him or this young master to ask me something. Dr. Shu brought out a kitchen sword. Among the kitchen swords, the one who had just been killed was officially the one with the tongue mat and tongue tie, both of which are good for physical training. Now the Great Sun Dynasty is looking for him everywhere, and even sent out flames to interrogate the religion. Dr. Shu is worried that his whereabouts will be exposed. And he does not dare to send out his men. After all, I didn't even know when it was exposed last time that he implicated my neighbor in Chang'an, so I didn't plan to return to heaven during the period before my neighbor got married. And now that Chu Shuang is pregnant, Dr. Shu plans to ask him to protect these cushions and send them to Chang'an to help him cushion. Please help me deliver this thing to Jiukang Yaogu. Then they handed over their duties to Defang Hua. Dr. Shu taught them to leave the 4th underground palace as soon as possible. It is still very dangerous for them to break into the 4th floor with just a few of them. I saved them this time. Can I save them next time? Except for the selection and others nodded, they also knew that the students in the underground palace. Today, I will remove the position and choose others to save the life and death of Yongtian. Thanks to Xu Dahui's intervention, he was saved. If not, they would have become nothing more than ice. Dai Shu Wushuang's departure from the epidemic. Xu Yunbo asked, Your Highness, what is placed in the finger is the snake shape and snake gallbladder, which are deeply grievances. These are all exercises. What a good warm-up thing. Why did you give it to Chen Chang'an and not as good as yourself? Dr. Shu said, Chang'an is very good at cultivating the Dharma. Now he is embarking on physical cultivation. although I don't know how far he can go on this road. I know that you must help him. Shu Yuanbada, His Highness is so concerned about Chen 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 and it is really his fault. Dr. Shu, Yao Chiu, Mr. Qi, you are wrong in what you said. He and I are affectionate brothers. It is right to care about him. What does it mean to like him? Moreover, Chang'an's subrogation is very good. Before I met him, he helped me find relief from Jiangdu's itch or gave me cultivation resources. Doesn't it matter to him? On the road to Eastern Tibet, I am very happy to have two good brothers, Chang'an and Lazy. In my opinion, this song of Dr. Shu's service is not bad. On the contrary, there are still 20 days to go, and I am about to collide with Han Xiaolu. If the fire god generals of the Great Sun Dynasty were to serve as assistants, this would make people very anxious. Shu Yuan is domineering. Your Highness must be worried. The flame god will not be able to find the divine benefactor, nor can he find his Highness. He will naturally leave and listen to me. Well, it's still some time before they are reunited. Let's continue to explore the fourth floor and try to find some deep grievances in the patrol. If I can get a few more high-level abyss stones, that would be the best. Help me improve my strength and return to the Full Moon Royal Clan. I will definitely be able to obtain all the treasures and inheritance left by the royal family. At that time, it was really possible to allow him to be the son of the teachings of the Great Sun Dynasty. On the other side, a group of people will go back. He opened his mouth and said, Bus Wang, Gueha Tai Yang, you want to give Jiukang a shop and give it to me, then I won't get rid of my concubine. Defang shook his head, I don't know. I just thought he might be related to the young master from Jiukang Yaopu. In addition to choosing one product, that young man, Chu Yongqian spoke to Chen Chang'an, an old and powerful mysterious gunman in Tianwu City, regarding what has happened recently. The Jin family and Shitu have killed many people. The election elders should have heard about it. I heard that several powerful masters from the host cult died, especially from the Shitu cult, and even a little girl died. It's just that we don't know who did it. Neither the Jin family nor the Stone sect have reported how much money they have. With that said, apart from Wei Xiansheng Zun Ning Zhong, can all this bring peace of mind to him? Zhu Wushuang and Zhu Yongqian nodded. We happen to have this little CI test, so